Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of the Time Guardian right here on GMT Recap. In a laboratory, a researcher held up a cylindrical tube high and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, it worked. The system has finally succeeded. This piece of dark crystal was indeed extraordinary, its energy truly terrifying. The man stared at the sparks crackling from the dark crystal, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. What? What is happening? All of a sudden, he shouted loudly. Ah. A deafening explosion shook the heavens, and the laboratory belonging to the secret military agency of Nation A was blown apart. Night fell over Yanzhou city of Nation H. In a small house, the television was broadcasting the latest news. Numerous cases of dimensional breaches have occurred in Nation A, leaving extremely serious consequences. The armed police were unable to subdue the colossal beasts that crossed over, and countless civilians have been slaughtered. The situation is extremely tense. Experts from various countries have begun researching countermeasures. A young man, eating skewers while staring fixedly at the television, exclaimed, "Damn, that's so bloody." Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at the screen. The interface of the Great One has changed. Whether it was burning insects or invasive creatures from another dimension, he thought, nothing could stop his steps toward upgrading. And now, let us introduce our main character. Song Yi Chang, 22 years old, single since the womb. After graduating with a worthless major from a third-rate university, he took on a hopeless job, eating whatever, living however. His life was simply waiting to eat and waiting to die. The only joy he had was reading the latest updates of Cultivation Manhwa. While Yi Chang was engrossed with his phone, a piece of black crystal flew in through the window. A strange voice echoed, "Finally found it, the perfect compatible flesh vessel." Song Yi Chang chuckled smugly, thrilled at the thought of becoming the protagonist. Before he could finish his thought, the black crystal shot straight into his head. He let out a grunt, dropping his phone to the ground. The glass window shattered, and a column of light burst forth, its pressure sweeping across a vast area. Song Yi Chang floated in midair and exclaimed, "This strange feeling, what's happening to me?" A system voice announced, "Host synchronization complete. System barrier breakthrough activated. Commencing primary enhancement of the host." Yi Chang's body suddenly twisted and warped, changing without pause. He screamed, "It hurts. My body's about to explode. What on earth is happening to me?" Gradually, he lost consciousness. The next day, when he awoke, Song Yi Chang clutched his head and groaned, "My head hurts so much." He glanced at his phone screen. Heavens, it's already 10 o'clock, I have to hurry to work. The moment he stood up, he felt as if his whole body was floating. Yi Chang exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why do I feel so light? What's going on?" He thought to himself, recalling that last night he seemed to have had a very strange dream, something about a system in it. At that very moment, a notification from the system sounded, "Ding. I am the Great Barrier Crossing System. From today onward, you will bear the mission of one who transcends barriers, and I will be the guiding system of yours." Song Yi Chang thought to himself, "The one who crosses barriers? Could this be because of the news I saw last night? So now I'm dreaming of becoming some kind of superhero, and I still haven't woken up." Saying that, he leapt through the window, eager to test his superpowers outside. Suddenly he remembered, wait, something feels off. Yi Chang poked his head down to look at the floor below. Wang Damo was hanging up laundry. In his dream, the floor below might have been an exquisite beauty. Damn it, this is bad. This isn't a dream, am I going to fall to my death? The system coughed a few times, cough, cough. Does the system not deserve some dignity? You're the host I went through great trouble to successfully bind with. How could we let you fall to your death? Yi Chang gently landed on the ground and said, "This is reality, and besides, I'm not dead. Therefore, the system overcoming barriers is real. Now tell me, how do I save the world?" The system began to explain, Master, this is your mind ocean. Please choose a profession so that the system can impart martial arts techniques. He muttered, impart martial arts techniques? Am I supposed to start cultivating? On the system screen, various options appeared: science and technology system, cultivation system, mutation system, bloodline system, mutation. Yi Chang glanced through them and thought the science and technology system looked very cool, while the cultivation system was also quite attractive. He thought, let me think for a moment. The system urgently reminded him, 10 seconds countdown is ending, the system will randomly select for you. He quickly replied, alright, don't rush me. I'll choose the cultivation system, sword cultivator. The system confirmed the profession choice, cultivation system, martial cultivation, and the martial arts techniques were about to be imparted. Numerous martial stances appeared on the screen. Yi Chang looked them over and exclaimed, is this a mistake? Wait a minute. Ah, the system was quick and efficient, completing the imparting of basic martial arts techniques. He felt his strength had noticeably increased. Although martial cultivation was beyond his expectations. But it didn't feel bad. Yi Chang had finally walked down the path to madness. He picked up a large stone, squeezed it until it cracked, then stood up and shouted loudly, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, above heaven and below earth, I am the one and only. An old man strolling by the street saw this scene and sighed, truly a karmic act. Are the youth nowadays really this crazy? Not long after they've barely puffed up their chest, the system sends a warm reminder. If the mission is not completed within the prescribed time, the system will punish the host with its full speed. Yi Chang was surprised, huh? There's even punishment? The system will punish by locking the host for 23 years. He jumped up immediately and said, I have to complete the mission now. No one is allowed to stop me. In the city center of Yanzhou, breaking news flashed across the screens. The city had experienced several serious murders of young female students. On-site reporters reported that, according to the latest information we've received, someone had seen the suspect here. Now, we will interview the eyewitness. The woman, still in shock, said, it was truly horrifying, he killed without batting an eye, and his clothes were very strange, I don't even know what brand they were. Also, his hairstyle. At that moment, a hand reached down from the rooftop above. A loud scream echoed. The young girl covered her mouth and exclaimed, a corpse. Quickly look, there's someone strange up there. Up high, Dong Men-cheng, the time traveler, was holding a woman in his arms. He glanced at the crowd and snorted, a bunch of ants, all they know is to scream and shout. What are you thinking? In this filthy era, it's hard to find a pure person. A lecherous woman like this, I won't regret killing her. It's just carrying out divine justice. He then laughed loudly, his expression twisted and perverse. A reporter shouted, and the camera zoomed in. It was the suspect in the massacre. The crowd began to panic. It's him, he's still killing people. Ah, how terrifying, call the police. Dong Men-cheng leapt away, sneering, wait until I'm done, then it'll be your turn. At the same time, a device moved according to the instructions. The system's announcement rang out, host, the time traveler is within a 500-meter radius. Please intercept according to the system's guidance. He jumped across the rooftops, replying joyfully, got it. After mastering the martial arts, his back no longer hurt, and his legs felt fine. Now he could jump dozens of floors with ease. Standing on the rooftop, he looked down below. A large crowd is gathering right here. The searching eyes have identified the target to be stopped. On the other side, Dong Men-cheng is struggling with a girl. Yi Chang exclaims, found it, that annoying time traveler is this brat. The girl is screaming, damn it, don't touch me. He tries to reassure her, beautiful lady, don't be scared, I'll help you prove yourself. The system analysis reveals the information about the opponent, Dong Men-cheng, the 1242 ND time traveler, numerous charges of murder, rape, mission rank, level E. Yi Chang is taken aback and exclaims, the famous Dong Menqing from the water herd legend, wasn't he supposed to be a fake? How did he end up as a serial killer here? The system responds, in this alternate time and space, this Dong Menqing is not the one you know. Yi Chang becomes slightly worried, the TV crew is arriving too quickly. If they catch this, won't they reveal my true identity? He then walks over to the drying rack, grabs a superhero mask, and thinks of being a bit more discreet. He rushes toward the target and shouts loudly, "Hey, you, long-haired guy under the bridge." Dong Menqing immediately asks. Ah, he casually tore open the victim's shirt. The girl cried out thankfully, she was wearing another layer underneath. Song Yi Chang folded his arms and looked at him, raising his voice, "I'm talking to you. Release the girl at once, leave her to me." He leapt down, strode closer, and shouted loudly, "Let the girl go. Leave her to me." Ha, wrong move. If you've got guts, come at me instead. Dong Menqing lifted his chin and asked, "Where did this little brat crawl out from?" Then he pushed the girl aside, his voice drawling, "Don't be hasty, little beauty. Let me deal with him first, then I'll come back to you." He drew his sword, roaring in fury, "You've ruined my business, now we speak only with blades." Yi Chang cried out in alarm, "Wait, wait." He thought to himself, "This is bad. I was only bluffing, but I didn't expect him to have a weapon. How can I fight bare-handed now?" Menqing pointed his sword at him, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Take this." He unleashed the eyebrow and eye-piercing sword technique, striking forward, die. Yi Chang bent backward to dodge, urging desperately, "System, think of something." The system replied calmly, "Host, do not panic. Weapon creation in progress. Countdown, M seconds." He screamed, "I'm about to die here. Count that ass." Dong Menqing, sword in hand, is chasing after him. "Where are you running?" Yi Chang thought to himself. "Fortunately, I have a cultivation technique within me. As long as I stay focused, I can clearly see his movements." He grinned wickedly and slashed down. A coward who only knows how to dodge, far too weak. "Humph, you have no way out now." He leaned down against the edge of the wall and suddenly struck back. Dong Menqing was knocked backward. Yi Chang sprang up, spear in hand, shouting, "Just now, who did you say was weak?" The system notification rang out, "Jiuqiu Shang has been completed, using 6 harmonies spear technique to attack." Menqing stared at him intently. This man was no ordinary figure, he had actually conjured a great spear in midair. Yi Chang leapt high, unleashing the 6 harmonies spear technique, Azure Dragon emerging from water. The cameraman immediately pointed the lens toward the chaotic battle. The crowd below was drawn in at once, buzzing with excitement. "Impressive, so there really are martial arts masters in this world. That young man's spear is incredibly strong, this weapon must weigh at least dozens of caddies." Yet after just a few exchanges, Yi Chang inwardly exclaimed, "So this is the power of an E-rank transmigrator? Far stronger than I ever imagined." The system added, "Host Dong Menqing's movement techniques are unfathomable. The host adapts to circumstances." He replied, "Understood." A spear thrust came swiftly. Dong Menqing tilted his body slightly to the side to evade, sneering, "Such a simple move, and you think it could harm me? Childish words." Then a sword slashed past Yi Chang, and he immediately shifted the line of his attack. "Ah, fooled you. Now witness the 6 harmony spear combined with the Shaolin staff technique I created myself." The spear spun, sweeping away the lecherous scoundrels, striking hard at Dong Menqing's flank. He cried out, "Ah!" before collapsing heavily to the ground. He coughed violently, cough, 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 shocked that this man's inner strength was so profound. Dong Menqing suddenly said, "Hero, you and I bear no enmity. Why not end it here and stay your hand?" He shouted, "If I spare you, who knows how many innocent women will suffer by your hands? I, Song Yi Chang, shall see you off." At once he unleashed his ultimate technique, Radiant Spear. Seeing this move, Dong Menqing was utterly stunned. How can this be? That spear art has been lost for hundreds of years. It seems I must use my finishing strike. He sprang to his feet, channeling his inner power to unleash the deadly eyebrow and eye-piercing sword technique. With a metallic roar, two surges of energy burst forth with overwhelming force, shaking the entire region. But Yi Cheng's strike was too powerful, shattering the opponent's sword and piercing straight through his heart, killing him instantly. Dong Menqing collapsed to the ground, motionless. Yi Cheng landed, raised his hand and shouted, "Jiu Chu Shang." He looked at his opponent's pitiful death and thought, "This is the fate you brought upon yourself." Dong Menqing's body suddenly dissolved, leaving behind a reward. Yi Cheng thought to himself, "Looks like after defeating monsters, the loot drops money, a whole stack of it." He was about to pick it up when it disappeared. The system announced, "The mission reward this time is 200,000, confirmed, automatically transferred into the host's bank account." He picked up the jade pendant to examine it. This was a real object, though he had no idea how much it was worth. Right, better take it back and ask that fat guy. The girl standing nearby suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Great hero, thank you." Song Yi Cheng replied awkwardly, all right, don't be afraid. This is the first time in my life a girl has taken the initiative to throw herself into my arms." Just then, the system reminded him, "Ahem, host, the system has detected that the police are on their way." The system's barrier crossing function is a special security item. "Host, please leave immediately, otherwise oops, I cut you off, otherwise you'll face some kind of twisted punishment, right?" All right, I'll be going now," he said to the girl. "You're safe now. Until we meet again." A trace of regret lingered in his heart. They had just reached the point where they could repay each other's kindness, yet it all vanished like smoke, such a pity. At that moment, from the girl's perspective, the extraordinarily handsome hero was looking at her. "Perhaps fate will bring us together again," Song Yi Cheng said. "I'm off." Then his figure swiftly disappeared behind the tall buildings. The girl watched his back fade away and sighed softly. "Sigh, I lost my contact lens. I couldn't even see the face of my lifesaver clearly, but he was really handsome." Just then, the security forces finally arrived. The leading officer ordered, "Seal off the area immediately." A young woman hurried over and wrapped a large shawl around the victim. "Miss Yin Chang, are you all right? Come downstairs with me. Mayor Yen is waiting for you." As soon as Chang reached the ground, Mayor Yen rushed forward to embrace his beloved daughter. "Father, you must reward the man who saved my life." He quickly replied, of course, I certainly will." Suddenly, from the other side, a stern voice rang out, "I'm afraid that won't be possible." A woman in an official uniform stepped forward. Flashing her badge, she introduced herself, "Mayor, hello, I'm Zhao Ling, captain of the Central Bureau of Special Investigations. This case is highly suspicious. The culprit of this serial murder vanished into thin air, and the man wielding the spear also possesses supernatural abilities. Our Bureau of Investigation will never allow such criminals to roam free. We will pursue this case to the very end." That was Zhao Ling, 23 years old, an officer of the Special Investigation Bureau. She walked straight into the scene to gather information about the case. At that moment, Song Yi Cheng had found a hotel room to rest. The system chimed in with a congratulatory message. This mission was a success. The system rewards are as follows: 33% of Dong Menqing's internal energy obtained, body technique win steps beyond distance acquired. Song Yi Cheng's cultivation level has advanced to 3rd rank peak. He exclaimed, "Well, getting injured wasn't for nothing after all. This feels amazing, absolutely amazing." Yi Cheng examined the jade pendant while calling his friend. "Hey, Chang Fatty, come pick me up at the Crow Hotel. I need your help with something." Chang Fatty arrived quickly. While driving, he said, "Brother Song, do you know Zhu Shangxie? He's my new idol." Yi Cheng asked back. "Zhu Shangxie who?" Chang Fatty replied. "Where have you been these past few days? Have you heard the latest hot news? Zhu Shangxia might be a martial arts master, a true hero. His moves in that video were absolutely stunning. Funny thing is, from the neck down, he looks a lot like you. Ha ha ha. Song Yi-cheng took out his phone to check. Sure enough, the internet was practically exploding. He thought to himself, Zhu Shangxia might have a rather rustic name, but being seen as a superhero doesn't feel bad at all. The two of them walked toward Guowai Street. The shop owner, upon seeing Chang Fatty, exclaimed, "Young Master Chang, bringing a friend over to visit? Don't judge a person by appearances. This is Chang Fatty. We've been friends since childhood. Chan Yangwei, his father, owns a lot of real estate in Yenzhou. He's a bona fide second-generation rich kid, no doubt about it." The shopkeeper said, "We've got a new batch of goods in recently. Let me bring some out for you to take a look." Song Yi-cheng took out a jade pendant and asked, "You buy treasures here too, right? What do you think of this one?" The shop owner pulled out a magnifying glass, examined it carefully, then exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. Such fine color is rare. The carving is exquisite, you can tell at a glance it's top-tier craftsmanship." Hearing those words, his eyes lit up, and joy welled up in his heart. Of course, in the era of Dong Menqing, the concept of counterfeit or imitation goods probably didn't exist yet. Suddenly, an old man appeared and walked toward Yi Chang. The girl, upon seeing old Gu, exclaimed, "You're the president of the Cultural Relics Research Association. Why are you competing for business with our small shop?" The old man, his beard and hair white as snow, said sternly, "Last week, a piece of jade identical in quality to this one was sold at an auction for 15 million. Don't bully this little brother." The girl replied, "All right then, since old Gu has spoken, our shop will save on the appraisal fee. How about this 6 million apiece? Please, old Gu, don't compete with our shop. What do you say, little brother?" Yi Cheng thought to himself that he had assumed an ordinary jade pendant worth a few $100,000 was already expensive. Who would have thought it could be such a bargain? He agreed readily, "All right." After the payment was settled, Yi Chang and Fatty Chang left immediately. The girl saw the guests off, and the young assistant went inside. As soon as the two were out of sight, the girl wrapped her arms around the old man's neck and asked playfully, "Old Gu, why were you so decisive with your offer today?" The old man replied matter-of-factly, "What do you know? This is a rare treasure, something that appears only once in 100 years. Reselling it will surely bring 10 times the profit. We can't let it slip away into someone else's hands." Song Yi-cheng received a notification message, "The account has received 16 million. He muttered, 1 2 3 4 5 10 won, 100 won, 1,000 won. Ha ha ha. Now I'm a man with money. Chan Yangwei laughed, "Hee hee, I told you, there's no loss." "That's right, now that you have money, shouldn't you reconsider my previous proposal?" Song Yi-cheng nodded and replied, "All right, arrange it for me." He went to the old company headquarters. Hee hee, before, every day I hated coming here, but today coming here feels pretty good. As soon as he stepped inside, the receptionist asked Song Yi-cheng, "You haven't been at work these past few days, yet you look so pleased with yourself. In a while, Director Zhang will surely skin you alive." Passing by the office, Director Zhang shouted, "Song Yi-cheng, where the hell have you been? I called and you didn't answer." He replied, "My phone was broken these past few days, today I just got a new one. Today I came to." He was cut off. What a pathetic excuse. Look here. Is this your attitude of admitting fault, or are you quitting? Everyone burst out laughing. Ha ha. Let me tell you. Song Yi-cheng, people like you have no skills, no education, and the streets are full of people like that. Song Yi-cheng was indignant. That bald old man didn't even finish high school, yet he relies on being a distant relative of the boss to act all high and mighty in the company. Director Zhang slapped him across the face, cursing, "The company feeds you, I gave you this job, you should be grateful. If your salary gets docked and you still repeat this behavior, you'll be fired on the spot." That bald man knew nothing but scolding others, and he was ugly too, he complained. As for the others, whenever there was work, they shirked it and pushed it onto someone else. But when it came to gossip, they were quick as lightning. In his eyes, they were like a flock of ducks, quacking away. Song Yi-chang burst out laughing. Director Zhang gnashed his teeth. Still dare to laugh, you rotten brat. He raised his hand and pushed Zhang's face aside. Then he said, hold on, I've got a call. Yi-chang picked up. Hello, Chang Fatty? His voice boomed. I've chosen a villa for you in Utianhu. It's 500 square meters, and I've already got the keys. I also ordered a Maybach SUV for you, it's waiting downstairs. Come down. Everyone around was left gaping, their eyes wide open. Utianhu, that's downtown. A Maybach? That's got to be fake, right? How could Song Yi-chang possibly have that much money? He hung up the phone. A girl opened the window and looked down. Everyone below saw a chubby man standing next to a Maybach. Heavens, that car's worth at least 5 million. There aren't many like it in all of Yenzhou. Look at his new phone too, it's worth over 10,000. Did that guy strike it rich or something? Song Yi-chang said, Director Zhang, what were you about to say to me just now? The bald man replied, nothing. I was just saying that we haven't been able to reach you these past few days, and old Zhang here was getting worried. Song Yi-chang said calmly, there's no need for you to worry about me anymore. I came here today to tell you that I'm quitting. With that, he left quickly. The receptionist craned her neck to look. It had only been 10 minutes since she'd last seen him, but somehow, he looked so much more handsome. At that moment, inside the Special Investigation Bureau, an internal meeting was underway. Zhao Ling announced, recently, there have been multiple cases of people crossing through time and space. We suspect that the man wielding the spear with extraordinary combat strength might also be one of them. However, we have yet to locate his whereabouts. The commander gave a direct order. Xiao Zhao, do not explain to the traveler from another world. No matter what purpose or plan he has, as long as he is not human, he must be eliminated. The girl replied, yes, Commander. The meeting ended, and Zhao Ling reviewed the video once more. Both of them were incredibly powerful, and as soon as the video was uploaded online, it went viral. She wondered who exactly was this person. And where were they now? In a snack bar in Yen City, Zhao Song Yi-chang and Chang Yangwei were clinking their glasses. Drink up, boss, brother. I don't know what kind of benefactor you've met recently, but I'm truly happy for you. He laughed heartily. We're all happy, all happy. I've eaten and drunk plenty on your tab over the years today, I'll make it up to you. Fatty Chang patted him on the shoulder and asked, by the way, boss, you're no longer the same man you used to be. So, when are you planning to marry the campus belle? Song Yi-chang's face suddenly turned red. That question he should probably ask Zhang Yishao herself. Was she still waiting for him? Suddenly, the system issued an alert. Many male students are now in their springtime yearning, having detected a traveler from the realm of chaos. Location, Madu. Song Yi-chang shot to his feet and shouted, a mutated beast has crossed over Madu. Yang Wei jolted in surprise. A boss, are you drunk? At this moment in Madu, inside the Jun Luo Hotel, a grand banquet was taking place in the aquarium restaurant. A polite young woman said, Mayor Lin's attendance at today's banquet is truly an honor for us. He replied, oh no, not at all. Secretary Wang, you flatter me. The young woman then suggested, by the way, I wonder if Mayor Lin has time to reminisce with me later? Mayor Lin tactfully arranged, what a coincidence, tonight I have a 2 billion yuan investment project to discuss. We can catch up after midnight in my room. The young woman immediately agreed, it's settled then. Under the still night sky, a man carrying a bucket walked over to the aquarium. He muttered to himself, how long has it been since they changed the water? It's so murky, and why can't I see any fish? Let's throw in some bait and see if there's any reaction. Suddenly, the surface of the water began to bubble, and a long tentacle shot up, wrapping around his neck and yanking him into the tank. The man screamed, "Ah! Help! Help me!" He desperately pounded on the curved glass wall for help, but the guests inside, lost in the rhythm of the music, seemed completely unaware of the incident by the aquarium. At that moment, on the highest point of Madu, Son Yi Chang looked around and asked, "Is it done yet? Weren't we supposed to locate the time traveler? Shouldn't it only take a few minutes?" The system replied, "This mission involves the alien Empress Mother releasing her first batch of seeds at the Junluo Hotel. Hundreds of people have already been parasitized. Locating every single host naturally requires a massive amount of work." He grumbled, "Just dealing with that Dongmen Xing guy was exhausting enough, and now there are over 100 people? What kind of dark 996 system is this?" The system refused to back down and immediately retorted, "Do you think this system gave you power so you could show off? Now get to work. Step 1. To prevent the spread of the contamination, head to the airport and train station, clean up the parasitic hosts, and prepare to move out of the city." Yi Chang looked irritated. "Humph, I have my own dignity. I'll never bow to a dark overlord. I don't believe there isn't an easier way." At the same time, at the Madu police headquarters, a phone call came in. "Hello, I'd like to report a case. There's an alien Empress Mother who time-traveled into Madu." The responding officer immediately warned, "Sir, filing a false report is a criminal offense." Yi Chung declared loudly, "I told you, it's true. This Empress Mother will keep laying eggs, big and small, which then parasitize human bodies. After a certain number of hours they will develop into parasites, and in very large numbers." A moment later, the call was disconnected. The girl muttered, "Alien intrusion. I'm still the mighty gourd warrior, an iron-blooded fighter." Just then someone entered from outside. Captain Zhao welcomed Madu to supervise the operation. The woman manning the phone looked out, eyes full of admiration. "Captain Xing Zhao is so gallant." A police officer was reporting on the displaced person. "We have carried out wide-area surveillance." Meanwhile, Yi Chang was driving toward Mo International Airport. The incoming report, Parasite Unit 1 Mark Freeman, a scholar from Nation A. He sighed, "Do I really have to kill him? He's still human." The system announced, from the moment he was parasitized, Mark Freeman ceased to be human. If you show him mercy, you will only cause the aliens to rampage and spread across the world. In the main hall of the airport, Mark Freeman was bidding farewell to his friends. "My friends, I will miss you." And the crab meat. The girl patted him on the shoulder. "Mark Freeman welcomes you to come again next time." Mark Freeman waved his hand lightly and walked away. Suddenly, he stopped and cried out, "Ha, ah." Mark Freeman clutched his stomach and shouted, "Help, help, help." Seeing his painful expression, his friend hurriedly shouted, "Ah, quick, call an ambulance." Yi Chang had just arrived and immediately witnessed the scene. "This is bad, it has matured, it's too late." The girl screamed, "No, don't come any closer." Mark Freeman kept crying for help, help, help. He himself had no idea what was happening. But Yi Chang swiftly grabbed his spear, leapt forward, and drove it hard into Mark Freeman's back. He only managed a single cry of awe before collapsing. The young girl was so terrified that she fell to the ground, screaming, "Ah, he's dead." The system confirmed, the alien parasite is dead. Immediately proceed to the northern station to continue eliminating the 5 parasitized individuals. Yi Chang thought to himself, even though they were parasites, the feeling of killing people was anything but pleasant. A blonde-haired young man standing nearby exclaimed, "Everyone look, it's Zhu Shangxia." The crowd erupted in an uproar. "Zhu Shangxia has killed someone. How terrifying, call the police immediately." He muttered an apology, then jumped out of the window and fled. The woman shouted, "He's running away." Soon, the command center of the Madu police station received the news. Zhu Shangxia had killed someone. The person on the other end of the line sounded chaotic. "How terrifying, call the police immediately." The police officer reported to Captain Zhao, according to intelligence, Zhu Shangxia has killed 3 innocent people. Zhao Ling angrily slammed her fist on the table. As expected, he's no good. After a period of silence, I didn't expect him to cause chaos in Madu again. The woman gave an order. The intelligence department is to collect related movements on the internet. This time, we must catch this mad killer. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes. Zhao Ling quickly set off. The rest of you, follow me. The news program was broadcasting. According to a report at 11 p.m. tonight, Zhu Shangxia was seen at the airport and train station, wielding a spear, attacking and killing many innocent people. There were also many comments attacking him on social media. One commenter wrote, "I don't want Zhu Shangxia to be like this. This can't be true, right?" Someone else confirmed, "It's true, those people were stabbed through the chest and died. They should rename him Cursed Spear Psychopath, he's killing like a madman." Another person said, "Zhu Shangxia, and he still dares to call himself a hero? Indeed, he is not human. Why did he kill someone? Perhaps there's something hidden behind it." A large crowd was upset. Can someone please straighten their worldview a bit? Others agreed. That's right, does the murderer have any explanation? In a narrow alley, Yi Chang was panting, finally escaping from the police. The system suddenly spoke, "Master, I have 2 pieces of bad news. Which one would you like to hear first?" He angrily snapped, "Since when do you care about my feelings? Just say it." The system replied, "The netizens have changed your name from Zhu Shangxia to Sadistic Killer with a Twisted Mind." Yi Cheng opened his phone to check, and tears streamed down his face. Sniff. It's not easy being someone who stops things. I've never even violated traffic laws, and now I've become a crazy murderer, hunted by the police. He went ahead and rented a bike, paying successfully. The system sounded displeased. What's going on? It's an emergency, and you're renting a bike? There's another piece of bad news I haven't told you. He urged, spit it out. The system replied, there's less than an hour before the next Alien Empress Mother Parasitism event. In front of the Jun Luo Hotel, a girl whispered, Bin bro, you're so impressive today. He kissed the girl's cheek with a smack, then said, want to see how impressive Brother Bin is? Saying that, he casually began to masturbate right on the street. The girl cried out, yeah, disgusting. Bin smiled and said, it's all right besides, not many people get to see a sight like this. Suddenly he shouted, Chow, you what's wrong with you? The girl, trembling, replied, Brother Bin, I think something's wrong with me. Seeing Chow's face contort, he yelled and then kicked her hard. Ah! From the Egu household, the girl begged in pain, Brother Bin, save me, ah! At that moment, Song Yi Cheng appeared. He used his spear to finish off Chow, then turned to Bin and said, sorry, brother. The man fled in terror. Don't come any closer. He aimed the spear at Bin and said, you have to die too. Suddenly, someone lunged forward and delivered a kick to stop him. Stop! Zhao Ling charged in with a gun. The murderous maniac has struck again, she said. Drop your weapon, hands on your head. Song Yi Cheng looked at the police team closing in. He thought to himself, what am I supposed to do this time? If the parasite isn't dealt with, everyone nearby, including the police, will have to die. Seeing Bin preparing to mutate, he swung his spear up. There was no time to think anymore, he had to act quickly and leave. Seeing him take action, Zhao Ling ordered, fire. As the rain of bullets poured towards him, Song Yi Cheng was horrified. This was bad. He turned around and twisted his body into a circular motion to block the bullets, but one of them still pierced his chest. Yi Cheng fell to his knees, letting out a grunt of pain. Zhao Ling shouted, the suspect has been hit, ceasefire. The system reminded, host, please note, while your physical condition can now recover quickly, it is still impossible to completely avoid bullet attacks. He groaned, it hurts so much. Zhao Ling charged forward to attack, the woman yelling, the killer is fast, surrender immediately. Song Yi Cheng realized her strikes were too quick, this female officer had formidable martial arts skills. He used his hand to block. Just then, a bin screamed, "A." Seeing the increasing amount of green fluid spilling out, Yi Chang could only shout, "This is bad." A monster emerged from a bin's body. The police officer screamed, "Oh my god, what is this?" Yi Chang quickly yelled, "Alien, it's fully formed, everyone evacuate now." Zhao Ling was utterly terrified. The monster lunged forward, attacking a female officer and killing her on the spot. Zhao Ling commanded, "Everyone stay calm. Team 1, shoot the monster, Team 2, secure the scene, protect the civilians." All the guns were aimed at the creature, but it remained unscathed. The bullets hit its skin, only to flatten on impact. The police reported, "Impossible. The bullets can't pierce it." The monster continued its massacre, and the scene was chaotic. Seeing her teammates under attack, the female officer could only scream in helplessness, "Be careful." Song Yi Chang observed closely, "This is a newly hatched alien, its body is impervious to blades and bullets. What should we do?" He thought for a moment, then reassured himself, "That's not right, this creature must have a weakness." Suddenly, Zhao Ling shouted, "Get out of the way." With a sharp snap of her heels, the girl suddenly released a sharp blade. Zhao Ling kicked the monster hard in the head, tearing a deep gash. Green fluid spurted out, splashing onto the girl's shirt. Zhao Ling immediately realized, not good, its blood can corrode. As expected, a large patch of her shirt was torn, and the monster lunged at her. Song Yi Chang rushed in to help, thinking to himself, "Exactly, your aggressive attacks have only angered it." He caught Zhao Ling as she fell, a thought flashing through his mind, he had discovered its weakness. Yi Chang shouted, "The little bastard, daring to bully women, let's see how you handle my spear." He swung his spear with all his might, striking it down onto its head. The monster was cleaved in half. Finally dead. Jiu Chu Shang is still more formidable than the disaster. Zhao Ling exclaimed, "I never expected there to be such a creature." "Then what about those people you killed before?" Yi Chang replied, "They were all parasitized. Once someone is parasitized, there's no cure." The girl thought to herself, "So that's how it is. He didn't kill innocent people. If I hadn't stopped him, none of this would have happened." He reminded her, "Hurry up and call for reinforcements. There are still parasitic entities in this hotel, along with a terrifying Empress Mother." He walked toward the door, then suddenly turned around and shouted, "By the way, just so you know, the weakness of the alien is in its head." Zhao Ling grabbed the radio and contacted headquarters, "Stop the pursuit of Zhu Shangxie immediately, this is an urgent mission." Before she finished speaking, the voice on the other side replied, "Zhao Ling, the captain has sent a rescue request to the entire team. Prepare for reinforcement." 2 military helicopters appeared in the sky. Looking at the aircraft's serial numbers, the girl recognized that these belonged to the army under the general's command. This isn't good. At that moment, inside the Great Desolate Hotel, as soon as they saw the man with the spear enter, the sound of frantic screams echoed. Hurry and run." The receptionist asked, "What exactly is happening?" A girl cried out, "Hurry, run, Zhu Shangxie is coming to kill people." The system announced, "Host, the system has identified 6 parasites." Yi Cheng coldly said, "I'm truly sorry, but today I have to be the bad guy." He swung his spear and attacked fiercely. The sound of desperate screams rang out, "Ugh, help, don't kill me." In just a moment, all 6 were eliminated. The system sighed, unable to hold back its words. "In my imagination, you are little more than scrap metal." Yi Cheng said, "If you want to compliment me, just say it directly. I'm not arrogant. Also, the reward for this mission better be good, otherwise I wouldn't have expected the system to announce it. I forgot to tell you, if this mission fails, there will be a punishment of revoking the entire reward, plus 3 years of baldness, and no further demands from you, just directly going to the spirit level. Prince Charming, leader, ancestor, don't hesitate to climb mountains or cross seas of fire, I guarantee I won't disappoint." The system's grievances continued, but it quickly returned to the main subject. On levels 30, 42, and 37, people are infected. The completion time is 20 minutes, and in the end, there is Empress Mother on the rooftop waiting for you. Several corpses are floating in the fish tank. Empress Mother in the tank keeps crying out, "I'm so hungry, my children need more nourishment." Everyone in the banquet hall then turned to look at the glass tank, and upon seeing Empress Mother, they screamed, "Look, what is that? A monster!" Empress Mother pierced through the glass wall, and the girl screamed, It wants to get out." The beast continued to make sounds, "Nourishment, more nourishment." Countless holes were created. Water poured onto the floor, and everyone screamed, "The glass is about to break, hurry, run." In the blink of an eye, the water rose high, and many people didn't have time to escape and were drowned. Empress Mother surged forward, her tentacles wrapping tightly around the girl. Those running outside screamed, "Help, hurry, run." Empress Mother's tentacles spread out in all directions, quickly capturing everyone within reach. The screams were horrifying, shaking the very space. In another corridor, Yi Cheng was running quickly, and ahead was the banquet room, but it was too late. He stepped into a puddle of water. In front of him lay countless corpses, lying motionless, and he looked at what was standing at the end of the corridor. Yi Cheng was stunned. This is. The Empress Mother exclaimed, "Try this taste." This bizarre creature, half shrimp and half squid, was none other than the alien Empress Mother. System notification: Alien Empress Mother, a chaotic time-traveling entity, task level C. Yi Cheng gripped his spear tightly, thinking to himself, "Finally, it's your turn. It's here." Unexpectedly, the creature shook its head in indifference, as if it couldn't care less. In its hand, it still held a girl. Yi Cheng felt a bit annoyed. "Ha? This Empress Mother thinks she's something, daring to look down on me? Well then, don't blame me for striking first." He leaped high, aimed directly at its head, and thrust his spear, shouting, "Are you hungry? Then take this spear of mine." A sharp clang rang out, but the creature remained unscathed. Yi Cheng was stunned, saying, "Damn it, is its head made of iron?" Suddenly, it swung its arm in retaliation. With a sharp swish, its claws slashed across his chest, leaving a deep gash. Yi Cheng fell to the ground. The Empress Mother began to growl in anger, tossing things around recklessly. He hid behind a large table, thinking to himself, compared to the Empress Mother, the newly born aliens are truly far inferior. System warning: Master, every attack from the Empress Mother has corrosive properties. Your body recovers fast, it'll take at least half an hour. Yi Cheng replied, "No. In half an hour, its second reproductive cycle will be over." Just then the helicopter drew near. He thought to himself that the policewoman must have brought reinforcements. He had to lure it up to the upper floors and buy time. He immediately summoned a windshield, activated his light-footed technique, vaulted high, and shouted, "Great octopus demon, chase me!" He. But the moment he reached the rooftop, he heard a sharp command: "Do not move. Suspect Zhu Shangxia, drop your weapon, hands on your head." Yi Cheng gave a short laugh. Behind him, the muzzle of a police gun was aimed. He hurriedly raised his hands and explained, "Brothers, perhaps your boss didn't make things clear. Your real enemy is not me." The leader remained firm, issuing a final warning: "If you don't drop your weapon, we will shoot." Yi Cheng muttered, "Damn, Empress Mother is behind me, there's no time to explain." He hoisted his spear and charged straight at them. "Here I go, I'm taking a risk." The order to fire was shouted immediately. He planted the spear's tip into the ground and launched himself high. The entire volley of bullets was unleashed straight at Empress Mother. Just as the monster appeared, the security team went wide-eyed with shock. "What is this thing?" Yi Cheng thought to himself, seizing the opportunity. While Empress Mother was distracted by the rain of bullets, he leaped onto its head and thrust his spear down into the red eye on top, the tip sinking deeply inside. Sure enough, its eye was the weak spot. "Let's see if I can pierce your brain," he thought. Yi Chang put all his strength into the strike, but the creature thrashed and struggled. He wondered, what's going on? Is it still not dead? By this point, his stamina had severely dwindled, and Yi Chang thought to himself, damn, I don't have much energy left. The security team unleashed heavy firepower, and the grenade launcher was ready. Seeing this, Yi Chang let out a startled exclamation. They're even using grenade launchers? Aren't you guys worried about my survival at all? He said, scrambling to run. Run, run. He muttered to himself. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous explosions filled the air. Yi Chang watched the intense firepower and guessed, this time, it's probably over for me. A moment later, the security team leader shouted, stop. Everyone, stay alert. But suddenly, from within the smoke, tentacles shot out and wrapped tightly around the necks of those at the front. They didn't have time to dodge and could only let out a few gasps before being dragged toward the mouth of Empress Mother. The monster let out a scream, swallowing a treasure, and the shrill cry of a echoed through the air. Yi Chang rushed forward, damn it, he used his spear to block the tentacles and pushed the security guard away. The others stepped back, and he spun his spear like a windmill, fending off the attacks from the Empress Mother. Too many tentacles, he couldn't handle them all alone. The monster had seized the opportunity to send out the remaining tentacles to capture people. The announcement from the helicopter came through the loudspeaker, fall back, hold on, the helicopter is coming to rescue. Yi Chang saw Zhao Ling sitting inside and immediately recognized her. The helicopter started firing at the Empress Mother. Suddenly, Yi Chang wondered why it kept staring at the stationary helicopter. He spoke to the system, how intelligent is the alien Empress Mother? The system replied, it is considered to have a high level of intelligence in the monster world, and is considered smart in the human world as well. Yi Chang asked again, oh, how much time until its second parasitic stage? The system responded, less than 5 minutes. He felt a deep sense of dread. This was bad. He shouted, hurry, fly the helicopter away. The Empress Mother wants to use the helicopter to escape. As expected, the monster leaped forward. At the helicopter, Zhao Ling clung to the frame of the landing gear. The helicopter was shaking violently, causing Zhao Ling to feel disoriented. The danger warning system immediately went off. Yi Chang was extremely frightened. Once the Empress Mother releases the parasitic strain into the air above Madu, the consequences will be unpredictable. The helicopter had lost its balance, and this was the last chance to stop it, it had to succeed. He took a run up, made a strong leap, and charged directly toward the Empress Mother's position. The monster controlled its tentacles to block his way. As he got closer, Yi Chang noticed that one part of the tentacles in the abdomen area did not seem to be attacking. Could it be? He used his spear to cut a few tentacles right in front of him and found its weak spot. Take this, my move. He executed the Azure Dragon emerging from water technique, stabbing straight into its abdomen. Green fluid gushed out. The Empress Mother screamed and thrashed violently, causing the helicopter to flip. The security guard shouted, what's going on? This is bad, we're about to crash. The helicopter suddenly exploded with a deafening roar, shaking the heavens and earth. In the hotel room, a person, wrapped in blankets, spoke with a fearful tone. Hick. Hick. I heard that Zhu Shangxia came to the hotel to kill people, and now I'm at the Junluo Hotel. It's 5:00 a.m., I don't know if I'll see the sun tomorrow. A girl is lying in bed, her eyes filled with tears, live streaming. Bro, before you die, can you give me a few more likes? Hick hick. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, causing the girl to startle. Ah, what was that sound? With a loud crash, the window shattered, and Yi Chang rushed into the room carrying Zhao Ling. He commanded, Jiuchu Shang. The girl rolled to the ground, hiding carefully, then peeked her eyes open. This was the infamous perverted, murderous berserker weapon that had been circulating online. He's holding the female cop, what is he trying to do? Yi Chang placed the girl on the bed, shaking her and calling out, "Hey, are you alright? Wake up." He wiped the sweat off his face and sighed. "Ugh," he murmured softly, "looks like she's completely unconscious." "System, how is she injured?" The system diagnosed, her head was struck hard, causing bleeding. Her ribs are fractured. Even if she is taken to the nearest hospital, only her life can be saved, but she will become a vegetable. Yi Chang said, "She got like this because she saved me. Is there any other way? I don't want to see anyone die in front of me again." The system replied, "There is another way. This time, the mission is to stop a high-ranking alien, so the reward is 3 divine seed fragments." He asked in surprise, "Divine seed fragments? Can they save her?" The system confirmed that it was indeed correct, but the live orb with supernatural powers was extremely rare. In human terms, it was an SSS-level treasure. There would definitely be a chance to save the life of the host in the future. Yi Chang urged, "Stop talking, just give me the reward. I need to save her." The announcement sounded, "Earn 10 million, learn the technique of the Dragon Elephant Immovable Force, weapon upgraded, Jiu Chu Shang upgraded to the Overlord Spear, martial cultivation level increased, second tier expert." He couldn't hide his excitement and burst into loud laughter. "Bought a lower tier one." The girl standing on the other side was even more terrified upon witnessing this scene. He was truly a freak. Yi Chang quickly chose to use the divine power seed. A beam of blue light appeared, looking very mystical, and the little girl widened her eyes. "What is that? Magic? So amazing, I have to go back and tell everyone. I'll take out my phone to record this." The energy from the glowing orb poured into Zhao Ling's body. Seeing her complexion gradually returning to a healthy color, Yi Chang muttered, "It seems to be working. She should be fine now." The divine power seed was indeed powerful. Yi Chang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Captain, I've healed her. Please don't try to kill me anymore." Saying that, he leapt over the shattered glass wall and walked away. He felt something strange. Was it an illusion? It felt as though someone was watching him. Below, at the hotel's courtyard, the fire brigade was working tirelessly, quickly evacuating people. The civilians were terrified, urging each other to run. Yi Chang sat on the rooftop, looking down. Whoosh! Finally, it was over. With such a massive explosion, everyone thought they were dead. Suddenly, the system reminded him, "Host, you used internal energy while severely injured. The wound on your chest will take at least 2 weeks to heal. It is recommended that you find a quiet place to recover as soon as possible." He agreed. Let's go home." Today, Song Yi Chang moved to the Utianhu Villa in Yanjiao City. When the car arrived at the gate, the security staff greeted him, "Welcome home." He looked at the large villa, its exterior incredibly modern, and exclaimed, "I never expected Song Yi Chang would have a day where he gets to live in a new home." He went inside and took a look around. The decorations were exquisite, truly Chang fatty. Yi Chang lay down on the sofa, muttering, "Everything here is perfect, but why does it not feel like home?" He turned on the TV. With a little sound, the emptiness started to fade away. The news was being broadcast. According to the report, this attack is linked to a man known as Zhu Shangxie. The death toll has currently reached 200. Countries around the world have shown great concern and support for this case. On the police side, Yi Chang chuckled and said, "It seems the alien incident has been perfectly sealed off, but the notorious reputation of Zhu Shangxie continues to leave a lasting impression on people." He looked up at the ceiling, feeling exhausted, and instinctively closed his eyes, falling into sleep. It wasn't long before he heard whispers, followed by a knock on the door. Knock knock. Yi Chang sat up, rubbing his eyes, and asked softly, "Who's there?" Come in, come in." The knocking grew louder and more frantic, "Knock knock." Then a loud shout rang out, "Is the mad killer inside? Did this beautiful house cost a life to be built?" A group of people, not knowing how they found his house, were now trying to force their way in, yelling together. Yi Chang struggled to hold the door shut. They questioned him, "Why aren't you answering?" He quickly replied, "I didn't do it, I didn't kill anyone. They were all taken by the alien parasite." Suddenly, the window shattered. A skull rolled into the house. It was someone he had killed. The skull spoke, asking, "Why? I have a name, I have family. Why?" Yi Chang was terrified beyond measure, clutching his head and shouting, "No, I did it all to save you." The television screen suddenly changed, and the Empress Mother stood behind the group of crazed people, laughing gleefully, while the crowd continued accusing him, the culprit is him. Countless people accused him, the murderer, pay with your life, and their hands reached out to claw at him. Yi Chang seemed to be drowning in a sea of hatred. He screamed, "Don't come near me." Suddenly, he woke up, sitting up straight, still on the sofa. Oh, a nightmare. Then his phone rang, and he opened a message from the district at Song Family Manor. Person has said that there would be a meeting next week, but 2 people hadn't confirmed yet, so they needed to reply quickly. Yi Xiao, the great hero of Tinley. Person B chimed in, "I don't know the old song, the important thing is to make sure the beauty shows up." Person C promised to take care of the task. Person D demanded, "How many years has it been since we last met? Everyone get back here now." Yi Chang smiled, "These people are still as noisy as ever, life hasn't felt this chaotic lately. I'll go home for a few days and see." He sent a reply, "Then I'll come back for a trip." "You guys are so clear, he came back because the school beauty is here. I knew for sure that they had an issue before." Yi Chang walked over to the window and looked outside. The high school reunion has been a long time coming. Zhang Yishao, has she come back? He drove home, singing cheerfully as he went. "My home is in this district, I live in this district, born and raised here." The system expressed frustration, "If you don't know the lyrics, could you not sing?" Yi Chang chuckled. "Who says I'm not happy today? Anyway, I'm recovering now, no missions, so it's the perfect time to go home and meet my goddess Yi Xiao." The system sarcastically remarked, On one hand, we have the pure school beauty, and on the other, the fiery, domineering beauty. How do you plan to divide your attention?" He retorted, She doesn't even care about me, and aren't you the system? Why are you so interested in gossiping about others?" Meanwhile, at the Special Investigative Unit, Zhao Ling quickly entered her office. Upon seeing her, a staff member asked, "Captain, you're back already? Is your health okay?" She simply replied, "I'm fine." In her heart, Zhao Ling wondered, what exactly happened back then? "I only remember fainting after the explosion, feeling dazed and seeing someone saving me. When I woke up, there were no wounds on my body. Could it be?" The girl suddenly spoke, "The video you showed me earlier." In the video, Yi Chang was treating Zhao Ling's injuries. It was such a vivid video that it excited countless viewers. Zhu Shangxia hadn't died. As I said, it's miraculous. Zhu Shangxia is not a bad person. We can't let the media's lies make heroes weep. I hope Zhu Shangxia didn't die. The people he killed were those infected by the poisonous virus. The ones chasing him, he still saved them." Zhao Ling understood. It was truly miraculous. No wonder there were no visible wounds on his body. He had saved him, no, he had saved everyone. The police officer asked the captain, "Do you think we should block this video?" The girl replied, "No need, just block all the comments about Zhu Shangxia." The person hesitated, "But the general over there." Zhao Ling ordered, "Immediately carry it out. As for the rest, I'll take care of it." He quickly replied, "Understood," and hurriedly left. When he was alone in the room, Zhao Ling smiled happily. She silently thought, "You're my teammate, aren't you?" At this moment, Yi Chang walked to the central commercial area of Song Family Manor town. He had styled his hair, used gel to spike it up, gargled 3 times, and wore clothes so expensive that it was impossible to tell they were new, even down to his lucky underwear. Yi Cheng thought to himself, after 4 years since graduation, he was finally going to see her again. The system, with its usual scrutinizing nature, made a fuss over attending the reunion, as if he was preparing to confess his feelings to the prom queen. He jumped up in protest. "Ha! Ridiculous, who said I was planning to confess?" Just then, a voice called out from the side, "Song Yi Chang, it's been a while." It was Ning Great Deity, his class monitor. Yi Chang rushed over, happily saying, "Class monitor Ning, it's been years, and you're still as outstanding as ever." Ning Great Deity replied gently, "I'm just a poor teacher in a village. How could I compare to you, brother Song? You've been living in the city these past few years, eating well, I see. You've even bought a fancy car." He smiled wryly, "Stop joking with me. Let's go quickly." Great Deity opened the door, and upon seeing the people sitting inside, he said, "Old Meng, Old Lu are waiting for you." As Yi Cheng sat down, Old Meng patted his shoulder and laughed heartily, "Old Song, I can't believe the 4 of us from 419 are finally gathering again." "Ha ha." Yi Cheng glanced at the table next to him, and before he could react, Old Meng had already pulled his head back and asked, "Who are you looking for? Do you really need to treat friends with such disdain?" He chuckled lightly, then whispered, "Zhang Yishao, isn't she coming?" Ning Great Deity, "Sorry, brother, actually Yishao messaged me, she's not coming. Recently, she seems really busy, and I didn't insist on inviting her." Yi Cheng lowered his head and replied, "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, "Song Yi Cheng, you poor brat, still thinking about our school's beauty?" Sun Xiang Kuei, looking like someone with money, arrogantly asked, "Don't you ever look in the mirror to see if you're worthy?" Yi Cheng jumped up, thinking to himself, "It's Sun Xiang Kuei again." He had never liked his slimy, oily attitude. He stuck to Zhang Yishao like glue. Noticing the tension, Great Deity quickly said, "I think you should stop talking nonsense at today's gathering." Unexpectedly, he grabbed his classmate by the collar and shouted, "You, poor teacher, I haven't settled things with you yet. How long has your elementary school been on my land?" Yi Cheng frowned and said. Sun Xiang Kuei released Ning Great Deity, then turned and grabbed Yi Cheng by the collar, speaking in a mocking tone, "You two. After graduating, isn't Song Yi Chun doing quite well in business? Wanting to meet my Yishao but wearing this cheap market clothes? If you don't have money to buy new clothes, let me donate a little to you, no need to pay it back." He didn't say much to this talkative person and directly punched him hard. Sun Xiang Kuei was sent flying out into the hallway, and the crowd immediately buzzed. "What's going on? What happened? Is Song Yi Chang causing trouble again?" At that moment, a girl walked in, and everyone exclaimed, "Quick, look, it's Zhang Yishao." Looking at the beautiful girl in the light purple dress, with a grace like the morning sun, Yi Cheng felt his heart racing, his face flushing. Sun Xiang Kuei, lying on the floor, raised his neck and said, "Yishao, you're here." Song Yi Chang was very rough, she had to be careful. The girl coldly replied, "I hope you can be a bit more respectful, don't act like we're so close." Yi Chang, nervous, stammered, "Why Yishao?" Old Meng loudly called out, "The beauty has arrived." Great Deity signaled for silence. "Shu, something's happening." Yishao smiled warmly and greeted, "It's been a while, you haven't changed at all." Song Yi Chang replied, "Yishao, you haven't changed a bit either." From this moment on, everything became silent, the noisy teasing voices of the party vanished. In my eyes, only her smile, as it once was, remained. Everyone quickly resumed the party, eating, drinking, and chatting joyfully. As night fell, on the mountain behind Song Family Manor, where the dead were buried, the air suddenly trembled, and an arm emerged from the ground. "Xiao Shan, the time traveler has appeared." She walked into a nearby village and headed toward a house. Xiao Wang was inside, drinking beer and scrolling through his phone. "Get to the part, young master, you're so bad-tempered," he exclaimed. No wonder she's a benevolent ghost, her soul is as beautiful as she is, she deserved it. Ha ha ha. The door suddenly opened, but Xiao Wang kept his eyes glued to the phone. Ha, can't take it anymore? The girl stepped into the house. He asked, are you Xiao Shan? Xiao Shan shyly replied, I'm a lost woman, may I ask if I could stay at young master's house for one night? Xiao Wang tossed the beer can aside, mumbling, can I let you stay? Xiao Shan sat down on the bed and softly said, young master, it's late. Let's rest now. His heart pounded in his chest, and he thought to himself, could it be that I'll get some benefits today? Xiao Wang, with his smooth tongue, replied, little girl, don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. With that, he pushed the girl onto the bed. Xiao Shan cried out, young master. In the girl's heart, she silently thought, as expected, no man is good. As soon as Xiao Wang pinned her down, a shrill scream echoed. The class reunion of Yi Cheng had come to an end. Old Meng helped old Lu, who was heavily drunk, to the car. Though he was unsteady on his feet, he still shouted loudly, the reunion was so fun, no matter what, old song, let's have another round. Yi Cheng exclaimed, I can't believe it's been so many years since we last met, and everyone still had so much fun. Great Deity replied, that's right. He suddenly realized that he felt like a third wheel and said, well then, brother Song, you take Yi Xiao home. I'll head over there and take the bus. He responded, I'll give you a ride too. Great Deity quickly ran off, no need, I'll go ahead. Yi Cheng looked at Yi Xiao and shyly said, well, let's go. The girl blushed and replied, MHM. Great Deity stood by the road, witnessing this scene, and sighed, really makes others envious. Ning Great Deity, where is your true love? Never mind. I'm just a poor teacher, without a house or a car. Well, I'll go home and prepare my lessons for the kids. As he turned around, he bumped into a girl. Great Deity quickly asked, little girl, are you okay? The girl, with a fearful expression, cried out, young master, save Xiao Shan. At that moment, Yi Cheng had just driven to Zhang Yizhao's house. The girl said, I didn't expect you still remember where my house is. He silently thought, back when he was in school, he often came here, hoping to run into her by chance. Her phone number, although he had never called it, he never forgot. Yi Cheng suddenly looked down at the girl's hand. Was she still using the keychain I gave her? Suddenly, both of them spoke at the same time. Well, you speak first, the girl said. Yi Cheng seized the moment and looked her straight in the eye, his voice full of sincerity. Yi Xiao, I like you. Let's be together. The girl blushed and smiled faintly. He reached out to gently touch her cheek, preparing to kiss her when a system notification appeared. Master, there's an update. He slammed his hand on the car door in frustration. The system indignantly responded, rebellion. Forget it. Anyway, it's not urgent. I don't like eating dog food anyway. Great Deity brought Xiao Shan to his room. He awkwardly said, come in, it's a bit simple here, don't mind it. Xiao Shan quickly coaxed, young master, it's already evening, let Xiao Shan stay. But Great Deity replied, you can sleep on the bed tonight, I'll sleep on the floor. Xiao Shan was very surprised, letting out a soft sound, and thought to herself, brought me all the way here, still pretending to be upright. In the middle of the night, Xiao Shan woke up. She thought, what a good opportunity, and sharp claws appeared as she tried to drain his essence. Suddenly, Great Deity turned over, mumbling in his sleep, second sister, you're reading comics during class again. Confiscated. Xiao Shan jumped onto the bed, wondering to herself, what am I afraid of? Why haven't I made a move yet? Suddenly, she saw Great Deity coming closer to her. She thought, this is the true face of a man. Unexpectedly, he pulled the blanket over her and muttered, it's so cold, you won't even cover yourself with a blanket, poor girl. You must have endured a lot of hardship. Xiao Shan was in a turmoil inside, what kind of man is this? After thinking for a while, she didn't know when she had fallen asleep. The next morning, the children came into the room and saw Xiao Shan sleeping on the teacher's bed, and they started gossiping. If a man and a woman sleep together, they will have a baby. Teacher Ning finally has a girlfriend? A boy reminded. That's great, but keep it down. Xiao Shan suddenly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw 3 children staring at her. She was startled and exclaimed, "Ha!" Hearing the scream, Ning Great Deity came into the room and asked, "What's going on?" He shouted, "Why aren't you kids in class? What are you doing here?" He grabbed the children and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I was too late last night to introduce myself. This row of houses is a rural elementary school. I'm the teacher here," Ning Great Deity explained. "We're the only teachers here," the girl added. He instructed her, "You can have some breakfast I left on the table. I'll be back after class." The teacher and students quickly left. Ning Great Deity grumbled, "It seems like these kids don't have enough homework, right?" The students pleaded, "Please, teacher." Xiao Shan wondered, what is a rural elementary school? Moreover, the people here dress in such strange ways. Ning Great Deity looked out into the yard, where Xiao Shan was playing with the children, and it was even more magical. This was Xiao Shan's first time here, but she quickly adapted to her life with the children. She is very kind-hearted, yet often has strange behaviors. For instance, when watching a movie, she is terrified of ghosts, and sometimes she even picks up a few mice, planning to mukbang them. I had to shout that they weren't edible. Xiao Shan is different from other girls who avoid me simply because I am poor. Her smile is so pure, devoid of any worldly impurities. She has never talked about her own matters, but for some reason, through the flowing sound of her flute, it seems as though I understand her entirely. Ning Great Deity silently thought that he would protect this angelic girl forever. One day, he had to go out. When he returned, he bought Xiao Shan a cup of bubble tea. Hee, Xiao Shan has never had bubble tea before, she'll definitely be very happy. But when he arrived at the village, he saw an ambulance parked outside, and the sound of whispers filled the air. He wondered, wait, what's going on over there? Miss Zhang was explaining to the police, I didn't know he was already a week late on the rent and still hadn't paid. I came here to collect the money and found out. Great Deity thought to himself, did something happen at Wang Erhua's house? Shall we guess, it seems like he died on the evening of the 8th. Xiao Jia said, but it's only been a few days, how could the body have decayed like this? It's terrifying. Could it be a ghost? Xiaoyi stopped him, enough, don't talk nonsense. Ning Great Deity thought back, on the evening of the 8th, Xiao Shan seemed to have appeared that night. Looking at Wang Erhua's shriveled arm, Great Deity suddenly dropped his bubble tea. He thought to himself, could it be? Ning Great Deity turned and left. Wang Erhua was killed the night Xiao Shan appeared? If Xiao Shan is really a demon, what should I do? He hurried back to school when suddenly he heard someone call out, isn't that Ning Tu Kai? Long time no see, how have you been? Great Deity thought, Sun Xiang Kuei, why did you invite the village chief here? He raised his voice, we're starting construction tomorrow, just came to say hello. He looked at the nonsense written on the wall and exclaimed, what kind of person are you, Sun Xiang Kuei? This is a school. Sun Xiang Kuei grabbed him by the collar and shouted, out of respect for you as a classmate, I'll warn you one last time, get the hell out of here now, or you'll be buried alive with those little bastards. Ning Great Deity turned to plead with village head Sun, this is the only place where the poor children in the village can go to school. Please, I beg you, show some mercy and let it slide for now. The village head replied, the village tourism project is starting tomorrow, whether you want to move or not. With that, he quickly left, ignoring Ning's calls. Village head Sun Xiang Kuei sneered, scholar, I advise you to stop pretending to be noble. Just now, I saw a beautiful girl hiding in your dog's den. How about bringing her over tonight? I might consider leaving you with a toilet. Ha ha. He turned and walked away. Ning Great Deity clenched his fists. That evening, he told Xiao Shan, don't be afraid, Zhang Yishao is my friend. Stay with him for a few days, and I'll come to take you back in a couple of days. The girl suddenly asked, "Why do you have to take me away? Do you dislike me?" Great deity answered, "It's not about that." Xiao Shan said, "Is it because I deceived you?" He looked at her intently. Could it be, Xiao Shan? The girl lowered her head and replied, "Actually, I'm not a human, but a succubus who specializes in draining men's life force. But it's all because Demoness La Sa forced me to. When I was young, she told me that men are nothing good, and if I don't kill them, they will kill me." Saying this, she hugged her face and cried. He wiped her tears and comforted her, "Don't say anymore, I understand." Xiao Shan pleaded, "Xiao Ning, please don't send me away. I won't do anything bad anymore." He held her hand and said, "I don't blame you. But you must leave here, it's not safe. Trust me, we will meet again." Xiao Shan lowered her head and replied, "All right, I have one request, let Xiao Shan be your wife. Xiao Shan is willing to serve you for life." The great deity smiled and said, I agree with you." Zhang Yishao was sitting inside the house when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. The girl quickly walked over to open it. You're here. Xiao Shan, come in. Where's your cousin? Why are you here alone?" Xiao Shan lowered her head and replied, "Xiao Ning, he took the carriage back. I think he was in a hurry to inform the children about something. Also, Xiao Ning is not my cousin. He is my husband." Yi Xiao laughed, "I've guessed it for a long time." She led Xiao Shan into the bedroom. "Come on, tonight you'll have to sleep with me. Tomorrow, I'll take you into the city for some fun." The girl looked through the window, softly calling out in her heart, "Xiao Ning." The next day, Yi Chang was practicing the spear, but honestly, it looked more like he was practicing with a broom. No wonder the spear technique was created by Hang Wu. After only reaching level 2, the injuries in his body had completely disappeared. With a swift twist, Zhu Shangxia became a hero in the eyes of the netizens. The most important thing was that the goddess he had secretly loved for 8 years had finally agreed to be with him. His mother, who was hanging laundry, saw his dog face mask and said, "Xiao Chang, you're this old and still playing with kids' stuff. No wonder no girl wants to be with you." He quickly grabbed the mask, shouting, "Mom, stop going through my things." He thought to himself, thankfully, his mom wasn't online, or she would have recognized the mask from Zhu Shangxia. He proudly showed his phone, "Besides, I have a lot of people chasing me." In his heart, he was full of self-admiration. Xiao Xiao was one, and the daughter of the mayor, whom he saved that day, definitely counted as well. Song Yichang's mother looked at the picture on the phone and exclaimed, "These two girls are so beautiful. I'd agree to you bringing either one of them home, it'd be best if you could organize it this year." Hearing his mother say that, he was a bit surprised. The photo shows two people. Isn't Yi Xiao the only one in it? The picture showed Yi Xiao and Xiao Shan, along with a note saying it was their first time eating ice cream and turning into cute animals. He exclaimed, "No way, the class president Ning's girlfriend is named Xiao Shan, right?" At that moment, the system spoke up, "Host, back then you were too busy with your relationship, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. Xiao Shan is the time traveler I discovered a few days ago." Song Yichang yelled, "What? She's a time traveler? Then isn't Xiao Xiao in danger?" His mother, who was nearby, heard her son shouting and reached out to touch his head, asking, "What time travel? Is my son sick?" Just then, Xiao Xiao's phone rang. "Ding ding ding," he answered immediately. "Xiao Xiao, I was about to call you. Are you okay?" The girl replied, "I'm fine, but Xiao Ning's cousin has disappeared, and I can't get in touch with Xiao Ning." Song Yichang hurriedly reassured, "Don't worry about this, I'll come find you." With that, he ran off. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit." As Yichang drove, he pondered, Ning Tu Kai was not the type to suddenly lose contact. He hoped nothing had happened to him. At that moment, at the school, Sun Xiang Kuei was making a scene. "What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? Do you know how much the machinery costs per day? If you fall behind, can you afford to make up for it?" The worker quickly responded, we're starting now, we're starting now. Someone standing next to him asked, isn't Ning Tu Kai still in there? He pointed to the children and answered, he must have gone outside. Aren't the kids over there? Seeing the school being disrupted, the children began crying loudly. An older student tried to comfort them, don't cry, Ning teacher said he would find a new school for us. The children continued to sob. The older student guided the younger ones to carry Ning teacher's tools. Let's go over to that big tree and study there. In the teacher's office, Ning Great Deity was packing up his things. That should be enough, the triangular ruler, the hanging pictures. Oh, and the colored chalk. Sun Xiang Kuei, impatient outside, climbed onto the excavator. The worker quickly stopped him. Boss Sun, please wait until we check one more time before we begin. He screamed. What's there to check? It's a waste of time. Get out of the way, let me do it. The worker quickly called out loudly, Boss Sun. He started the excavator, slowly moving towards the row of classrooms, beginning the demolition. With a loud crash, the glass doors shattered, and dust and dirt swirled up in a cloud. The students saw this and screamed. Ning teacher. From a distance, thick smoke could be seen rising from the school, and two people walking by the market noticed it and started talking. Did something happen at the elementary school? The other person replied. It seems that because the project is for tourism, the elementary school has to be demolished. The two continued their conversation. Captain, what about the kids and Ning teacher? The other person responded. In this world, people like us, the poor, can only live by enduring. Unknowingly, Xiao Shan had already been standing atop the tall pole. She suddenly leapt to another spot. At this moment, the two women noticed Xiao Shan. The tall signboard snapped and fell, startling them. Xiao Shan swiftly leaped from rooftop to rooftop. Meanwhile, at the house being demolished by the excavator, the kids gathered around Great Deity, sobbing and calling out to him. Ning teacher, wake up, Ning teacher. He lay unconscious on the ground, the glasses all shattered to pieces. The children cried out in despair, Ning teacher, didn't you say you would teach us? While the kids were wailing uncontrollably, the crowd of adults on the other side gathered together in discussion. Village head Sun spoke worriedly, Boss Sun, this matter seems a bit too big. Old Zhang added, so many people witnessed it, it won't be simple. Xiang Kuei, uneasy, bit his nails and muttered repeatedly, not simple, not simple. He glanced at a worker, and an idea suddenly came to him. He had found a scapegoat. Thinking so, Xiang Kuei kicked the man down to the ground and shouted, it's all because of your mistaken operation, you even crushed a man to death. He lifted his face to the sky, gloating, and declared, as long as you handle the corpse properly now, who knows, we might not hold you accountable. The worker stood there stunned, his face turning pale. He clasped his hands together and begged, Boss, please spare me a way to live. The worker fell to his knees, banging his head against the ground, and cried, all my life I've been an honest man, I've never done something so against conscience. Xiang Kuei turned to Old Zhang and said, Old Zhang, you're a worker, you should teach him. Old Zhang glanced at the crying children and replied with a smile, all right. A boy wearing a red scarf immediately asked, what are you going to do? The teacher Ning was suddenly touched gently on the shoulder by a hand. At that moment, Xiao Shan had appeared out of nowhere and ordered, move Xiao Fan and the others away a bit, don't come back here. Elsewhere, a foot stepped down from a car. Yi Xiao hurriedly ran, worried, Xiao Ning, Xiao Shan, nothing must happen. As soon as she reached the gate, a worker stopped her, entry is prohibited in the construction area. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao pushed him aside and said, sorry, I'm in a hurry. The construction tape blocking the area was torn apart. Suddenly, a thick black smoke rose, causing everyone outside to look up in panic. What is this? Yi Xiao could immediately guess it was Xiao Shan. Inside, Xiao Shan was seen floating in the center of a tornado, with the evil workers around her being swept into the whirlpool she had created. The worker who had been blamed earlier was sitting on the ground, stunned. Xiang Kuei, being spun around, cried out in desperation, help! Fairy, spare me! Debris flew everywhere, and his voice grew louder. I'll give you money, let me go. Suddenly, a stone hit Yi Zhao's head. Xiang Kuei continued begging for mercy. I'll give you money. I have a lot of money. Xiao Shan said nothing, merely releasing powerful magical rays. Immediately, the three of them collided with each other, screaming loudly. Their faces slammed into each other, causing them to cry out in fear. It hurts so much, please don't. Xiao Shan remained focused on the spell, thinking to herself, Xiao Ning. She silently reminded herself, Xiao Ning, wait for me, it's almost done. A large fist tightly grasped Xiao Shan's magical power. A scene bathed in red, surrounded by darkness, with torrents of dark energy exploding around. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Xiao Shan saw Yi Xiao lying unconscious on the ground. A few drops of red liquid fell, probably from the blow to her head earlier that had knocked her out. At that moment, Yi Cheng had also arrived. He rushed over to Yi Xiao, shouting, Xiao Xiao. Yi Cheng quickly picked her up, feeling relieved as he thought, luckily, she's just fainted. He placed her in a corner by the wall and said, I'm sorry, I'll be back in a moment. Then, Yi Cheng swiftly ran off to another place. He held the staff in his hand, witnessing Xiao Shan's brutal actions with astonishment. The notification board appeared. Xiao Shan, a time traveler from the world of Liao Zhai. B-level mission. The system anxiously urged him, Host, why are you still standing there? Xiao Shan, the one who killed someone, had become possessed by a fiery rage, and it seemed like she wanted to slaughter indiscriminately. Yi Cheng, wearing a mask, looked at the dog, which seemed very odd, and said, She's the one Xiao Ning likes. How did things end up like this? The system immediately reminded him, no matter what happened before, now she's a dangerous time traveler. He squinted and thought, that's true. Yi Cheng then leapt into the air and muttered to himself, Stopping time travelers is my mission. He ran swiftly behind Xiao Shan, thinking, I must stop her before more people get hurt. Yi Cheng dove down from above, intending to strike her with the staff. Xiao Shan had no idea Yi Cheng was even there. From behind, a stream of water ran down her cheek, which confused him. It was Yi Cheng, who paused and realized it was her tears. The staff was almost pressed against her body when he suddenly changed his mind. No, this won't do. As a result, Yi Cheng tightened his grip on the staff and stopped. But it was too late. The staff had already struck, ripping through one side of Xiao Shan's waist. Red blood poured from the wound, and she immediately stopped casting her spell, collapsing onto the ground. The system, witnessing this, shouted angrily, Yi Cheng, what are you doing? You clearly could have dealt a fatal blow just now. He immediately retorted, but we have no choice, because I am not a killing machine, I am a person with humanity. Yi Cheng stepped in front of Xiao Shan and asked, Xiao Shan, tell me, what happened? She glanced up at him and said, It was you, I saw you in Xiao Ning's photo. Xiao Shan smiled gently and said to Yi Cheng, You say you are a good person, but in Xiao Ning's eyes, everyone is a good person. Then she burst into tears and lamented, never expecting that this world still had so many evil demons. Xiao Ning. Yi Cheng furrowed his brows and pressed, What happened to Xiao Ning? Where is he? By this time, it had started raining, and everyone was gathered around Great Deity. The system hesitantly spoke up, Sorry, host, the divine ability can only be used on living beings, in this case, I am unable to help. Xiao Shan laid Great Deity across her lap and cried bitterly, Xiao Ning, didn't we promise that you would take me as your wife? That I would care for you for the rest of my life? She touched his face and continued, Xiao Ning, do you know? The time I spent with you was the most beautiful period in my 500 years of life. Unable to hold back tears and filled with regret, I'm sorry, class leader, I came late. He turned his head and said, Is there anything else I can do for the two of you? Xiao Shan raised her hand with sharp claws and slowly responded, It's you who must raise your face to the sky and say your final wish. Bury us together. Yi Cheng startled and turned to shout, Xiao Shan. The kids also yelled her name, Xiao Shan's sister. But Xiao Shan used her claws to cut a line across her neck and immediately collapsed beside the one she loved most. Yi Cheng made a silent vow to himself, I agree with you. A new day had arrived, and two people were on their way somewhere. They had come to the Ning Great Deity Primary School Hope Project. It turned out that Yi Chang and Yi Xiao were standing in front of a small tombstone beneath a tree, which appeared to be the grave of Xiao Shan and Great Deity. They placed a bouquet of chrysanthemums in front of the tomb. Yi Xiao, sadly, said, "Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan, they're finally together." Yi Chang quietly hummed in response, but in his heart, he was troubled. He would face many dangers in the future if Xiao Xiao stayed by his side. His thoughts were full of worry, wondering if he would be dragged into even more peril. The two of them's hands almost touched, and then they held hands, turning to walk away. Yi Xiao turned to change the subject. "Right, come to my house for dinner today, Mom keeps asking about you." But Yi Chang declined. "No, I still have to go back to Yanzhou, there are some urgent matters." He silently thought to himself that he had to become stronger in order to protect her. The system watched the two of them leave, full of frustration. Humans love to lie, love to romanticize things, their minds are so foolish, so easily doomed. As expected, the system is still superior. It recalled Yi Chang's words during the previous battle. "Because I'm not a killing machine, I'm a human with humanity." The system was naturally confused, but why did it feel that he sounded so handsome when he said that? "After burying Xiao Shan and Xiao Ning, I left the family estate. In order to protect Yi Xiao, to ensure she wouldn't be harmed, I had to become stronger. Later, after some time, I threw myself into completing the blocking tasks." In Dongjing, Yi Chang used the dual blade technique to deal with his enemies. In New York, he used a basic fist technique to take down the giant monkey. At Baishan School, Yi Chang transformed into a master, nagging incessantly. "I've said it so many times, don't throw the chainsaw around like that. The chainsaw is a dangerous object that will pose a threat to the environment. What if it hits the heads of the little bears? Even if it doesn't hit the little bears' heads, damaging the flowers and grass is still not good." The worker's name was heartbreaking to hear, begging because of a terrible headache, "Please stop reading, I'm going to die now." On the table lay Yi Chang's spoils of victory, with many rewards, and his movement skills had greatly improved. The system character board displayed, acquired Chief Annihilator, earned 3,000 gold coins. Song Yi Chang, martial arts level upgraded to top-tier expert. Zhu Shang's reputation grew even louder, with a fan club of girls on Taobao selling items related to Zhu Shang's Xia, earning quite a bit of money. This joy made me feel immensely satisfied, even a bit smug. But behind the glory, I clearly felt the loneliness of being invincible. There was no way around it, I am who I am. At this moment, the scene shifted to the capital of Nation H. Gloves of Infinity were raised high in the blazing sunlight. A purple-skinned man sat high above, looking down below in frustration and muttered, "Everywhere are humans, truly a dull world." Little did he know that Yi Chang was lurking behind the wall, ready to ambush him. He asked the system, "Is everything ready?" He replied, "At your command." Immediately after, Yi Chang stepped out casually and said, "They may be dull, but what is the meaning of your existence?" The man in purple turned around, surprised, and asked, "I didn't expect anyone here would recognize me. Tell me, which alliance do you belong to?" Then Niejia continued, "Never mind, it's not necessary." He looked confidently at his gloves of infinity and declared, "A new world is about to begin." I clinked my cup. Niejia pointed forward and said, "Everything will be shattered to pieces." Thinking it was a joke, no one expected that this man was serious. He snapped his fingers immediately after speaking. Below, Yi Chang's fans were happily taking pictures. A dog stretched after waking up from a nap. After Miyajia's snap, the world remained unchanged, and he looked bewildered, unwilling to accept it. He snapped his fingers several more times and muttered angrily, "What's going on? The stone I've been gathering for years suddenly has no effect?" Soon after, the glove shattered into pieces. It turned out that it was just a cosplay item bought from Taobao. At that moment, Yi Chang raised his hand, which was glowing with fire, and said, "Energy gemstone. Is this what you're talking about?" A pair of branded gloves of infinity were in his hands. He looked at them and said, I heard that with just one snap, your wish will be granted. Much better than my damn system. Jia, feeling cheated, furrowed his brow in anger and immediately leaped towards Yi Chang. You snap your fingers and say, I'll send Jia back to your planet. Instantly, Jia, who had raised his fist, began to dissolve, with almost half of his body vanishing. As he neared death, memories flooded his mind. An hour earlier, a beautiful girl had approached Jia. You're so handsome. Would you like to take a picture with me? He was stunned. How could this be? While they were posing in a heart shape, the girl with plump lips, named Nu Zhuangsong XX, complimented Jia. Truly, such muscular build, you're impressive. He remembered and realized that girl belonged to him. Before completely vanishing, all he could do was scream out in rage. The system then appeared, questioning, how did you manage to swap the gloves of that disgusting bastard? Yi Chang laughed and replied, Jia is a man too, and all men have weaknesses. He turned his back and walked away, casually tossing away the fake eyelashes. They fluttered softly down to the street. Then it fell right onto the dog's eye on the poster, perfectly aligned. At that moment, Yi Chang had returned home and exclaimed, finally, I can relax. He sprawled out on the sofa and said, little system, didn't you say the special reward would be revealed later? Can you tell me now? It immediately responded, come with me into the mind sea. Soon after, the system led Yi Chang into a virtual space. He asked, does it really need to be this mysterious? It replied, the system's time travel block is more powerful than you think. The system then pointed to a board and explained, each time a mission to block time travel is completed, the system absorbs the time travel energy, 1/3 of which will be the host's reward, 1/3 is reserved, and 1/3 is used to upgrade the system. Yi Chang immediately took out a pen and notebook to take careful notes. Oh, so that's how it is. After this brief daze, he threw the notebook aside and shouted, why did I take notes? Just get to the point. The system then said, to put it simply, after the system upgrades, a new function will be introduced. Yi Chang, confused, asked, a new function after the upgrade? At that moment, a claw machine appeared in front of him. The system said, this is it. Yi Chang pressed his hand against the glass, showing his excitement. It doesn't seem too bad, let's give it a try. Then he turned and asked, is there a cost? The system replied, just scan your fingerprint. Each time costs 100,000 nation H dollars. Is that cheap? Yi Chang immediately shook his head disdainfully, too cheap, playing this doesn't suit my noble status. It still doesn't have any new functions. The system then shouted, this is it. Looking up, Yi Chang instinctively raised his head. A tall tower had appeared right next to him. He shouted, damn, what is this? Yi Chang read the sign in front of the tower, Infinite Hero Tower, seems quite impressive. The two of them walked into the tower, and along the way, the system continued to guide them. The system's expanded space, the first floor is for displaying weapons, equipment, and items from the Speedlords. The second floor leads to a mechanical corridor, with golden light flashing in the distance. The system then notified, prepare to conquer time travelers. Yi Chang immediately asked, conquer time travelers? Am I going to recruit them as my subordinates? The system responded, exactly, some time travelers are kind-hearted and could even become your strong assistants. By recruiting them to live in this tower, they will not be affected by the energy of the outside world, and they can exist long-term. Yi Chang realized something and immediately exclaimed, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought Jia back to my hometown. Now it's too late to regret. Actually, he's quite powerful. It would have been great if he had been recruited into this tower. The system quickly rejected, not every time traveler can be recruited. It then softened its tone and said, Hayes, forget it. We'll analyze it in detail later. After all, when Yi Chang suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared, the system panicked, where is he? It turned out he was intently playing the claw machine and muttering to himself, Heavenly Demon Battle Union, Heavenly Demon Battle Union. The red ball with golden patterns he was trying to grab had the heavenly demon battle union, plus 10 defense, immunity to water and fire, and the ability to ward off negative energy. Just as he was about to get the ball into the hole, it was suddenly ejected. Yi Chang didn't give up and kept trying again. This time, he was sure it would work. Next to him was a pile of items he had successfully grabbed. Yi Chang's hands tightly held the lever, skillfully moving it. In the midst of his focus, suddenly, in the real world, Yi Chang's phone rang. Just in time, he managed to grab the red ball. He raised both hands and cheered joyfully, feeling that his efforts had been worth it. Only then did he notice the phone vibrating continuously. Yi Chang picked up the phone and immediately said, "Hello, Chang Ban Z, what's going on?" Chang Fatty on the other end of the line informed him, "Boss, I'm investing in a movie that's about to start shooting. Do you want to come visit? Let's go together." Yi Chang teased, "Are you mocking him? Since when did you join the Beast Show? Aren't you afraid of drowning?" Chang Fatty, on the other end, casually picked his nose and replied, "Anyway, I heard that Xiaomi Xiaori is here today, and even the male lead, who is more handsome than the legendary fairy, is here. If you don't go, I'll go by myself." Yi Chang sighed, his face darkening, and groaned, "Chang Fatty, this is." Then, his face lit up and he responded, "Of course, I have to go." A film clapperboard snapped down, announcing the start of the scene. The smile of the beautiful woman was worth 1,000 gold. Scene 1, the beautiful woman steps out of the bathtub, marking the beginning of the shoot. In the studio, a girl with long hair stood with her back to the camera. She gently removed the strap of her dress from her shoulder. An orange-haired staff member hurriedly walked in and called out to her, "Shasha sister, what are you doing here? Didn't we start shooting already?" Shasha looked surprised and asked, "What? I'm coming right now." "Who is the director filming?" The orange-haired staff member then led her backstage to the filming area. At this moment, all the cameras were focused on a girl with purple hair, submerged deep in a wooden bathtub. She turned around, and it turned out to be a young man. He gently spoke, "Where is this place?" The girl with orange hair clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Shasha was also stunned by the beauty and blurted out, "Who is she?" The cameraman casually turned to ask the director, "Is this a mistake?" The director waved his hand dismissively and instructed, "Keep filming, don't stop. The lighting is perfect." The blinding light shone directly into the young man's face, making him cover his eyes with his hand. Suddenly, he stood up from the water, his long hair dripping wet. He rose, revealing a strong, muscular body, in stark contrast to his long, glossy purple hair and incredibly handsome face. The entire set gasped and screamed, "Oh my God, this is unrealistic." He looked at everyone coldly and said, "Who are you people? Are you assassins from the western region? Attempting to assassinate King Lan Ling while he's bathing? How despicable." Both the entire set and the director were bewildered. Assassins? Was that in the script? The director suddenly burst into loud laughter and clapped his hands, clearly very satisfied. He stood up, pointed directly at the man with purple hair, and exclaimed, "Great! The lead role in the next film is yours." The man was confused and asked, "What is the lead role?" A photo of Lan Ling, rising from the bathtub, quickly spread across the internet, accompanied by a flurry of praise. Soon after, the new beauty appeared, and her photos were leaked online, causing a frenzy of discussion and shares. Right after that, he began to attend major events. The superstar, Lan Ling, emerged and captured the hearts of countless young men and women. Her unique aura enchanted director Zhang Xiaogang, who personally invited her to play the lead in a huge period drama with a massive investment. Outside the Hang Mountain set, a crowd of female fans screamed and cheered excitedly as they saw Lan Ling step out. "Lan Ling, I love you." Wherever she went, the shouting followed. "Lan Ling is here." Lan Ling looked bored and sighed. "Again, you people?" He appeared disheartened as he watched the young crowd in chaos and said, "Aren't you at home teaching the children, serving your husband, working on the farm, living in a haze every day? So depressing. The fans kept shouting non-stop. The manager behind her reminded, the main investor is coming to visit today. You need to go greet them. He turned his back, waved his hand, and spoke to the fans, thinking about Lordland's virtues, which would be discussed later. They kept shouting, don't go, I'll take care of you. At this moment, Lan Ling raised his voice in reproach, it's been a month, and you still haven't helped me find a way to go back home. The manager, indifferent as ever, said, what's the rush? Didn't I already tell you? In our world, fame makes things easier. The manager then put his arm around Lan Ling's shoulder and begged, go meet with the investor, quickly. He sighed, thinking to himself, I don't want to stay in this boring place for another day. In the midst of the enthusiastic crowd, there was a girl wearing a hat that covered her eyes, smirking. We'll meet again later. At that moment, a luxury car arrived in front of the film set, and the security guard opened the car door and respectfully said, Mr. Chang, please step out. The person who stepped out was none other than Chang Fatty, with Yi Chang standing beside him. His presence was quite remarkable, a bit more dignified than usual. He turned to ask Chang Fatty, kid, be honest, did you invest in this film just to see the celebrities? He answered, I carefully selected this project. From the lead to the supporting roles, all the actors are a list. The total investment in this project is 200 million, but I'm just a small investor in it. Yi Chang looked up at the tower and asked, so, this castle was built just for filming? A voice echoed from inside, Mr. Chang has arrived. A flamboyantly dressed guy with pink hair stepped out and waved in greeting. Welcome, he's the creator of Deji, he said. Deji quickly approached Chang Fatty and said, Xiaomi Xiaori is about to meet Mr. Chang. Immediately, two girls waved at Chang Fatty. Hello, Mr. Chang. He blushed, confused by the beauty of the two women, but still asked, oh, thank you for your hard work. Is the filming going smoothly? By the way, let me introduce you, this is my friend. Chang Fatty pointed to Yi Chang's spot, only to realize he had vanished without a trace, puzzled. Son Yi Chang, huh? Where'd he go? The purple-haired girl asked. Right, Mr. Chang, would you and your friend like to have cameo roles? Deji replied. That works, I'll arrange it. Unaware that Yi Chang was hiding behind some construction, he anxiously asked the system, little system, are you sure? How is it possible for someone to cross over here? The system responded, of course, I'm not mistaken. He is at the 2 o'clock position. Yi Chang was stunned. His gaze remained fixed on the railing in front of him. At this moment, Lan Ling was gently stroking the horse, feeling guilty. Originally, you should have been at Gang Chang, but now you have to be here filming. You must be as unwilling as I am. Yi Chang looked at Lan Ling with an innocent expression and said. He didn't seem like a bad person, he appeared non-threatening. The system had just informed him, so this mission was not about elimination, but rather, he had become even more excited to capture her. Ha, my infinite hero tower finally has its first hero. At this moment, Chang Fatty was taking pictures with the two sisters, Xiaomi and Xiaori. The girl happily said, come on, smile. Chang Fatty unintentionally smiled along but was puzzled inside. Hey, where did the boss go? He looked over and saw Yi Chang approaching Lan Ling, then wondered, no way? With so many stunning beauties, why would she be interested in a man like him? Yi Chang reached Lan Ling, waved his hand in greeting, and started a conversation. Hello, may I have a word with you? Lan Ling's manager immediately reminded him that this person seemed to be a friend of Mr. Chang and should not be offended. He then removed the mask from Lan Ling's face and said, you're wearing a mask like this, it's not polite. Yi Chang's gaze instantly became stunned. He looked at Lan Ling's face in complete amazement. Ah, this is the caliber of the 4 great handsome men, in an era without plastic surgery or Photoshop. Truly stunning. Lan Ling coldly said, what do you want? Yi Chang gaped, still unable to regain his composure. The manager quickly said, I'll leave now. You two talk slowly. He coughed a few times and then said, "You are Lan Ling King." Yi Chang recalled and thought, "I've heard of the legend of Lan Ling King." Although Lan Ling King was the national hero of a kingdom, he despised his own appearance. Even on the battlefield, he always wore a mask to prevent his captivating face from disrupting the battle. Yi Chang, thinking of this, felt a rush of excitement. Oh my god, exactly like Zhu Shangxia. Then he pointed at himself, smugly saying, "Brother Lan, I came here today to say that from now on, follow Zhu Shangxia." Inside Lan Ling King's chest, Yi Chang was like a chubby father issuing commands. "Follow me, and I guarantee you'll be a movie king in the future." He thought to himself, "Luckily, I understand that the people of this world like to speak in ambiguous terms." Yi Chang persuaded Lan Ling with the privileges that were to come. "In the future, you'll live in the Infinite Hero Tower. You'll have free access to my weapons. Moreover, you're a person of great renown, so don't waste your smiles here. The two of us will work together and give you the opportunity to show off your martial arts and fight in style." Those words immediately echoed in Lan Ling King's mind. "I have a bed that's 200 meters wide, enough to accommodate you. Choose your own footwear, but if you want to play around with me." The system also detected Lan Ling's fury, while Yi Chang, still clueless, grew increasingly frustrated. "How embarrassing, so humiliating. Next time, I suggest just directly hitting me instead." Yi Chang calmly said, "Not bad, bro." Lan Ling's face turned red with anger as he retorted, "Keep talking nonsense and I'll deal with you." He suddenly became completely enraged, a few words flashing through his mind: "Eradicate the weeds at the root." The information panel displayed, Lan Ling King, the time-traveling monarch of unassigned missions, immediately grabbed Lan Ling's shoulder and cheerfully said, "How about it? Come with me, I'll show you my Infinite Hero Tower." However, Lan Ling's thoughts were now distorted, and he snapped back, "Stop talking nonsense, I'll make you regret it." He was seething with rage, his hair flying wildly from the intensity of his fury. "Eradicate the weeds at the root." Lan Ling suddenly grabbed Yi Chang's wrist. With a powerful shout, he effortlessly tossed Yi Chang high into the air. For a moment, Yi Chang was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. He flipped mid-air several times before breaking free from Lan Ling's grip. As Yi Chang landed a distance away, he immediately took a stance and provocatively said, "Brother Lan, so you want to test your strength?" Lan Ling was also surprised by his determined attitude. "You are also someone who practices martial arts." Lan Ling avoided his gaze and scolded, "A real man should show filial piety to his country, but all you're thinking about is lewd and depraved things." He immediately turned around and walked away, saying, "That's absurd. You even raised your middle finger to provoke Yi Chang." Upon hearing those words, Yi Chang was instantly confused. "Huh? What? Lewd and depraved?" The system sighed in exasperation. At this moment, the scene shifted to the filming set, where the staff was shouting, "Actors, get ready for makeup." He announced that the next scene was about to be shot. The production team was busily organizing the set. Yi Chang, who was being pulled by a girl with pink hair, questioned, "Why do I need to have makeup?" She replied, "Don't be shy. The boss has already arranged it for you. Opportunities to be a guest star don't come often." A staff member handed him a script and instructed, "Later, you'll play the role of a general guarding by Lang City. You'll stand right here. Just smile slightly, cold yet polite. Very simple." The girl with pink hair, amused, pinched Yi Chang's cheek and thought to herself, "His skin isn't bad at all." Chang Fatty, who was walking alongside, gave him a thumbs up and whispered, "Bro, don't lose to the best actor, alright? I really think highly of you." Yi Chang immediately panicked and angrily shouted, "Damn Ban Zi, who told me I wanted to act in a film?" The staff quickly closed the film slate and shouted, "Action!" The actor playing the guard immediately blew the horn. Yi Chang, now dressed in a general's uniform, folded his arms and looked on with satisfaction. "Great, I've transformed into the character." He squinted his eyes, appearing proud, imagining himself as a confident enemy general, steadfastly guarding the fortress, his mission more important than his own life. At that moment, a cavalry troop arrived beneath the tower, and the leader was none other than Lan Ling. Yi Cheng thought to himself, after all, the other person is the male lead. He pictured Lan Ling stepping over a defeated opponent like himself and thought, hurry up and obediently bring the head over here. Showcasing the male lead's heroic and battle-hardened nature is the true mission of an extra. Yi Cheng casually scratched his nose and muttered, why is it so miserable? At this point, a voice came from outside, Mr. Chang, look at the magnificent scene on the city wall. Below the tower, Deji and Chang Fatty were sitting under an umbrella. Deji spoke up, actually, it's only half built. Aren't I saving money? Give me some credit. Chang Fatty reluctantly replied, not bad. But he looked up at the tower, feeling anxious. Put on your costumes, don't let anyone recognize you. Does the boss think I'm playing dirty? At this moment, Lan Ling's team was also getting ready for the shoot. The staff in front shouted instructions, listen for my cue later. Everyone mounted their horses and charged forward, following Lan Ling. From behind Lan Ling, a voice sounded, really close. It turned out that a girl, with a beauty mark beneath her mouth, was also part of the cast. She was secretly taking pictures of him while daydreaming. She had the feeling of sleeping beside him on the same bed. While she was absorbed in her admiration, a staff member suddenly walked over and shouted loudly, hey, focus a bit. We're about to start filming. The staff then asked her, you two, do you know how to ride a horse? Don't cause me any trouble later. The girl angrily replied, humph, damn extras. They pay so little but demand so much. The extra coordinator is in charge of hiring background actors. She thought to herself, how hard can riding a horse be? Isn't it just holding the reins? I've seen it on TV hundreds of times. Once all the actors were ready, the staff shouted for preparation. After the command to charge was given, the whole cavalry immediately galloped forward. Inside Yi Chang, they were also filming. He gave the command, hold the gates, archers ready. The soldier answered, yes. Suddenly, he turned his head back, puzzled, huh? Yi Chang looked down below the tower, widened his eyes, and shouted. That was the shocked expression of Yi Chang, all captured on camera. The director, frustrated, turned to scold the crew, who picked this extra? They're acting too much. Just then, another staff member rushed in, shouting, Director, it's bad, it seems like there's an issue with the horse. The director and everyone immediately panicked, what? The girl with the mole was losing control of the horse. She was thrown off the saddle and immediately slammed into the ground. Lan Ling noticed the figure behind her falling. Suddenly, he lifted his foot off the stirrup. Lan Ling flew off the saddle, launching forward. He landed right next to the fallen girl. Lan Ling gently lifted her head, her delicate face scratched in several places. She squinted, still disoriented, and let out a small "oh." In front of her was an extraordinarily handsome man, asking with concern, are you okay? A surreal scene immediately flashed in her mind, we'll be together forever. She drooled and mumbled a few crazy words. Lan Ling looked at her and assessed that it seemed fine. He coldly threw the woman onto another person's horse. Suddenly, Lan Ling turned his face to the side in confusion and said, in front of you, there is a horse tangled in a chain hooked onto a wooden beam on the city wall. The horse angrily tried to pull the chain loose, causing the wall to crack. Lan Ling sensed that something was wrong, and immediately rushed towards his horse's saddle, shouting, this isn't good, everyone, move quickly to the sides. The soldiers standing at the city gate, now cracked, anxiously asked one another, what's happening? What's that sound? The guards on the roof immediately screamed, this is bad, something's wrong, the wall is about to collapse. By now, Lan Ling had almost reached the horse. He swung his sword and quickly severed the reins. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, crying for help. His curiosity piqued, Lan Ling turned his horse and rode toward the sound. At this moment, the city wall was severely tilted, nearly collapsing. The director, seeing the result of his work, covered his face in despair. It's over, it's all over, he shouted. 200 million yuan won't be enough to compensate. Chang Fatty, looking worried, tried to rush forward but was held back. Don't stop me, he said. My brothers are up there. He cried his heart out and said, he just got a girlfriend. His life is just beginning. Suddenly, the bald man next to him exclaimed, wait, that's Chang Fatty. His mouth hung open in surprise. In front of the crowd, a figure soared high above the city wall, leaving everyone stunned. Superhero Chang Fatty's eyes shone with admiration. No, he is the hero of our nation H. Yi Chang flew up high, using the Zhu Shangxia technique. Lan Ling couldn't help her curiosity, looking up at the purple cloak fluttering in the wind, accompanied by the voice, the heavenly demon battle union is truly worth having. Yi Chang used a rope to secure all the soldiers flying away and said, now that I can fly, I am the true Zhu Shangxia. Yi Chang quickly landed the actor soldiers in a safe place, and they cheered in joy, we've been saved. He placed his finger on the wall, and Yi Chang looked down, telling Lan Ling, Brother Lan, I'm holding the city wall, you quickly evacuate the crowd. Lan Ling immediately dismounted and replied, of course. The system then appeared and mocked Yi Chang, stop pretending to be cool, you can only block for a few seconds. Don't I know that? He looked down at the scene where Lan Ling was commanding everyone to disperse and thought to himself. When the wall collapses, hundreds of people might be injured or killed. If only I could make the wall disappear. Yi Chang suddenly remembered a new technique he had just learned. That's right, use Chief Tan Tan of the clouds and smoke. He immediately assumed the stance and swung his arms, shouting, come on. Yi Chang then delivered a powerful punch directly at the tower. Cracks appeared on the wall, with smoke rising thickly from them. Yi Xiao placed his hands on his hips, looked up at the sky, and said with satisfaction, it worked. Zhu Shangxia really can do anything. The system suddenly reminded him, hey, wake up. Yi Chang froze for a moment. He was standing in front of a hole in the wall. Turns out, he had only created a small crack. Yi Chang slapped the wall in frustration and shouted, little system, give me the seed of the divine power. The system responded, understood. Immediately, the system released a surge of power into Yi Chang's forehead, infusing him with divine strength. After that, he shot up into the sky. Yi Chang raised his hands, filled with immense energy, and slammed them down into the air, unleashing an array of forceful blows as he shouted, Chief Tan Tan of the clouds and smoke. Everyone bent down and laughed, using their hands to shield their heads from falling rocks. Lan Ling appeared like a deity, effortlessly cutting through the large stones. He immediately reminded them, why aren't you all leaving quickly? Up above, Yi Chang was tirelessly unleashing countless strikes. He whispered to himself with unwavering determination, it must succeed. Yi Chang then put more force into his blow against the tower. Immediately, the tower cracked in half, and he shouted, vanishing into dust. Shortly after, the tower was reduced to a pile of rubble, with thick smoke and dust filling the air. Everyone standing at a distance, seeing the chaos, cheered with joy, the city wall is gone. Who would have thought that Zhu Shangxia could destroy it with a single strike? We're saved. The director, hands clasped in a prayer, lamented, miracle, savior of the world, please bless my next film to be a huge success. Everyone looked up to the sky in awe and admiration. It turned out that this was the one who set fire to young girls' hearts, the idol, the beacon lighting up their lives. Yi Chang's feet hovered in mid-air. He slowly descended to the ground, his cloak fluttering, making him look like a true saint. Everyone chanted in unison, Zhu Shangxia, Zhu Shangxia, Zhu Shangxia, Zhu Shangxia, Zhu Shangxia, Zhu Shangxia. The system then asked, are you enjoying yourself? Yi Chang blushed and, with a smug smile, replied, if I said I wasn't enjoying it, would that sound a bit fake? The system gave him a hard knock on the head and scolded, what about the mission to capture Lan Ling King? I didn't send you here just to show off. Yi Chang rubbed his head in annoyance and retorted, hey, little system, would it kill you to not ruin my mood? At that moment, from below the crowd, a girl suddenly shouted, everyone look, it's Lan Locing. Through the misty haze, a figure slowly emerged, flickering and drawing closer. It was indeed Lan Ling, and he was carrying two other people with him. These two look extremely flustered. I'm still alive, was that just now some kind of celestial descent? As Lan Ling walked up to Yi Chang, everyone couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Zhu Shangxia shines so brightly, but I almost forgot Lan Ling also made quite the contribution. The two Xiao sisters couldn't help but praise. Two major heartthrobs standing side by side, so exciting. Suddenly, in the middle of the excitement, Chang Fatty's face darkened as he seemed to remember something. Wait, hold on, I think I forgot something important. Boss. He recalled that earlier, when observing Yi Chang, the latter had been on the city wall. The wall collapsed, and Zhu Shangxia had flown down from it, but after that, Elder Patriarch Song was nowhere to be seen. Chang Fatty covered his face and screamed in fear, "No way, Lan Ling." Yi Chang's question, "Is it you? Did you talk to me this afternoon?" He replied, truly worthy of being Lan Ling king. Lan Ling fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I've made my decision. Before I find my homeland, I will join your team and fight for justice alongside you." Yi Chang was so moved he almost shed tears, saying, "Brother Lan." He excitedly patted Lan Ling on the shoulder and chattered, "I knew it, we think alike. You're not only handsome but also capable. We're both unique individuals. Therefore, with great power comes great responsibility." The two clasped hands, marking the beginning of a long-lasting partnership. They raised their hands high to the sky, and Yi Chang exclaimed, "We must do our best to make the world a better place." The crowd around them immediately cheered, shouting enthusiastically, "So handsome, hooray, hooray!" Scene shifts to Xiang Shilong Shan. Inside a forest, a man was digging the earth, creating a hole. Suddenly, his shovel struck something. He quickly shoved the shovel again, staring intently at the strange redwood, and joyfully said, "Finally, I've found you." The cracks on the redwood suddenly gleamed, startling him. He reached out to touch the wood, feeling confused. "Why has my 1,000-year ox turned out like this?" Suddenly, a rough arm sprouted from the wood and squeezed his neck. It rose up, shoving him hard against the tree trunk. The man struggled to grasp the arm, weakly groaning. "Please, no, don't." The corpse creature opened its mouth and bit into his neck. The man screamed in agony. After a moment, the corpse pulled away, leaving the man shriveled from blood loss. Soon after, the police arrived and cordoned off the area where the man had been found. Reporters began presenting the details. According to the information, the victim's last name is Wang, a merchant dealing in rotten wood. The cause of death may be an attack by a giant wild animal. On the Xiangxi 24-hour news board, a very eerie murder had occurred in Longshan village. A female reporter stood before the camera, recounting the details. Here is the full scene report provided by Xiangxi's Tsuwei Temple. Unbeknownst to the staff moving the victim's body, a dark figure leapt up. The blood-drained corpse of the man suddenly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the neck of the female reporter. The medical staff suddenly screamed, "The corpse is getting up." Qing Qing was watching TV when she saw this scene, immediately covering her face and shouting, "This is too terrifying." Hong Yi, who was smoking a cigarette, then explained, "This is the corpse." Qing Chang, stunned, stammered, "Corpse?" Then she turned to ask again, "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" She felt a strange sense of irony and tragedy. She had just come back home to rest and recover, never expecting to encounter such bizarre events. Hong Yi, amused, said, "Qing Qing, finally, it's your turn." Outside the house, they could still hear him laughing loudly. On the sensing system side, something unusual immediately reported, abnormal violent energy. Could it be the Corpse King? After the powerful handshake between Yi Chang and Lan Ling, the story of Lan Ling joining the battle due to the appearance of the great elephant hero was perfectly resolved. This led to much discussion among the audience for some time, and in the end, the filming was unable to continue. The news reporter presented the story, and after that, the handsome Lan Ling no longer appeared in public, causing many fans to weep bitterly. Behind her, many people were crying and screaming. "Without Lan Ling, I don't know how to live. Mom, I guess I'll stay single forever. How am I supposed to face life?" It was so hard to find true love. Yi Chang was also sitting attentively watching the news, silently thinking, the world is in chaos, yet I remain unmoved. He fell into deep thought, his ambitions concealed. The only thing that could stir his heart was the sight of Yi Chang's pleased smile. Soon after, a notification appeared: you have reached the peak of the first rank, obtained the LJNFing DO armor, obtained the FQing ZHNU sword, obtained the Flying Dragon C, obtained the intermediate level Snowjade Elephant Dragon. Immediately after, a strange green egg fell down. Yi Chang picked it up, shook it vigorously, and wondered aloud, this seems special, I wonder how to use it. At this moment, Lan Ling also stepped forward and asked, Brother Song, what is this? Suddenly, the green egg slowly cracked open, and a small creature with 2 horns poked out. The light from the egg shone on both of them. Lan Ling exclaimed, it's hatching. Yi Xiao, puzzled, asked, is this the Snowjade Elephant Dragon? A tiny, cute unicorn was now looking at both of them. Suddenly, it jumped right onto Yi Chang's face. He quickly pulled it off, still confused, is this the intermediate level summoning beast? He turned to the system and asked, System, are you sure about this? The system responded, didn't you try summoning his name to find out? Yi Chang quickly replied, then I'll try it. He hugged the unicorn, raised it high, and gritted his teeth as he spoke each word. The unicorn exploded on the pedestal, and right after, it transformed into a giant dragon, crushing the most important one. Lan Ling looked at this and couldn't help but laugh, your world really has so many miraculous things. Yi Chang reached out, calling for him, Brother Lan, save me. The system spoke up, I also find this host quite miraculous. The male leads in other comic books are all rebellious and cool, rising up to the skies. It looked at Yi Chang, thinking only he would have such a longing for punishment expression. Meanwhile, Yi Chang was struggling and shouting for help, save me, I'm going to die, spare me, spare me. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the living room, Yi Chang. Yi Xiao opened the door and said, I didn't get a response from you, so I pushed the door open. She saw Yi Chang rolling on the floor, looking confused, what's going on here? He kept shouting, Long, be good, stop messing around. Then, he suddenly remembered something and gasped, I forgot, I have an appointment with Xiao Xiao today. Yi Chang immediately fell into a deep pit of despair. It's ruined. My image in Xiao Xiao's mind is completely shattered. Yi Xiao blushed and turned away, saying, I didn't see anything, I'm going to cook now. He looked at her, tears of emotion streaming down his face. 5 years, 5 long years, Xiao Xiao was just too gentle. Right after that, Chang Fatty barged in from outside, leaping into Yi Chang's arms and shouting, Boss, the movie I invested in has completely fallen apart, comfort me, hug me. Yi Chang patted his head and gently said, Oh Xiao Banzi, don't cry. Chang Fatty continued sobbing, I'm doomed, boss. Suddenly, a woman blushed and awkwardly asked, wait, what are you doing? Chang Fatty was feeling all over Yi Chang's body and excitedly said, Yes, a body as firm as steel. I knew it right away, everything is correct, boss must be Zhu Shangxia. Yi Chang, flustered, shouted, What are you doing? Outside, on the beach, this bizarre scene was being projected onto the screen. Yi Chang screamed, Stop it, the muscle massage scene is officially starting. Lan Ling, inside the room, was not willing to speak about the tropical scenery in the Infinite Hero Tower. What exactly am I looking at here? I don't want to look, I don't see anything. He recalled Yi Chang's words when he pointed at the tower and said, Bro, this is your home from now on, all the equipment you can use freely, what's mine is also yours. Lan Ling silently thought to himself, I've been staying in the Hero Tower for quite a while now, but I haven't seen him perform any heroic deeds. On the contrary, he grumbled as he grabbed the tail of the Snowjade Elephant Dragon, thinking, what's this feeling of being pampered? It doesn't feel very pleasant. The Snowjade Elephant Dragon, in pain, jumped up and let out a loud squeal. Lan Ling quickly apologized, sorry, that was rude. At that moment, the system, engrossed in something, spoke up, everyone be quiet. Can't you see I'm busy? Curious, Lan Ling asked, what's going on? Is there a mission? The system then explained, a few days ago, Xiangxi clearly had the energy of the Corpse King, but now, upon checking again, it's gone. It's really strange. Lan Ling was taken aback. The Corpse King? Just hearing that name makes it clear it's some kind of evil creature. He, along with the snow jade elephant dragon, eagerly rushed toward the door, shouting, "So, what are we waiting for?" "We're waiting for this king to go hunt down the Corpse King," the system replied wearily. "Dealing with one stubborn Song Yi Chang is already enough for me." At that moment, the scene shifted to Xiangxi Longshan village. In front of the village gate, there were many people holding banners. One person, confused, remarked, "The drums are offbeat. How did the village end up like this?" A man spoke up and asked, "Zhang San, is it true that corpses have appeared in Longshan village? It felt like we couldn't do anything to help." Another person chimed in, "That's right, we should head back now." But Zhang San, full of confidence, replied, "Why should we be afraid when I'm here? I, Zhang San, have already made a promise, and I will not break my word. Whether it's ginger threads or garlic threads, I can finish them with a single blow." He laughed loudly, but suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he saw something. There were many corpses crowded near the house, trying to break out of the window, and on the other side, a whole group of corpses was approaching. Zhang San immediately became terrified. Everyone started running, shouting, "Corpse!" Zhang San was so confident earlier, but now he's tucking his tail between his legs, running and crying. At that moment, the old house of the Sun family in Xiangxi, Xingqiang, and Hongyi had already stepped outside. Xingqing looked around, then said, "I didn't expect this old house to have such a mysterious place." Hongyi coughed a few times, then turned to Xingqing excitedly and said, "I'll take you to an even more mysterious place." A little later, the two arrived at a dead end, where a coffin was placed. Xingqing, terrified, asked his grandfather, "Isn't that a coffin?" Hongyi used both hands to point in another direction and said, "Look here." He then forcefully pushed the lid of the coffin. Inside the coffin was a secret tunnel leading down to somewhere. Xingqing was surprised. A secret passage. Hongyi quickly descended below, not forgetting to wave his hand and call out, "Xingqing, hurry up and follow me." She hesitated and said, "The cold is too intense. What is Grandpa hiding down there?" Xingqing stood above, looking down at the deep, mysterious tunnel with uncertainty. After a moment, both of them entered. After walking for a while, Hongyi finally spoke, "We're here." Xingqing gaped and asked, "Grandpa, what is that?" Inside the room was something large, covered with a blanket, and tightly bound with multiple metal chains. Hongyi gently spoke, "Our Sun family has always practiced demon slaying, spirit capturing, and corpse rearing through generations. But my grandchildren stubbornly refuse to follow." Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a giant figure covered by the blanket. Hongyi stood and stared at it intently before saying, "Yan Hongyi, I cannot allow the unique techniques of Miaoshan to be lost. Today, I will initiate you into the sect." He then raised a bell and with the other hand, made a gesture with two fingers, chanting loudly, "Now, witness the essence of my soul. The twin-horn demon battle technique disciple Yan Hongyi, by the command of the Miaoshan founder." Hongyi continuously rang the bell while muttering the incantation, first spell, silent corpse stirring, second spell, demon nerve strike, third spell, divine command awakening, fourth spell, eastern corpse execution, opening altar spell initiation, proceed according to opportunity. Strange blue sparks emerged from within the bell, and they immediately shot toward the giant wrapped in a blanket. The blanket was quickly burned away, revealing a giant soldier, whose body was covered with numerous talismans. Xingqing exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the battle demon, Grandpa's life-bound corpse." The eyes of the battle demon flickered with light. Unable to hold back, she praised, "Incredible, incredible, truly powerful." Curious, Xingqing asked, "Battle demon, has he come back to life?" Hongyi answered, "He has returned, still obeying my command, helping me eliminate demons and banish evil spirits." Xingqing approached and touched the battle demon, saying, "Then tonight, shall we take him to capture those corpse spirits harming people?" Seeing her enthusiastic attitude, Hongyi was very satisfied. No wonder she was Yen Hongyi's granddaughter, unafraid in front of the battle demon, clearly showing potential in demon slaying and corpse cultivation. Qing kept complimenting him, controlling the life-bound corpse to eliminate demons and banish evil spirits, feeling like an avatar unleashing a powerful attack. At this moment, the scene shifted to a forest, where a group of people was on a mission. The command was shouted loudly, "Up ahead is the Longshan village, the epicenter of the corpse outbreak. Everyone, begin assigning tasks. Team 1 and Team 2 will handle armed blockades, while Team 3 will secure the safety of the survivors." Zhao Ling hurriedly took a step forward and raised his hand to direct the others. "Follow me." A man questioned, "Captain Zhao Ling, weren't you in a meeting at the capital? Why are you here?" Zhao Ling gazed into the distance, silently wondering if he would join the fight this time. Somewhere in the village, a group of corpses had gathered around. Their hands were tearing at the back of a woman who was shielding a child. The boy widened his eyes in fear and cried out, "Mom!" Despite the pain, the mother forced a smile to reassure her child, "It's okay, you'll be fine." At that moment, a corpse lunged at her with its sharp teeth bared. An axe swung down from nowhere, and the mother continued to hold her child tightly. It turned out that the battle demon had arrived just in time, slashing through the corpses in one swift motion. The boy and his mother were still in shock. Two people approached and said, "It seems there are still survivors." It was Qing and Hong Yi. The woman spoke gently, "Little one, are you all right?" The little boy crawled over, crying uncontrollably. Qing gently spoke, "Don't rush, let me take a look." Battle Demon had also returned, standing behind Qing, his eyes gleaming fiercely. The boy was startled upon seeing this and hugged his knees, crying even louder. Qing patted his head, softly explaining, "Don't be afraid, he's Battle Demon, my assistant." "You're okay, right?" The boy looked over at his mother and said, "I'm fine. Please save my mom." But at that moment, the mother was writhing strangely, her face turning pale, tears streaming down her face, her teeth clenched tightly, and gradually, her eyes turned completely white as sharp fangs grew from her mouth. She had completely turned into a corpse and lunged toward her son. Hong Yi rushed forward, shouting, "Don't you dare hurt anyone!" Qing quickly covered the boy's eyes, but he screamed loudly, "No!" Hong Yi's sword was stained with blood. The mother paused, blood dripping from her head, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the mother smiled in a helpless manner. The boy rushed to her side, looking at his mother lying lifeless on the ground. He cried out, sobbing uncontrollably, "Mom!" The boy called out hopelessly, repeatedly, "Mom, wake up!" Qing heartbrokenly turned to ask her grandfather, "Is there no other choice? Isn't it possible for our Sun family to subdue a corpse? Can't we make her live like a battle demon?" But Hong Yi could only sigh. He then explained, "There are many types of corpses: walking corpse, leaping corpse, hairy corpse, bronze armor corpse, silver armor corpse, golden armor corpse, flying nightthorn, fierce undead, and corpse god. Among them, only the bronze armor, silver armor, and golden armor corpses have a faint consciousness that can be cultivated and controlled. Moreover, the mother of this child is a walking corpse that has lost all consciousness." Hong Yi turned away, speaking sadly, "It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't." Qing looked at the poor child and asked, "Then what should we do with this child?" Hong Yi responded, "The walking corpses here have been cleared out. We must find a place to hide it around here." She hesitated slightly, but he answered, "Following us will only make things more dangerous." Suddenly, a group of people behind them spoke up, "Let us take care of it." Qing immediately recognized them, the team leader Zhao Ling, and two figures quickly leaped out from the bushes. Who else could it be but Yi Chang and Lan Ling? Yi Chang anxiously asked, "Up ahead is Longshan village in the West Xiang, Brother Lan, can you endure this?" Lan Ling coldly replied, "It's fine, I'm used to marching outside." In contrast to Yi Chang's battered appearance, Lan Ling maintained his usual composure. He said seriously, "Fighting is my mission, unaffected by worldly matters, transcending the mundane." Seeing himself being outdone like that, Yi Chang was frustrated and thought to himself, "Damn it, should have just gone all out in the fight. He opened his mouth in irritation. Does he really have to be so dazzling? If I rode the snow jade elephant dragon, I'd look even more handsome than him. At that moment, the system also notified that the position of the Corpse King was unclear, and the mission was uncertain. It was possible that there might not even be a reward in the end. Yi Chang nonchalantly replied, "What reward? I couldn't care less." Up ahead, Lan Ling noticed something and said, "Brother Song, it looks like there's a fight over there." Yi Chang quickly ran over. There's a fierce battle happening below the village. Yi Chang assessed, swordsmanship against firearms. The system responded, no, they are joining forces to fight against the enemy. The system identified the corpse army, and Zhao Ling's team was firing at the corpses. Someone said, "Captain Zhao, there are too many of them, we're surrounded." Zhao Ling kicked a nearby corpse away and asked, "When will reinforcements arrive?" The person responded, "Marching through the mountains will take at least half an hour." Seeing more and more corpses, Zhao Ling immediately ordered the cannon to fire. Xing Qing, who was tirelessly attacking the corpses but to no avail, shouted, "Grandfather, your teaching of the corpse fist isn't enough." Hong Yi thrust his sword through a talisman and pointed it directly at the corpses, explaining, "This time, the corpse chaos seems to be no small matter, their numbers are overwhelming." Xing Qing asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Hong Yi then tossed her onto the battle demon's back and said, "Leaping corpses are just walking corpses." Looking at the vast swarm of corpses, he continued, "This time, the majority of the leaping corpses are much stronger." Hong Yi raised his sword high and praised her, "Xing Qing, well done. You found your own destiny." Xing Qing immediately looked puzzled. "My destiny isn't to be a corpse, is it?" At this point, the scene shifted to inside a changing room, where several corpses were helping someone change clothes. A corpse with long green braids stood in front of the mirror, adjusting their outfit, and then put on a baseball cap. They struck a pose in the mirror, admiring themselves. This corpse was none other than the Corpse King, Xian Kuei. The group of corpse minions erupted in loud cheers. Suddenly, the snow jade elephant dragon appeared, shattering the large wall in front of Xian Kuei. Yi Chang and Lan Ling, riding on its back, flew away, saying, "That was too dangerous." Furious, Xian Kuei grabbed two of the corpse minions and slammed their heads together in anger. Outside, Xing Qing's group and Zhao Ling's team were still desperately eliminating the corpse minions. Hong Yi then said, "Ba Wang Hua, there's a corpse king here, we need to defeat him." Zhao Ling asked him, "Reinforcements will arrive in 15 minutes, does Elder Sun have a plan?" He kicked a corpse minion and replied, "The situation has changed, there's nothing I can do now." Xing Qing was still overjoyed about what had just happened and exclaimed, my fate has arrived." Only the tail of the snow jade elephant dragon was visible, followed by a loud shout, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Yi Chang is riding it, and he says, 'Sorry for being late, please retreat safely following King Lan Ling.'" Zhao Ling looked up and recognized that it was indeed him. Somehow, a Lan Ling crossroad had appeared above Yi Chang. He said, "Leave this place to me." Lan Ling immediately passed Yi Chang and rushed forward, saying, "Fighting is my mission." As soon as they saw him, everyone couldn't help but marvel. "Little brother is so handsome." With the spotlight stolen, Yi Chang immediately grew angry. "Humph, this is my scene, I won't let you off." He pointed his finger and ordered, "Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, charge forward and burn them to death for me." It growled and spewed flames, looking very ferocious. Everyone, curious, looked up at the Snow Jade Elephant Dragon. It released a huge amount of fire thanks to Yi Chang's technique, Heavenly Dragon Furious Flame. The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon then unleashed a torrent of flames onto the corpse group below. Yi Chang shouted, "One strike, two strikes." The corpse shrieked in agony, but Yi Chang continued with a third strike towards Lan Ling. He was running quickly, almost flying. Wherever he ran, he sliced through the corpses, clearing the way ahead. Lan Ling immediately instructed everyone, "I am ordered by Zhu Shangxia to protect everyone. Don't get too caught up in fighting, hurry up and follow me to retreat." Suddenly, he saw something that made him freeze in place. Before Lan Ling could speak, everyone had already started running away. Hong Yi stood on the corpse of a demon, shouting, "Monstrous beast, the great killing intent is here, run." Lan Ling looked on in confusion. It seems that charging forward to kill the enemy is indeed more appropriate. As they kept running, Ching Ching, losing patience, turned and asked, "Grandfather, didn't you say there was a corpse king nearby? Why haven't we seen it yet?" Hong Yi responded, "The corpse king is different from these leaping corpses, it has consciousness, so it wouldn't just rush out and become cannon fodder." He looked up at the snow jade elephant dragon battling and said, "Because of this, we are in the light while the enemy is in the dark. Even Zhu Shangxia might have to fight head-on." Yi Chang stopped attacking. There were still remnants of flames on the ground, and smoke billowed thickly. At this moment, all the corpses had been burned to ashes. Yi Chang, satisfied, remarked, "It seems dragon flame is very effective at exterminating corpses." Then, he hesitated slightly, but looking at the destruction on the ground, he felt doubtful. Something doesn't feel right. He also noticed that the number of corpses was decreasing. Yi Chang immediately deduced, someone must have given them orders to retreat, unaware that a strange light is rushing toward him from behind. He turned around in surprise and asked, "Where's the hidden weapon?" Yi Chang glanced over at a group of people in the distance, thinking to himself, "This is too dangerous, is it from over there?" The hidden weapon continued to fly toward him once more. Yi Chang then commanded, "Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, turn around and chase after it." He was confident. This time, he had seen clearly. Upon arriving, Yi Chang shouted, "It's you, the corpse boss hiding behind." The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon charged straight at the hidden weapon launched by Xian Kuei. Yi Chang quickly dodged and sneered, "This kind of hidden weapon that has been trying to harm me all this time." However, the scythe grazed by and sliced his finger. Yi Chang didn't lose heart but charged forward, the small injury not being a problem. He kept advancing, but when he arrived, he found nothing but an empty land. He stood there, confused, unable to see anyone. The system then kicked in, signaling that the strategy had been activated. The system announced, "So that's it, the Corpse King has traveled through time to this 1,000-year-old forest." While absorbing the mystical energy of the forest, it was no surprise that Yi Chang's presence was detected by the system's scan. He grinned smugly and said, "I don't believe I can't find you." The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon immediately opened its mouth and inhaled the air. Yi Shao reminded, "Destroying the forest will get you executed." The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon shuddered upon hearing this and quickly shut its mouth. Yi Chang jumped off its back and said, "Let me go search myself." He snapped his fingers and ordered. The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon summoned a sword for Yi Chang, who began walking through the forest, calling out loudly, "Hey, corpse boss, if you're sensible, come out here yourself." As he scanned the surroundings, he spoke. If nothing appeared, Yi Chang would swing the sword, creating an arc and threatening, "One strike from me, and it won't be pretty." From the bushes, Xian Kuei's hat suddenly flew up, and at the same time, other figures jumped out from the surrounding bushes to encircle Yi Chang. Seeing the corpse creatures irritated him, they had sent one of their underlings out as cannon fodder. How devious! Yi Chang narrowed his eyes and quickly used the Chief Annihilator technique to eliminate the corpse creatures. He then said, "So, you've finally shown yourself?" Ahead, a shadow was removing its hat, greeting him with great politeness. Yi Chang sneered, "Huh? On the brink of death and still putting on an act?" Xian Kuei had finally revealed himself. A character introduction appeared, Corpse King Xian Kuei, a transmigrator into a corpse, a rank mission target. Yi Chang frowned in suspicion, something doesn't feel right." His eyes widened as if realizing something. Yi Chang froze, his body acting up, muttering to himself, "What's happening? Is this poison?" He immediately sensed danger. The hidden weapon was laced with poison. The system issued an urgent warning, "Alert, host. An unknown toxin is attacking the host's nervous system. Evacuate immediately." Yi Chang nearly collapsed but forced himself to endure, though he was reaching his limit. Xian Kuei looked at him with a satisfied smirk. Suddenly, Yi Chang let out a roar. With every ounce of strength left, he leapt forward, thrusting his sword at Xian Kuei. Xian Kuei showed no fear, conjuring a spell in his palm. He struck Yi Chang square in the stomach, the blow so powerful it sent Yi Chang flying, crashing through countless trees. Slumped beneath a tree in despair, Yi Chang murmured, "It hurts so much. Am I going to die here?" His eyes grew vacant. "It's over. I can't take it anymore." He looked at Xian Kuei, but his vision flickered and blurred. Yi Chang looked at him and thought, "Am I about to become a corpse too?" Yi Chang's eyes gradually narrowed, and he saw Xian Kuei's figure turning away, leaving. A moment later, he saw a wisp of smoke hovering, which made Yi Chang snap out of his daze. At that moment, he was glaring, feeling as though he were trapped in a steamed rice cake, and screamed in panic. Was he about to be devoured? In front of him, several beautiful women were eyeing him hungrily and said, "Seems very promising. Tender, juicy meat, it looks so delicious." Yi Chang immediately yelled, "I'm not Tripitaka monk. Eating me won't make you immortal, so let me go." He rolled around, shouting, "I'm all fat, not tasty at all." A sharp finger touched him. Xian Kuei, with a long, snaking tongue, gazed at him hungrily. Yi Chang, terrified, screamed, "Let me go already." He was wrapped up tightly, only able to scream loudly but unable to do anything. At the alchemy furnace, Qing sat in front of a fire pit and thought, "What if no one remembers me?" She raised a bamboo tube and blew air into the fire through it. Suddenly, the furnace shook, and Qing startled, realizing that she had accidentally made the fire too large. Inside the furnace, Yi Chang suddenly sprang up, stretching his body. He was still wrapped in banana leaves to cover his body. Qing closed her eyes, stunned and unsure of what had just happened. Suddenly, Yi Chang seemed to lose his balance and fell down. A scream rang out as the two of them collapsed on top of each other. Yi Chang and Qing lay face to face, looking very awkward. Outside the furnace, her loud scream could still be heard. Let's recap the previous episode. When Yi Chang found himself in an unfortunate situation, poison darts hit him, and Xian Kuei took advantage of that moment, striking him directly in the abdomen. Yi Chang's gaze wavered as he thought to himself, "This is so painful, am I going to die here?" Back to the present, in the alchemy room, Yi Chang broke through the furnace, raised his hands to the sky, and joyfully shouted, "I'm alive." But then he collapsed right onto Qing. Hearing her pained cry, Hong Yi was startled. Could it be that Zhu Shangxia has woken up? He quickly rushed to the furnace and said, "The physical strength of martial artists is truly remarkable. The Sun family's traditional poison removal method usually requires at least 24 hours of soaking for ordinary people." Outside the window, Hong Yi could only see the blurry silhouettes of Yi Chang and Qing. He said, "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" She replied, "You don't need to do that. It was I who volunteered to cook the medicine for him." Because of this, Hong Yi misunderstood, and he turned around and left while smiling faintly. It seemed that Qing's performance in this match had not only yielded the fate of the body. Inside the furnace room, Qing picked up Yi Chang's mask and smiled shyly. She spoke, "I know now, you are Zhu Shangxia." Yi Chang quickly covered his mouth, startled, realizing his identity had been exposed. He was only 19 years old, could it really be? Qing, shyly confessing, said, "Ever since the time you saved me, I haven't been able to forget you. Today, I saved you, and I think this is our destiny." She then began to introduce herself. "By the way, I am Yin Qing, from Yanzhou. Right now, I'm on my way home to Xiangxi for summer vacation." Yi Chang asked, "Can I stay here? If your eyesight is poor, remember to wear glasses." She replied, "Don't misunderstand, controlling the corpse is not something that excites me." Yi Chang pressed his hands to the ground and stood up. As he stood, he clenched his fists and thought to himself, Qing, you're a good person, but I already have Yi Xiao." Suddenly, Qing turned around and wondered, "Huh? Why is there someone over there?" Yi Chang immediately walked out the door, thinking to himself, "I must not let the wolf butterfly storm crash into me," and at the same time, Zhao Ling appeared from somewhere. It was no surprise that she ran into Yi Chang, who hastily covered his face in bewilderment. "Why is she here? Zhao Ling blushed as she looked up at him, her heart brimming with joy. He's awake, that's wonderful. She quickly turned her face away and said, there's no need to hide anymore, I won't report your identity. Zhao Ling confessed, after all, you and your comrades did it for. At that moment, Yi Cheng suddenly remembered something. That's right, why don't I see Brother Lan? Is he injured? With that thought, he hurried off in search, shouting loudly, Brother Lan. Zhao Ling was left standing there in a daze. I haven't finished speaking yet. Xing Cheng also poked her head out from behind the door, curious. Yi Cheng rushed into the kitchen, rummaging everywhere. Brother Lan. He even searched inside a water jar. Brother Lan. Yi Cheng peered into the chicken coop, but there was no sign of him anywhere. He raised his hands toward the sky and cried out in despair, silver hair fades with time, smiles no longer the same as before. What a pity that one only cherishes those who have already left. Brother Lan had always been the center of attention in any crowd, yet now he was nowhere to be found. With tears streaming down, Yi Cheng muttered hesitantly, then there's only one possibility. He had suddenly. Lan Ling appeared, cold and calm, I'm right here. Stop making such a fuss. Yi Cheng stood there in a daze, letting out a surprised sound. Inside the system space, he hugged Lan Ling and Snowjade Elephant Dragon, joyfully exclaiming, Brother Lan, Xiaolong Long, I'm so glad you're okay. Yi Cheng emotionally recounted, right, the Corpse King, did he run away? Thank goodness you two saved me, otherwise I would have turned into a corpse myself. Lan Ling, without a care, said, can you please put some clothes on before talking? Only then did Yi Cheng notice that he was barely covered by thin leaves, with his backside exposed in front of everyone. 5 minutes later, Yi Cheng had dressed properly. As he sat, contemplating, he realized what had happened. He was now having a round-table discussion with his two teammates. After I lost consciousness, the system, which depended on the amount of energy, brought Brother Lan and Snowjade Elephant Dragon back into the tower. The system also warned, from now on, I advise you to evacuate when instructed, next time, there may not be anyone to save you. Lan Ling asked it, if Brother Song has recovered, will he go fight the Corpse King again? The system warned again, there isn't much information about the Corpse King in the system. Taking risks would be very dangerous. Yi Cheng suddenly sprang up, excited, and said, right. Yen Master is an expert in exterminating corpses. Moreover, we have intelligence on our side. At the Sun family's grand hall, a brush was moving smoothly across the paper. Apart from the brush's fluid motion, dark ink splashed out densely. It turned out that Yi Cheng was showcasing his skills, he thought to himself. His extraordinary talent was indeed evident in the way he wielded the brush. He then handed the sketch to the Sun family and said, is this what the Corpse King looks like? He immediately held up the sketch for everyone to see and exclaimed, everyone, pay attention. The system's protection can only be seen by Song. The sketch was a hasty and crude drawing of Shin Kuei, almost as if done by a preschool child. Hongyi stroked his chin thoughtfully as he listened to the description, the Corpse King must be at least a golden armor corpse or higher. I've never seen a high-level corpse before, but it's possible it could look abstract like this. Zhao Ling also pondered and had to admit, the world is vast and full of extraordinary talents. We'll need to have Xiao Zhang access the data vault of the Investigation Bureau later. While Lan Ling and Battle Demon were both frozen in place, Xing Qing looked on with admiration, her eyes full of awe. The bold technique and heroic aura were like those of a true warrior. It was indeed the masterpiece of the Ghost Mansion god, even though she couldn't make out much of it. The system hurriedly wiped away its sweat and sighed, saying, fortunately, when the host and Corpse King faced off, we captured his energy form. Now, we can locate his position. Yi Cheng immediately took notice of it. His lips curled into a meaningful smile, then his voice grew deeper as he regained his authoritative demeanor and said, everyone, please remain quiet. My intuition tells me that the Corpse King is in the Dragon Summit mountain area, slowly approaching with a large corpse army. In fact, the one keeping watch here is the system, not anyone else. Hong Yi recalled the route map from Longshan to Dragon Summit and said, the Corpse King passed through Longjiang County, which has a dense population, and headed straight towards Dragon Summit Mountain, a place with dangerous terrain. Yes, this seems strange. Qing Qing quickly raised her hand to speak. Dragon Summit Mountain, isn't that the place near where the Thunder Tribulation is happening? I'm not mistaken, am I, Grandpa? Hong Yi excitedly exclaimed, that's right, he is heading towards the place for the tribulation. The Corpse King is a golden armor corpse. He plans to pass through the tribulation and transform into a flying heavenly Yiksha. Everyone was immediately struck with shock. Flying heavenly Yiksha. Zhao Ling thought to herself. The flying heavenly Yiksha specializes in sucking the soul essence of others, possessing boundless magical power, incredibly evil. By the time it happens, it will already be too late. She hesitated and said, this. Yi Cheng confidently reassured them, don't worry, I have a plan. He briskly walked toward the door and shouted orders for the team to assemble, preparing to depart. At this moment, on Dragon Summit Mountain, there was an ancient building standing alone on the cliffside. Xian Kuei stood in the center of the stage, raising both hands to the sky. He is practicing his magical artifact, and around him are the soul spirits of the spiritual energy. Xian Kuei's eyes turned a fierce red, and he broke into a sinister smile. Right after that, from the tombstone, arms slowly began to grow from the ground, piercing through the dirt and rising up. These dead corpses simultaneously moved toward Xian Kuei. They stand proudly, striking a pose. Dragon Summit Battle, we've arrived. They were the ones who stopped the time travelers from making their first appearance. Half an hour into the battle, everything began with a grand momentum, but in a very short time, everything had completely changed. Everyone was wearing angry fruit hats, except for the old man beside the heavenly corpse exterminator. They sprayed glue in 3 dots, and no one knew what they were doing anymore. Upon reaching Dragon Summit Mountain, the driver signaled that they had arrived. This senselessness left the 2 people beside them bewildered. We don't know, and we don't dare to ask. Thinking about it, there were too many drawbacks to consider, and no one knew where to start. A soldier immediately approached to report to the captain. Report, this is the entrance to Dragon Summit Mountain. He raised his hand to greet Zhao Ling, and the whole team had completed roll call. Search can be carried out right now. She also frankly praised. Very good. She signaled to Song Yi Chang, the heroic Song, telling him that his men would take out the gang family separately, ensuring the safety of the people. Entrusting him with the battle tree from the mountain, he arrogantly responded, I will definitely not fail the mission. Overall, he appeared very trustworthy. The system beside him wondered, hey, the plan you mentioned in the last chapter wasn't some cheap trick, was it? He casually tossed the hat off his head. Of course not, this is just a man's little pleasure. To clarify, Zhao Ling will control the situation below, while the Sun family, both old and young, will lay out the formation on the mountain. The Corpse King will be handled by me, Zhu Shangxia, solo. Isn't this plan perfect? The system, hearing this, also stiffened and complied. Is that so? They rode their flying spirit beasts to the designated location. The male lead happily pointed the way, and the snow jade elephant dragon sped up toward the mountaintop. Even though it was a spirit beast, it couldn't avoid the inevitable hardships. Qing Chang, with wide eyes, asked, Grandpa, is the vehicle overloaded? Yen Hongyi also confirmed, yes, it's a bit different from what I imagined riding a divine beast. Lan Ling added, the clouds are thicker than before, I'm afraid we won't be able to go at a leisurely pace now. They descended at the altar of Dragon Summit. He stroked his beard and examined it. This was the altar of Dragon Summit for many years, now left in ruins in this era of decline. Could it have become the place for the Corpse King's tribulation? Thinking of a way to deal with it, the old man used the mountain hexagram formation to subdue the person. Note, mountain hexagram formation Liang is one of the 8 trigrams, representing mountains. Within these, the mountain trigram is pure yang, yet it contains yin, using pure yang energy to establish great yang battles, embracing the yin energy to absorb the strength of evil spirits in captivity. He poured blood onto the wooden sword, the blood of Song Xuechang. He raised the sword in a ready stance and called her, Xing Xing, draw the demon-slaying talisman. She responded quickly, yes, it's done. He activated the formation, the space laid out with the corpse attacked, disturbing the two of them. Lan Ling nonchalantly replied, of course. Yi Cheng observed his surroundings too quiet. He sensed something was off. Then he rushed off, reminding, Brother Lan, you continue guarding the Sun family and maintain the formation, give an excuse for leaving. I'll take the initiative and meet with Gang. Xing Chang watched his figure recede into the distance. Lan Ling approached, saying, Miss Yen, don't worry. Brother Song is a man of his word. If he has agreed to help you with the exam, he won't kill the corpse king. But then she realized, blushing and silently laughing, she unconsciously drew the southern demon-slaying talisman. Song Chang went to check and found the altar completely empty. Shocked by the unpleasant truth, he realized there were hidden spirit beasts. He became alert as he mounted and quickly sped off. A wave of dark energy rushed toward him. A giant, dark, and fierce demon approached. He was horrified. It was too dangerous. This was a mass of thousands of corpses fused together, the corpse fusion. Xian Kuei was sitting at the center, and his group sneered mockingly. He scoffed in return. Corpse King, so it is you, he said, drawing his weapon. How dare you wreak havoc in front of me? Let me teach you a lesson. With a long spear and his spirit beast, he charged forward, shouting, striking big won't help you. The demon remained calm, raising a hand to give orders. He aimed his spear at the giant, but was knocked away, smoke billowing. Ah, he groaned, coughing heavily, then raised his hand to hold the snow jade dragon statue, mocking the enemy, and seriously asked, Xiaolong Long, are you alright? It was overjoyed. Woof woof, the sky suddenly turned gray. He thought, this is bad, the thunder tribulation is coming. Then he turned and walked away, Xiaolong Long, calm down, I will definitely deal with him. He rushed forward alone, Corpse King, if you're capable, fight back. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and Xian Kuei also advanced. The two sources of light collided, the sky touching the ground, the boundary being the two beams of light. This made him exclaim, blinding light. Lan Ling was flustered, Brother Song Qingqing was hesitant. This is bad. Wu Master also broke into a sweat, the thunder tribulation was descending, and a purple light enveloped the space, signaling its arrival. The flying heavenly Yaksha descended, a terrifying figure emerged from the light, a fearsome entity standing proudly in the sky. The four of them screamed in unison, the flying heavenly Yaksha has arrived. Qing Qing was trembling, I never expected the thunder tribulation could be passed so easily. But, can it be refined after ascending to the flying heavenly Yaksha? Yen Master was also alarmed, there's no precedent for this. Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to fight. He stood there brazenly, smiling triumphantly. Ha ha. Song Chang did not hesitate and continued moving towards him. Don't think that just because you've grown wings, you can dominate the world. The spear shot forward quickly, my imperial spear doesn't show mercy. It struck directly at his fatal point, piercing him, and he screamed in pain. Humph. He gritted his teeth in anger, gathering his strength to push me away. The wounds on his body began to heal gradually. I was surprised. Good heavens, my comrade heals so fast, I didn't expect such a speed. Before long, his wounds were fully healed. Xian Kuei, having received such overwhelming strength, regarded me like a mosquito. A mere insignificant thing dared to harm me. He had another name, flying heavenly Yaksha Xian Kuei. Suddenly, from the old wound, a green liquid began to expand relentlessly. What's this? What's going on? I smiled secretly, preparing to play my trump card. Humph, today I'll teach you a trick. How you treat me is how I'll treat you. To explain, my spear isn't just dipped in ordinary poison, it has been soaked in the venom of the deformed Empress Mother for hours. It's an ultra-deadly poison. But I won't forget to compliment him either. Truly deserving of the title Corpse King, his body could still function despite the extreme conditions, without giving up even when it seemed he should have. But I pointed directly at his face and declared, "You're already dead." Cool as that may be, deep down, I'm still like a child. Saying this already feels like a statement. He angrily counterattacked, with thousands of feathers closing in on him. He looked confused, and there's this too, in Corpse version, he wasn't taught but spun the spear into a circle. I blocked it, now chase me with all you've got. Don't even think about running. He turned his head back in disdain, huffing, when suddenly, his face felt as though something was holding him back, preventing him from escaping. A circle surrounded him. It was a magic formation prepared in advance, the Miaoshan technique, mountain hexagram formation. So this was thanks to Yin Master's preparation. This is the first time I've set up such a large formation. He looked at his Ju Shan little brother, determined to eliminate this monster before breaking the formation. The male protagonist aimed his spear. Monster, where do you think you're running? Let me show you my world-shattering invisible strike. Xian Kuei wasn't afraid to retaliate. Using the mysterious flying dagger dance, adding the solidify strike, he kept attacking but couldn't seem to affect him. Suddenly, a powerful sword strike came down on him. What? It was Lan Ling, riding the Snow Jade Dragon, launching an attack. He looked at them in defiance. Damn it, you guys are playing dirty. Yi Cheng quickly rushed in. Teamwork at its finest. The converging power pierced through him, and the surrounding scene was strongly affected, the wind blowing fiercely, causing Qing Qing to shield herself. As the dust cleared, he stood alone, holding a spear in the center of a large crater, his foot pressing on the face of the fallen foe, gently defeating a minor corpse. His teammates cheered, "Victory, great job." Qing Qing stood watching, blushing, proud to call him her hero. Lan Ling approached and reminded, "Miss Yan, stop standing there, go ahead and begin the refining process." She nodded seriously, "Yes, I will perform the ritual." He reassured her, "Don't worry, he can't move." The fallen foe lay there, scoffing, "Humph." She began chanting, carefully placing the talisman in front of him. He screamed in agony, "Aaaaa." The winds surged violently. Master Yen nodded deeply, praising, "Let's make history." Below Dragon's Summit Mountain, Qing Cheng watched as the corpses gradually disappeared. A soldier reported, "Look, the corpses have vanished." Zhao Ling was overjoyed, "Great, Zhu Shangxia has succeeded." But then he sighed, "It's a pity we didn't get to see his handsome face." The sky cleared once again. Xian Kuei, after being subdued by Qing Cheng, expressed his sincerity to her. "I, Xian Kuei, hear the princess's command and mockingly bow to her. Do you know that you must do many good deeds in the future to atone for your sins?" The system, seeing him lazily lying on the back of the Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, reminded him, "Host, why didn't you crush the Corpse King's head earlier? Why leave it for the Sun family to capture? Are you angry? Aren't you worried that the system won't reward you? Yet, your response is just laziness. It's because I gave you roses, and my hands still smell sweet, but you're not human, so you wouldn't understand." The system turned away. Well, this is surprising. Does the system get angry too? After walking away, grumbling, "Who told you not to treat people as human?" A light surrounded it, and a strand of long hair appeared. He couldn't help but be amazed at the sight. A scream echoed through the entire mountain. Wait, does the system know how to transform? Back with Qing Qing, Xian Kuei, after being subdued by her, became extremely obedient. "I, Xian Kuei, hear the princess's command and am at your service." "You can command me without hesitation." "Well, then let's shake hands first." Seeing him obediently extend his hand, she couldn't help but feel pleased. They gathered around, giving orders for the young man to perform a martial arts routine for the whole family to watch. Yen Master also sighed, the level of refinement is truly impressive." Meanwhile, Song Yi Chang was still wide-eyed, "Mouth agape, you're really my little system?" So after transforming, the system actually becomes a beauty. She stepped up close to him, so quickly already showing her true colors? Truly a fickle man, making him blush and turn away. You, why are you getting so close? Haven't you heard of propriety between men and women? She immediately retorted. Men and women? Ah, when did you start calling me a woman? Then he asked, Don't tell me you've got strange feelings for me? He shouted, Of course not. She mischievously climbed into his lap. Oh, then I must have wrongly accused host. He could only feel embarrassed, pleading with the system, Please stop messing around, okay? Can we talk about something else? Lan Ling beside them unconsciously asked, Brother Song, who are you talking to? Xing Xing glanced over, startled, then hurriedly, No one, she's everyone, let me explain. After teasing him, the system sneered, Why so tense? I've already switched to invisible mode. They can't see me. But Chung Ching's gaze still betrayed an overt, fascinated look. Brother Song, could it be that while standing in a stance and practicing breathing, people are praising you as a true expert in martial arts, so orderly and disciplined? At Xiangxi, outside the Yen Mansion courtyard, it was announced that the corpse disturbance has been resolved. It is said that Zhu Shangxia is inside the Yen Mansion, and the people of Xiangxi have flocked here, gathering in large numbers. One ordinary person spoke up from the crowd, Look, they've already been standing there waiting for good news. Zhu Shangxia, he's coming out. The driver began to slow down, moving forward amidst the cheers of the crowd. Ah, he's so handsome. Mom, help me up. The sign was raised high, and the people thanked him. The inscription praised him, calling him the nemesis of the corpse, the savior of Xiangxi. But the scene seemed somewhat out of balance as he was driving the carriage. He unconsciously sighed, recalling what happened yesterday. Originally, he had planned to return home last night, but Yen Hongyi, that damn old man, was so despicable. Thinking about the shameful incident, not only did he force him to drink, but he also brought him to Yen Changqing's room, locked the door, and who knows what kind of trick he was up to. He suddenly woke up to reality, realizing that, in the end, he had reluctantly ended up in this situation. Confused. Did I do anything strange last night? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhu Shang brother, thank you for saving us. This is for you. He happily accepted it. Thank you all, but this isn't just my doing. Another voice came forward. This is my family's traditional snake wine. My mother said it's very good for health. And then, please accept this as a token of our gratitude. The voices of the villagers surrounded him. I have something too. Me too. And hundreds of gifts were thrust into his arms. The gifts piled up on the cart, a triumphant display of Xiangxi's specialties. The warm hospitality of the people of Shangxi was hard to resist. Zhu Shangxia drove the cart back. The system beside him explained, This new image is highly welcomed. Sarcastically, or maybe you should also change your image and level up, how about calling yourself Sha Xia, the three-wheeled guy? He silently felt grateful and replied, My face mask, I haven't seen it for just a few days and it's already gone. Then, in confusion, he gave her a soft glance. Are you still laughing at me? The intelligence about the battle with the Corpse King had serious mistakes. She blushed, even the little system isn't omnipotent. She waved her right hand, using energy fluctuations to identify the time traveler. Then his face suddenly darkened, and he burped, feeling a sense of unease. Ask if there are still any fish slipping through the net? A sigh. The two people on the roof, Ching Ching and her attendant, watched the scene. The crowd continued to shout loudly. Zhu Shangxia can't bear to leave him. She bit her handkerchief, sobbing, sniffing, When will we meet again? As night fell, the city lights came on. A staff member kept inviting, Would you like to check out the farewell gym? The customer waved his hand, No need, no need. He angrily pouted, Sooner or later, you'll be as fat as a pig. The other customer still followed his own thoughts. Is bodybuilding like bad fried chicken or an unfunny game? He trudged along the road tiredly. Business is getting harder and harder, maybe I should switch to selling bubble tea? He saw a strange shop. When did this shop open? Passing by, he saw himself in the mirror, unconsciously posing. Stupid people don't understand the value of muscles. Showing off bodybuilding, look at my muscles, strong and beautiful, perfect. Prideful, does my chest look smaller than yesterday? No, it can't be. I need to check again. A woman opened the door and stepped out. Little brother patted him all over. After working so hard, do you want to come inside and sing a song to relax? Breathe out assent. People love those little brothers with seductive muscles. He. Sing? I love singing. Pull me in. Come on, let's go inside, there's more fun inside. They both went into the love spider's den. The woman smiled, he. The music played in the bar. Your bar is close to me. The singing merged with the happy laughter of the young men and the women, and your weapon was already loaded in my hands. Let me tell you how to handle things in the future. She leaned in, offering her lips for him to touch. Little brother, are you sleepy? If you want to sleep, then go ahead. Her body swayed to the music, her eyes filled with seductive, turbulent emotions. Suddenly, instead of a bright scene, he saw spider webs winding around the room. He was completely mesmerized. How peaceful. Tangled in the web, he still wanted more. One more time. The beauty, caught in the web, begged. Gradually sinking into darkness, in the den of Love Spider's lair, a spider's head poked out, revealing that it was a beautiful woman. She transformed into a stunning woman, wholeheartedly praising. Today, the sisters did a great job. Then she scolded, except for when she glanced down at the innocent girl with green hair below, wondering which man she had brought today. The little girl panicked, Master, Shao-Chi didn't mean to. She began looking at the corpse on the ground, then analyzed, insufficient nutrition, yellowish skin, and thin. It's obvious this is the type of man who's a shut-in, living at night, ordering takeout, with no pure, wholesome energy whatsoever. She kicked the man's face hard with her foot, saying, Did you bring him here to poison the sister to death? Everyone around her shifted their gaze towards her. So useless. She could only lower her head and apologize. She waved her hand back to the spider throne, Little sisters, serve the family law for me. The girl was terrified, Please don't, spare me, I'll try my best. They kept spinning webs around her, Shao-Chi, blame yourself for being useless. They lectured her, From now on, you must strive to serve the master well, understood? The master above observed and laughed loudly. Their laughter echoed throughout the cave. Ha ha. The next morning, a figure approached the alley, it seemed to be here. Looking at the serious philosophical bodybuilding advertisement. Elder Song has already become Zhu Shang Xie. I can't always be Chang Fatty. He was determined. From today onwards, I must lose weight so that Elder Song can see a completely new person. He had only walked halfway when he encountered Shao-Chi shouting loudly. A blushed and looked at her, Are you okay, girl? He asked. Are you okay, girl? The scene shifted to the gym, where everyone was working hard. Inside the gym, it was extremely hot. They were competing to lift weights, the fire blazing, and everyone full of passion. Understanding it, the brothers' gazes were resolute, as if they had all arrived at the same place at the same time, heading in the same direction. Chang Fatty arrogantly trained. Because a beautiful girl like this didn't need to go for a walk or shop, she spent the whole day beside him, training, only thinking about her physique. How could they not be envious, not be jealous? Shao-Chi came closer and wiped the sweat. He hoped that his sincere feelings would bring new hope to everyone's lives. Vile, but the two successes were the genuine feeling without any glamour. At the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau, an announcement sounded, Master Song, we have arrived. The letter says the Intelligence Bureau needs you. Hope to see you soon, sign it, Old Zhao. He looked at the letter. Zhao Ling had the audacity to call herself Old Zhao, truly worthy of the title Manhwa. The guard went to invite Master Song. The male lead was left bewildered, wondering what this was all about. He probed the little system, inspecting the surroundings with suspicion. Could it be that Captain Zhao had discovered some kind of demon or ghost and needed his help? The system flew around him and naturally responded, "I have scanned the surroundings, and no time travelers have been detected. However, there is one strange group of people." As soon as it finished speaking, a crowd rushed toward him. "Move aside, move aside." He angrily turned around and asked, "Huh?" A group of people surrounding a white-haired hero, the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, Zhao Wu, with boundless spiritual power and exceptional skills, and yet you're still in my way? Move along, people unrelated to this. Seeing this, he was also surprised. So, it's the youngest Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master in history. He looks so cool. One man, bowing his head, was visibly irritated. "You common folk, how dare you look directly at the revered Heavenly Master?" He waved him off, "Get out of here." He stepped aside but was left stunned, unable to move. What's going on? With just a light push, the male lead sent him flying. "Please move out of the way." His face touched the ground. "You!" Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master looked at him. This fellow cultivator has yet to introduce himself. "I am Zhang Qiulin of Longhu Mountain. I would like to ask, how could you, who have harmed a disciple of my sect, leave so easily?" He sighed. "Ugh, so troublesome." Then he added, "It was never a big deal not being sure about the dog leash." He met his gaze, but it was really nauseating when even the master was biting people indiscriminately. He replied seriously, "If this fellow cultivator has already taught him such a lesson, don't blame Zhang Qiulin for not understanding human emotions." Nearby, a group of disciples were shouting incessantly, "Master's Majesty, teach him a lesson. Our Dragon Tiger Mountain is not to be trifled with." One shouted loudly, "How dare a mere mortal speak like that to the Heavenly Master?" A figure walked out from within. General Zhao asked, "Why are you here?" General Zhao answered him, "Has a distinguished guest arrived for you to personally receive?" He saw him slowly approaching and was puzzled. Old Zhao pretended to bow and greet him. "Dragon Tiger Mountain has always served the country with all its strength, that is our duty." Before he could finish speaking, "No need for the general to trouble yourself." He had already turned and walked away. Finally, I get to see the real deal." Walking up to the male lead, Song Yichang raised his hand to start a conversation. "This kid is truly a talent, inviting you was the right choice." He laughed heartily, almost forgetting to introduce himself. Shaking hands joyfully, he said, "I'm Zhao Zong Xian, just call me Old Zhao." His hearty laughter echoed, "Sing, sing, 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 sing." The two of them went inside without paying any attention to the man still spraying glue over there. "Let's go, we'll talk inside," Song Cheng thought seriously. Zhao Zong Xian understood, puckering his lips and widening his eyes, "It's the founding spirit." Zhao Zong Xian? Only then did he vaguely realize that this was a party hosted by Zhao Zong Xian, mainly to welcome prominent figures who had contributed to the investigative work of the National Bureau of Investigation, including someone named Zhang Heavenly Master. Reflecting on this, as Old Zhao spoke, "Now I understand, the identity of Zhu Shangxia has long been exposed. With such a powerful celestial system, luckily they sealed my information, restricting access only to higher-level personnel for review, and everything returned to normal." Of course, Old Zhao's mysterious invitation wasn't just for the party, right? Only two people entered the room, and he asked, "What? Do you want me to join the detective bureau?" He scratched his head hesitantly, "But I was already used to being free." I was afraid he might stop me, but I hoped he wouldn't reject me too quickly. To explain, based on my observations, you have outstanding abilities in your actions. Of course, I don't intend to interfere with your actions, but rather assist you, for example, by protecting your family, sharing intelligence, or providing military support. He rested his chin on his hand. Let me think about it." Then he added, "Oh, by the way, this matter is still under internal discussion, so for now, it's not to be disclosed. Zhao Ling entered the room, and the old man snorted in displeasure. The cunning old man pushed me out to greet the guest, leaving me here alone. The beautiful woman looked at him and said, Zhu Shangxia, what are you doing here? He turned to her, Captain Zhao, I thought you were cautious. It seemed Zhao Ling didn't know her identity had been exposed yet. She quickly ran to refute, don't misunderstand, I didn't say a word. She yelled, blame him. It must be that my grandfather secretly read my diary. But in truth, he didn't understand what she was talking about. Ha! Quietly sitting there eating melon seeds. Zhang Qiulin changed his clothes and walked in neatly. Old Zhao Ling and I, you two made me search for you everywhere. He looked at him with a mocking expression, this heavenly master came here to leave, and he's already changed into a second outfit. He held a glass of wine in his hand, Old Zhao, please allow me to invite your beautiful granddaughter to dance with me. The old man turned away with a face of disdain. Zhao Ling remained polite, thank you. But he was self-satisfied, as expected, no one can resist my elegant charm. However, striking directly at her mentality, she moved closer to the male lead. Unfortunately, I already have a dance partner. He was startled, am I your dance partner? He became angry, it's that damn kid again. A disciple rushed over and tried to hold him back, heavenly master, something's wrong. He sneered, Ling and I, don't turn yourself into a jasmine flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. The disciple leaned close to his ear, and after hearing him, he immediately walked off. Apologies, but I have to leave now, he said. He threw his wine glass to the ground, useless dog, always ruining my plans. Returning to the center of the party, Zhao Ling blushed and shyly said, may I have this dance, my master? He accepted, thank you. And thought, it's their territory. It's hard not to feel embarrassed, but the system beside me helped push things along for the two of them. The road is Zhu Shangxia, and I didn't even know how to make sarcastic remarks. This time, it's really embarrassing, this time, I even argued back. I didn't know how to help my host and was just mocking instead. Zhao Ling held his hand, huh? What did you just say? Song Chang scratched his head, nothing. She took the initiative to hold his hand a little closer, the music is about to start. He blushed, flustered. This is bad, really bad, really bad. He hiccuped, feeling as if something was urging him to lead the dance. Turns out, it was the system controlling him, if the host looked bad, the system wouldn't look good either. Calm down, don't be nervous, just follow my lead. She followed his steps, praising, I didn't expect you to dance so well. He asked, what is this specialty? A strange feeling. Realizing, under the guidance of the system, I found the rhythm. The two of them swayed to the music, not only avoiding embarrassment but dancing quite naturally. But of course, that wasn't my intention. At the end of the performance, the audience clapped and cheered. Someone wondered, who is he the Zhao family's young lady invited to dance with? Another person said, he's so close to old Zhao, seems like we shouldn't underestimate this guy. After finishing his jump, the male protagonist turned on the device and heard a voice from the other end of the line, Boss SOS, hurry up and save me, it's a call from Chang Fatty. On the other side, he sounded frantic, Boss SOS, hurry up and save me. Song Chang imagined an incredibly twisted scene. Chang Fatty was hanging upside down, his favorite thing was to torment fat people. Then came a series of eerie laughs, try cutting a piece of meat and see what happens. The male protagonist reassured, don't worry, I'm on my way. Yanzhou City, he wondered, was it here? It felt light, not at all what he had imagined, nothing chaotic, just a bit of confusion. Chang Fatty, he looked at Chang Fatty in surprise, boss, why are you asking about me? He hesitantly asked, did you get involved with something unsavory? Chang Fatty let out a sigh and replied, boss, I've been poisoned. Then he went silent, his body returning to its usual state. He explained, I've been poisoned by love. The male protagonist was utterly puzzled. It took Song Yi-chang a while to figure out what Chang Fatty meant after he spoke for a while. After the corpse battle in Xiangxi, Chang Fatty had met a beautiful girl, an angelic beauty. This girl, Xiao Qi, had no interest in material things. Only focused on taking care of Chang Fatty's health, Xiao Qi said warmly, wiping away the sweat. As he spoke, he made an awkward gesture. Xiao Qi had never wanted to go shopping in the city, he only wanted to stay at the gym with me. The male lead scratched his ear after hearing this. So what happened next? He awkwardly continued, after that, I confessed to her, asked her out. This was something the boss had done before, so Song Cheng puffed out his chest proudly. Ahem, I have to say, DPAS is something to be proud of. You found the right person. The Holy Love Scripture reluctantly taught him a few tricks. Before he could hear more, Chang Fatty pointed and said, Boss, look, it's her. Xiao Qi walked past, explaining, she works at the gym and then seems to get lost in thought. She probably doesn't have a second job. I don't understand anything about her. But both the male lead and the system seem to sense something. Did you feel something, too? Never mind, help me flirt with her first, bro. The first rule of love challenge. Handsome and talented raised his flowers, not prepared, you can't just act out of the blue. He quickly waved his hand and ran off. Let's confess some other time. Chang Fatty was puzzled. Ha? Boss, what are you doing? Song Chang followed Xiao Qi, trailing behind the love interest of his brother. Am I being too much, doing this? He thought. I don't care anymore, but there's something off about Xiao Qi. I hope there's nothing strange going on. Suddenly, a red-haired beauty lunged at him. She's a spider demon, she's using the same old tricks again. Brother, why are you being so forceful? You're hurting me. He blushed. Sorry. She buried her head in his chest. If you know your mistake, then you have to take responsibility. Take me back to rest. She pointed toward the other side, and seeing Xiao Qi go inside, he was pleased to have achieved his goal. All right, no problem, let me lead her in. Hurry up, we can't waste her rest time. As for you, you're at a disadvantage, he's too strong. Later, the sisters will have to bite him to make up for it. Inside, in the midst of the romantic tension, she let him in. Brother, over here, please. He realized it was definitely not a proper place. Another girl spoke up, brother, don't be shy, come join us. He broke into a cold sweat. Wait, isn't your dream lover, Ban Zi, working here? Really? Let me ask and find out. He raised his hand, demanding, I don't like the overly sexy, eye-catching model. Get on the chair, and don't you dare bring me any model that's too seductive. Find me a purer one, preferably with short hair, someone who looks harmless. Do you understand the feeling of a young girl? The red-haired spider lady's face darkened. Indeed, relying on Xiao Qi had been useless. But no one could steal this kind of high-class item. She snapped her fingers. Sisters, did you hear that? Get this brother sorted out quickly. They quickly arranged everything. A soft voice called out from the bed. Brother. The girls, dressed in school uniforms, crawled over. They hadn't even finished their homework, and yet they'd come to find the brother. The harmonious sound mixed with the gentle scent, and he couldn't bear to just leave them. He was drawn in, his eyes lighting up. Ha, I couldn't be that heartless. A group of people rushed over, shouting, hand over the master, yelling loudly, are you tired of living? Daring to mess with Dragon Tiger Mountain. She ran out. Let me go take a look. She reassured them, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything. Inside the cave, there were strands of sharp teeth everywhere. The cave master screamed, looking at the pile of corpses below. Damn it! He scolded, how many times have I told you? In this world, you must be discreet and plan for the long term. Clutching his head, the cultivators were indeed very captivating, but revealing one's identity for such a reason was not worth it. A shy girl, elder sister had her elegance ruined by these Taoist priests, and she tried to calm her anger. Actually, today little sister has someone even more high-ranking. Seriously, little sister will bring him here right away. Suddenly, the wall beside them exploded, smoke billowing everywhere, and a dark figure slowly approached, wearing a sinister smile. The sound of the wall cracking echoed loudly. Amid the dust and smoke, a loud laugh rang out. Ha, they're about to fight, and who is the heavenly master dragon tiger summoning wind and calling rain? A group of disciples bowed in respect, their spiritual power vast and extraordinary. The red-haired spider demon turned to the sect leader. Sister, it seems the leader of those filthy Taoist priests has arrived. Zhang Qiulin arrogantly stepped forward. There's no such reasoning. He sneered, you vile monsters, wreaking havoc in the world, and yet you dare to cruelly kill the Longhu disciple before they could exorcise the evil. And those who support them, what kind of reasoning is that? The maid beside her responded. What do you mean by accept love? Initially, those priests came here to enjoy themselves, but I ended up inhaling too much air unintentionally. He's pretending to be handsome and talented, a heavenly master here. He says more, but with the effect of the wind, he looks so smooth. Why isn't he surrendering already? Suddenly, a kick landed directly on his face, creating a strong shockwave from the pressure. The sect leader is attacking. Yes, introduce me as the sect leader, the one with a heart full of emotion. How could I possibly be afraid of your nonsense? He lay motionless on the ground, begging, chivalrous lady, spare me. I was just an empty barrel, making noise, how humble of me. Please grant me a chance to live. These disciples are all yours, enjoy them however you like, they are delicious. She smiled with pleasure. That will do for now. I accept, and I will grant your wish. He looked on in fear, then pulled something out of his bag with a rustling sound, preparing a move. First, let me treat you to my wind net technique. Ha ha. She asked him something. A ray of light surrounded her, causing her pain. Yes, yes. The subordinates were also taken by surprise. Sect leader. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and with a grin, glanced back. Costume team, online team, come in here. Let's start live now. The sound of clothes brushing against each other echoed on the live stream. Next, I will show everyone how to remove a curse. Raise your hand to greet the audience. If there are any viewers who haven't clicked the like button, please do so now. The leader is still shouting. I didn't forget to issue the command. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill him for me. They quickly moved forward, obeying the command, entering the room in the cave, while Song Chang was enjoying his pleasure. Ha, everyone, look, there's a butterfly. They kept watching the butterfly flying by. Here it is. The girl with her hair tied up asked, earlier, someone came to cause trouble. You should have calmed that person down. Why worry? Don't you know the strength of our leader? Then, out of nowhere, she noticed, took the chance to look towards him, secretly took a sip, and saw him fiddling with something. In her dream, Chang Fatty ran in. Old Land kept shouting. The boss asked, what are you still doing here? He led him out. Come with me quickly. The two of them were in suits. On such an important day, how could he arrive late? The church bells rang. King, 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 king. He was confused. Could this possibly be someone else's wedding? Entering the ceremony hall, the male lead received countless congratulations. My brother, so happy for you. Congratulations, Song Yi Chang. Amid the cheers, only he remained puzzled. Congratulations to me? Looking at the bride on the stage, the pastor asked Song Yi Chang. Do you take these 4 beautiful brides as your wives? He blushed. I do. Then he looked closely. What? 4 brides? Each of them called his name. You finally arrived. Honey, hurry up, this is heaven. He was overjoyed, feeling like this might actually be perfect. They looked at him affectionately. Darling, 1 in 1,000, don't waste this opportunity. He nodded. Okay. Laughter and happiness echoed around. Ha ha. One person spoke. Come and drive me away. He lecherously watched as the husband came over to lift the curtain. Your wives have been waiting for you. Then something felt different. Lan Ling and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon looked at him, their clothes with different characters on them. Sweetheart! He shouted loudly. Dream shattered. He jolted awake. The two girls beside him looked at him in surprise. What? He can actually break the illusion spell by himself? Get ready, this person is not simple, hurry and run. He angrily pointed, you made me have nightmares, and now you want to run? After dealing with the two of them, he stepped out the door, and indeed, it was dark. It seemed he had to personally check things out. Looking around, how could this be? The broken scene in front of him made him wonder, why was the outside door in such a disordered state? A surge of power pulled toward him, bang. He recognized that it was the unconscious Zhang Heavenly Master. How could he be here? A dark aura surrounded him, the feeling was very strange. Was this place the spider demon's landing spot? Shao Qi, well done, the leader shouted. Quickly kill that rotten Taoist priest, and I'll reward you handsomely. Song Chang looked at them, they were all time travelers, and looked toward Shao Qi. That's her, calling her in your mind. Shao Qi then raised her spear to confront the enemy. Demoness, stop blocking, don't even think about harming anyone. A figure appeared again, stop. Chang Fatty's voice grew softer. Stop. The scene was chaotic. Chang Fatty was stunned, not understanding anything, and just blurted out, stop. Song Chang called out to him, you fatso. Rationally, looking at the two of them, how could one possibly strike? What if they truly love each other? Shao Qi also looked at Chang Fatty. Chang Fatty looked at her and said, Shao Qi, I understand now. You're so kind and gentle, it must be those evil women forcing you to act like this, right? I'm not afraid of them anymore. I'll definitely protect you. In a confused state, she asked, what are you talking about? Looking at him coldly, she added, you glutton, why are you thinking so much? Upon hearing these words, he was disillusioned as a glutton. She explained, yes, in my eyes, you're just like them, all delicious dishes that make people drool and question. Would humans like to eat cabbage and pork forever? He lowered his head in embarrassment, one piece of pork, one cabbage. Shao Qi forcefully threw Zhang Qiulin onto the ground. Since we're talking about it, I can't help but complain a little. It's so hard to find a creature with a pure and obedient temperament like you, yet you're all fat and greasy. I have to lick my hands to avoid affecting sister, and I even had to spend quite a bit of time getting you to practice losing weight. It's such a hassle. Her voice echoed with laughter, and even a spider spirit snickered in disdain. You're killing me with laughter. The lair master smiled. He could see the truth now, yet still wouldn't come to his senses, still head over heels for that first person, who would have thought useless Shao Qi would be gifted like this. Watching the whole thing, Song Chang's hands trembled, this was too much. He lunged forward at Master A and stared at him. Where on earth did a human who knew nothing of his own limits come from? Order them, kill them all for me. Webs shot out and spread, but he stood firm and dodged the strikes. He yelled, demanding justice. The siren had deceived my brothers and stolen their hearts. How should she atone? As he prepared to strike, he found he could not pull his spear free, it had been wrapped in webbing. She looked at him. Oof. Even if your body is strong, you are still a lowly human. Disable your weapon and see how you dare put on a show like me. He curled his lip. Oomph. Shao Qi was startled. Song Chang kicked her hard in the face with his foot. He enjoyed using his foot more than a weapon. The kick sent her flying, then he straightened, serious. Next, it's your turn. The lair master hesitated. Him. Could he still have some magical treasure? He gripped his spear and swung it whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The revolving tree caused them to be sucked into its cycle. One person cried out, "Sister, I feel so dizzy." But she already had a way to deal with it, as the sisters had used this move before. One weak person spoke, yet couldn't break free. She reassured calmly. Chang Fatty stood nearby, praising, "Impressive. Even when my brother wipes away tears, I can't stay immersed any longer." "Cheer up, keep going, boss is doing well." Song Chang raised his hand in agreement. "Ha, turns out this kid noticed it a long time ago. Alright then. But anyway, I didn't want to hide it from him in the first place. Switch tactics and rush forward. Look, I'll help you take revenge. Fly up. Raise your weapon, demon, surrender your life." A powerful strike hit the head of the dungeon master. She was struck hard to the ground, and dust rose into the air. He looked around, confused. Seems like they're a bit weak, right? Could it be? One blow and they've been wiped out already? He looked at his own hand. The strength of this strike was greater than he had imagined. Could it be that after striking, corpse quietly leveled up? The nearby villagers begged for mercy. Many had died, it was such a tragedy. People whispered that the main culprit was him. They didn't understand properly, yet they judged so eagerly, it's truly ruthless. Someone else pointed, "I just saw him beat a woman." Song Chung hurried to explain, "They are man-eating demons, those Taoist priests were all twisted into that form by them." "He can vouch for me, Fatty," he said. But when he turned he saw his brother weeping for the enemy. Hoo, Shao Chi, you died so tragically." He froze. "What?" Chang Fatty turned to reproach, "It was you, how can you be so heartless? They were all your age." Gripping a knife and risking everything, he rushed at him, "Murderer, I want you to kill to avenge them." His eyes went white and wild, he brandished the knife and lunged. With furious cries, "Murderer, I want you to kill to avenge them." Song Yi Chang's hand burst into flame, he stood calm and waited for him to come close. Smack! At the right moment he swept a palm into the center of the man's chest, sending him staring, mouth agape. He spat blood and crashed onto his back on the floor. "What? You struck your own brother?" The hero said coldly, lowering his gaze to him. "You are not my brother." Suddenly the space warped, bent, twisted, and snapped back to the barren wasteland. On the ground only a spider lay on its back. She couldn't believe it. Her stammering voice was full of illusions, and there was no way it could be true. Song Yi Chang looked at her system's introduction board with disdain and raised his voice arrogantly, "Just a low-level time traveler, and you think you can deceive me?" The system hovering beside him furrowed its brows, clicked its tongue, and voiced its doubts. Strange, really strange. How did this low-level time traveler manage to learn how to control their own energy waves? The male lead's eyebrows arched into a crescent shape. He glanced at his system with a hint of complaint. You finally showed up. I wonder if you have any advice. Looks like you've been working so hard. Making a versatile arm for me isn't impossible, is it?" As she spoke, she fumbled around in her chest. Song Yi Chang was confused. "Versatile arm, what do you mean?" "The super chicken feather broom, the nemesis of spiders." He held a yellow broom, no different from the feather of an editor's quill, pouting and muttering, "This doesn't seem like an ordinary chicken feather. How am I supposed to use it?" Just at the right moment, a spider demon crawled up behind him. Thud! Before he even realized it, a loud thump sounded from behind. Song Yi Chang jumped in surprise and turned around, only to see the demon spider rolling its white eyes in a faint. Behind her stood Chang Fatty, holding a dumbbell, having just struck her with it. He immediately became excited, giving a thumbs up and saying, "That's right, this is my real brother." Chang Fatty, with tears streaming down his face, rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying miserably. There's only one best boss in this world, and from now on, I will never trust women again. Boo-hoo, women are all beasts. The system, standing by, glanced at them helplessly and coughed lightly. Ahem, sorry to bother you, but there are a few spiders about to escape. Hearing this, Song Yi-chang let go of him, picked up the broom and began to run. Bro, wait for me, I'll be back in a flash after I go. He stomped the ground and with a single leap, jumped 10 meters up several floors, directly into the hole in the ceiling. Outside, it was gradually getting dark, and amidst the towering buildings, the figure of the man could still be seen in the glow of the streetlights. Sister, aren't we going to take care of the other sisters? If you want to control me, you can, but I don't want to die at the hands of that man. They ran for their lives in fear, but just seconds later, Song Yi-chang caught up with them. Ah, he's chasing us. The three girls panicked, glaring and relentlessly attacking, trying to hold him back. Hurry up and tie him up. Song Yi-chang smiled casually, waving the broom in his hand with ease. The chicken feather duster waved a few times, and the spider silk was instantly torn apart. Ha ha. Now let's try using this function. Saying that, he pressed the big red button on the body of the duster. Song Yi-chang gaped as the duster's feathers shot straight towards them. What is this? Before they could react, the feathers spun a few times, spiraling 3 little spider demons in the air. A moment later, the male protagonist sneered and said, "All done. Press it again." Whoosh! Immediately, the feathers slowly retracted, returning to a normal duster. He stroked his chin, impressed, very convenient, then looked at the 3 little spiders, who were unconscious inside the duster. The male protagonist sneered again, laughing, "It doesn't even take any effort." He then took the duster and headed back to the building where the little spider demons were gathered. Muttering to himself, "First, I need to clean my precious, mighty treasure. Then I'll deal with these little demons. But do I really have to act in front of Chang Fatty? It just feels a bit cruel." Just then, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. Chang Fatty, with tears in his eyes, said, "Boss, go ahead, don't worry about how I feel. My heart is as firm as a rock now, there will be no more wavering." Song Yi-chang shot him a glance, darkly channeling his spiritual energy into the palm of his hand. Wait a minute. Zhang Qiulin, defeated, supported himself on his hands to stand upright. Chang Fatty furrowed his brows and turned to look at him. With that face all swollen like a pig's head, he's still trying to smile, holding a talisman in his hand. "I'm here, so of course, capturing the monster doesn't need anyone else's help." He pretended to act righteous on the outside, but inwardly, he was sneering, haha. After all, he could still gain a few hundred years of cultivation from this. Both of them squinted their eyes, watching him as he walked off without saying anything, still dragging his feet. Ahem, excuse me, could you please move aside? The livestream camera, by coincidence, had fallen onto the pile of broken objects and was still filming in their direction, with the comments flooding in continuously. "Boss, are you really going to let him steal the credit like this? This feels a bit uncomfortable." It's fine, it's fine. Him contributing is still a good thing. Zhu Shangxia is alive, that shameless Taoist priest. I want to see Zhu Shangxia. Did you notice something? Zhu Shangxia isn't wearing a mask, the thief who stole the credit is here. Is it really him? Heavenly Master Dog, Heavenly Master Dog, Heavenly Master Dog. Zhu Shangxia revealed his face. I think he looks really handsome. What do you all think? Damn it, I'm falling in love again. Song Yi-chang lazily ignored him and walked over to pat Chang Fatty on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't be sad anymore, in a bit, I'll treat you to skewered meat. Your greedy nature, along with your love, has disappeared now. Zhang Qiulin, over here, was extremely excited as he subdued the little demons. He secretly thought that if he could successfully extend the cultivation time of these little demons, today's trip would truly not be in vain. When he returns, he'll need to do a few trending searches, post regularly like this, and becoming a national idol will be within reach. Bang, 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 suddenly, the quiet space was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps, as if someone was running wildly. He confusedly raised his head. What caught their eyes was a group of people rushing towards them, moving so fast. The fan group rushed toward them, shouting loudly, "Hero, your appearance is truly impressive, please collaborate with us. Sign for me, please. You're so handsome. Sign for me too. Come on, do an interview with us." They trampled Zhang Qiulin underfoot and rushed straight toward Song Yichang. These fools were blind, daring to ignore the heavenly beauty before them. They quickly dragged Shang Fatty along, hastily running away from them. "Husband, I'm right here, what should I do to swim better?" Chang Fatty asked, confused. "Big bro, you're a hero, why are you running away?" He scoffed, slowly explaining. "Ha, who said I'm running away?" He lightly leapt across a nearby rooftop, then turned around, gently ruffling his hair. "I just think my back looks cooler, that's all." The reporters quickly captured this moment, he looked so handsome. The female fans also immediately took out their phones to snap pictures while cheering. "Zhu Shangxia is the most handsome. Even walking away, he's still so handsome. Such grace, Zhu Shang." Very quickly, the pictures and information from the time he left took over the entire hot search list on the internet and the newspapers. The group of female students, who were secretly viewing them at school, had their phones confiscated by the teachers, who then gave them a stern reminder. "You are students, so you should focus on your studies. Spending the whole day chasing after idols, do you think that will feed you? Go back to class now, I'll hold on to this for you." Zhang Yishao happened to see this and walked over, laughing to help diffuse the situation. "Miss Li, don't be angry. Be careful, or you might get wrinkles." Upon hearing this, Miss Li, who had been frowning a moment ago, immediately broke into a bright smile, rubbing her cheeks. "Right, before I meet my husband, I have to make sure I maintain my looks. Oh, by the way, let me introduce him to you. Ta-da, this is my husband." With that, Miss Li handed a newspaper to Zhang Yishao. Seeing the familiar profile of Song Yichang, she widened her eyes in shock and doubt. "Yichang isn't my husband, is he?" Miss Li, seeing her colleague's bewildered expression, laughed joyfully. "Ha, I bet you're also stunned by how handsome Mr. Zhu Shang is, right?" Suddenly, a student ran over from a distance, shouting loudly. "Miss Zhang, this is crazy, the air conditioner in the music room is malfunctioning." Both of them exchanged a puzzled glance at the student. The air conditioner was acting crazy. He immediately grabbed the hands of the two people and pointed down at the schoolyard. "Look over there." Just as he said, down in the schoolyard was the air conditioner, running on its own two legs, with a group of students chasing after it. Zhang Yishao was confused, barely believing his eyes, scratching his head and muttering, "I'm not dreaming, am I?" The next day, in Yanzhou City, on a bustling street, Song Yichang slowly stopped by a small newsstand on the side of the road. With a cap on his head and a mask covering his face, he was fully geared up like an idol. The little system cast a judgmental glance at his photo printed in the newspaper. In this day and age, even journalists are using cameras to make people look better? Song Yichang couldn't help but smile smugly. "The figure I got from the magazine is indeed handsome. The front page of a famous magazine isn't something just anyone can get on. Buying a copy to put on the wall shouldn't be too much, right?" He reached out to grab a newspaper, but suddenly, another slender hand reached for the same one. The warm sensation, the soft long hair. As he turned his gaze in anticipation, he was immediately met with a dazzling bright light. Song Yichang got goosebumps, startled, and immediately pulled his hand back, his face filled with disappointment as he said, "This uncle here doesn't seem like the type to be idle. You probably wouldn't be bothered by just a poster, right?" The old man furrowed his brows and quickly grabbed the paper. "If that's the case, what if you let me have it?" Song Yichang, unwilling to give in, reached out to snatch it back. The shop owner, instead of mediating, laughed with interest and added fuel to the fire. "You two have a good eye. This newspaper is selling like hotcakes today. This is the last copy left, so why don't we auction it off and see who offers a higher price?" "Rip. As expected, a tearing sound echoed, and the poster was split in half by the two of them. The old man tightly grabbed his half and dashed off. Song Yi-chang held onto his half and sighed. No way, am I such a die-hard fan of Zhu Shangxie? Ugh, this is really shameful. The system disdainfully picked up another poster and said, fans don't need just half a poster. The shopkeeper, seeing this, stammered in panic. Hey, what's this? Didn't you say it was selling like crazy, and there was only one copy left? Song Yi-chang looked at the torn newspaper, then suddenly noticed something strange. This is definitely suspicious. Let's follow it and we'll find out soon enough. Immediately, he pulled his mask down and dashed in the direction the old man had just gone. Taking cover behind a tree, he tried his best not to be noticed, watching where the old man was heading, his brow furrowed in suspicion. This place? The system beside him asked in confusion. Hey, what exactly have you discovered? The article in the bottom right corner of the second page, read vertically. Following his instructions, it looked closely and realized that by connecting the first letters, a line of text would appear. Receiving the divine revelation, what kind of signal is this? Could it be some secret meeting point, using this method to notify followers? Not only does it prove that the followers of this sect are numerous, but it also suggests their gathering place is extremely clandestine. As expected, the old man turned into the gate of a scrap processing area at the end of the road. Song Yi-chang immediately gave chase, but as soon as he took his eyes off, he lost sight of him. Standing in the middle of the empty lot, he looked around in all directions. How could he disappear so quickly? Then, his gaze landed on a reflection on the ground. The washing machine looked almost new, so why was it thrown here? As he stepped closer, the washing machine suddenly shook violently, and Song Yi-chang jumped back in surprise. The washing machine shook non-stop for a while before sprouting two sharp steel arms and legs, standing up abruptly and introducing itself. As you can see, I am the front-loading washing machine, Bumble Watch. The boy's eyes were skeptical, struggling to grasp what was happening, silently thinking to himself, a front-loading washing machine? What a fresh, shiny, and oddly fitting name. Moreover, it seems like this name was born just for him. Now, what clever trick will this well-known figure use to verify his identity? Noticing the boy's silence, the machine, after a brief pause, took the initiative to clear its throat and adjust its glasses. Song Yi-chang remained doubtful. Is it really that classic? Unable to resist, he blurted out. A pagoda to suppress demons. The boy glanced around furtively for a moment, then, thinking quickly, moved closer to whisper. Not to hide anything from you, actually, I'm here to receive the divine command. Looking at the text on the newspaper the boy was holding, the washing machine crossed its arms and nodded. The token is fine, and the signal works as well. Comrade, I, the robot, will lead the way for you. With a crackling sound, the washing machine transformed, retracting its arms and legs back into one. The original washing machine even had the drum door open. Comrade, please come in. Song Yi-chang gave a forced, indescribable smile. Now that it has come to this, I no longer have the right to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and recklessly jumped in. His body slid down the pipe, swirling around a few times before plunging down further. Though he had no idea how he ended up here, the current situation was far from clear. Was that washing machine a robot? Like one of those Transformers? But do robots believe in cults? Wait, why am I even following this? Does Zhu Shangxie also work in cult destruction now? The system, hearing him muttering like a madman, appeared and spoke, why think so much? Just follow and you'll see it's not what you think, right? You might even spot a fish that slipped through the net. Ignoring the advice, Song Yi-chang still stared blankly, muttering to himself, who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Thud. Distracted while walking down the hallway, his shoulder suddenly bumped into a water tank beside him. Ah, it was the water tank walking beside him. The male lead furrowed his brows, looking at the dangling wire behind it. Another freak. Wait a minute, this figure. It looks so familiar. Could it be her? Not having much time to think, watching the silhouette grow farther away, Song Yicheng took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Comrade, wait! Sure enough, Zhao Ling turned around. As expected, it was her in disguise. She panicked when she saw him and made a silent gesture. After hearing Zhao Ling's explanation, I finally understood that these strange people had gathered here because of the divine message hidden within the article, which guided them. It seemed odd at first glance, but in reality, they were all genuine human beings. These mechanical fanatics were delusional, hoping to merge machines with the spirit, believing that they could attain eternal life through it. This new form of cult also fell under the jurisdiction of the special task force in charge of the current investigation. Zhao Ling was here to infiltrate and investigate. So, the figure standing at the entrance wasn't a robot, but rather a human combined with machinery? Zhao Ling nodded slightly, just enough for the two of them to hear. Yes, this is also the focus of my investigation. I've heard that their divine message supposedly possesses the power to digitize a person's consciousness and then integrate it into machinery. Not only that, but the deity might also have the ability to infiltrate and control machines. I heard something unusual happened last month. Last time, when I made a work report for the leaders, I had made it into a comic to make it easier for them to understand. I drew it as a comic, you'll get it when you see it. With that, she took the photograph from the album and showed it to him. It was a very ordinary night in the room of a very ordinary girl. A phone call shattered that peace. The girl could not refuse and immediately went downstairs. But just as she had taken her food and was hastily returning to her room, a strange, gigantic shadow appeared and bellowed at her, "Congratulations, Earthling, at last your new god has descended here. I will save you, and give you the experience of living in an entirely new dimension." The words coming from the darkness left the girl utterly astonished. She trembled, then angrily shouted, "You damn cat, you turned the lights off again." She switched the light back on. At last her senses returned and she realized she had made a grave mistake. The cleaning robot had vanished, and the figure standing on the desk reading a book was the owner of that strange black shadow. "Earthling, you dare ignore me, you will pay for your foolishness." Immediately, every household item in the room began to shake violently. Recently, I rushed too quickly to study online. Could it be that I made a mistake somewhere? Is this truly the master of this world? The earth won't have to wait for too long. Eventually, this world will be in my hands. Damn it, my cleaning robot ran away. In the end, the girl had no choice but to finish the now cold box of food and try to get through that strange night. That was roughly the situation. Song Yicheng was very patient, scrolling to the very end before seeing the 3 words, and he frowned. Then, he looked over and saw Zhao Ling's excited and expectant expression. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Well, is she asking me if I understand the summary of this case, or is she waiting for me to praise her comic? His gaze, which was clearly full of frustration, was hidden under the brim of his hat as he glanced at her, forcing a smile and saying, "Haha, I think it's pretty good." In his heart, he silently added, "Though I roughly understand the situation, but this comic of hers has really strayed off topic too much." At the same time, someone was feeling very itchy. "Achoo, who's that? Who said I'm off topic?" Clap clap. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed, drawing the attention of the whole group. The washing machine stood on a high podium and solemnly said, "Please be quiet. Hello everyone, I am the presider of this ceremony, the front-loading washing machine. I hereby declare the official beginning of the divine ritual." After he spoke, the large doors in the center of the hall opened simultaneously, and a figure in a red cloak stepped out. "Please, come forward." The sound of applause echoed throughout the hall. Reformation of the Bless Machines. Reformation of the Bless Machines, Song Yicheng widened his eyes, is that the god of machines? The washing machine forcefully pulled away the red curtain covering the large screen. Let us praise the appearance of the god. On the big screen appeared large text, God of Invention and Reformation. Song Yi-chang furrowed his brows in astonishment, making a direct connection to the TV. This was their god. The large screen quickly displayed the figure of a mysterious man. The group of fanatics cheered wildly, clapping and shouting, "Reformation of the machines, god of creation." The male protagonist slowly assessed the scene. God of creation, that name is both accurate and memorable. The washing machine stood beside the screen, raised its hand, and spoke loudly, "Comrades, the reason we have gathered here today is for something extremely wonderful that you have all been eagerly awaiting for so long, the selection of a few individuals to participate in the divine ritual of reincarnation." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the rows of seats immediately stood up, shouting and cheering. Reformation of the machines. Reformation of the machines. Song Yi-chang was helpless, at a loss for words. The resurrection ritual must be the process where a person's soul is transferred into machinery, as Zhao Ling had mentioned before, right? Transferring the soul into machinery, granting eternal life from that point onward. Could something like that really exist in this world? It would be incredible. Choose me, pick me, pick me. He was lost in thought when suddenly, a scream from Zhao Ling beside him made him jump. Noticing his wide-eyed look, she leaned closer to explain, "These people operate in secrecy. This is a great opportunity to infiltrate and investigate." Yeah, that makes sense. But how will they choose? At that moment, a long row of screens suddenly appeared on the small screen above the podium. Now this has become a real creation. This selection will primarily test everyone's aptitude and endurance. The washing machine class. Anyone who gets A or above in both categories will be selected. This is much more adorable than the last selection. We're so lucky. It seems like the opportunity to create the world is close at hand. Who knows, maybe we'll even participate in that large-scale reform plan. Zhao Ling stood up, urging Song Yi-chang, "We should go up too." The two of them then lined up with the others. Looking at the washing machine's instructions on the screen. In the first round, please stand firmly in front of the screen, relax your body, and check everything thoroughly. The system will automatically evaluate. The group of people standing in front of the screen waited for their check, hoping for divine creativity, but they failed to meet the standards. The way this group eliminates candidates is also very direct, hitting the candidates and sending them flying straight off the stage, then adding an extra punch to the face to send them off. Not up to standard, not up to standard, not up to standard. Song Yi-chang, who stood at the back of the line, silently swallowed and watched the entire process. I didn't expect the selection method to be this brutal. The screen above continued repeating, "Not up to standard." Suddenly, a slap sound echoed as a fist punched through the large screen. He stared in astonishment. Oh no, seems like someone's even more brutal than it. The person was none other than Zhao Ling. She clicked her tongue at the shattered screen. Couldn't control my conditioned reflex with my hand. The security robots immediately appeared, quickly grabbing her limbs and dragging her outside. Zhao Ling struggled and screamed loudly. "Give me one more chance. I didn't do it on purpose. Actually, I..." Song Yi-chang stood to one side, completely speechless. The way she infiltrated was far too modest. Suddenly, Zhao Ling, who was being dragged away, furrowed her brows, tossed something into his hand, and then grabbed it. Song Yi-chang quickly grabbed it, curiously looking at the small badge in his palm. This. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to ask her, the screen beside him suddenly erupted with a loud sound, exceeding the threshold. Before he could comprehend what was happening, confetti rained down from above. The mysterious man on the screen glanced over as well. The washing machine clunking in front of him then spoke up, "Congratulations, comrade. You can now begin your endurance challenge." Song Yi-chang stared blankly at the electric wires in front of him, unable to react. He only heard the buzzing of electricity in his ears. The next moment, the entire hall was filled with thick white smoke, followed by an explosion that shook the entire junkyard. After what felt like an eternity, Song Yi-chang groggily woke up, rubbing his messy hair like a lion's mane. He furrowed his brows. What kind of selection is this? Lucky I didn't die. Is this in a container truck? Are these people all? Suddenly, a pale face appeared under the flashlight of the system. You're not bad, the voice said. I didn't even lay a hand, and you still managed to handle it? As expected, he jumped up and shouted loudly. What are you pretending to be, a ghost or what? What good does scaring me do for you? The host here is me, and I nearly got electrocuted to death. Do you even know that? Of course I know. It's just that I didn't have the time to pay attention to you earlier. The energy fluctuation from that so-called God's essence feels very familiar. He's definitely someone from another time, but absolutely not a typical time traveler. What do you mean by familiar energy fluctuation? At that moment, the truck carrying them came to a stop. Song Yi Chang, alert, murmured. The vehicle stopped. The back door of the truck was then slightly opened from the outside. I've heard that this time, an exceptional candidate appeared at the third selection site. What's the point of having a high rank? Next challenge, you'll need luck. The usual rule, anyone who dies gets thrown into the battery factory, the others will be taken to the holy temple. The blinding light made Song Yi-chung frown and shield his eyes. The two robots outside were also a bit surprised to see him awake. Someone's already awake? How's that possible? The shock was enough to knock me out for 3 days and nights. What do we do now? Does this risk exposing the base's location? How can it be so powerful? You're overthinking it. But just as both of them were fumbling in confusion, within a few seconds, they turned around and saw that he had disappeared. Where's that guy? He's also a follower of the Creator God, so he shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Maybe he fainted from too much excitement. Try looking through the crowd. Song Yi Chang, who had been hanging on the iron roof, jumped down and pinned both of them to the ground at once. Comrade, what are you doing? A while later, inside some abandoned building serving as the Creator God's base, an angry voice echoed through the night. You're that Zhu Shangxia, how did you sneak in here? You still haven't answered my question. Tell me, what is that Creator God up to? Don't you dare insult the God, he is the hope for humanity's evolution. While dismantling the tangled wires from his body, Song Yi-chang responded. If he's truly that great, why does he have to sneak around like this? Revolutionary ideas ahead of their time will always be met with opposition from the short-sighted. Give it up, I'll never betray him. Stop with the sweet words. That high-voltage current has probably killed countless people already. The name of that so-called Creator God is nothing more than the name of a mad murderer, and you all are merely a group of accomplices in the crime. Still think of yourselves as noble? Let me reward you with a trip to the heavenly court along with your so-called noble ideals. Faced with the threat, with an example already lying on the ground, he immediately became frightened and burst into tears, saying, Don't, I'll tell you everything, I will tell you everything. 20 minutes passed. Standing inside the steel frame of the robot, Song Yi-chang looked up at the tall building and muttered, It seems they don't really know the true purpose of that so-called Creator God. Looks like I'll have to go meet this mysterious creator myself. Right, when I return, I should find those two a repairman for their gadgets. They're just a bunch of selfish people dreaming of eternal life. I generally grasped the situation. The entity known as the Creator God appeared about half a year ago. He claimed that he wanted to lead life on this backward earth, reform machinery to achieve eternal life. It seems that Zhao Ling's comics weren't just random drawings. Unexpectedly, this slogan of machine reform attracted a group of human followers who were obsessed with machines and dreamed of immortality. It was true, before the followers, he displayed his divine power. Not only does it transfer the souls of the believers into the real machines, but it also grants them the ability to transform. It is said that this ritual is the largest scale one in history so far. During the ritual, the Creator God once said that perhaps it would soon become a reality, and the grace of the deity would soon descend upon this land. Walking down the long, dark corridor, Song Yi-chang quietly called out to the little system. "Little system, how do you feel?" The little system shrank down and whispered in his ear, "I'm sure it's not for good intentions." Not seeing her jump out and argue with him as usual, he asked, confused, what? What are you doing?" The little system tugged at her hair in distress and replied. The closer they got to the building, the stronger the familiar energy fluctuations became, but no matter how hard she tried to remember, she couldn't figure out why. "It's so uncomfortable, let me be quiet for a moment." With that, she directly burrowed into his ear. Song Yi-chang didn't mind her and continued to probe. Not long after, he ran into another robot. He thought to himself, the security is getting tighter. It seems the central area is in this direction. Stay calm and just pass by the guard. He stood in front of the face scanning gate, waiting for it to process. A few seconds later, the heavy iron door creaked open, and after walking a little further inside, he finally dared to remove his mask, letting out a sigh of relief. "Good thing I didn't take the mask off earlier." Still mumbling to himself, his eyes suddenly widened in horror, his mouth falling open at the scene before him. This was the factory that drained human energy. No, this can't be allowed, it has to be stopped. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air, shrouded in a faint red glow. "Oh, seems we have an extraordinary guest today," came the voice. Song Yi-chang clenched his fists, silently thinking. Finally, it had appeared. He shouted, his voice booming, "You are the so-called creator god, the self-proclaimed creator god? The world still doesn't understand, and the level of your mission is unclear." UNH, the male lead, enraged, unleashed a surge of energy that filled the air. Holding a steel staff, he commanded, "Stop this perverse thing immediately." The creator god squinted and sneered. "Why should I stop? This is the resurrection that you all begged for, isn't it? Oh, my beloved citizens, rise again." With a wave of his hand, an explosion erupted above them. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a screen appeared, showing a face that looked almost wise. "I've been resurrected, thank you, Creator God." A microwave version with a missing leg appeared. What's going on here? Why does this feel so off?" The god of creation continued to sneer. "It seems my hands are a little unlucky today. Don't worry, turning into energy can still lend a hand to the reform plan." Saying that, he struck once, and the microwave flew straight into the chemical furnace below. The chemical furnace lurched and reeled as the transfer pipes kept pumping into his body. Finally finished replenishing my energy. This feeling of surging power is simply magnificent. When I first arrived in this world, the energy in my body was completely drained. I had no choice but to parasitize a small household cleaning robot. That humiliation will never happen again. Let me tell you one more good thing. As soon as this rocket launches into the sky, my energy can easily flow down across all this land through that satellite. By then, hundreds of millions of my subjects will be restored to life. The more he spoke, the more Min's brows knit together. Hijacking satellite signals and carrying out large-scale human reform, that was his true aim. Song Yi-chang, wholly enraged by his heartlessness, charged toward the karmic obstruction with a steely expression. "It seems I must teach you something. In our world, villains die more often than they live." The creator god observed the powerful aura surrounding Song Yi-chang and furrowed his brow in doubt, growing more intense by the second. "Impossible, this is the aura of that old devil. No, it can't be. This is a human." "Right, there's absolutely no need to be confused." He flicked his fingers lightly, causing the steel pipes on the wall behind him to separate and shoot forward, sharp as needles, attacking the young man. Watching the male protagonist easily deflect each of the incoming strikes, he chuckled and said, "You've got some skill, but you're too late." Swish! Song Yi-chang decisively swung his spear, the sharp tip aimed directly at his chest, cutting through anything that stood in his way. Azure dragon emerging from water. But just as the spear's tip was about to make contact, the figure of the creator god dissipated like smoke, and Yi-chang's eyes widened in shock. Phasing through? This thing has no physical form. The figure reappeared in another direction, sneering mockingly, "Humph, I told you, your existence is far too outdated. Fortunately, the new era is about to arrive." He raised his hand and threw an energy sphere at the statue, revealing the red button on the iron wall. Seeing this, Song Yi-chang was immediately struck with hundreds of questions, dozens of possible scenarios. Could it be? If that button is pressed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, he panicked and rushed toward the altar. "Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, Lan Ling King, help me." 2 soul essences flew out from his sleeves and responded, "At your command." Lan Ling King, riding atop the elephant dragon, laughed excitedly, "It's been so long since I came down from the mountain, my hands are itching. Let's go." Mounted on the elephant dragon, he charged fiercely toward the creator god. Yi-chang, standing below, glanced at the two of them, touched his chest, and murmured to himself, "To be flawless, without a single gap, I'll need another plan." Fumbling inside his pocket, he pulled out the badge Zhao Ling had thrown to him back then. "Luckily, I've got teammates." At the same time, in the office of the building, a stream of gloomy energy kept pouring out. The two gatekeepers, drenched in cold sweat, whispered to each other, "Hey brother, what on earth is going on? Stand straight." "I don't dare to ask either." Old Zhao held a cup of hot tea in his hands, speaking softly to comfort the miserable person before him, "Don't blame yourself too much. After all, the information we have isn't complete, and besides, I trust that kid." No matter what the old man said, Sister Lin, still in her costume, lay slumped in the chair. "I'm just a useless person." The old man was helpless. He sighed and thought to himself, "What a pitiable girl, how could she be shamed like that in front of the one in her heart?" Suddenly the mournful atmosphere was cut off by the sound of a small object in her hand. In an instant, Zhao Ling seemed to come back to life. She cried with joy, hopping up. "It's him! He'll definitely be all right." A mechanical whirring sounded, warning of missiles and satellites for large-scale human reconditioning. Old Zhao heard it too and leaned in curiously. "Missiles?" What fragmented voices were abruptly cut off. When that badge short-circuited, Zhao Ling immediately grasped the situation on the other end of the line. "He's in danger." Old Zhao calmly checked her, "Do not panic. We absolutely must not waste these valuable clues." On Song Yi-chang's side, he clenched his weapon and thought carefully. Reinforcements couldn't come for the time being. He had to quickly find the man's weak point. The man put on an arrogant, careless air. "Humph, right under my watch and still daydreaming, this petty scheme really is to teach fish how to swim." Despite his agitation, Song Yi-chang quietly observed, trying to locate the man's weakness. The electrical circuitry in the man's body all converged on a single spot. "I almost thought you were immune to blades and bullets." "Huh, a time traveler and yet utterly useless, what the hell are you? Let me teach you." Taking advantage of the moment when he was using both hands to deal with the two soul bodies, Vang Luong and the elephant dragon, the boy seized the opportunity. "You're a disgrace, neither human nor demon. You think Earth is easy to mess with?" As the spear exploded towards him, the god of creation finally realized the situation was shifting. "It's over." Boom! But it was too late. The crystal fragment on his chest had already cracked. Immediately, the protective layer activated, causing Min's group to carefully retreat. The boy shouted, "Brother Lan, attack the chest armor, there's definitely a weak spot there." The man on this side gradually calmed down, raising his hand to make the machines in the room float. "I am the god of creation. Why would I need to fight you? Good luck." As he saw the objects flying toward him with a deafening roar, Yi-chang suddenly realized the man intended to transform them. Gripping the iron spear tightly, he shouted a warning, "Brother Lan, fall back." Boom! Yi-chang put all his strength into a throw, sending the iron spear cutting through the air, aiming for the man's face. Wiping away the thin layer of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, Yi-chang breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like I dodged that one." Suddenly, at this moment, he noticed the empty space next to him and frowned. Brother Lon, with some kind of supernatural ability, he managed to block your injury with his hand, he said with a laugh, just relying on you guys. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a punch from Lon Ling King silenced him, causing him to gasp for breath. It turned out that he had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, provocatively saying, "Humph, I understand a few idioms myself." On the side, Yi Chang, who hadn't anticipated this move, gazed at him with admiration and shouted, "Brother Lon, you're so handsome, no wonder you're the Earth's star." The crystal in the center of his chest cracked further, with the sound of cracks echoing non-stop, and a strange light surged forth as the creator deity screamed in agony. "You backward, foolish creatures, facing this overwhelming force, even the two of you are struggling to hold up. This strange power. What's happening? My head hurts so much, something is rushing in." The pain was so intense that Yi Chang fainted for several minutes. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a state of confusion, no longer seeing the massive head from before on the ceiling. Where the hell am I? Have I crossed over? The howling wind in the air continued to scream. Song Yi Chang basically had no time to pay attention, focusing intently on his fading hand. No, it seemed that only his consciousness had arrived in this world. Looking at the whirlwinds and the scattered cracks around him, it was clear that this was a world on the brink of collapse. The soul of that creative god was vast and towering, laughing loudly in front of him. "Ha, now that I have drained all the energy from this spirit realm, do you still dream of resisting me?" Upon hearing his words, he finally realized. So this place was called the spirit realm. Humph, the creatures of this entire realm are suffering, and yet you want to leave here safely? Isn't this the creative god? These were all memories of the creative god. But why was he seeing them? Who was the black skeleton talking to the creative god? Victory makes one king, defeat makes one a bandit. Cannibalism among the same race has been a tradition in my spirit tribe for thousands of years. What use is such so-called justice? Want to stop me? Go ahead, make your move. Do you want to destroy the entire spirit realm? The two soul entities continued to madly vent their resistance in his consciousness. So what? At the same time, outside, the god of creation's eyes sparkled with interest as he watched Yi Chang's floating body. Old devil, is it really you? I never expected that after 1,000 years, you would be trapped inside such a lowly creature. Seems like even the heavens are helping me die. He waved his hand, and 5 iron-like fingers shot toward Yi Chang, only a few inches away from cutting off his head when Lon Ling King leaped out to block it. Brother Song, why aren't you fighting back? What are you thinking? Song Yi Chang stood frozen, staring wide-eyed, silently thinking. That's right, no matter what the significance of the history just now was, the person from another world is now directly threatening our world. Whoosh! The silver spear returned to his hand, regaining his fighting spirit as he shouted loudly, "The time traveler who does evil has only one path: death." With a confident smile, he wielded his weapon and charged toward the enemy. The other person was stunned, thinking to himself, this human. Can he control the energy of He Xing? Has that old devil been absorbed by him? The plan had to be accelerated. As long as energy could be transferred into the satellite, you all. Suddenly, his calculating gaze widened, and he trembled as he screamed when the button on the other side ignited. The elephant dragon roared fiercely, spewing fire, its body filled with people who continuously cheered. Song Yi Chang faced him and declared, "I'm helpless, just tie yourself up." He frowned and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect it to be this troublesome, I'll just have to win quickly." After that, the man charged down again, adding the solution below. Both Yi Chang and Lon Ling King immediately became suspicious and couldn't act in time. Boom, the red energy, as red as blood, immediately erupted outward the moment his body immersed in it. Realizing the problem, Yi Chang shouted, "He's crazily absorbing from the 4 energies." The liquid flashed, changing from red to a dark purple color in the blink of an eye. The connecting wires also began to snap loudly. It's out, the monster. A robot, about 10 meters tall, emerged, its cannon aimed at the elephant dragon to attack. Oomph, you think you can stop me with just this? Looking at the molten hole in the thick iron wall, I Ching anxiously yelled, Brother Lon, little dragon, we can't release all the energy of He Xing. No matter how strong humans are, they are just ants. Old demon He Xing, this time, I win. His eyes widened as he watched the searing hot energy heading straight for his body, then he dodged with a swift movement, lowering his gun and muttering, time to deal with these annoying bugs. Let's get back to the main business. Oomph, childish, you thought that melting the button would leave me with no way out? Immediately after, a series of display panels lit up, all showing the same code. Somewhere, a missile had launched into the sky, and at that thought, he burst into loud laughter. This world will finally be in my hands. Suddenly, amidst his excited laughter, a mocking chuckle rang out. Ha, you really think so? The creator god, within the robot's body, widened its eyes in horror. How is this possible? A shadow figure swiftly appeared, holding a spear and charging, smashing the control panel and the tangled wires of the robot. I Chang leapt out of its body, sneering. Long time no see, old friend. I Chang curled his lips into a wicked grin. Long time no see, my old buddy. The creator god was stunned and confused. This was beyond his expectations. It's that human, he shouldn't be alive. I Chang scoffed coldly, 1,000 years have passed, and you're still as foolish as ever. With that, he immediately launched a direct attack on the core with lightning speed. Dark, ominous energy surged around him as he cackled. Ha, choosing this body was indeed the right decision. The creator god, no matter how dense, immediately realized, He Xing, you stole that human's body, didn't you? He Xing, in the form of I Chang, tightened his grip and angrily emphasized, reminding once more, robbery, everything in this world originally belongs to me, and you will forever only be a defeated foe. Not wanting to waste a moment of precious time, He Xing swiftly extended his hand and struck first. The old man, squinting his eyes, watched the creator god in the form of a robot, struggling with its heavy body as it tried to run desperately. Running away? Don't you want to ask me a few questions? How is it that with just one slap from me, half of the research institute was destroyed? He Xing laughed triumphantly. The old man kicked the creator god underfoot, his gaze full of mockery. From inside the robot, a small red core flew out, which the old man quickly caught. Looks like I was too merciful with you in the past. Then, without any mercy, he crushed it. After finishing, He Xing glanced around at the tangled mass of computers and wires. Right, this can't go to waste. I never expected this fool to be smart for once. Not far away, in a broken corner, someone was struggling to break through a pile of crumbled bricks. Lan Ling, holding the elephant dragon, barely managed to escape. He struggled to breathe heavily. We don't collect heroes back, surely Brother Song will be fine. Suddenly, as he looked up, a horrifying scene struck his eyes. Is that Brother Song? What happened to him? I Chang hovered in midair, his eyes glazed over, yet an intense pressure radiated around him. He Xing reached out to examine the machine, thoughtfully assessing it. I didn't expect this piece of junk to require so much energy. No wonder it hasn't been able to start up. However, perhaps this investment might just prove worthwhile. The old man jumped inside, exerting all his strength to absorb the energy. As long as I absorb enough energy, perhaps I will be able to completely break free from those cursed restraints. Lan Ling was still stunned, unable to comprehend what was going on. He couldn't see He Xing. Brother Song is restarting, but what is actually wrong with that machine? At a nearby central base, a stern announcement echoed. The countdown for the launch of the Long Dragon 1 missile has begun. Everyone inside was completely focused, eyes glued to the screen. The captain was preparing to flip the control lever. Suddenly, old Zhao burst in from somewhere, panic-stricken, and shouted, "Immediately stop the missile launch. The system might have been breached." The captain stared in astonishment at the screen, his actions had halted. The other staff members were equally bewildered. This is bad, the targeting system has lost control. We can't interrupt the targeting process. Old Zhao was startled. What? So the missile is still firing uncontrollably. With a deafening explosion, the missile shot off, propelled by a terrifying amount of power. At the same time, Yi Chang was fumbling, spinning around in a dark, unfamiliar space with no end in sight. Where am I? After collecting his thoughts, he calmly recalled. Right, just now, I almost got hit by that monster's laser cannon, but for some reason, I felt extremely confident. I just thought it wouldn't harm me. But in that instant, I was overwhelmed by the shockwave. He immediately became concerned about his teammate. Right, Brother Lon and the others got hit too. This is bad, I can't stay trapped here. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space. The crack quickly widened, and Yi Chang immediately seized the opportunity to rush toward it. On the other side, there was light, and he thought it was his chance to escape. Just as he was about to leap through, his face slammed into a strong, transparent glass pane, leaving him stunned with pain. Through the glass, he could see the space outside. This is not the world of ancient cultivation that comics often depict, is it? Yi Chang exclaimed in awe. The buildings are simple in structure, yet solidly built on towering mountain peaks. Looking up, there are countless flying towers in the sky. The people here travel by sword, floating in the air. Turns out, such a world really did exist. It's truly miraculous. As he was admiring the scenery, a strange black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, spreading rapidly at a terrifying speed. The immortals immediately sensed the danger and sounded the alarm. Such a phenomenon is definitely an omen of bad fortune. Hurry, go invite Elder 7 to perform the transformation. Leave the mountain. He Xing laughed excitedly. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that this random world I stumbled upon would harbor such pure energy. Ha ha. Yi Chang, in confusion, speculated, is it him again? Could this all be his memory? According to this memory, that dark figure drained all the energy from his old world and then came to Earth. He was puzzled. But why? Why do I keep seeing his memories? By this point, the chaotic scenes finally started to form a coherent narrative. After devouring the annihilated Starfield's spirit, He Xing had gained a tremendous source of power. He then traveled to Earth in ancient times, repeatedly reliving the past. Yi Chang was stunned and resolute. I must escape from this place, I cannot let this disaster happen again. But humans are not as weak as he imagined. The powerful transformation stage cultivators have joined forces to stop He Xing's reckless actions, while also using sealing magic to imprison him somewhere in this world. Until today, it was reactivated by the power of Hongxing from the same world. Yi Chang, in a fit of fury, punched the transparent shield with his bare hands, shattering it with a resounding crack. You want to use my body to do evil? You came 800 years too early. Energy was transmitted back through the cables to the central location where He Xing was holed up. He looked at the screen, which showed the successful launch of the satellite, and laughed loudly, it's a success, ha. The old man began to daydream about a rosy future, once the satellite channel was established. However, as he spoke, suddenly a familiar hand tore through the old man's body, reaching out. He Xing was startled, frowning. The old man's hand inexplicably rose to his chest, scratching it, yet he couldn't control his own body. That was when he realized that danger was closing in. What is this? Why can't I control my hand? Could it be that I used too much energy earlier? Yi Chang has regained some consciousness and is trying to take control, struggling to break free. Damn it, give it back to me. Finally, after all the efforts, victory in the battle tilted toward Yi Chang. He controlled He Xing, personally tearing the old man's body apart. The old man screamed in agony, my body. A moment later, his body began to fade, losing all control. Yi Chang's body fell freely, crashing headfirst into the ground. Lan Ling anxiously rushed forward and called out, Brother Song, are you all right? Yi Chang stood rigid, speaking in fragmented words, there is still a trace of He Xing's soul within him, probably. At that moment, several police cars were speeding down the road. Upon arrival, Zhao Ling immediately got out of the car and heard the report, "Captain, the incident took place over there." According to the report from the team that had arrived, the time traveler had initially been controlled by Zhu Shangxia. The situation here was now relatively stable. She hurriedly ran toward Yi Chang, calling, "Hero Song." He remained silent, deep in thought, turning his head toward the moonlight, his figure shrouded in darkness. Zhao Ling froze, her voice hesitant and unclear, "Hero Song." She was confused and worried. The situation had been resolved, so why did he look so drained? Suddenly, she remembered, that's right, the rocket base incident hadn't been reported to him yet. Half an hour ago, old Zhao had called to report. "It's Ling and I here." The missile launch base couldn't stop the missile from ascending into the sky, but after an investigation, it was discovered that the entire infiltration sequence self-destructed. The cause is unclear. Right now, the satellite is operating normally, and the missile launch center continues to monitor the situation. Zhao Ling furrowed her brows and clearly responded, "Someone reported to the police on my side, a building suddenly collapsed in the suburbs of the city. I suspect this is related to the god of creation. I'm on my way to the scene as we speak." Back in the present, she cheerfully stepped forward to reassure him, "Song, don't worry anymore, everything's fine on the satellite side. There's no problem now." Contrary to his previously quiet, melancholic demeanor, Yi Chang suddenly burst into laughter. This mission really was something." Zhao Ling, taken aback for a moment, quickly processed the information and understood the situation. "So you're a Zhu Shangxia like that?" Her gaze was filled with adoration. This was what you'd call an unexpectedly cute moment. At this very moment in Song Yi Chang's consciousness, he had reached the peak of the top-tier level. Yi Chang clenched his fist and tested his energy. Though this time was a bit troublesome, with just a blink of an eye, I've already jumped to a higher realm. Yi Chang received the Diamond Guardian Divine Art, a secret technique that condenses the vital energy for defense. When practiced to the 3rd level, it makes one impervious to strikes. At the 5th level, it renders blades and spears ineffective. At the 7th level, the vital energy solidifies into a wall. Upon reaching completion, it evolves into the Diamond Guardian Divine Art, manifesting the hardened energy into a form, with a golden glow surrounding the body for protection. He grinned perversely, completely shameless. "Oh, it can even manifest the hardened energy into a shape? Not bad, not bad." Next came the most anticipated part, the reward items. Before he could even laugh for 3 seconds, he was overwhelmed by a bunch of random junk falling out of the box. Yi Chang fumed as he complained to the little system. That so-called creator god should at least be an S-rank transmigrator. Giving me this pile of trash is just too much. She glared at him with affection, seething with anger. "You, the one who's always wasting my stuff, have the audacity to ask for a reward." Yi Chang retorted, "Why should I be ashamed?" The little system couldn't contain her anger, and stormed over, ready to deal with him. "If I don't settle this score with you, you think you're so amazing, huh?" Lan Ling and Elephant Dragon both sighed, speechless at their owner. Yi Chang widened his eyes in shock, bewildered. Why does this naked killing intent feel so familiar? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "I'm the host of Heixing, and also the host of the Heixing system by Little System." Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. He shook his head vigorously, not believing it. No, this can't be right. Stop thinking nonsense." Little System jumped up and angrily slapped him across the face. Taking care of such a big fish, the system's energy only decreases, not increases. Think about it, how did you handle it this time? Yi Chang carelessly hugged his head. I don't care how it's done, as long as the problem is solved, it's fine. An old man once told us, it doesn't matter whether it's a white cat or a black cat. Little System, furious, was ready to fight with her master. Stop making excuses. Do you believe that if I have the ability, I'll take my hands off you? Yi Chang nonchalantly used his longer arms to push her head away to a safe distance. Looking at her like this, he didn't even know what had happened. As expected, I've been overthinking. He sneered. Humph, a wandering vagabond, always hiding inside his own body. I don't believe I can't find a way for you to marry. At the same time, in some southern city, a person wearing a martial arts uniform and a black belt was knocked out of the courtyard and into the street. But the courtyard was no less horrific. A dark figure stood towering amid the sprawled bodies on the ground. In his hand he held the blood-stained palm strike of Elder Song, and with a haughty tone he said, "Humph, what's with this martial school? There isn't a single formidable person here." The fighters swarmed forward to confront him, demanding, "Are you from another sect come to cause trouble?" They surrounded him and surged, shouting, "If you want trouble, at least give us your name." The bald-headed ruffian, brimming with arrogance and confidence, introduced himself in a way meant to frighten them. "I am the mad demon of the martial way, the one who once even put Haishin under pressure. My purpose is simple. I want to find the strongest person in the world and either kill him or be killed by him. That's it." His provocative face and challenging words stoked the hot-blooded fighters. They roared and charged, ripped this madman apart. Before they could reach him, the first youth was knocked down by a single punch. What followed was a long string of people beaten into pathetic shapes. In a short while the entire packed training hall was left battered and ruined. Haishin strolled out, unhurried and composed. Ugh, what worthless people. Are all humans in this world such trash? Boring. I want to find someone far stronger. Suddenly, he stopped, raised his hand, and slashed a sharp gust of wind at a person who was collapsed nearby, killing him, and felt a greater sense of pleasure. Q and a section, Little System pondered, confused. This is so strange, many people are saying this story is really hard to understand. There. Alright, following the principle of no exaggeration, no omission, I'll summarize the plot of this story for everyone. In ancient times, in the world of the spirit realm, there existed a very powerful form of life called Hei Xing. Among them, Hei Xing and Hong Xing were natural enemies. Hei Xing absorbed addictive energy, ultimately destroying the entire spirit realm, while Hong Xing shattered into fragments, fell into a deep sleep, and weakened. Later, Hei Xing traveled to Earth, intending to repeat the same thing, absorbing the planet's energy. The great immortal cultivators of the ancient past joined forces to seal it away, but since then, the spiritual energy on Earth has greatly diminished, leading to the present era, where magic no longer exists. Thousands of years later, Earth was hit by a violent explosion, and time travelers began to flood in like a tide. Scientists from Nation A managed to find and awaken the long-lost Hei Xing, implanting a system into it, created by those who blocked time travel, and Hei Xing was revived. Losing control and destroying the laboratory, they discovered that the male lead, Song Yi Chang, had limitless potential, so they parasitized his body. Later, Hong Xing also traveled to Earth, absorbed energy here, and proclaimed himself the god of creation. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Song Yi Chang. The energy within Hong Xing, originating from the same world, temporarily awakened Hei Xing inside Song Yi Chang's body. Hei Xing was too powerful. With a wave of his hand, he killed Hong Xing. The god of creation Hong Xing's game was over. I see, so I'm also inside Hei Xing's body? This is too dangerous. Don't worry, such a lovely system definitely won't turn into a villain. That's the part I'm not so sure about. I heard that when the main plot starts showing up, it means the story is almost over. The next day, at Song Yi Chang's house, the brilliant sunlight illuminated the peaceful victory of the year, but beneath this peaceful scene was a raging undercurrent. The reporters surrounded the house, hiding in every corner, snapping photos without missing a single moment. Yet inside, the people were tense, specifically, they were nervously engaged in a PK battle. Yi Chang, heart aching, tears streaming, complained, "Why can't I ever win?" "You've been possessed," someone replied. Lan Ling didn't hesitate to mock, "Brother Song, you haven't cultivated enough yet." The little system snickered in agreement. Exactly, you only have yourself to blame." Yi Chang lay sprawled out, exhausted and hopeless, crying as his spirit seemed to detach from his body. It turned out that the life of a hero and a star was this miserable. He hadn't dared step outside for a whole month. "I'm suffering so much. Someone, please help me. I just want to be an ordinary person. Specifically, a month ago, I was the most handsome young man on that street. Wherever I went, people would stop and admire me. Look, that's Zhu Shangxia. Zhu Shangxia. Everything was still very normal until a crowd of people, swarmed around him, treating him like a national treasure, making him so scared that he ended up running away with his pants half off. They didn't spare him, though. Don't run, self. Try to touch it, go ahead. Little System leisurely floated in the air, offering a piece of advice. In my opinion, your troubles are actually quite easy to solve. Fight fire with fire, poison with poison. People like you because you're something new, like how we visit a zoo to look at pandas. But if we saw pandas walking down the street every day, the novelty would wear off. There's nothing particularly special about pandas to look at anymore. They're all dazed and confused, clumsy, yet they can still spout philosophy. The two men could only nod repeatedly in agreement. That makes sense. Yi Chang, after being enlightened, immediately got to work. If that's the case. You want to see me, huh? I'll make sure you all get a good look. He chuckled quietly before calling Yi Xiao. Hello, Xiao Xiao, are you free these days? Let's go on a trip together. Before he could even hope, despair set in as his face darkened with regret. What? Overtime? Yi Xiao hesitated. Sorry, Yi Chang, maybe next time. Have fun on your trip. Heartbroken, Yi Chang no longer cared about this life. Lan Ling laughed, sitting beside him, poking him. Brother Song, hang in there, Brother Song. Little System also joined in, teasing him. Yeah, Zhang Yishao is busy, but Lan Ling and I can go with you. Yishao, on the other hand, was buried in a pile of work, sighing regretfully. A few days later, at the large North bus station, the crowds were bustling with activity. Little System exclaimed in admiration. That sounds great. In the end, Yi Chang reluctantly agreed to go along with the two nuisances, Little System and Lan Ling. A few hours later, they arrived at the Sanshui City Resort. Little System and Lan Ling kept pestering Yi Chang, whispering in his ear. Why are you still wearing the mask? Did you forget the purpose of this trip? But each time, the only response they got was a long, weary sigh. Brother Song, Xiao Xiao isn't here. My sky has no color left. The next day, it was the same Yi Chang, playing around, screaming, and giving his all at Yahoo Water Park. A few girls, obsessed and fanatical, gathered to watch Yi Chang and Lan Ling. Look, Zhu Shangxia. Yi Chang ignored them, brushed them off, and focused all his attention on the fun in front of him. How exciting! The two of them decided to go to a hot spring. The two friends sat together, chatting casually, feeling no need to hide their joy, as it was pure and free. Lan Ling nodded, yeah, this time we're not bothered too much. Yi Chang relaxed, not sparing any praise for Little System. Right, looks like Little System's plan really worked. Suddenly, they were noticed by two girls nearby. Look over there. What? Through the eyes of the pair of Fujoshi, Yi Chang and Lan Ling looked incredibly affectionate, the kind of couple that made hearts race. Blood rushed to their brains, and their minds immediately started processing. The two girls squealed in excitement. So, the two of them were really in a relationship? Could it be that Lan Ling suddenly withdrew from the world to become the gentle wife of Zhu Shangxie? How touching! I want to go there and take a photo with them. Don't disturb them, they've already had a hard time being together. Yi Chang, someone completely misunderstood the meaning. I am Zhu Shangxie. You want to take a photo together? Want to shake hands? Don't be shy, come on over. Suddenly, Lan Ling found a piece of paper floating toward him. He picked it up and looked, and the first thing that caught his eye was a dazzling image of a martial arts competition. Welcome to all martial arts enthusiasts and those interested in martial arts to participate in the event held right here nearby. Little System, curious, read aloud. It was strange, even in these times, there was still a martial arts tournament. Lan Ling carefully examined it, and it also mentioned that the winner would receive the title of Martial Arts Alliance leader. Yi Chung lazily took another bite, too disinterested to care. God, who knows where this wild tournament is held? Little System tossed him aside and focused on reading the second-place prize of 50,000. Lan Ling smiled lightly, intrigued. The martial arts tournament, gathering heroes from all over the world, sounded quite interesting. Yi Cheng hesitated, uncertain. What did I just hear? A limited edition cultivation model? I really want that, I'm starting to get hooked. Lan Ling, as if understanding his thoughts, patted his shoulder and promised, Brother Song, your undercover mission this time is a bit inconvenient. Let me take the lead, I'll make sure to fulfill your wish. Yi Cheng was moved to tears, hugging him emotionally. Brother Lan, I never expected you to understand people's hearts so well. The fangirls, witnessing the intimate scene, had already seen enough to cause a blood rush from excitement. Oh, I'm dying. The brotherhood is so beautiful. The next day, at the martial arts tournament site, the sound of Mark Freeman's herbal tea announcement echoed from afar, signaling the arrival of everyone. Compared to other martial arts tournaments, the master believed that the herbal tea brand was the real leader. Everyone, please drink the herbal tea of the master's beautiful martial arts village. I wish you all high martial arts skills and smooth sailing. The tournament officially began, and the wind chimes rang sweetly. People flocked to the event, cheering and rallying. In the stands, someone noticed. Look, the player is stepping onto the stage. So handsome, he seems a bit familiar. On the boat stood a wanderer, wearing a hat, with two companions, Little System and Yi Chang, who were fully immersed in the celebratory atmosphere for the player. The match began, and on the defensive side, the one stepping onto the stage was the Grand Master of Breaking Water Flow. He arrogantly stood there, looking down and mocking, it's not that I'm targeting anyone. I just want to say that all of you sitting here are nothing but trash. On the challenger side, the humble Blue Enigma wasted no time and directly jumped into the fray. At the front lines, two fans were screaming wildly, Brother Lan, teach him what it means to be human. The sound of drums echoed, and the match began. He arrogantly threatened, useless fool, get ready to lose. Lan Ling drew his sword, scoffing coldly. Shui Lu sneered and rushed forward in contempt, standing there without making a move, watch me kill him. But before he could even touch a hair on his opponent, Lan Ling landed a flawless strike. The sound of him being sent flying into the air was audible, drifting away with the wind, leaving no trace. Lan Ling slowly sheathed his sword, elegantly enjoying the cheers. In the second match, his opponent was also sent to the river to play with the flesh-eating fish. The desperate scream, don't bite me. In the third match, Lan Ling fed the perverted, sickly opponent a hearty dose of onion, savoring the scene like digging for treasure. Little System and Yi Chang were thrilled and overjoyed, celebrating their victory with their teammates. The victory was easy. Brother Lan is amazing. Lan, modest as ever, had won several consecutive matches, as if he were a child playing hide-and-seek. Suddenly, a cheer broke out, causing both of them to freeze in confusion. The challenger has finally appeared. On the battlefield, a dark figure emerged, standing on top of a pillar, looking down. He wore a mask that seemed to hang loosely, standing silently. The boy in the stands cried loudly, accusing him of cheating. That's my mask. He stole my mask. Mark Freeman looked awkward, offering a strained, hesitant smile. The challenger, who refuses to reveal his name, comes from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Nation H. The mask cut across his face as he boldly took a combat stance. Ha, a true hero doesn't ask about background. Let's just fight. Yi Chang pondered, suspicious. This person is very suspicious, not only wearing a mask but even deliberately lowering his voice, he speculated, relying on his increasingly sharp intuition. Could he be someone who time traveled? Little System seriously added, the energy fluctuations recently are indeed somewhat unusual. On the arena, the battle had begun. Lan Ling continuously took the initiative to attack. He was confused. This person's martial arts weren't bad, but they kept dodging, as if they didn't want to face a decisive win or loss. The audience in the stands had begun to lose their patience, yelling, "Oh, come on, if you don't want to fight, then don't step onto the arena." Exactly, what's with the so-called loose cultivator Nation H? The masked figure pondered. Alright, after all, it's just one battle. It shouldn't be easy to expose my identity. He gathered his energy, forming a small ball in front of him. Lan Ling focused, observing seems like he's about to make a move. Suddenly, a small turtle shell appeared from within the spherical ball. Yi Chang noticed something, his mouth hanging open in shock. Wait, no way? The masked figure forcefully pushed the sphere forward in an attack. The chi of the turtle shell surged. Lan Ling nimbly dodged, but to his surprise, the turtle shell was faster, brushing past his outer garments, leaving him disoriented. This strange move. He had seen it before, but where did it originate from? The turtle shell missed its target, flying straight out, its powerful force smashing the wooden stage into pieces. At this moment, a turtle's head poked out from its shell, but just 2 seconds later, it fell straight into the river. In the area designated for martial arts sects, people were excitedly discussing, what kind of heretical sect is this? This must be some foreign, evil martial arts technique, but its power is really strong. The humble one over there is probably going to have a hard time defending. Yeah, look, someone's going up on stage again. A junior brother with white hair, hard to recognize, pointed out. Why is he everywhere? Yi Chang reunited with Lan Ling on the idol stage, showcasing his acting potential. Even though he tried to act like a god and demon, it was useless. I knew just by looking that this guy has the temperament of a coward. The masked figure was startled. Ha! Was I exposed? He hurriedly muttered a chant. As soon as he completed the hand seal, his entire body dove into a giant turtle shell, rolling across the ground, turning into a turtle. Yi Chang was speechless. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a cowardly time traveler. Suddenly, the little system sensed something unusual under the river, triggering a system alert. Wait, that's not the time traveler. The energy fluctuations are coming from over there. A dark shadow shot up from the river, laughing wildly in excitement. How dare you hold a martial arts assembly without me here? Yi Chang and Lan Ling had already entered a state of alert. What? Another one? The Taoist master spoke solemnly, his voice heavy with concern. This person might actually be the real villain. The audience around them began to murmur anxiously. This is bad, that's the water walking technique. That kind of martial art has been lost for a long time. The white-haired junior brother gritted his teeth. Sure enough, ever since that person with the surname Tong appeared, nothing good had happened. Haishen, with a fiery temper and a fierce aura, bared his teeth and glared. I want to see how many of them can fight back against me. The turtle shell mask observed silently, waiting for the right moment. Taking advantage of the confusion, it quickly fled. It spun around, gathering force and shot off like an arrow. The process was awkward and painful, but it managed. Things went from bad to worse for him. Instead of taking the direct path, he crashed into a pillar, which sent him flying straight toward Haishen and Yi Chang's group, who were gearing up for a fierce battle. Haishen and Lan Ling sprayed their adhesive, their faces stiffening as they analyzed the situation, noticing the hidden weapons. But before they could react, Haishen was struck in the face by the turtle shell mask, causing him to spit blood, a highly unflattering sight. Both of them fell straight into the river. Yi Chang watched eagerly, gazing at the bubbles rising on the surface of the river. Is it over? Now, we just sit back and wait to reap the rewards. But things weren't as simple as he thought. With a loud crash, a massive explosion erupted, and water sprayed into the air in a towering column reaching up to 5 meters high. Haishen, blood boiling, returned with the purple tortoise shell, spinning it around to release the frustration in his hands as he taunted, "Who dares come here and fight me head-on?" Yi Chang read the system notification, Haishen, C-Class Mission Level, Dimensional Martial Arts. Haishin, his face emotionless, threw the purple tortoise shell with great force, sending it flying several meters away, then reassured the heroes, "Don't worry, anyone who can't beat me will die." Yi Chang and Lan Ling were already prepared. This was the time for the time traveler. Haishin Vu, grinning and licking his lips hungrily, charged forward. "Oh, so both of you want to take me on at once? In that case, I won't be polite." Lan Ling patted Elephant Dragon Long on the head. "We need to stop him." It obeyed, immediately spitting fire, a powerful and scorching flame as hot as lava, shooting straight at him. But unexpectedly, Haishin was completely unscathed. He sneered and continued charging. Lan Ling was stunned. "He isn't afraid of fire, how can this be?" Haishin, unfazed, scoffed, "A shallow trick. I've trained in the indestructible Vajra divine art." He was laughing with delight when suddenly he sensed danger. "Ha ha!" Yi Chang confidently unleashed his supreme skill to show him what a real festival was. Ah, the frog truly enjoys sitting at the bottom of the well, gazing at the blue sky. Do you know that the practitioner of the secret art in this world isn't just you? In Nation H today, everyone knew that Zhu Shangxia was born with divine strength, courageous, and skilled in battle. No one could have imagined the hardships he had endured. He practiced diligently every day, yet little system would scold him relentlessly, like a slap in the face. Only after his martial arts level had increased did he finally understand how to play the game. "Just when I was in the midst of enjoying myself, I was dragged up without mercy. No sleeping in, teach me English, or else." "Based on what?" "Based on the fact that I'm your mother, I'm your system." Yi Chang sobbed, heartbroken and resentful. A minute on stage equals 10 years off stage. Everyone, now's the time to show off. He coldly passed judgment. As for him, the old frog, just when he appeared, he already wanted him dead. He was challenging the author's authority and the dignity of the main character. Yi Chang angrily shouted, "Summoning, Golden Fong summoning god technique, manifestation of the spirit, the one who must die is you, old man in the sleeveless shirt." The old man is delighted, his martial arts are extraordinary, so interesting. "Now, this is the exciting battle I've been waiting for. Watch me smash you to death." The two sides collided fiercely, creating a seismic shock that shook the heavens and earth. Yi Chang grabbed the old man's shirt with one hand and smiled. "Hey, give up already. You're just going to have to play dirty, aren't you, Haishin?" "I think the one who should give up is you," the old man retorted. From his shoe, a sharp drill tip quietly extended. The old man broke free from Yi Chang's grip, twisting mid-air and aiming directly at his face, unleashing the divine palm-reaping life sea killer with its drill tip. At the perfect moment, Lan Ling appeared, the hero rescuing the beautiful man, blocking the old man's dangerous strike. No way was he going to let him harm Yi Chang. But to his surprise, Lan Ling's sword shattered into pieces. In that critical moment, Yi Chang raised his staff and severed the command token. Haishin smirked. The leader's token, the strongest symbol of martial arts. "Good, in just a second, it will be in my pocket." He grinned in delight, redoubling his efforts with a kick. "First, I'll kick you to death." Each drill of the old man's attack cracked through Yi Chang's protective shield. Yi Chang immediately summoned and molded his chi into a form, trapping the old man. But suddenly, a shield materialized out of nowhere, standing guard in front of him. "What? What is that?" Yi Chang proudly introduced it. "This is one of my killing moves, designed to kill high-heeled assassins." "Is this all you have? Can't draw anything from it." Lan Ling chuckled and sighed, as expected of Brother Song, even a trick as vile as that can be used so casually. Yi Chang, focusing on mocking, said, "Hee hee. You must be feeling like your steps are heavy right now, huh? Want to soar freely again?" Suddenly, without any warning, he tossed the shield aside and commanded, "Xiao Long Long, go catch that plate." Elephant Dragon obediently rushed forward, thinking it would easily grab the fatty chunk of meat. It believed that it was finally going to get its prize, only to find nothing at all. Yi Chang looked around, searching. Where did it go? Did he accidentally leave his precious shoe behind? At that very moment, strange eerie cries echoed from below the river, accompanied by a terrifying tremor that shook the surroundings. The people in the stands panicked and began pushing and shoving, trying to flee. "Look, there's something on the stage." "A ghost, I'm so scared," one voice muttered as a masked figure appeared, nervously lurking. "This isn't good, that person might be in danger." The Tushin transformed, their four limbs hitting the ground, their large bodies heaving and trembling. In just a moment, they turned into a gigantic frog demon. The crowd screamed in fear, "A monster!" The Taoist priest in the stands remained bewildered, muttering to himself. That's the forbidden dark magic in the legendary tales of the devilish art. The white-haired junior brother was desperate, pulling and shouting, "Grandmaster, we're no match for them, we have to run." Yi Chang took a stride, leaping directly towards Haishin, and shouted loudly, "Wake up! Martial arts are not meant to turn oneself into a monster." He didn't say anything, just opened his mouth, and waves of air flew out, billowing. Yi Chang sniffed the air. What was that smell? Poisonous gas. Having once endured the poison of the Corpse King, he was already immune to such toxins. But unexpectedly, at the moment he wasn't paying attention, he reacted swiftly, sticking out his super long, super big tongue. A mask appeared from nowhere, pushing him away, warning him to be careful. Yi Chang was taken aback. It was Gue Run. Why was he saving him? Lan Ling looked at the monster and whispered, "Brother Song, what should we do? This person's martial arts are too evil, not even fire can hurt him. If we can't find his weakness, it'll be very hard." Yi Chang pondered and analyzed, a weakness for this ugly toad? So that's it. Once it's turned into a monster, not only the strength but even the weaknesses become like a monster too. Lan Ling saw him fall silent and called out in confusion, "Brother Song, what should we do?" Shh, he smirked wickedly, sending a silent message to the wind. Gue Run, hang in there, don't let him digest you. I'll come to save you." He tossed the golden broom to Lan Ling. "Brother Lan, take this." Lan Ling took the broom, his mind racing with countless questions. After fumbling with it for a while, he finally saw the inscription on the broomstick's button and burst out laughing. So that's how it is. From this reaction, it was clear that, even though the dark arts might turn a cultivator into a frog, it would also come with their instincts. As everyone knows, frogs have poor vision and can only focus on moving prey. "Brother Lan, you use that magical tool to attract his attention, and then will be the perfect moment for me to strike." Yi Chang, draped in black, grinned maliciously. "What a great brother, you understood with just a glance." He slowly and quietly approached Haishin while Lan Ling was teasing the dog. Haishin bit the broom and had to spit it out quickly. "Feathered brat, you dare mess with me." His blood boiled, and just as he was about to spring forward to attack, a new figure appeared, accompanied by the sound of dingling wind chimes. The Taoist master, with a cold expression, raised his badge of the sect leader. "What's the point of trying to dominate the martial world by challenging these juniors? Why not just snatch this command token from my hands and see what happens?" The crowd cheered excitedly. Dragon Lake's senior expert is making his move. The white-haired junior brother was startled, his mouth hanging open. "Master, even the great heroes cannot just stand by and watch." Lan Ling sighed, "Thankfully, there are still some righteous men left in the world." Before the praise had even left their lips, their faces darkened as they watched the group of righteous heroes rush to contest the command token with Dragon Lake. The old man, furious, yelled, "Are you all out of your minds? I'm merely using this token to bait the enemy, aiming to seize the position of leader." They bickered. "So hand over the token now." "Exactly, what's the point of fighting over it with a bunch of juniors?" Haishin sneered derisively. A bunch of fools, go ahead and argue all you want." Just as he was about to deal with the group, something felt off. How had his leg been shackled with an iron chain? He gritted his teeth in anger, Who dares to use such a despicable trick on me? Yi Cheng calmly tossed the key in front of him and cheerfully greeted him. Ha, we meet again. How about this trick? Only the victor has the right to speak. The game was over. He gathered all his strength and kicked Haishin squarely in the mouth, sending him flying and nearly knocking his head off. The arena shook violently from the impact, sending the entire structure trembling. Dragon Lake swung his staff to join the fray. Good job, little brother, I'll help you out too. Countless strands of glowing energy wrapped tightly around Haishin and the arena, rendering him immobile and unable to move. Yi Cheng carefully gauged the amount of energy needed, ensuring his strike would be just right to save Gue Ren's family, neither too strong nor too light. He decisively landed a blow straight to Haishin's abdomen, his stomach churning. The mask then popped out, and Yi Cheng was ready to catch it, welcoming it back. Brother, you're safe now. Come on out. Yi Cheng was about to continue when Gue Ren, embarrassed to death, darted out of his hands and fled. Thank you for your help, brother. Yi Cheng had a vague guess that he had run off so quickly because he was probably too embarrassed. Dragon Lake had dealt with Haishin. He turned to ask for Yi Cheng's opinion. Zhu Shan, brother, what should we do with this one? He asked coldly, passing judgment. This man had practiced martial arts to the point of madness, but his goal seemed more about seeking a challenge than taking someone's life. If he could realize his mistake and change, there might still be hope. As he spoke, he taunted Haishin by stepping on his shoes, preparing to say goodbye to his identity as a collector of fake shoes. Then, Haishin, provoked, snapped back angrily, "You're the fake, all of you are the fakes." Yi Cheng leaned to the side to avoid, his face showing disgust, and raised his hand as if to say enough. He didn't hesitate to deliver a direct stab to Haishin. He was stunned. Ha, you dare? Yi Cheng smiled as he looked at him writhing on the ground. Surprised? But I never said I would spare you. Having finished what he came to do, he turned and walked away, casually calling out to his teammates, "Brother Lon, Xiaolon Lon, let's go home." Little System crossed his arms and probed, "Oh, so after having your fun, you're just going to go home?" He was startled, running back almost forgetting the purpose of this whole thing. Dragon Lake, thinking he wanted something, immediately issued an order. After this spectacular battle, the demonic prodigy of the martial world was eradicated, and the new Ming Lord had been chosen. Zhu Shan, brother, here is your token of leadership. The white-haired junior brother was shocked. Grandmaster, that's far too generous for him. Yi Cheng waved his hand and passed by directly. Sorry, I'm not interested, he muttered enthusiastically to himself, the reward, the reward. This refusal left everyone present shaken, their worldview rattled. If he truly wanted it, it was at the place where the rewards were given, at 102. Ha, my precious little treasures hidden away, your master is here to take you home, big model, limited quantity. Hope you're not too disappointed when it's not what you expected. Yi Cheng was stunned. Can someone please explain to me what that is? It's such an eyesore. He furiously went to question the staff, "Hey, what's going on here? This model isn't even big, and it's not some limited edition piece. Watch out, or I'll accuse you of deceiving customers." The staff, terrified, cried out, "Please spare me, hero, it's all a misunderstanding." The billboard had a misprint. The prize for 6th place is actually a boxing glove model, and it is limited in number. He grumbled bitterly, "You all ran off crying, yet ended up cheating me of my feelings." After less than 10 steps, he wiped his tears and turned back again. Little System, sounding like an old granny lecturing, said, "Making such a fuss and still not remembering to take that thing with you?" Yi Cheng sniffled, "It wasn't easy to win at all. Why wouldn't I take it?" She fell silent. Well, seeing him so pitiful, she decided to reward him with something good this time. That was all it took. Yi Cheng beamed like a flower in bloom. "You really are the most adorable system under heaven." He eagerly asked, "By the way, is there a new weapon that suits Brother Lon?" Little System snorted coldly, "Do you know what flaunting wealth means?" Endless wealth, of course, the good stuff should only be chosen carefully back home. Lan Ling, arms full of gifts, frowned as he weighed and counted them. The real reward of the martial arts tournament is probably the limited edition gloves below. As for these two people, they probably aren't worth much. One person, wearing glasses and a wool hat, spoke into the phone. I'm currently standing in front of Zhu Shangxie's house, still haven't spotted Lan Ling. He's standing under a modern building. The problem is, he's surrounded by a group of both men and women wearing blue merchant protection armbands. They need their own space, and no one can push through. These people keep chanting slogans: love freedom, innocent and pure, stop the paparazzi, protect the privacy of heroes, oppose sneaky photography. In an apartment high up, Zhang Yishao sat on the sofa, scrolling through the news on her phone. The screen was filled with various images of Song Yichang, each more striking than the last, effortlessly stunning even in casual shots. Truly, my friend Lan has that godlike beauty everyone talks about, she thought to herself. Love. In the end, I still feel insecure. Yichang seems to be drifting further away from me. A hand covered the screen of her phone. Don't bother with these things anymore. The space around them was filled with hearts. Song Yichang leaned in close to her face, his presence filling her vision. This is the true me. Zhang Yishao blushed shyly, and the atmosphere between the two of them became ambiguous. Song Yichang called out, "Xiao Xiao, respond." A hand reached out to cover the faces of the two figurines on the table. Just as the moment became tense, it was interrupted by a sound. Everyone, please stop taking pictures. Calm down a bit. Zhang Yishao glanced toward the door. Today, I'm alone. Could you please give me a bit of time? She thought quietly to herself. With that voice, what was Song Yichang frowning about? He stood up, intending to leave, not caring about who was there. He planned to sneak out first, but the sound of something crashing startled him, causing him to turn back. Sitting in his chair, he leapt toward the window, causing a large hole to shatter in the glass. Yichang, I have something urgent, I need to leave now. Song Yichang was stunned. Xiao Xiao, is he really that forceful? He then glared toward the door, wondering who it was. Zhang Qiulin swaggered into the room. Well, how about that? Did I make such an impression today that I broke the glass? Her eyes scanned the room, snorting, the living conditions of mortals aren't bad, I suppose. A fist landed from behind, striking the back of her head, and Zhang Qiulin immediately came to her senses. A large lump suddenly appeared on his head, shifting to one side. Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable entered and politely said, Hero Zhu Shang, please forgive this unworthy disciple for the rude behavior. I am truly here with something I need to ask. He then kicked his own disciple's foot, shouting, Aren't you going yet? Zhang Qiulin was knocked off balance and slid towards Song Yichang, crying out in pain. He clutched Song Yichang's leg tightly, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged, Please, Hero Zhu Shang, accept me as your disciple. Song Yichang casually picked his nose, I don't want to. Then he turned to Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable and asked, By the way, does Longhu Mountain allow outsiders to take an external sect as a master? Isn't he supposed to already have such a renowned status as you? Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable's face stiffened, sweat pouring down in streams. Whoosh! To his astonishment, someone jumped through the shattered window, leaving without a glance back. The unworthy disciple had begged for help. Was Song Yichang angry? A crowd appeared around him. Lan Ling evaluated, I believe this person isn't all that bad. The little system's eyes lit up and threatened, well taken care of, neither too fat nor too thin, he'd make a great dish for braised pork or fried dough sticks. Right, he'd also be great as dog food. The flying rabbit only makes a cooing sound, scaring Zhang Qiulin into turning pale. Who are you? Where did you come from? Terrified by the flying rabbit, little system clung even tighter to Song Yichang's leg, replying, Actually, we've always been here. Lan Ling stroked his chin and continued, It's just that Brother Song and Miss Zhang were busy earlier, so we didn't want to disturb you. Song Yi-chang felt deeply hurt. His life had no privacy whatsoever. What was left to enjoy in life? Before he could even process his feelings, Little System interrupted. So, what about the reward for the journey, Hai Shun? What do you think? Song Yi-chang immediately changed his expression and put an arm around her, trying to flatter her. Bro, let's take our time to discuss this. The reward, we should find a quiet place and talk it over. Then, turning back to Lan Ling, he added, Brother Lan, please help me keep an eye on this one. He left with Little System, leaving Zhang Qiulin standing there, abandoned, with no one to rely on. Zhang Qiulin quickly resorted to his usual chatter. You, looking all scholarly and elegant like this, you must be weaker than me, right? I'm sure you're the type who loves to preach. Lan Ling sighed deeply and dragged him away by the collar, ignoring his pleas. Don't lock me in the toilet. I have important things to say, please. Don't lock the door. In the sea of knowledge, Song Yi-chang huddled together. Let's get started. Little System raised its hand to cast a spell, and a furnace with a dragon-shaped head appeared. This was the big reward this time. The heavenly star refining furnace. He hesitated, touching it. The furnace truly seemed like a strange object. How was it used? She patted her chest. Try it and you'll know. Rustling sounds followed as a bag of potato chips was poured into the furnace. Song Yi-chang held the plastic bag, confused. Can even a whole potato be refined? She replied, anything except living things can be refined. Can it really refine? The sound of a ting rang out, signaling that it was finished. A fragrant dish was presented, the stewed beef with potatoes and tofu, now fully refined. Song Yi-chang was stunned. Is that it? That's really miraculous? Turns out, after refining, it gets upgraded. She handed him the plate of fragrant food with satisfaction. It really does smell good. She tossed out various items: soda, gloves, a phone, and continued testing one thing after another. A moment later, the refining furnace chimed one by one. Ting Leif 82-year-old refined, completed. Ting Divine Dragon Gloves refined, completed. Ting Old Nokia Phone refined, completed. Holding the phone in his hand, Song Yi-chang raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why did my Apple phone turn into this outdated thing? Little System shrugged, really not progressing at all. Everything comes with a price, and this magic item consumes system energy. If you want to use it to the fullest, then you'd better obediently continue gathering energy for it. He closed his eyes and placed the statue inside, confirming his suspicion it was indeed despicable. It seemed the best he could do was temporarily use it as a trash can. Outside, night had fallen, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky. In the hallway stairs, two people holding flashlights walked on. Clop 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 clop. The one with the melon-shaped head asked, "Is it true or false that there's a monster killing people at the school recently?" The one in the red outfit, shining the light, replied, "It's definitely false. How could there be a monster in the girls' dorm? They're all just pretty girls." Behind them, a strange purple shadow appeared. A red heart was presented before the eyes of the man in red, sending him into a panic. Ha! The melon-headed man screamed in terror and used all his strength to run away from the pink monster with a gigantic long tail that had just killed his companion, shouting loudly as he fled. A mouthful of sharp teeth spat out the piece of human heart it had just bitten off, complaining that it was hard to swallow. Next time, I should probably find a Prince Charming who's a little more handsome. After graduating and returning, the old school gave a feeling that was hard to describe, like being in a daze. The gate of Yanzhou Technical Institute, everyone was excitedly heading into the school. Song Yi-chang, wearing sunglasses, was on the phone. "Chang Fatty, I'm already at the gate." "Where are you?" The voice on the phone replied, "I'm also at the gate." The girls around them, hearts in their eyes, pointed in one direction. "Look, over there, there's a Prince Charming." He looked left and right. "Huh, no way?" Then he looked toward a white car and said, "Chang Fatty, there's a blonde Prince Charming over there waving." "Boss, right here." Song Yi-chang was stunned, it was so dazzling. Oh no, that's not my Chang Fatty. The dazzling charm of Chang Fatty made Song Yi-chang's sunglasses shatter. Chang Fatty had completely transformed, combing his hair. Boss, has the event started yet? Let's head in. Is it a blessing or a curse? I never imagined my Chang Fatty would have his day like this. Wherever he went, he caught everyone's attention. Song Yi-chang, curious, asked, "Don't you want to explain anything?" Chang Fatty flicked his hair. Ever since Xiao-Chi left, I've been eating poorly, not sleeping well, and the only thing I could do was wash my face with tears all day in the gym. Until today, I finally feel grateful to the author. Song Yi-chang pointed down at his feet. No, I'm asking about what's under your feet. He laughed, hee. Under his feet was a balance scooter, making him look like a rich and handsome young man. He smiled and replied, right now, although I'm both handsome and wealthy, my height is a bit modest, which makes the person walking beside me want to burst out laughing. Haha, this kid. Song Yi-chang put his hands in his pockets and said, then now you're no longer chubby, so I can't call you Chang Fatty anymore. He responded, my full name is Chang Yang Wei. You can just call me boss from now on. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the sight of several girls running around and screaming, ah! Both of them simultaneously said, something's happening. Half an hour later, police cars and ambulances filled the schoolyard. Thank you both for helping to report to the police. This is a very serious matter, and our welcoming activities can't be halted because of this. A bald man wearing glasses, wiping sweat off his forehead, suggested, no, please refrain from announcing this for now, to avoid causing panic among the students. Song Yi-chang replied, I understand. Thinking back to the image of the corpse, judging by the position of the body, the assault likely took place last night. The brutal murderer might still be hiding somewhere in the school. He walked over to Chang Fatty, who was leaning against the tree and vomiting, and said, Chang Fatty, I'm a bit uneasy, I need to stay at school for a while. He looked up. Boss, can I stay and help a bit? A notification sound rang in his head. The host detected a time traveler within 500 meters. He frowned, realizing it was indeed the time traveler causing the disturbance. Without wasting a moment, he hurried off. Any more information? Little System replied, the energy fluctuation of this time traveler is very weak, they may be running towards the east. Chang Fatty looked confused. Boss, who are you talking to? Song Yi-chang only had time to turn back and say, sorry, Chang Fatty, I'll contact you when I need your help. As he ran, he thought to himself, although Zhu Shangxia's identity had been revealed, his intuition told him that the existence of the system was something he should keep hidden for now. He sprinted quickly to the wooded area behind the school, feeling puzzled. How could there be no one here after running all this way? He then heard a rustling sound in the bushes and noticed a small fox with blood on its body. Its eyes looked at him with pity. Little fox, you're hurt. Whoosh! The fox aggressively jumped up, biting his hand, knocking him to the ground, and then ran off. He watched it slip into the classroom through the window and frowned. He'd been tricked. He smashed the glass, crashed through the frame, and lunged into the room. Amid the panic, he demanded, did anyone see anyone suspicious come in here? His eyes flashed, he pointed toward the trailing figure outside the window and barked, stop. Then he gave chase. Spotting Fox in the distance, he called, Fox Spirit, you won't get away. Surrender now, I'll give you a quick death. Song Yi-chang raised an eyebrow. When a purple-haired young man stepped forward, she cried, don't you dare kill her, she's not a fox spirit. Enchanted to blindness, the man gripped her hand and tilted his head. Little brother, look at her, does she look 100% like a fox spirit to you? Ding Ji foamed, the title-bearing D-rank mission deity. Song Yi-chang said helplessly, she devoured someone only yesterday. Aren't you going to run? He snarled, humph. She's not a monster. She's frail and pitiful, loves eating fruit, and wouldn't hurt anyone. It's you, surely it's the scent of the fox immortal elixir in her that's driving you to annihilate her. Song Yi-chang's thoughts spun into chaos, conjuring every possible scenario. My wife is a fox immortal, the fox's girlfriend. The fox spirit loves me. His expression was cold, utterly exasperated. Fox immortal loves elixirs. This guy has been reading way too many comics. Does he fancy himself an arrogant young man? Ding Ji stood behind, covering his mouth as he laughed. Hee, how thoughtful of you to warn him. Look, she's laughing at you. He didn't believe it. Turning to verify, he saw Dat Ji looking pitiable. Little brother, I'm scared. He immediately put on a heroic air to comfort her. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. It left Song Yi-chang speechless. Ha! Out of patience, he charged forward to stake his claim. It seemed impossible to reason with them. Ding Ji smiled, triumphant. Ah, very good. With a rustle she revealed her true form, 9 tails coiling behind her. The purple-haired youth hung upside down on the floor, his face cruel. Ha, get out of the way or I'll kill him. Song Yi-chang held his purple spear and stared at her. Put him down first, I need 2 hours to think. With a crash she smashed the glass and leapt outside. The purple-haired youth shouted, Let me go, I don't want to die. Ding Ji pursed his lips. Fine, I'll let him go. Then she drew her tails back. He immediately fell, screaming out, Ah! Song Yi-chang caught him just in time before he landed intimately. Whoosh! Ding Ji swiftly jumped and asked, Little system, can you check Ding Ji's location? The one with purple hair is still in a daze, she's gone too far, I can't save her now. The little system replied that it had lost track of Ding Ji, but there was another time traveler approaching. He froze. What? A figure stood against the light on the rooftop and spoke, Do you want to catch Ding Ji? The person jumped down, causing the concrete floor to crack. He arrogantly said, I can give you a hand. If you want to catch Ding Ji, I can help. He was King Zhou of the Fengshan world, a level emission character. Song Yi-chang, in a defensive posture, was puzzled. Hey, you're King Zhou, but why is your mission level so low? The little system answered, Mission levels are not only related to the strength of the time traveler, but also a comprehensive judgment made by the system regarding the difficulty of the task. At least, from what we can see now, King Zhou's intentions don't seem strong. He thought for a moment. Although King Zhou was temporarily harmless, it was better to confirm the situation first. He furrowed his brows and asked, Isn't Ding Ji your favored concubine? Why would you help me catch her? The person with purple hair, who had just wandered off in a daze, muttered to himself. My youth is over, King Zhou's tears must have a reason. Then, embarrassed, he turned his face away. She has betrayed me, and you secretly captured this moment. A man in sorrow, like a flower, must be quickly captured. A sense of curiosity arose within. There is inner essence of the 8 trigrams soul. A group of people immediately appeared, setting up chairs, preparing beer, everyone full of enthusiasm. Come on, brothers, take a seat, no need to be shy. The 2 brothers had come especially to comfort him. Come on, talk about your situation. Don't worry, we absolutely won't laugh at you. King Zhou raised his beer and drank continuously, with a pile of clamshells at his feet, sighing. Shao Ji is a demon, while I am the ruler of a kingdom. Shao Ji is a nickname I gave to Ding Ji. 500 years ago, in a heavy rain, fate brought us together. At the beginning, she was just a toy for me during my leisure time. The onlookers imagined a scene of a hero saving a beautiful woman in the rain, but with one difference: while the people pictured a beautiful woman, the animals only imagined a pet to be kept later. I have the feeling that I can't be apart from her anymore. They imagined King Zhou gently caressing Ding Ji. In order to please her, I always indulge her every request, even to the point of going against the gods, causing the destruction of an entire world. At this moment, Song Yi-chang imagines Ding Ji as a materialistic woman, and when the flying rabbit imagines Fox, she sees her as a mischievous cat that ruins its owner's computer. Then, she betrays me, imagining Ding Ji as a flirt surrounded by a group of men, all of whom are putting green hats on King Zhou. Song Yichang stands up abruptly, indignant, that's really too much. Although the flying rabbit's imagination differs, thinking that Fox has eaten someone else's PT, she too, in the same manner, exclaims in frustration, fury rising, he declared, don't worry, brothers, I will definitely catch that fox to help you get revenge. The flying rabbit also raises her foot. Grug watches them brimming with energy and says, go on, how can we find her? Lan Ling and Little System seem suspicious, feeling like something's not quite right here. Outside the Jewel City, a grand global exhibition is taking place, and someone asks, will Ding Ji really come? King Zhou assures, Brother Song doesn't know, but Ding Ji has 3 major interests, and this gem exhibition has 2 things she loves, rare fruits and shiny objects. She will definitely not miss it. Song Yichang watches the crowd bustling around. Fighting here wouldn't be wise, there are too many passers-by. Ding Ji isn't the meat type, we absolutely can't leave her here slashing and killing recklessly. Lan Ling covered half her face and said, Song bro is right, it would be better to lure her to a deserted place before capturing her, but we should find a stronger bait. King Zhou draped an arm over them and laughed, don't worry, you too. We already have an extremely effective lure in our hands, a handsome man. Ahead, a crowd was dancing to the song lyrics. That's the reason I broke up with you. If you could make me come back, would I love you once more? A large crowd had gathered to watch. Song Yichang was flustered. Although I invited this young heavenly master, I didn't expect my knowledge of the handsome man stratagem to turn out like this. Ha ha. In a 3-wheeled cart, Chang Fatty asked skeptically, Boss, can this really work? And that King Zhou? He signaled for silence. It's fine. For now we'll act according to King Zhou's plan. At least I can see he truly intends to capture Ding Ji. King Zhou sat in the driver's seat. Announcement, attention, target sighted. Outside ahead, a beautiful woman carrying a Chanel bag has someone approaching to strike up a conversation. Hi, little beauty. Chang Fatty nervously watched as Zhang Heavenly Master took action. Just said the second sentence, I'm missing my other half, would you like to come try? He was immediately met with Ding Ji sticking both her hands into her nose, looking disgusted. Get lost, you stinky fool. Song Yichang remarked, failed so quickly. Looks like Ding Ji really knows her stuff. He then called to inform his teammates, Brother Lan, come on, we're counting on you. The other side responded clearly. Chang Fatty sighed, this is probably the thing Brother Lan dislikes the most, truly making it hard for him. Outside, a supercar roared to life, causing people nearby to scream, get out of the way. The car stopped right in front of Ding Ji, and she gaped in astonishment, wow, Prince Charming Lan Ling is so dazzlingly handsome. He spoke, if you want to get in the car, I can reluctantly let you ride along. Ding Ji instantly fell head over heels, thinking, why is he so cold and arrogant? Not like those other guys, who smile smugly with their self-satisfied grins. Hee, great, someone like him definitely can't be lost. She opened the car door and sat inside, the envy of the other girls. Who knows where that fox spirit came from? Yeah, Prince Charming got lured away by the fox spirit. The vehicle sped off like a gust of wind. King Zhou is pleased, he's fallen into the trap, let's chase him, she said. The tricycle driver, since the time of 10 ancient Lai Shi, didn't know when he would catch up. It made a loud toot-toot sound like a souped-up machine as the supercar stopped on a remote mountain road. Don't you want to ask why I brought you here? Ding Ji took off her hat, Prince Charming can do anything, let alone you. Lan Ling frowned as Ding Ji revealed her true form, drooling, with sharp claws. I can't wait any longer, she muttered. Come here, my beauty, hold on a bit longer, it will pass quickly. Lan Ling shouted, Succubus, stop messing around. He jumped out of the car, making her miss her grab. Oof. Ding Ji was angry, this person was certainly no ordinary being, wasn't he? Just a few days ago, that person stood on the car window with his 9 tails. You're tempting me, who are you? What's your intention? In response, several kites soared down from the sky, forming a circle to trap her inside. A dark figure with an axe stood hovering in the air and asked, "Beloved consort, do you like the grand gift I've prepared for you?" The situation made Lan Ling furrow her brow. It seems that the situation is not quite right. The dark figure in the sky asked, "Beloved consort, are you satisfied with this grand ceremony of mine?" Lan Ling suspects that King Zhou intentionally lured us here. Where has brother gone? Looking out, Lan Ling saw that the rickshaw was sealed by a burst of blue energy, making a sound. Clang! The people inside were screaming, "Let us out!" Lan Ling shouted, "King Zhou, I never expected you to repay kindness with hatred." The rickshaw bounced and made a clanging sound, with the two people inside yelling, "Hurry, let us out!" "Don't be angry, little elder brother. How are you?" Song Yi Chang emphasized. "Brother Lan, look at my lip movements." Lan Ling obediently followed the instructions and looked, "Brother Song, is this a hint for something?" He then saw Song Yi Chang performing lip movements, as if training. King Zhou, carrying an axe, approached. Lan Ling recognized, it seems that King Zhou's spatial treasure has restricted Brother Song's cultivation. So that's what the treasure is for. His eyes lit up. Brother Song had hidden the refining furnace at my place. So he had already made preparations. But how do we use this refining furnace? King Zhou smiled smugly, his hand cupped, and the green treasure shrank into the palm of his hand. "Ha, as for you, my dear brothers, I have never told a single lie. Now, I've kept my promise to help you capture Ding Ji. How could it be said that I repay kindness with malice?" The tricycle was now as small as a lantern, and he held it out in front to flatter the person. "Ding Ji, accept this gift and come back to my home with me?" Ding Ji showed a look of disdain. "Follow me, you filthy dog, a ghost would never want to go home with you. It's so annoying, stop tailing me." Song Yi Chang, locked up but still eavesdropping, couldn't help but comment. "Look, she doesn't love you anymore." "Love can't be forced." Chang Fatty agreed. "That's right, even if we fed her, it would be useless. How about releasing the two of us first, and then we'll come up with a way to help?" King Zhou, completely smitten, sighed. "To Ding Ji, oh Ding Ji, why does my sincere heart always get rejected by you?" Ding Ji, haughty as ever, replied. "Ahem, your sincere heart can be discarded, but I never said I didn't need these Prince Charmings." She then offered a magical artifact, and Ding Ji's eyes sparkled with joy. "Another delicious meal? Just thinking about it gets me excited. After being well fed, you'll obediently follow me back home." She held the artifact and leaned sweetly into King Zhou's arms. "Look at her, she's already eaten quite a few ugly men outside, hasn't she? She's so thin now. Don't rush to deal with the one outside yet, take your time and enjoy these two first." Lan Ling, who had been unable to eat anymore, spoke up, "Miss Ding Ji, our nation's civilization and culinary culture are very profound. Food must be cooked thoroughly, only savages eat things raw." Ding Ji, still trailing behind, looked at her with a greedy gaze. "Is that so? Then, beautiful lady, tell me, how should I eat properly?" Lan Ling then took out the refining furnace and coaxed, "I think you should use this treasure, it's very simple to operate. With just one step, you can get a lot of delicious food." King Zhou, feeling jealous, cut in, "Beloved consort, don't let this charming man confuse your mind. He surely doesn't have such kind intentions. You must remember, sooner or later, he will just be your meal." Ding Ji snapped, "Shut up, you annoying fool." Her eyes were full of anticipation as she held out the object in her hand. "The way you speak makes me eager to try it right away." "Then just use this," Lan Ling said. "I'll keep this good item safe for now, so you can enjoy it slowly." As she saw the woman throw the object into the fire refining furnace, Lan Ling had to suppress her nausea. "Ha, no problem, it will really turn into a lot of delicious food." I silently cursed in my heart, it was getting a bit salty now. This Ding Ji's preferences, I didn't expect this woman to be so cautious. A few days ago, this fire refining furnace had exhausted all of its energy because Brother Song used it, but I still hoped we could pull the wool over their eyes. The fire refining furnace beeped, signaling that it was done, its face looking pale. I spat out two things, sending them flying toward Lan Ling, who was in a panic, rushing over here. The hand that should have been used to check the quality ended up sending those two things straight into King Zhou's mouth. Ding Ji eagerly awaited. How is it? Tasty? King Zhou, holding back the urge to vomit, his face pale, almost gagged. Lan Ling quickly covered his mouth as he was groaning. Ding Ji, full of expectation, said, Brother Zhou says it's delicious, so delicious that words can't describe it. She eagerly lifted the cage, then I have to try it right now. When she dropped the cage into the furnace, Lan Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this fox wasn't too tall, and I didn't dare to pray, but I really hoped this would succeed. Shoo! The furnace released smoke. Ding Ji, overjoyed, seemed to smell the fragrance. See. From the smoke, a simple birdcage appeared. Boom! Boom! Two explosions rang out from the birdcage. King Zhou gaped and shouted, "How did my heaven and earth cage turn into this?" The birdcage shattered to pieces. Chang Fatty and Song Yi Chang were rescued. Hello, brother King Zhou. Since today you've repaid hatred with gratitude, why be so heartbroken over one or two trinkets? Chang Fatty chimed in. Exactly, didn't we say it already? You couldn't bring yourself to strike Ding Ji, so you left it entirely to us to take action. Song Yi Chang held the tape up in front of Ding Ji. Brother King Zhou, it seems you've been overacting a bit. This contains a video of you speaking ill of Ding Ji earlier. She betrayed me. I wanted to tear her to pieces at that moment. I planned to make her drop her guard so you could capture her alive. She glared with anger. Men are no good, they exude a gloomy, deathly aura. Song Yi Chang issued a warning. Chang Fatty stepped aside and called for Brother Lan. Lan Ling replied, understood, and immediately moved closer to him. The two of them crossed their hands, which crackled with blue energy. King Zhou, face twisted with malice, lunged forward, but he had no chance to make a move. Fresh blood spurted out, and King Zhou let out a scream. His face showed shock when the fox's tail pierced his chest. The scene at this moment was that Ding Ji, feeling aggrieved, watched as King Zhou called Xiao Ji, who was rushing over with a brace. She thought King Zhou wanted to kill her, so she swung her tail to attack, but in reality, he was blocking the sneak attack from Song Yi Chang from behind. This development left the two of them astonished. Ding Ji asked, You didn't want to kill me? King Zhou, who had been killed because of her, was still infatuated. Silly girl, I just wanted to take you home. Seeing King Zhou collapse, Ding Ji screamed, Impossible. She cried, her face full of confusion, You couldn't have avoided my attack. You've always been able to avoid it before, every time we played. Before fading away, King Zhou comforted her, I know you didn't mean it. Don't be sad. We've had enough fun, it's time to go home. The only trace left of him was the red bloodstain on Ding Ji's white fur. Song Yi Chang twisted his wrist, clearly having paid close attention to blocking his strike in Brotherlands. She smirked, her face twisted with fierceness, her mouth filled with sharp fangs. It's you. Lan Ling, on guard, said, Brother Song, be careful. Her tail was covered in ice crystals. King Zhou's favorite thing is playing with me. The air around us is freezing, and Ding Ji lets out a roar. Come at me, all of you. It's time to die. The surroundings, in all directions, were turned into ice. Ding Ji's divine position seems to have leveled up as part of the mission, her status upgraded. Ice stalactites grew from the ground, and from the sky, they shot down like rain. Song Yi Chang wondered, why has Ding Ji suddenly become so strong? Lan Ling answered, her voice gloomy, she's using all her life force. She's really gone mad. What's wrong? You scared? Come play with me. Whoosh! Countless ice shards shot out, and Song Yi Chang's spear sliced through them with a crackle. Whoosh! Seeing her leap backward, he shouted in panic, "This is bad," loud warning, "Chang Fatty, be careful." Ding Ji chased closely after Chang Fatty. "Hee, don't run," he said, running in fear. Chang Fatty's panicked stance has been frozen, turning him into her tasty treat. "Ha, human meat ice cream." She stuck out her tongue, looking hungry. "It really does look delicious." A red flame swept toward them. Song Yi Chang, riding on the head of a fire-breathing dragon, pointed and declared, "Roast fox meat tastes even better." She frowned, a mocking laugh in her eyes. "Ha, just an unfinished divine beast, and you want to fight me?" The battle between ice and fire raged in the air, booming fiercely. The ice above was shattered, and Chang Fatty trembled uncontrollably. "It's too cold." Lan Ling embraced his half-frozen body and asked, "Are you okay?" Chang Fatty replied, "I'm so useless, not only can I not help, but I'm also hindering everyone." In the air, the ice on one side and the fire on the other continuously clashed, spewing against each other. Lan Ling reassured him, "Don't worry, fire can be controlled, just leave it to Brother Song, he'll definitely win." His hands, holding the chisel, went clang clang clang, tirelessly shaping the block of ice into the figure of a horse. Time flowed like water, the sun had set, yet the battle of ice and fire in the sky continued, without a clear victor. One person looked at the newly drawn clock on his wrist and sighed, "They'd been at it for hours now, this Ding Ji really wants to fight us to the death." The little system appeared with bad news, offering a gentle reminder, "Your remaining energy in the system is under 20%, it will automatically switch to low energy mode." Song Yi Chang, holding onto the dragon's horn, froze in place. "What? I've never heard of it. What do you mean by low energy mode? Countdown to the ultimate defeat?" The tired dragon is spewing black smoke now. He rebutted, "So we're just going to count down like this? 4, 3, 2, 1. Song Yi Chang panicked, "Wait a minute." But there was no waiting. Boom! The dragon disappeared, revealing its true form as a flying rabbit. Both of them tumbled to the ground. He yelled, "Little system, you're not a spy sent by the monkeys, are you?" "Oh." Seeing Little System's appearance, he took back his words. "Hey, sorry, I blamed you wrongly." Meanwhile, she hugged her triangular head in confusion. "What's happening to me?" Ding Ji mocked as she saw him falling. "Oh, out of power, huh? Want to borrow a treasure to recharge? Ha ha." Her hand shot out countless shards of ice with a whoosh. "Unfortunately, your chance is gone. What's the point of recharging someone who's already dead?" Below where Song Yi Chang fell was a forest of sharp ice. Whoosh, 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 countless tiny ice shards formed a tall, sharp ice pillar. Song Yi Chang looked at the giant ice spear hanging over his head, wondering if it was a large ice sword ready to deliver the final blow to him. A stream of water splashed straight onto the ice spear, and it immediately began to melt. Song Yi Chang was astonished. The ice and snow were melting. Ding Ji was bewildered. What kind of dark sorcery is this?" Chang Fatty stood proudly, holding a hose. A country fox like that probably rarely saw strange things like this. Surely it had never witnessed ice being melted like this before, right? The spear tip broke free from the seal of ice and snow. Song Yi Chang gripped the spear and lunged forward. Her eyes widened. How can this be? A green hand with razor-sharp claws lashed out, clutching tightly at a tail. She turned to see Lan Ling gripping her own tail. "Demoness, you're not escaping." An icy spike shot forth, and Ding Ji severed that tail with his own hands. Holding the severed tail, Lan Ling was stunned. Self-amputation to survive. Clutching the freshly cut tail as she ran, she was flustered. This sinister art was making the ice melt far too quickly. "Give it up. You have nowhere left to run." She looked ahead. "I was just hungry and wanted a bite to eat. What's so wrong about that?" Song Yi Chang leveled her spear at her. "Then are you saying the people you devour deserve to die?" See you off for a bit. Go meet King Zhou then. Ding Ji screamed, "Eh." The sound of blood echoed, and she fell. Lan Ling sighed, so pitiful, so blameworthy. I hope that in the next life, you abandon your beastly nature and are reborn as a human. Chang Fatty's eyes sparkled like stars. Boss, you're so cool. Song Yi Chang wondered, Chang Fatty, what's that thing of yours? Why is it so salty? Spitting and sputtering, he laughed while Lan Ling pointed at the pink fur. Brother Song, look over there. Song Yi Chang, confused, said, huh? Aren't those who time travel normally turned into energy for the system to absorb when they're stopped? He gazed at the little pink fox, curious. Oh, you're not dead yet? If that's the case, should we take it back and raise it? The brown door emitted a chill, and a large, rough hand grasped the doorknob. Creaking, the door opened, revealing a huge dark shadow standing in front of the messy room. Why the surprise? Something purple jumped out of a box, and a shadow lunged at it, startling the person who entered. They screamed. "Hey!" Click, they pressed the light switch. Song Yi Chang, in disheveled clothes, chased after the pink furry shadow. Where do you think you're running off to? We don't believe we can't take a shower today. The room is in total chaos, with things rattling and clattering all around. He pointed at it and shouted, You. Chang Fatty, with one hand munching on bread and the other holding a book, appeared. Boss, here's the Fox Care and Protection book you asked me to get for you. As the fox scratched and bit into his soft belly, he yelled, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Looking at his shirt, which the fox had shredded with its claws, he gave a bitter laugh. Boss, this boss of mine really isn't easy to serve. Song Yi Chang thought to himself, after Ding Ji returned to his original form and lost his ability to speak, things really weren't easy. With one hand grabbing the struggling fox, and the other around Chang Fatty's shoulder, he didn't care. We'll deal with this second fox later. Right now, tell me how this happened. The fox's claws scratched noisily across the sofa. Chang Fatty cheerfully kept chewing his bread, spinning an elaborate tale. Living in this world, happiness is the most important thing. Besides, I'm just a handsome and rich guy, but I still have to leave a way out for others. Song Yi Chang sneered and said, That's not human language, and the fox is still madly clawing and biting the couch. Chang Fatty thought of all the delicious foods he had eaten, laughing and replying, Hee hee, isn't the new year coming soon? It's hard to avoid eating a bit too much. Song Yi Chang, feeling down, held his phone out in front of him and said, Hey, never mind, it's almost the new year, so asking you to lose weight might not be the best thing. Actually, my mother down in the countryside has arranged a blind date for you. I think this girl is really cute, so I sent her a few pictures of you from a few days ago, when you still looked handsome. Looking at the girl smiling sweetly in the photo, Chang Fatty became happy. Haha, Auntie is so enthusiastic. In that case, I must go, appearance is just fleeting, and this girl probably won't mind. The two of them continued their conversation. By the way, what should we do about Little Fox once we get home? Song Yi Chang replied, I still have a disciple to take care of. If I don't use him now, when will I? Zhang Qiulin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What was this cold feeling in his back? Little Fox was still fierce, not letting anyone get close. At the Song family manor, Song Yi Chang's home, someone was hanging red lanterns at the door. The sound of car horns honking could be heard. A woman cheerfully held up a red couplet and gave instructions. Son. Little Fatty, you two arrived just in time. Hurry up and help your mother paste these New Year's couplets on the wall. The two of them eagerly responded, Leave it to us. Whoosh! The red couplets were quickly pasted on the wall. As Chang Fatty stuck them up, he said, Our Song family manor is still filled with the New Year's atmosphere. Song Yi Chang looked at the two paintings in his hands and frowned. Looking at the painting, Chang Fatty complimented, No wonder it's Zhong Gui. With a look like this, it's perfect for warding off evil. But you know, Zhong Gui was also someone with a hard fate. While putting the painting on the door, he continued, It said that Zhonggui was originally an arrogant and successful scholar, having passed the highest imperial examination. He was eager to repay the country, but with a face like that, everything turned into a tragedy. Chang Fatty sighed, so miserable, huh? In the Golden Phoenix Palace of the Imperial Palace, a magnificent palace with a roof made of royal-colored glazed tiles. Inside, the emperor in a golden dragon robe looked at the person in red who was kneeling in the middle and asked, "Is this the newly appointed top scholar this year?" An elderly official respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this person is graceful in literature, has great ambitions, and is worthy of being entrusted with important tasks." The emperor, with his phoenix eyes, ordered, "Raise your head, let me see you." The man in the red robe lifted his head, his beard thick and unkempt. The moment the emperor saw his face, he was horrified. "Ah! What kind of demon is this? Never in my life have I seen anyone with such a ferocious face, so gaunt and hideous, with not a trace of a scholar's refinement." Roy, enraged, turned back to the dragon throne and rebuked them. "Are you all trying to make me choke and wither away, just so you can seize the throne for yourselves?" "Yes," the man in the red robe pleaded. "This humble servant would never dare." The emperor ignored his explanation and commanded the soldiers, "What are you standing there for? Drag him out at once." The new first scholar hung his head, for this demonic face had condemned him to endless humiliation since childhood. His hands trembled as he lamented, believing that diligence and learning would one day make him a pillar of the nation. Overcome with fury, he rammed his head against the pillar in the very heart of the throne hall. How can the people of this world value only appearances, uphold only appearances? The sound of a truck rumbled down the road. It had just run over the crimson-robed champion of the Golden Phoenix Palace. Two crimson shadows sighed. As their souls slipped free, their bodies dissolved, and they gazed at the heavens in bitter grievance. Is it so hard for someone ugly to even end their own life? Standing in the middle of the wide Zhonggui Road, with passionate determination, but still unaccomplished in his grand ambitions, on the first day of his official duties, he sought death but couldn't find it, instead being exiled to this place, where he would live and die on his own. Standing under the guiding light, Song Family Manor, Li Family Village, Zhonggui picked up his official hat and muttered in resentment, "Heaven's way is unjust, heaven's way is unjust." Yes, the crescent moon shone brightly in the sky. Zhonggui passed by a house, and in the yard, 3 people were eating and drinking happily. Chang Fatty complimented, "The braised pork your aunt makes smells so delicious." Mother Song immediately replied, "If it's delicious, eat more." Song Yi Chang retorted, "He's already this fat, and you're still making him eat." Hearing the mention of food, Zhonggui's stomach growled loudly. He hadn't expected that the people here in exile could live so comfortably and peacefully. What a pity for him, with the new year approaching, he didn't even have a place to rest his head. Ahead, he saw 2 women chatting. One of them said, "What's so embarrassing about going to a blind date? Where else could you find a man like him?" Zhonggui then stepped forward and asked, 2 elder sisters, "This is my first time here, do you know if there's an inn nearby?" As soon as he said the words wine shop, the 2 women were startled and screamed loudly, "AA!" Then they turned and fled, disappearing like the wind. This left Zhonggui bewildered. Looking around, where is it? The 2 women were blocked by a terrifying purple shadow and screamed in panic, "Ah!" before falling flat onto the ground. Thud, they lost consciousness. Whoosh! Seeing the purple shadow charge toward him, Zhonggui screamed so loudly his beard nearly fell off. The purple demon flies over to say hello to Zhonggui. "Hello, my new friend." In the courtyard, Song Yi Chang picked up a piece of rib for his mother and said, "Mom, from now on, eat whatever you want, don't deprive yourself anymore." Mother Song smiled happily, "I know, dear." A piercing scream of awe from outside made him stop mid-action. He dropped the piece of meat, but fortunately, Mother Song was quick and managed to catch it just in time. "I'll go check." Then with a swift motion, he leaped up onto the wall and jumped outside. Mother Song scolded from behind, "Does our house not have a door? Why do you have to jump over the wall?" Looking outside, he only saw the two women casually walking around. Song Yi-chung frowned. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. He pushed the door open. Could it be that he's hallucinating? Little System hadn't detected anything unusual either. As for the two women, their faces had turned pale, as they noted that Jong-gue, who had just time-traveled, had been stabbed to death. Therefore, Jong-gue's energy fluctuations now were unlike that of an ordinary time-traveling person. The sound of a door closing echoed, and the woman in the red dress finally exhaled. Jong-gue entered the body of the woman in red and flew out to ask, "Hey bro, I've accepted the fact that I'm dead, but isn't it a bit unkind to possess someone else's body like this?" The ghost that had just entered the body of an elderly person replied, "I'll tell you, elder brother, this isn't your first time, right? As wandering souls, we have to live up to the image of a wandering soul. It just sucked your soul right out, while I was guiding you. Not only do we have to seize other people's bodies, but we also have to absorb their souls and fill ourselves up." Seeing that Jong-gue wasn't doing as told, it put an arm around him and coaxed, "Did you forget? When you were alive, you did everything you could, always wanting to be a good person. But did anyone let you be a good person? What was the final outcome? People like us, wandering souls of the human realm, who doesn't have resentment in their heart, wanting to take revenge on society?" Prodded at his sore spot, Jong-gue then realized that the ghost's words were true. "Hey bro, you're right," Jong-gue re-entered the lifeless body of the young woman. "Why bother trying to be a good person anymore?" The dark power erupted. Jong-gue laughed in triumph, "Ha! This life, all bodies are here for us to use freely, do whatever we want, so what's the big deal?" The black ghost from earlier was blown out of the elderly woman's body by this energy. Oh, could this be the power of the Demon King? The next day, Mother Song from Lee family village knocked on the door of Lee mansion. "Sister-in-law of the Lee family, I've brought him here. Is your girl ready?" A voice came from inside. Upon hearing that, Song Yi-chang led his mother away. "Mom, I've brought him here, we shouldn't stay and wait any longer." Mother Song, following her son's advice, responded, "That's true. There's no need for us to interfere with a blind date." Leaving Chang Fatty alone and lost? Trying to hold on, he said, "Boss, don't go." But he had already gone far, waving his hand in encouragement. "Bro, I'm counting on you." Creak, the door opened, and Chang Fatty was pulled inside. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Song Yi-chang confused. The Lee family sister-in-law was too hasty, wasn't she? Could Chang Fatty be okay on his own? Mother Song wasn't worried, thinking there couldn't be any issues. After all, people liked those who were plump. Plus, Mr. Lee's family was the Chowman Grand Protector around here, so it was a good match for Fatty. Chang Fatty followed behind, curious. "Miss, where are we going? It can't be that the whole family is here to evaluate me, right?" Standing in front of a room, Miss Lee coldly said, "We're here, go inside." He politely replied, "Oh, thank you, miss." On the eaves, a small ghost was hanging upside down, staring at him. Seeing the words Ancestral Hall of the Lee clan, Chang Fatty felt confused. The magnetic field wants me to be directly reviewed by the honored ancestors? He cleared his throat and stepped inside. "Miss Chunhua, my name is Chong Yang Wei, I'm the one Miss Song introduced." His eyes widened in shock as he saw the scene inside, which looked like a courtroom in the process of judging. A ghost wearing a red robe, sitting at the center, spoke up, "Is this the person who wants to match with the young lady of the Lee mansion?" Oh my, the ghost took a look at him from top to bottom, praising his chubby cheeks and round belly, calling him prosperous. Jong-gue stroked his chin, his gaze fierce, and then concluded sweetly, "He is indeed a handsome young man." Chang Fatty looked at the matchmakers who were laughing around him, feeling terrified. What's going on here? Am I really here for a blind date? Could it be that these ghost matchmakers seem quite satisfied with me? He tried to salvage the situation. In fact, I have many flaws. First, my stomach isn't very good, and right now, my digestion is off. If I don't make it to the restroom in time, I might end up soiling myself. The pitch-black ghost beside me rolled its eyes. Doesn't the king hate round things the most? Stop dawdling, quickly shine again, or else you'll be able to enjoy another full meal, it added. The ghosts around, sticking out their tongues, rushed toward Chang Fatty, causing him to be so frightened that his hair stood on end. He began prostrating and praying in all sorts of ways. Save me, Boss Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, Lord Zhongguei. Hearing his name, Zhongguei slammed the table and yelled in a domineering manner. The ghosts were immediately squeezed by Zhongguei's power and begged for mercy. Please spare us, great king, please spare us. Zhongguei gave an order. I'll deal with this person myself. I need to go out and prepare. The black ghost, startled by the scene, quickly responded, yes. Whoosh! Zhonggui's red ghost shadow rushed towards Chang Fatty, reaching out its hand. Brother, I'll borrow your body for use. On this side, Song Yi Chang looked up at the sky and mumbled, it still feels wrong, what exactly is wrong? Mother Song, furious, pointed at the dumplings of all shapes he had made and scolded, I think everything is wrong. Look at what you've done. Bang! The dumpling in his hand was crushed by him. Do you know where it is? That's right, the people from Li family village are the strange ones. Mother Song, standing nearby, glared with her eyes red and shouted, stinky brat. Remembering the scene of the empty village road, with the new year approaching, it couldn't possibly be so cold and desolate. Anyone who stepped outside looked pale, lifeless, and some even appeared abnormal. Then came Miss Li's sneaky actions, and her expression too. Whoosh! Song Yi Chang jumped onto the wall and leaped out. Chang Fatty, don't let anything happen to you. Mother Song was in the yard, so angry that she started flailing her arms and dancing around. Then, Stinky Brat was gone, and with just a few leaps across the roof, he was already ahead. From high up, Li family village emitted a thick, sinister energy. A shadow loomed, startling him enough to turn back. It was Yen Qing Chang and her mount, Shen Kuei. Hero Song, long time no see. Song Yi Chang asked, why are you two here? Yen Qing smiled brightly and replied, actually, I decided to inherit my grandfather's medical skills and become the successor of Miao Shan. He widened his eyes in confirmation, and so she had also noticed something unusual here. Yen Qing pointed to the divination mirror in her hand, I brought Shen Kuei out for training. As they passed this place, suddenly the 8 trigrams strike reacted, and I also noticed that recently, many people have been possessed. Song Yi Chang didn't believe it, thinking she was making excuses, clearly just coming here on purpose and happened to run into it. Looking at the Bagua mirror emitting golden light, Little System rested its chin and pondered. Hey, this thing is even more sensitive than me. Song Yi Chang pursed his lips. There's another possibility, the trouble this time may not be caused by a time traveler, but rather the chief from Li family village, which is emitting a hidden human-shaped evil aura. That one. Little System's eyes widened in confusion. Which one? He crossed his arms tightly. Those unclean things. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Yen Qing, riding on the back of Shen Kuei, howled. Let's go, Hero Song, let's go exorcise the evil spirits. Song Yi Chang started to doubt if life was just an illusion of his own. Why did it feel like they were excited? At the market, Song Family Manor, the sunlight pouring down, everywhere was selling New Year's decorations. Chang Fatty raised his phone to take selfies, clicking away and then complimenting himself. Round ox, bright jade, nice beard. He put on a fake beard, looked at his picture in the phone, had a moment of satisfaction, and laughed smugly. Ha ha. With this body, no one will ever call me ugly again. Riding on the back of a sheep-shaped rocking horse, laughing. Under the gaze of the little one's prejudice, Prince Charming's life was so exhilarating, he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of existence. After playing for a while, he went to eat. Holding a candied fruit skewer and a chicken leg in his hands, he was extremely satisfied. The food of Prince Charming was truly a delicacy. Meanwhile, the candied fruit vendor stood there, bewildered, staring at the old coins he had just been paid with. Finished, he ran out into the street, shouting as if he had lost his mind. "Haha, I'm finally happy." Screech! A car braked sharply in front of him. The anti-driver leaned out of the window and scolded, "Are you crazy? Fatty!" His world collapsed. Standing in the middle of the street, stunned, he muttered, "Fatty, they're calling me that? Are they calling someone as handsome as me? Fatty?" He walked into a fashion store and saw a mannequin in the display window, confused. Why is it like this? Does this world really like this kind of style? A little boy pointed at the candied fruit skewers and said, "Mom, I want to eat a candied fruit." The mother immediately warned, "Eat what? Be careful or you'll end up like those fat people that no one likes." Chang Fatty, who was eating the candied fruit skewer, heard this along with the countless ads for beauty treatments and weight loss around him, and was furious. "Don't you swim or do any sports, bro? If you don't start training now, summer will be here before you know it. Liposuction, face surgery, what do you want, man? Big sale, New Year's special, buy one get one free. Eyebrow tattoos will transform you into a man of charisma and confidence." He was seething with rage, shouting, "You people are going too far. Even if I'm fat, it doesn't take away from your share. No matter where I go, I'm always ridiculed for my appearance." Chang Fatty, with the soul of Zhong Gui, is deeply hurt. With his head down, he ran. He said, "I don't believe it. Clearly, I'm a handsome man, loved by all, flowers bloom wherever I go." His footsteps echoed loudly on the pavement. His oversized body got stuck at a no-entry sign for motorcycles. He froze, once again feeling the overwhelming malice the world has toward fat people. No matter how hard he tried, Chang Fatty couldn't escape that narrow gap. At that moment, an old man selling paintings on the street came up and said, "Young man, since you're stuck anyway, why not take a look at my authentic New Year paintings?" The old man pointed at a painting of a person dressed in imperial robes and introduced it to him, "Zhong Gui Master Painting, #1 in sales. You're the best at getting rid of people. Look at your furrowed brows, only my authentic Zhong Gui painting can save you." Hearing this, Zhong Gui looked astonished, staring intently at the person in the painting, and asked, "What did you say? Zhong Gui?" The old man insisted, "Haven't you ever heard of Zhong Gui? He is the infamous Demon King, widely known. People say his appearance is hideous, but his talent surpasses that of anyone else. He is a man of integrity, fearless of evil spirits. The ghost of Zhong Gui is praised by the world, having escaped from the body of Chang Fatty, enjoying his freedom." This is me? So, I am a famous person in this world. The people around him were terrified, unable to utter a word. The old man selling the painting, however, had not noticed anything strange and continued to focus on the painting, offering his opinion, "As long as it serves its purpose, whether it's ugly or beautiful, I don't mind." Zhong Gui laughed triumphantly, "Huh?" The laugh grew louder and louder, the dark power expanding with each passing moment. "Ha, you're right, strength is everything. Who cares if it's ugly or beautiful? I say it's fine." This sent everyone into a panic, running for their lives. Wandering souls scattered everywhere. Ah! A ghostly woman even crawled out of the toilet, causing people who were using it to flee without even pulling up their pants. There's a ghost. Demons and monsters appeared, turning lavish banquets into a chaotic dance of spirits. Looking at the fiery red painting, he declared, "This place belongs to Zhong Gui alone." A sinister atmosphere enveloped Li Mansion, where a soul had been sucked away, and a purple spear tip brushed against a wandering soul, causing it to tremble. A bell tied to a hand rang sharply. Someone shouted, "Little demon, don't even think about escaping." The soul-drawing artifact was raised high, and with a swipe, it absorbed countless restless souls. The group led by Song Yi Chang was gathered in the courtyard, fighting together. Strangely, why were there so many wandering souls? Where on earth had Chang Fatty been taken? His brows furrowed. He had to find the source. If this went on, it would be disastrous. Unlike regular battles, most of his tactics were ineffective against wandering souls. Even using the soul binding bell that Yen Qingqing had given him felt helpless, as if striking at a soft pillow. Yen Qingqing had an idea. That's right, what if we let Xian Kuei order the friends down below to come up and help? Xian Kuei, standing behind, immediately agreed, but Lan Ling opposed. No, she quickly waved her hands, explaining, I heard that in a few days, Song brother has to go to the ancestral tomb to offer sacrifices. Hearing this, Song Yichang immediately imagined the zombies crawling out of the graves and waving their hands. Hi, I am your ancestor. He scared himself so much that his hair stood on end, shaking his head. Forget it, it's better not to disturb the people below, it seems a bit weird too. Then he asked Qingqing to borrow her Bagua mirror to probe a little. Looking at the countless bright spots on the Bagua mirror, he was puzzled. These green dots were the wandering souls. She replied, yes, the closer the bright spot is to us, the brighter it becomes. A beam of fiery red energy emitted from the center of the Bagua mirror. Everyone was curious, the soul power was so strong. A powerful voice of questioning rang out above their heads, making everyone look up. Messing around in my city, injuring my people, what crime is this? Swish! Zhonggue, carrying immense soul power, declared, today, it will be me, the Ghost King Zhonggue, who will take charge and collect your souls. Song Yichang recognized that it was Ghost King Zhonggue. Swish! Yen Chengcheng struck a series of dazzling soul chiming bells to remind everyone, stay alert. The sound of the bells rang with a clear clang, forming a golden protective barrier around them. The horde of vagrant spirits and wild demons swarmed like an army of Mongols, launching assault after assault against the protective barrier. Crack! A fissure split across the shield. Yen Chongqing cried out in alarm, no! We can't hold on much longer. Outside, the Ghost King Zhonggue stood with arms crossed, sneering. Oh dear, how pitiful! Why not submit to me now? If you surrender, I'll spare half of your souls. You'll still have a chance to live. Fearless, Song Yichang retorted, you want us to become like those villagers? Living like soulless husks? Then it's better to risk our lives fighting you here and now. He seized his violet spear and charged out. Brother Lan Xian Kuei, block the lesser ghosts and cover me. Miss Yen, lend me your bell for a moment. High above, Song Yichang swung his arm, swish, swoosh, and a string of soul-searing bells burst forth. Their ringing, clang clang, clang clang, grew louder and louder, shaping into a golden human-like figure wielding all manner of exorcising artifacts. The resounding chime sent waves of agony through the wandering souls below, driving them to scream in torment. A maw full of fangs wailed, it's unbearable. Zhonggue extended an invisible hand, gripping the body of Song Yichang tightly, using his technique soul scattering, rendering him immobile, unable to do anything but scream. His face contorted as he struggled to hold on. Yen Chongqing, seeing this, called out loudly, Hero Song. Lan Ling rushed forward, wanting to save Song brother. Zhonggue sneered and swiftly extended his other hand to grab him. Who doesn't want to live well? Everyone seems in such a hurry to die. You people aren't bad, it wouldn't be impossible to take you under my wing. Lan Ling dodged, not forgetting to encourage, team, Song brother, hang in there. At this moment, Song Yichang's soul was on the verge of being pulled from his body. His willpower reminded him incessantly, Song Yichang, don't sleep. Song Yichang, don't sleep. Just when he was about to give up, he saw a triangular shape hovering above, his eyes lighting up as if he had realized something. My soul is something you can take so easily? Bang! A sound erupted from his palm, causing Zhonggue to frown. Still not dead? How is that possible? He opened his hand to check, and saw Song Yichang in a provocative stance. I'm still alive, surprise? Scared? He flicked his feet and stood up with a thud. You demons, you have no physical bodies, only spiritual forms. That's why my power is so weak. But just now, I realized a principle, life exists in different forms, and the only difference is the way energy is controlled. Countless golden threads gently spread from beneath his feet, seeping into his arms. Zhang Gui didn't pay attention to those words, his killing intent flaring. "Humph, you're just a pawn in my hands." His tone was bold as he said, "Enough of this, go die." Song Yicheng frowned, silently calculating, the time was almost right. When he clenched his fist, he had already leaped high into the air. Countless golden energy threads appeared in his palm, as though controlling a puppet. "If we're talking about controlling energy, then I'm the strongest." He chanted an incantation, and his enormous red soul was immediately ensnared by those golden threads. Zhang Gui was stunned. "What?" His eyes widened in shock. When did his body get pierced by the golden threads? The threads, along with the soul-binding bell that rang, caused him excruciating pain. He screamed in agony. The wandering souls saw Zhang Gui being captured and immediately fled. "The great king has been captured, hurry up and run." He gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up the world he had earned recognition in. "No, I can't give up. This is the position I've fought so hard to secure." The front part of his body immediately separated and shot straight downward. Seeing his intentions, Song Yicheng exclaimed, "Brother Lan, be careful." But Lan Ling couldn't react in time and was struck directly by the head of Zhang Gui's soul, amid the panic of everyone. One hand of Song Yicheng held the soul fragment of Zhang Gui, while the other shot out countless strands of golden thread. All the wandering souls below were bound by these golden threads. Amidst the screams of the wandering souls, Yan Qingqing said, "Hero Song, you're really pulling off a big move, that's impressive." Floating alone in the air, he unleashed strands of wind-guarding threads, sweeping away all the souls. Those watching from afar saw the space gradually becoming peaceful, and in the end, everything finally came to a stop. Those who had been hiding inside their homes dared to step outside now. People sighed, "Sun, wake up." In the sky, the dark clouds faded, scattered to reveal the moon, and its gentle light shone down. Song Yicheng stepped closer to Lan Ling, who was tightly bound on the ground by the delicate threads of qi. The little system complained, "Hey, you're wasting more of the system's energy again." Song Yicheng coldly replied, "Don't worry. Once this is done, I'll accept as many tasks as needed. Now, be quiet." The little system huffed, "I was just trying to help. Why be so harsh?" The crowd stood around in a blur. Yan Qingqing assessed the figure possessing Brother Lan's body. It was only a fragment of Zhang Gui's soul. Just by seeing the greenish aura emanating from him, she anxiously continued, "Zhang Gui is the demon king. If we try to force him out, it could affect Brother Lan's soul." Song Yicheng's expression darkened. "We still haven't found Chang Fatty, and now Brother Lan is." His anger flared as he reached out to destroy the portion of Zhang Gui's soul he had captured. "I'll kill him first." Just as he was about to act, his gaze caught something. "Brother Lan, you're awake." Lan Ling stirred, his gaze indifferent. Upon seeing him awake, everyone anxiously asked, "Brother Lan, what's wrong?" It took a while, but eventually, his eyes regained focus. Looking at the group of strangely dressed people in front of him, Song Yicheng asked in confusion, "Hey, where is this? Who are you people?" Song Yicheng frowned. It seemed he had indeed been possessed. He grabbed tightly onto the person's clothes and shouted, "Zhang Gui, stop pretending to be some kind of god or ghost, get out of here right now." Zhang Gui, in Lan Ling's body, whimpered. This uncle was so fierce, and then burst into tears, "I'm not a ghost, damn it, I just grew up looking a little ugly, my tears are flowing like a river, but as long as I focus on studying, I can still become a useful person." This development left everyone bewildered. Only Yan Chengqing quickly caught on and analyzed the key point, "As long as I focus on studying, I can still become a useful person." Perhaps because his soul had been paralyzed and Zhang Gui's memories had been damaged, he had reverted to his childhood. Song Yicheng observed Lan Ling like a strange creature. "What is this mess? Kid, you're occupying my brother's body, can you step out for a moment?" Zhong Gui answered in confusion, I don't remember anymore. Occupy what? Yen Chengqing explained on his behalf, right now, he is just a child who fundamentally doesn't understand the ability to control the Demon King. It seems we'll have to wait until he recovers his memories. Song Yichang burned with fury, tugging at his hair in frustration. We must find Chang Fatty first, I have no time to waste on him. Then he left the remaining soul fragment to Yen Qingqing with a command, Miss Yen, help me with this. He then dragged along Zhong Gui, who had possessed Lan Ling's body, and departed. You're coming with me? Zhong Gui's spirit resisted. Let me go. At the bustling marketplace of the Song family manor, goods and stalls were scattered everywhere. An old man selling paintings crawled out from a cabinet. Never thought I'd witness something like this in my lifetime. What was that saying again? A streak of light, shaped like some kind of creature, flew across the sky. The old man squinted up at it. Ah yes, the longer you live, the more wonders you see. Zhong Gui stepped out of the painting and went home to tell his wife, though she surely wouldn't believe him. Song Yichang soared anxiously on the dragon's back. Chang Fatty, where on earth have you gone? Zhong Gui, inside Lan Ling's body, clung tightly to the dragon's scales in excitement. We're really flying, how miraculous this is. Song Yichang was amused by his expression, though it felt strange seeing Brother Lan so silly and childlike. You are still the one with greater powers. Look at the masterpieces you created below. You truly remember nothing at all? All the things these people have experienced are thanks to you. The scene below was utterly desolate, with people standing and lying down, all of them still in a dazed state, not yet recovering. Zhong Gui looked down and asked himself, is it really me? They all said that when I grew up, I would become a demon. Could it be that what they said is true? Just as Song Yichang had offered a few comforting words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Does what others say about you determine who you are? Do you live in the eyes of others? Riding a dragon that descended swiftly, he joyfully called out, Chang Fatty. He was holding a basket in one hand and carrying an old woman on his back, waving happily. Boss, you must have let those wandering souls go, it must have been you, right? The elderly woman behind him screamed in terror, Ghost! Ghost! The ghost is here again. Zhong Gui hurriedly explained, Grandma, this isn't a ghost, it's Zhu Shangxia. The old woman's eyes brightened. Zhu Shangxia curiously stroked the little dragon. Meanwhile, Song Yichang, overjoyed, patted his friend on the shoulder. Chang Fatty, you're all right, that's really great. He smiled happily, I'm fine. After arriving at Li Mansion, when I saw those wandering souls, I couldn't remember anything anymore. Then I turned to look at Lan Ling, who was staring at me, and asked in confusion, Brother Lan, what's wrong with you? This person, Lan Ling, leaned closer, carefully observing Zhong Gui's face. In her eyes was only the chubby face of Chang Fatty, full of doubt. Where have I seen him before? A sharp, splitting pain struck Zhong Gui, making him cry out in agony in the middle of Lan Lang. He clutched his head and dropped to his knees. His expression was one of panic. What on earth have I done? One memory after another surfaced, from the moment he crashed into the pillar at the Golden Phoenix Palace, to the instant he was hit by a car upon crossing worlds, then seizing Chang Fatty's body, suffering the second blow of being mocked for his appearance, until finally losing all reason. He covered his face, feeling ashamed before his own conscience. I, Zhong Gui, have lived a life and died once, yet everything has still been lived through the eyes of others. In the end, even dragged along by that truth, he had forgotten his own original intentions completely. Song Yichang has remembered everything now. He replied, it's true. I cannot atone for the mistakes I've made. After I leave this body, you must kill me. Little System, standing nearby, gave a reminder, no hostility detected, threat level E. Song Yichang relaxed, exhaled, and placed a reassuring hand on Lan Ling's shoulder. There's still another way to make amends. You continue, about Zhong Gui. Actually, there is the second half of the story, do you want to hear it? The four people sat on the dragon's back and flew up. Even the old woman was flying with them, feeling extremely excited. Somebody, bored, used their foot to play with a stone on the ground. Yen Changchang held the golden ball containing Zhonggui's soul in her arms. The great hero Song only said we should go to his house to celebrate the new year. I don't know if everything over there has been resolved smoothly for him. This is still my first time visiting someone else's house to celebrate the new year. Then, she embraced her flushed face, taking pleasure in herself, making Xian Kuei bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't feel like I'm meeting a mother-in-law. The ball in her arms trembled. She exclaimed, "Why is the ball moving?" It immediately flew up into the sky. Yen Changcheng was startled. That thing zoomed through the air, creating a golden streak of light in the sky, surrounding the group riding the dragon, then rushed straight towards Lan Ling. It stopped when it reached the pink circle surrounding him. The soul fragment of Zhonggui's head, in Lan Ling's body, broke free. The pink circle cracked, and Lan Ling's body fell freely downward. Everyone was anxiously calling Brother Lan. Song Yichang jumped off the dragon's back and caught Lan Ling in a princess carry. Chang Fatty, who had no time to waste, quickly took out his phone and snapped a picture of the moment. Looking at the green light in the sky, Song Yichang thought, it seems that Zhonggui has finally found himself. Zhonggui, in his new form, was the ghost king Zhonggui, the deity who governed the balance of yin and yang in the mortal world. Say your thanks, Ghost King Zhonggui. We are grateful for your righteous actions in helping calm this storm. Zhonggui raised his hand, and then it was the king's duty. Souls, heed my command. The souls trapped in Xian Kuei's magical artifact turned into wisps of green smoke and, following the command, flew out. Yen Chongcheng watched in awe. How incredible! Countless wandering souls flew toward Zhonggui from above. Zhonggui raised his sword and declared, "Soul-gathering pearl." The wandering souls transformed into round orbs. These orbs were enveloped by a soft beam of light. Hovering in the middle, Zhonggui called out, "Soul returned to its rightful place. Follow the command." The orbs sped upwards, rushing toward the sky. From below, they sparkled like stars. Everyone was staring in a daze, praising endlessly. Truly beautiful, truly spectacular. The moment his feet touched the ground, someone questioned him. "Hey, you don't think this is the end, do you?" Zhonggui, feeling guilty, said, "If you have any further requests, I will not refuse." Song Yicheng pointed and said, looking at you like this, you probably don't have any friends. Why don't you stay at my place to celebrate the new year this year?" Zhonggui, moved to tears, hurried forward, almost running toward them as if afraid they would change their minds if he was even a step too slow. "Thank you, Brother Song, for taking me in." He knocked on the door and called loudly, "Mom, I'm home." Little System, still uneasy, asked again, "Are you really not going to get rid of this Zhonggui?" Song Yichang, slightly annoyed, replied, "I've already asked. He was killed as soon as he arrived here. A person with such bad luck, do you have the heart to let him die a second time? Moreover, becoming the ghost king Zhonggui, it seems that's his fate." From inside, he heard his mother's voice, "Why are you so late?" Thinking about the bizarre group of people behind him, he felt a headache. "I hope these strange people won't scare Mom, will they?" Opening the door, he saw his friends who were not at all frightened, but instead were happily cheerful. "Bringing all your friends over? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" This stinky brat amazed him. His mother was so generous, and the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Come on, time to eat." Song Yichang and Xian Kuei were carrying the TV over. Mother Song, holding a bowl, joyfully directed them, "Put it there." "Yes, right there." He leaned into his mother's ear and whispered, "Mom, is there something you want to ask?" These people." Mother Song smiled and asked, "What?" "Of course, my son's friends are special guests to you. Everything my son does must have its reasons." Song Yichang was deeply moved, tears welling up as he tightly held his mother's hand. "A piece of heaven, only you are the best, dedicated just to you." a child with a mother is like a treasure. The dining table in the yard was lively and noisy, with everyone talking at once. This is the water of happiness. You have to be respectful in front of your mother-in-law. Hey, isn't it enough for you to use the tongs? Meanwhile, Mother Song was on the phone, listening to Zhang Yizhao's voice. Hello. Xiao Xiao. Yes, Xiao Xiao, thank you, and I wish you a happy new year too. Please send my regards to your parents. Yi Chang was forced by his mother to clean up by himself, and was helplessly resisting. This friend of yours is not much older than you. As for Zhong Gue, he was eating chicken drumsticks while watching CCTV. CCTV's New Year's Gala. He stroked his long beard, deep in thought. No one keeps a beard anymore. Has this grooming style fallen out of fashion? Should I shave this part of my beard? The table outside the courtyard was left with only a broken jar. Those moments of joy are always so fleeting. Looking at the empty table in the courtyard, Song Yi Chang sighed. The party is over, the wine is gone, the people have scattered, and the deep loneliness surrounds me, suffocating me. Little System shattered the gloomy mood and brought him back to reality, facing a mountain of dirty dishes. In my opinion, you just don't want to wash the dishes. While scrubbing the dishes in the sink, Yi Chang retorted angrily. You're wrong, it's not the demons that don't wash the dishes, it's these people who came to watch the fun and didn't help. The group of people behind him were all watching and competing to speak. Washing dishes is too greasy, it doesn't suit my looks. When eating, I exert a lot of effort. I don't like washing dishes, but I'm a good girl. Zhang Gue shows more sincerity by not washing the dishes but still offering gifts. Washing dishes is clearly not the job of a king. However, I am willing to use this to express my feelings. Seeing the round orb, his eyes lit up. Zhang Gue explained its function. Everyone, look here. This soul orb is delicate and beautiful on the outside. It can capture souls and gather spirits. It is a rare treasure that can open the pathways between the worlds of the living and the dead. With it, you no longer have to fear the souls of your friends or family wandering aimlessly. It's an essential and important item, the best choice for a gift to friends and family. Looking at his round face reflected in the orb, he said, why would anyone need to worry about their friends or family losing their souls? Zhang Gui's face appeared in the orb, reminding him, that's right. In the future, if Brother Song has any issues, you can use this soul orb to summon me. Also, it has a somewhat unstable function hearing. Song Yi Chang thought about using a glass orb to bridge the realms of the living and the dead. Why does it all sound so strange? He imagined himself turning into a medium dressed in ancient European attire, dancing around the orb. He found it a bit creepy, sighed, and put the orb into his bag, saying, all right. In the orb, the image of Zhang Yishao appeared, surrounded by a group of boys holding flowers, flirting with her. Miss Xiao Xiao, we have admired you for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Yishao was quickly running away from something, with the sound of her footsteps echoing, tap tap tap. Meanwhile, the bushes beside her rustled softly. She immediately became alert and glanced around. Without saying much, Zhang Yishao threw the piece of chalk in her hand, whoosh. The bushes were parted, revealing two people embracing and kissing. The chalk continued to fly forward. Finally, it stabbed into the trunk of a tree, startling the couple, who were engaging in their act, making them growl in surprise. After the chaos, another foot landed on the ground. Zhang Yishao found herself surrounded by two male teachers. The one standing in front of her said, Miss Xiang, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhang Yishao became cautious at this, glancing around nervously. What do you want? Each of them held a bouquet of flowers and pushed Zhang Yishao against the tree, confessing their feelings. We have admired you for a long time. Unable to hold back, Zhang Yishao spoke up to remind the two teachers, please, have some self-respect. She had just finished speaking when a series of sounds of punches and kicks echoed, followed by a thud. Then, all that was left was Zhang Yishao coldly turning her back and walking away, leaving two male teachers behind, battered and groaning. After leaving the chaotic scene, Zhang Yishao let out a light sigh of relief. As she entered the schoolyard, Zhang Yishao muttered to herself, "What's been going on lately? Everyone in this school seems like they're going crazy over love. Really, almost made me reveal my skills." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Zhang Yishao's hand and asked, "Want to know why?" The blonde, romantic boy wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Of course, it's because spring is here and everything is blooming. It's mating season for all creatures." He held a rose stem in his mouth and, striking a handsome pose, said, "My goddess, in this love-filled weather, would you be willing to spend your life with this god?" But when he stood up properly, Zhang Yishao gently tapped the boy's head and advised, "Did you forget to take your medicine again today?" The kids around them couldn't help but glance over and mutter, cursing. The short one even dared to tease her, "Xiao Xiao really is a failure now." Zhang Yishao paid no attention to the pale face of the blonde boy and continued to remind her students, "That's right, students who transfer to this school must also take the monthly exam. Listen to me, stop watching so many animal documentaries." She then turned around and walked away, and the boy instantly turned to stone. Not long after, he collapsed with a loud thud. His friends, happily cleaning up the mess, were chatting. "Looks like the new transfer student is a real iron cricket. I heard this is his 108th failed confession. Why can't he understand that some people, from the moment they're born, are just not meant for love, especially short people?" Then came a round of hearty laughter from the kids. But after an unknown amount of time, the blonde boy steadied himself and stood up, saying, "Not worthy, huh?" He quickly ran his hand through his hair and asked, "That I'd like to see who among you is worthy." As the boy was regaining his composure after his failed confession, another man in the corner let out a sigh of relief. Indecision leads to failure, no one gets a confession for free. The man was holding a doll that resembled his wife, and muttered to himself, "Even someone as beautiful as Xiao Xiao, as delicate as jade, can't compare to my wife." While the man was enjoying himself, someone was climbing over the wall above him, lightly leaping over in a swift motion. Song Yi Chang landed on the ground with a thud, causing the man immense pain, causing him to spit blood. Yet, he innocently said, "Luckily, I came here today to investigate and prepare for Valentine's Day gifts. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how those little brats dared to act so recklessly with Xiao Xiao." A second later, Song Yi Chang realized something was wrong. When he looked down below, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. From inside the classroom, Zhang Yizhao's voice could be heard. "Before we finish, I want to say a couple of words." Zhang Yishao confidently stood at the podium and said, "Even though we are reviewing during the winter break, you all need to make the most of every second. Don't always think about things that are too mature." The whole class paid attention to her words, but some students covered their faces with notebooks, prompting her to call out the name of Jinan. She quickly walked down to check and asked, "Why have you suddenly grown taller?" As soon as she finished speaking, the boy suddenly stood up straight, revealing his tall and muscular figure beneath his uniform, and the abrupt movement made the sound of chairs and desks scraping loudly. Zhang Yishao was immediately stunned and asked, "Jinan, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, Song Yi Cheng took off his face mask and, holding the bouquet of flowers, surprised her with a shout, "I'm not Jinan." "Surprise, Xiao Xiao, I missed you so much." Zhang Yishao, taken aback, replied, "Yi Cheng, why are you here?" Song Yi Cheng teased her, "Look, all the students are watching." The students around them were still setting off paper fireworks, bursting non-stop. A few girls even teased, "Miss, have you grown up? Your boyfriend looks so familiar." Someone next to them responded, "Does he look familiar?" At that moment, the classroom was even noisier than ever, with some voices shouting, "Kiss him, kiss him." Meanwhile, a few gusts of purple wind blew into the classroom. It gently brushed against one girl's body. Then, the wind also touched a male student's body. In the cheerful atmosphere, the male student glanced at his girlfriend and said softly, "Han Mai, don't walk home with me after school anymore." His words made his girlfriend feel heartbroken, and she exclaimed, "Li Hua, you." Another couple in the class was also arguing. A female student was asking her boyfriend, "Do you prefer sweet or savory sticky rice dumplings?" The boyfriend immediately got angry and said, "Stop talking, let's break up." Song Yi-chang and Zhang Yishao turned around in confusion and looked at them, wondering what's going on with them. At that moment, the whole school had descended into chaos. A teacher was chasing after a female teacher, shouting, "Miss Shaoli." Miss Shaoli kept walking, saying, "Homeroom teacher, don't come to my house anymore." There was also a student running out of the classroom, crying and shouting, "Let me jump off the building." Fortunately, a friend grabbed them from behind and stopped them. Not only that, but the school's heartthrob was speaking to the girl in front of him, saying, "Let's break up, you're not my type." The girl, so angry she pinched his face, shouted, "Humph, do you think I like you?" Amid the tense situation, the system quietly issued a strategic item. Song Yi-chang quickly grabbed the item and then protected Zhang Yishao, guiding her to safety. He comforted her, saying, "Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid." She softly replied, "I'm not afraid." Meanwhile, inside the classroom, chaos was rampant. A girl was chasing after her boyfriend, screaming, "Don't leave me," while the longtime single boys cheered and shouted, "Long live singlehood." Song Yi-chang looked through the glass of the jar and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "So, in front of him right now are the children pierced through the chest by purple arrows." He couldn't help but wonder, where did these arrows come from? The system immediately displayed a notification, analyzing the energy, Cupid's arrow, its effect is to make lovers break up. Song Yi-chang stared blankly at the arrow that was slowly decaying, muttering to himself, "Cupid? Isn't Cupid the god of love?" No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared outside the window, floating and laughing. "Go ahead, enjoy yourselves," the figure said. It turned out that the figure was the blonde boy who had just confessed to Zhang Yishao. Now, he was holding a bow and arrow and saying, "God of love, I declare." The system then updated information about the CP from the mythical world nation HL, a level D mission. The boy boldly declared, "Turn Valentine's Day into a day of death." He then let go of the bow. The massive arrow shot straight toward Zhang Yishao and Song Yi-chang, a whoosh cutting through the air. From high above, Cupid, holding the bow, announced toward Zhang Yishao and Song Yi-chang, "Then let you two be the great memento for this deadly Valentine." The arrow immediately shot towards the two of them. Zhang Yishao, thanks to his sixth sense, turned his head and shouted loudly, "Yi-chang, be careful." However, Song Yi-chang's movement was still slower than Cupid's arrow. He silently muttered, "This is bad." In front of his eyes, the system's notification appeared, analyzing Cupid's golden arrow, which made people in the same group fall in love. This information left Song Yi-chang stunned. So the golden arrow makes people fall in love, but why didn't he use it if he had ill intentions? Then he quickly jumped out the window, grabbed the god Cupid, and demanded, "Hey, kid, what exactly are you trying to do?" The boy, unwilling to back down, defiantly responded, "Didn't you like being dominated? Now I'll give you as much of it as you want." Meanwhile, Cupid kept pulling his bow. Song Yi-chang, not willing to lose, twirled the scepter in his hand, sending all the arrows Cupid shot flying off into the distance. He laughed and said, "How ridiculous, you think these flimsy arrows can compete with me?" The arrows kept falling like a rainstorm, but all were knocked away by Song Yi-chang's scepter. He continued laughing, "Seems like the god of love isn't much good at fighting after all." Cupid did not get angry immediately, but instead smiled and replied, "Is that so?" With that, Cupid stopped shooting arrows at Song Yi-chang. He began to attack the students behind him. A series of arrows flew swiftly. The students kept screaming in surprise, even inside the classroom, they were hit and exclaimed. In an instant, a thought appeared in their minds, this must be the feeling of a heartbeat. Then, all the students in admiration raised their heads and screamed toward Song Yi-chang, "Ju Shan Xiamil love, the wish of my heart, the light of my life." The kids even fought to get closer to him, with the sound of their roar filling the air. "Come on, hurry and touch him, climb up quickly." At that moment, the arrow lodged in Song Yi-chang's body suddenly made a loud thud. Song Yi-chang blushed, feeling a strange sensation. What's happening? His heart unexpectedly fluttered. By this time, Song Yi-chang had been surrounded by a group of female students. He softly said, "No need to push, no need to rush. I've always belonged to all of you. Remember, your love for me will never be one-sided." The group of female students immediately cheered in excitement. "Idol, Zhu Shangxia, I love you." But Zhang Yishao quickly stepped over them and reminded, "Yi Chang, don't fall for it." Even Cupid couldn't help but sneer and say, "Zhu Shangxia, huh? All those fighting and killing skills he's good at are just leftovers from others." Meanwhile, the female students surrounding Song Yi Chang kept praising him endlessly. "Zhu Shangxia is so handsome, we'll be his harem." He smiled and responded, "Too much praise, too much praise." Then, a kid flew towards Zhang Yishao and said, "Manipulating others with golden arrows and faded arrows is the true magic." In an instant, Zhang Yishao was tightly embraced by Cupid. He even tempted her, "Forget that trap boy, come back into the arms of the great god." Zhang Yishao immediately frowned and scolded him, "Playing with love, you're not even worthy to be the god of love. You're the real trap boy." Cupid, insulted, became defensive and stammered, "How dare you say I'm not worthy to be the god of love? What's wrong with me, huh? I'm no worse than that tall guy." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the clear sky, and a giant hand pointed straight at Cupid's rear end, causing him to release Zhang Yishao and scream in pain. Then, they heard the distant voice of Song Yi Chang. "Let go of my Xiao Xiao, you cowardly man." Zhang Yishao immediately glanced at the current situation. She knew it was time to take action. She leaned back and drove her knee into Cupid's face with a sharp blow. He screamed in pain. Cupid, still holding his face, winced in agony. "It hurts too much." Ignoring the fact that Zhang Yishao was falling freely, he remained indifferent, standing there and saying, "Women, now that you're calling for help, it's too late for me to do anything." But at that moment, a figure swiftly flew in from nowhere. It was Song Yi Chang, who had arrived just in time to catch Zhang Yishao and comfort her, saying, "Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid." Song Yi Chang gently touched down. Zhang Yishao, still stunned, called his name. "Yi Chang." Song Yi Chang turned to look at her and explained, "Sorry, the fans were holding me back, I got here late." Yet, Zhang Yishao responded with ease, "You will definitely come to save me." I had no doubt about it. Seeing their happy moment, Cupid fell silent. Why, no matter which world they're in, must they always try to destroy my love? Meanwhile, in Kit's homeland, the place is filled with architecture that strongly symbolizes the HL nation. Among them, there is a building with two statues of the goddess Venus and the god Mars placed in front. Then a voice echoed, "Our little Cupid is so adorable." A man, who had just been served fruit, sighed in satisfaction and said, "Look at this little, delicate belly of hers." At that time, I was so obedient and well behaved. As he admired the painting in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, every day was spent diligently, busy with the love of everyone." He then turned to gaze at the beautiful woman beside him and said with a smile, "My beautiful Venus, quickly, have a red berry." The woman, named Venus, happily replied, "My strong Mars, you should have a red berry too." For those who do not know, Kit's parents are the war god Mars and the goddess of beauty Venus. While they were affectionately enjoying each other's company, an arrow suddenly flew past them. It struck with a thud into the wall in front of them. They turned in surprise and immediately saw the mastermind behind it, the god Cupid. Their son, looking weary, muttered to himself. The god Mars, frightened, embraced his wife and exclaimed. The goddess Venus was equally frightened and said that the period of rebellion truly caused people much distress. Moments later, Cupid, feeling dejected, walked alone to the riverbank to catch the breeze. Occasionally, he sighed. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water gently flowing from somewhere. Cupid turned around in confusion. In front of him appeared an innocent girl, sitting on a rock and playing with the water. It was the first time I entered the river of love. It turns out that even a god like me, who governs love, has a predetermined fate. Cupid couldn't help but move closer to the girl. He hesitated for a moment, biting his lip and thinking to himself, "I tell myself that I am content with this." Then, he resolutely picked up his bow and aimed an arrow at the girl. Cupid made a silent vow, "Today, I will shoot an arrow for the love of my life." When she saw him, she smiled brightly. Suddenly, the girl looked toward Pitt and exclaimed unexpectedly. Cupid immediately froze in surprise. He thought to himself, unless she has fallen in love with me as well. Then, he heard the girl he loved shyly say to him, "You have come at the right time. Please, use your golden arrow to help me. He is over there. I have fallen in love with him. Narcissus, the handsome one." Cupid was so stunned that he shouted at him. The girl pointed across the river and replied, "Yes, it's him." The girl was so infatuated that she used all the beautiful words to describe the young man, saying he was the most handsome man in the world, with a well-toned body and gentle eyes. Everything good he could achieve with his face alone. Meanwhile, he was admiring his own reflection, lost in self-love, saying, "I'm so handsome." Finally, Kit couldn't bear it anymore and aimed his bow and arrow at her, bitterly saying, "What's so great about self-love? Loving me is your destiny." She covered her mouth in surprise and then stammered, You were going to shoot me?" After speaking, she immediately turned around and ran off. Before disappearing, she cursed, mixing public with private matters. "You're vile and shameless, you're not worthy of being the god of love, you tarnish my love." Afterward, Kit was so heartbroken that he collapsed to the ground, stunned and wondering why, before helplessly pressing his hands against the earth and crying out to the heavens, "Am I, Cupid, not worthy of love?" While Kit was crying rivers, a sudden flash of blinding light appeared. He looked up in confusion. What was that light? Then he saw a pair of eyes staring at him, terrifying in their intensity. Thinking of this, Kit still furrowed his brows, recalling that memory. After that, he floated in the air, drew an arrow, and said with a smile, "How am I going to turn public duty into private business again?" Cupid gently raised an arrow high above and declared loudly, "With this golden arrow." Kit aimed the arrow at himself and said this was the final act of defiance of a god of love. Cupid, with a resolute expression, said, "Today, I must ensure that I myself will find true love." Then he drove the arrow straight into his chest. Song Yicheng stretched out an arm to shield Zhang Yishao behind him and said to her, "He stabbed himself with an arrow. He looks like he's gone mad." Hearing this, Cupid only laughed loudly, wildly shouting, "My fate has already been sealed." Next, it was her turn. "My goddess, don't worry, it won't hurt at all." Then, he quickly shot an arrow. Song Yicheng swiftly used his staff to block the arrow with a sharp clang. After that, he shouted loudly, "You're dreaming." Cupid, not only unafraid but also contemptuous, said, "I already told you, this is a super golden arrow. How could you possibly break it so easily?" As soon as Cupid finished speaking, Song Yicheng saw the arrow change direction and fly toward Zhang Yishao. He couldn't help but worry. "This is bad, Xiao Xiao, get out of the way." At that moment, the arrow was racing toward her. Zhang Yishao couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking to herself, "Should I take action? But if I do, my fragile, delicate flower image will collapse, and Yicheng will see it. Would he be scared? What if he dislikes strong women?" Eventually, she couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "I can't worry about all of that." Then, Zhang Yishao raised her right arm high, and a powerful beam of light from the sky shone directly down on her. In that instant, Zhang Yishao had transformed, and a turtle shell appeared on her back. She had become Gue Gue Run, the supreme being. Even Song Yicheng had to be surprised and exclaim, "Xiao Xiao, it's Gue Gue Run." When Cupid saw his bow and arrow lying idle beside him, he angrily shouted, "Who exactly decided that the opponent must stand aside and wait while transforming?" He was thrashing around in a frenzy and yelled, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Keep going." At that moment, Zhang Yishao swiftly launched an attack. She shot small turtle shells towards Kit. Boom, 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 the sound of her chi technique. Each arrow fired by Cupid could swiftly dodge the turtle shells. Zhang Yishao attacked. Cupid, satisfied, said, "Don't worry, a turtle shell can't stop the power of love." But when the arrow was about to hit Zhang Yishao, the spot where she had stood was empty. Kit was startled. "Where is she?" In a flash, he saw her binding each arrow with rope, then walking forward with her hands tied. Yet Kit only sneered in disdain. He immediately shot an arrow with multiple heads, not just one, but a dozen arrows aimed at Zhang Yishao. Zhang Yishao was slightly taken aback. The division was, indeed, a bit illogical. Each arrow swiftly broke free from her string and shot towards her with tremendous speed. Cupid, seeing Zhang Yishao surrounded by his own attacks, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Go ahead, all he saw now was blind love. Cupid softly muttered, my love should never be able to see the trap set for it. A second later, Kit was trapped in Zhang Yishao's net. He couldn't believe it, shouting loudly, ah, how could this happen? On this side, Zhang Yishao was being lifted by Song Yichang, evading all the arrows. They all simultaneously lodged into the tree. Kit lay in defeat, caught in the trap, screaming in rage, you guys are teaming up against me, let me go. But in response, Cupid only saw Song Yichang's staff pierce right between his legs, causing his entire body to freeze immediately. Zhang Yishao and Song Yichang high-fived in delight, both saying in unison, now this is teamwork, a match made in heaven. However, it didn't end there. The tree, where the 10 arrows had just stuck, suddenly tilted and cracked loudly. Then, from the tree, several people tumbled down with a rustling sound. They groaned in pain, ouch, that hurts, ouch. One of the young men among them was holding a doll of his wife, who had been hit by an arrow, and screamed, wife, what's wrong, wife? Zhang Yishao and Song Yichang stood frozen, watching him cry loudly, and then they heard the sound of clicking. They saw Cupid dive towards him and say, so this is the true love, causing the young man to panic. Aren't you coming over? Meanwhile, the two of them standing off to the side were somewhat speechless. Song Yichang couldn't help but sigh, the power of love really is immense. The scene in front of Zhang Yishao reminded her of a moment a few days ago. The system, happily watching the entire school counting together in unison during their exercise routine, had asked her a question, the world has returned to peace, is this the power of love? However, the system couldn't stop wondering, silently asking itself, but what exactly is love? Just as Zhang Yishao appeared, she answered, although, disputes in some places are still inevitable. Thinking of this, Zhang Yishao snapped out of her thoughts and looked up to see the chaotic scene before her. Some of her schoolmates were actually betting with each other between Kit and the young man, who would win. One student was aggressively cheering, bets on, no take-backs, bets on, no take-backs. Another student asked, do you want to place another bet? While the two of them continued struggling over the doll in each other's hands. The fierce young man said, this is my wife. Kit, not wanting to back down, replied, this is the destiny of my life. Suddenly, Song Yichang turned his head toward Zhang Yishao and asked her, by the way, Xiao, during the martial arts competition last time, were you the one who saved me from that frog's mouth? Zhang Yishao continued to feign ignorance and asked, huh? What frog? This turtle shell was something I bought online. I'm definitely not the type of girl who's violent. Oh, it seems like some students are calling me back to do my homework. After saying this, she immediately ran off. Bye-bye. Song Yichang saw her reaction and immediately discerned the truth behind it. He admired her, thinking, this is truly my girlfriend. She can navigate the living room, enter the kitchen, correct homework, and even use techniques to control the enemy. In my previous life, I must have saved an entire bank. Meanwhile, in the Infinite Hero Tower, Song Yichang, along with Lan Ling and Snowjade Elephant Dragon, looked down from above at Kit, who was lying on the ground, crying while clutching a doll. Zhong Gui was also indirectly observing the scene. He softly spoke, thank you, Brother Song, for letting me see this again. After that, Lan Ling turned to Song Yichang and asked, Brother Song, does this little brother from the west want to join our righteous path as well? Very good, looking at this face, it's not the ordinary type, Zhong Gui spoke. Song Yichang scratched his head and replied, I still haven't figured out how to solve this. He no longer harbors any hostility, and now I can't bear to kill him, so I withdrew my strength. But a high school kid like this, to be used as a fighting force, it's a bit concerning. At that moment, Cupid woke up. He screamed frantically, "Who are you people? Are you trying to steal my wife?" Then he realized a dog was peeing on him, and he became even more agitated. "Whose dog is this? Get it away." Song Yichang helplessly spoke, "Kid, calm down and listen to me, but I heard Kit say that getting my wife is 1,000 times better than you." 10 minutes later, they had explained everything to each other. Song Yichang put his hands on his hips and said to Kit, who was sitting on the ground, "This is the situation. If you don't want to die, then follow me obediently." Hearing this, Cupid arrogantly replied, "You're threatening me, Kit. I've never been afraid of threats." Finally, Song Yichang couldn't hold back any longer and slapped him on the head. He angrily shouted, "Then what do you want?" Cupid obediently replied, "I want to go home. I can find my way back myself. You don't need to see me off." After saying that, he hugged his doll tightly and acted coquettishly. It was too scary, but thankfully, my wife comforted me. Song Yichang grew even more furious upon hearing this. Didn't I already tell him? It was because he had carelessly fallen into the active wormhole that he ended up here. The wormhole must have disappeared by now. What? You think I want to keep you here? Lan Ling quickly intervened. "Brother Song, don't be angry. Let him finish speaking for now." Meanwhile, back at Kit's homeland, the other gods were searching for him everywhere. "Cupid, where are you? Come home for dinner." A small light flew under the water, followed by a sound emerging from the depths. "Tomorrow, your mother won't make you shoot arrows anymore." The light continued to fly swiftly and then suddenly stopped. Behind the school, in a little-known area, there was a small tunnel leading to a mining site. Upon entering, the sound of rushing water could be heard, and inside, countless bats were hiding. Cupid led Song Yichang and the system inside for a while, then pointed ahead and spoke, "It's right in front." When Kit saw the swirling water still trickling on the surface, he joyfully exclaimed, as expected, "The way home is still here." Cupid did not say a word and immediately jumped down. He impatiently said, "Darling, let's go home. Bye-bye." Song Yichang, even if he wanted to stop him, was too late. He hadn't figured things out yet. With a swoosh, he saw Cupid dive into the water. Song Yichang looked at the swirling current before him, and he too was stunned. The energy fluctuations from Cupid had vanished. It was unclear what Song Yichang saw, but suddenly, his eyes widened. The system, in pain, reminded him that it couldn't detect the violent energy fluctuations and that he should not approach any further. Unable to bear it, Song Yichang whispered. One hand holding his head, he heard a voice speaking. "The energy is so powerful, give it to me, give me the strength." Song Yichang blankly thought to himself, "Whose voice is that? My head hurts so much." Then, his eyes suddenly grew vacant as he stared at the surface of the water. At that moment, the only thought in his mind was, "I want to go to the lake." Step by step, Song Yichang walked closer to the water's edge. Just one more step and he would jump in. But at that moment, the sound of rushing water startled him, snapping him back to his senses. He quickly pulled his legs back. Song Yichang let out a faint, disdainful smile and muttered, "Do you think you can trick me into the wormhole so you can escape the ancient seal?" He thrust his staff toward the surface of the lake, and the sound of rushing water echoed just as his shout rang out. "Dream on." Meanwhile, from the schoolyard, a distant explosion could be heard. The students, terrified, looked in that direction and shouted, "Quick, get out of the way." Then, they saw Song Yichang spreading rumors, "It's over, the school's drain has exploded." Half an hour later, a fleet of fire trucks and police vehicles appeared around the scene at the mountain behind the school, spraying water. A group of students gathered around, discussing. Zhu Shangxia really is a heroic figure, managing even a drain explosion. One of them replied, "I heard that Zhu Shangxia's girlfriend is at our school. He's just doing a good deed on the side." Meanwhile, scientists were using equipment to investigate the lake's surface. Song Yichang stood by, briefly discussing with Zhao Ling, "The wormhole is at the bottom of the lake, but for now, I have no way to delve deeper to investigate. This wormhole is unstable, so you all must be very careful. Zhao Ling blushed as she secretly thought, Zhu Shangxie is concerned about me. But aside from her eyes, she still responded seriously. This was a great opportunity to unveil the mystery behind the wormhole explosion. The special forces must give it their all. Song Yichang's car began rolling down the road. His voice came from within the vehicle, stating that until now, wormholes had only appeared for a brief moment and were very unstable. Song Yichang, slightly puzzled, asked, "Is this situation just a coincidence? Or is it?" The system immediately understood what he was asking. He suspected that someone was manipulating it who could have the ability to do so. What could their goal be? Meanwhile, the radio in the car broadcasted the news. The doomsday theory, stemming from the incident where time travelers were sent to places of turmoil, was causing disturbances in the social order in many areas. Numerous criminal gangs of evil forces had increased their presence everywhere. Song Yichang couldn't help but sigh, responding, "Who knows what their goal is? Humans are the most unpredictable." Just as he finished speaking, the system pinched her nose. She said, "Wait, I think I smell something." This left Song Yichang speechless, unable to retort. The garbage truck they had just passed let out a faint rustling sound, and then a fist-shaped stick shot out from the truck, followed by a dull thud. An elderly man was seen clumsily crawling out of the trash can. The people around couldn't help but be startled. Where did this beggar come from? Then, he drifted into a daze and muttered, wondering, where have I ended up? As evening fell, he wandered the streets, humming to himself. The street was bustling with lights. The people nearby couldn't help but glance over, wondering, why isn't this man wearing a mask? His keen nose twitched as he caught a whiff of the scent drifting from afar. He walked towards a food stall by the road and mumbled to himself, "It doesn't matter. Wherever he is, once he's here, he can rest easy." Upon entering the shop, he slammed his staff down on the table with a loud thud and then, generously ordered, "Owner, bring me a jar of fine wine and half a chicken." The other customers were drawn to the noise and looked at the beggar in disbelief. Some couldn't hide their disdain and said, "Boss, are you really going to let someone like him eat here with all the germs in the room?" However, the owner softly replied, "All guests here are welcome. Please be understanding." The others angrily slammed their chopsticks down on the table with a sharp clink and said, "This place is too unsanitary." After that, they quickly pushed their chairs back with a screech and fled the scene. When they were leaving, they pretended to say, "I'm not eating anymore, I'm running away." They're boasting about saving money on food. The shopkeeper hurriedly stopped them, "You haven't paid yet." The old man gently picked up a chopstick. He softly called out, "Here," then swiftly threw the chopstick towards the table next to them. With a thud, the chopstick lodged directly into the soup bowl at the next table. The chicken drumstick inside immediately flew out. It zoomed through the air and straight into the old man's mouth. The beautiful scene was all witnessed by the shopkeeper who was serving beside them. She quietly asked, "Old man, are you hungry? Even beggars deserve sympathy. Don't eat leftover food, I'll go get you a fresh bowl." The old man chewed the drumstick and spat out the bones, then slammed the table with such force it broke in half. He yelled angrily, "Tell me, is it that old devil Ouyang Feng who arranged for you to poison people here? I only took one bite and I can tell, your meat and vegetables aren't clean." The shopkeeper, frightened, exclaimed, "What's going on today?" In response, a childish voice answered. A 3-year-old girl appeared, fierce and defiant, retorting, "We didn't poison anyone. In front of this female hero, you dare spit venom. What crime have you committed?" The old beggar turned around in confusion and looked. After seeing the person, he silently sighed, thinking that this little devil really resembled Rong-er. He immediately softened his tone and said, "All right, little heroine, however, our Hong family has never wrongly accused a good person. As a beggar, I have always been right in this regard. You two aren't bad people, but the ingredients for this dish really have an issue. The little girl, still angry, snorted, while the shopkeeper immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I see, so it was a misunderstanding. You see, we only use the food produced locally in our village. The shopkeeper continued explaining the ingredients used in their restaurant. In our city, we avoid greasy foods, lean meats, sausages, and harmful powdered milk. It's been a long time since our bodies have been exposed to any kind of toxins. But don't worry, although our small shop doesn't make a big profit, all our ingredients come from reputable, high-quality sources. The little girl immediately looked at him proudly and said, "Now you know how impressive we are, right?" The old man deflated and apologized, "You haven't been poisoned." "It's my narrow-mindedness, perhaps I've exaggerated too much, haven't I?" He continued to take the blame and said to the mother and daughter, "Don't worry, it's all a misunderstanding, it's all my fault, Hong Ba-gong's fault. I naturally want to apologize to you." The little girl, upon hearing this, immediately knew that he was not a bad person. She even asked, "Grandpa, can you teach Rong Rong martial arts?" They didn't know that outside, someone was secretly watching them and laughing. The owner smiled and reminded her daughter, "Quickly thank Grandpa." The little girl responded, "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man then smiled and said, "An old beggar like me is happy enough if I have some meat to eat." Those standing outside couldn't help but quietly laugh, also realizing that the little girl was not bad at all. In the following days, the stewed chicken rice shop continued to welcome customers, with the owner handling payments. The owner smiled as she greeted and sent off guests, thanking them for coming. Recently, a new staff member in a pink apron appeared in the restaurant. Hong Ba-gong, busy as ever, was so quick that his feet barely touched the ground, darting from one table to the next. In the blink of an eye, all the plates and dishes were neatly and cleanly in his hands. The little girl Rong Rong kept clapping her hands. "Amazing, Grandpa is really amazing." Hong Ba-gong shyly replied, "It's nothing, just a small thing." Meanwhile, the owner looked at the stack of dishes being washed so quickly and couldn't help but exclaim, "I should have known this old man wasn't an ordinary person. He's really incredible." A moment later, Rong Rong pressed the TV remote, and after a few beeps, she said to Hong Ba-gong, "Grandpa, come here quickly, it's about to start." Hong Ba-gong hugged her and sat her on his lap, then asked in confusion, "What's about to start?" "Watching cartoons about little villains is more exciting." Rong Rong excitedly asked him, "Grandpa, guess what it is?" In an instant, Hong Ba-gong was stunned and exclaimed, "This is?" Before his eyes, the voice and image from the TV began playing. Today, this Mota, along with the heroes of the world, is about to engage in a final battle. Hong Ba-gong stared in amazement, then asked in disbelief, "Sect Leader Chow is Sect Leader Chow?" Even Rong Rong is watching attentively, her eyes wide in astonishment. "Wah, subduing Dragon 18 Palms is so powerful." Hong Ba-gong became so engrossed in the show that he laughed out loud and said, "So, there really is a beggar's sect in this world. Who knows, maybe I could even find a way back to Taohua Island." Meanwhile, outside, the voice of a street vendor rang out, "Selling Tang Dynasty people here, unparalleled great heroes, all kinds of superhero types available." Rong Rong, who had been watching TV, was immediately drawn in. She turned her head slightly and exclaimed, "Great hero from the Tang Dynasty." Rong Rong quickly ran outside with a clattering sound and called out, "People of the Tang Dynasty." A moment later, the shopkeeper lifted the curtain from inside and asked her daughter, "Rong Rong, what would you like to eat tonight?" But when the shopkeeper saw that only Hong Ba-gong was standing idly in the restaurant, she was immediately panicked. "Rong Rong, where is Rong Rong now?" The shopkeeper instantly burst into tears, shaking Hong Ba-gong's shoulder and asking, "Mr. Hong, have you seen where Rong Rong went?" She became increasingly heartbroken and started crying uncontrollably. What should we do now? Recently, there have been some young people claiming to be beggars wandering around. What if they've taken Rong Rong? Hong Ba-gong quickly spoke to comfort her, "If it really is the work of the beggars, I, as the leader of the beggar sect, will surely find Rong Er and settle the matter. Don't worry too much." Then, he swiftly flew out, but before leaving, he reminded her, "As a woman, stay in the shop." The shopkeeper could only stay behind in the restaurant, silently thinking, Rong Rong, please don't get into any trouble, I'll wait for you at home. That night, Song Yi-chang was darting between the buildings, and he muttered lightly, if only you'd told me about the time travel earlier. He turned his head to look at the system and continued, now you've gone and lost track of your whereabouts. The system immediately retorted angrily. Clearly, I said I could smell the presence of someone from the time travel before. It's you who shifted to that meaningless topic. Anyway, the situation was still stable, so this wasn't a huge problem. Song Yi-chang couldn't help but furrow his brow and think to himself, wormholes aren't disappearing, and people from the past are continuously appearing in the same city. Is this all just a coincidence? Suddenly, the system pointed forward and shouted, Discovery. Song Yi-chang immediately looked over. On the outskirts, at an abandoned factory, a group of thugs were standing guard. Inside the holding room, there were only disabled children, some missing arms or legs. They were lying on the ground, groaning and calling out, so hungry and in pain. With a loud crash, one thug, holding candy in his hand, opened the iron door and walked in. He even chuckled softly. The man smiled lightly and said, the Tang Dynasty people brought you food. The children, seeing someone enter, joyfully exclaimed, you're back, we'll have food now, brother. But then, the blond man behind Airshaw kicked the man over, shouting loudly, eat my ass, look at the time, why don't you just get the hell out of here? He threw the boy from his arms to the ground, then stamped straight down on the crunchy pile of candies, not forgetting to sneer and curse, a bunch of lazy bums, even if you lose your arms and legs you still won't earn a few paper bills. He viciously flung the boy into the room and let out a heavy smack. The other boys winced and timidly urged caution, but the man only cruelly boomed, wait until I pack you up, sell you off for a tidy profit. Huang Shu might even grab the credit from the gang leader and sit back enjoying the rewards. No sooner had he finished than a few children shuffled forward to beg, Brother Huang Shu, this is today's earnings. Please don't sell us. Huang Shu slapped one boy hard across the face and disdainfully said, yet these tattered bills again, do you expect to live off making a show? The remaining children continued to plead, we tried our best, but many places wouldn't let us in. Huang Shu raged, damn it, I should have twisted that arm of yours off sooner. You good-for-nothing brat. The poor children, powerless, could only sit and weep, someone save us, who? That evening, Huang Shu's thug underlings grabbed each boy by the scruff of the neck and shoved them into the truck. Don't dawdle. Hurry up. Another group was carrying some children and heading in a different direction. Someone, standing from afar, couldn't help but feel curious. Where the hell are these bastards taking the children? Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the group was carrying Rong Rong towards another direction, saying, the high-end merchandise is over here. The iron door suddenly creaked open with a sharp, jarring sound. Airshaw and his subordinates were left stunned. Who's that? Another person spoke up, a sound came from over there too, the door slid open completely. They then saw Hong Ba Gong standing firmly at the door, blocking their way. Behind him were his people, but they had all passed out. The bald man froze, exclaiming, do you want to die or something? How dare you barge into the new boss's territory? Then, they heard the sound of glass shattering, crash. Looking up, they saw Song Yi-chang leap down from above. The bald man panicked, there's someone above. Song Yi-chang landed gracefully, amidst the shattered glass. Boom! A resounding crash made them immediately stumble backward in fear. Boom! Another powerful sound echoed, causing them to fall back again, terrified. Hong Ba Gong swung the stick in his hand, sending the group tumbling on top of each other. Then he shouted loudly, to be a disciple of the beggar's sect and have no conscience like this, today I, the old beggar, will clear out the sect for the sake of the beggar's sect. After saying this, he focused his attention on where Song Yi-chang was standing, and could not help but think to himself, I didn't expect this chaotic beggar sect could attract such a strong martial artist. I must defeat him first to rescue the children. As he rushed towards Song Yi-chang, he immediately saw his profile, Hong Ba Gong, Martial Arts World, Level C mission. Seeing this, Song Yi-chang was somewhat incredulous. Hong Ba Gong, he's just transmigrated and already became the sect leader of the beggars sect? Song Yi-chang suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, he just said he wanted to clear out the sect, so isn't he on the same side as those bastards? After that, Hong Ba Gong only saw himself rushing towards Song Yi-chang, saying, "Take a blow from my staff." Song Yi-chang quickly raised his staff in defense, and there was a loud, piercing sound. He then gently reminded, "Hong gang leader, please don't be so impulsive." But it didn't stop there. Hong Ba Gong struck his staff hard against Song Yi-chang's staff, then kicked him in the knee. Song Yi-chang managed to dodge Hong Ba Gong's attack, causing the latter to mutter. He managed to avoid it again. Meanwhile, Song Yi-chang was still thinking, "I've read about Hong Ba Gong in books. His reputation is that of a quick-witted and righteous person. Besides having a surprisingly strong appetite, he is also a true hero in his own right." Hong Ba Gong quickly retreated, then shouted, "You little brat, you have skills all over your body." Hong Ba Gong swung his staff, channeling his internal energy, and then spoke in a low voice, "You've chosen this evil path again. Today, I must rid the world of this harm for the sake of the people." A gust of wind blew past, and in front of Song Yi-chang appeared the subduing dragon 18 palms. He couldn't help but curse, "WTF?" Song Yi-chang, somewhat in disbelief, asked, "Is this really the subduing dragon 18 palms from the stories? What should I do? I'm a bit scared, a bit excited, and honestly, part of me even wants to fight back." In the tense situation, Rong Rong's high-pitched scream rang out. "Grandpa, save Rong Rong." Both Song Yi-chang and Hong Ba Gong were startled and quickly regained their composure. When they looked again, they saw Huang Shu holding the children and fleeing from the scene. He hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up, we can't miss the deal. The gang leader is 1,000 times more terrifying than they are." Er Sha, confused, asked, "Brother Huang Mao, where are we going?" And Rong Rong is still crying. "Grandpa, hurry up and save me." Hong Ba Gong, concerned, comforted the little girl, "Rong Rong, don't be afraid," but then he saw Song Yi-chang charging forward. He even instructed Hong Ba Gong, Sr., "Be careful not to burn yourself out. The safety of the children is the most important thing." Hong Ba Gong shouted, "Kid." But Song Yi-chang had already sprinted off, landing punches and kicks on the prince's thugs, who cried out in pain. "I'm sorry." Seeing this scene, Hong Ba Gong was taken aback. "That kid is a good person." Then, Song Yi-chang handed the children over to him and instructed, "Hong gang leader, take care of the kids, I'll go after them." Rong Rong, like a little child, kept urging, "Grandpa, no." She immediately ran towards Hong Ba Gong, calling out, "Grandfather." He hugged Rong Rong and comforted her. "Rong Rong, don't be afraid." Then he looked towards the outside. He gazed at Song Yi-chang from a distance, cursing under his breath as he saw those who were bullying the little ones. He then saw Hong Ba Gong releasing the children. He thought to himself, "The old beggar cannot wrongly accuse a good person, I can't let him fight alone." The little girl looked up at him. She understood immediately, stepped forward, and said, "Rong Rong is a heroine can protect everyone. Grandpa, go chase the bad guys away." Hong Ba Gong gently patted her head and said, "Rong Rong, take everyone and hide well, Grandpa will be back soon." Rong Rong obediently nodded and replied, "Yes." As Hong Ba Gong was about to step outside, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened in surprise at something he saw. He froze, then asked in astonishment, "Little brother, who exactly are you?" The children behind him also widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Wow." At that moment, in the vast sky, Lan Ling appeared, along with the children riding the snow jade elephant dragon, looking down at the scene below. Song Yi-chang had already dealt with Huang Shu's subordinates efficiently, and they were now begging Zhu Shangxie for mercy. The prince himself was being trampled under Song Yi-chang's feet, utterly battered. Only then did Hong Ba Gong realize the truth, that he was Zhu Shangxie. The kids on this side couldn't help but shout in excitement. "It's really Zhu Shangxie. We can finally go home. That's so cool." Hong Ba Gong saw the kids' reactions and let out a sound of surprise. He smiled and stroked his beard, nodding in approval. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young generation. Very good, very good. Song Yicheng turned to look at him and said, "This matter is not settled yet. If we're going to clear the door, we need to clear it properly." He even purposely asked, "Should I wave it off, Hong Gang leader?" Then he turned and kicked Huang Shu in the backside, ordering, "Get rid of these dogs of yours." Huang Shu obediently responded, "I know my mistake." Meanwhile, on a highway, a suspicious truck appeared. The driver, in a calm voice, said, "Little friend Song, this chicken wing tastes really good." They don't care about the no entry signs, throwing trash on the road as they continue on, saying they have to take me to meet that old man named KFC. The barrier was smashed with a loud bang. The truck continued speeding down the road toward the dock, ignoring the crumpled signs behind it. At that very moment, in the dock hall, a group of people in black surrounded a person sitting on a sofa, listening as he asked, "Don't ship the goods, what are you waiting for?" The ringleader grasped both of the younger men's hands and continued, "The buyer from the other country will be coming from Gonghai any minute now." But one henchman hurriedly reported, "Sir Gang Leader, Huang Shu's people still haven't arrived, we might have to wait." The ringleader, who was drawing on a cigarette, froze at that. "Oof." He pressed the cigarette into the henchman's face and said coldly, "Or would you rather wait until you die and then choose?" The henchman, terrified, stammered, No, I'll arrange it immediately, sir." He then waved his hand to give an order, "Bring all our men up here and sort them by quality. Quickly." Seeing the men bring the cargo in, the henchman began his sales pitch, 24 prime pieces, uninjured, healthy. According to the price set by the child kidnapping crew, 80,000 apiece. As the kids were brought in, a sob pierced the air, "It hurts, hoo, don't sell me." The ringleader stood and inspected each child. Seeing that he said nothing, the henchman continued his briefing, 86 average pieces, slightly injured, minor illnesses, about 50,000 apiece. 208 inferior pieces, missing arms or legs, priced around 10,000 apiece. Then the ringleader scrutinized the face of one trembling child among them and said, "Children from our nation H are worth so little? Raise the price on all of them by tenfold." The man's face showed a ruthless expression as he spoke, "Although these children are small, their bodies are a treasure trove. Their hearts, livers, kidneys, lungs, bone marrow, eyes. If we take them out like this, how can we sell them for just 30 to 50,000? Ha ha." Suddenly, a truck arrived, screeching to a halt. The group immediately began to inquire. They're here, it's the princes, damn it, let's see how they handle getting rid of them." When Ersha, Hong Bagong, and Song Yicheng got out of the vehicle, the thugs looked at each other in confusion and asked, "I don't think I've ever seen these people before." Ersha's underling quickly ran over to ask, "What are you doing? Get out of the way. Where's your boss, the prince?" Song Yicheng spoke up, 50 combat power, 5 trashy guys, and Lan Ling will respond, plus 20 professional watermelon pickers. Song Yicheng, upon hearing this, disdainfully asked, "Is 10 minutes too much?" Hong Bagong raised his hand slightly, signaling for them to stop. Then, they heard him say, "Slow down." Song Yicheng was a little taken aback by this. One of the thugs kicked Ersha in the face and shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't you dare bring the knives out here!" Suddenly, a stick flew out and blocked his foot. Hong Bagong forcefully swung the stick upwards, hitting the man's head. The thug was instantly knocked down, tumbling to the ground. Before dealing with the trash, he turned to instruct Song Yicheng. "Be careful, please make sure you two guard the children well." Song Yicheng turned to organize. "Brother Lan, should we cooperate?" Lan Ling immediately agreed. "Got it." They split up to take action, each heading in a different direction. Suddenly, a truck appeared in the distance, speeding toward the thug who was lying unconscious on the ground. Hong Bagong advanced toward the gangsters, his voice low and furious. "A bunch of heartless scum, daring to call themselves a beggar gang." At these words, the anger inside him flared into a raging fire. Hong Ba Gong shouted fiercely, then let me, Hong Ba Gong, teach you a lesson. His speed was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye he reached them, delivering a powerful punch to each thug's face. He made it clear what the beggar gang was all about. The sound of fists hitting faces was deafening. The boss saw this and, cautious, began to retreat to protect his face. Where did that stinking beggar come from? Brothers, draw your weapons, kill him for me. The thugs, emboldened by their little arms, spoke up arrogantly. Excited, they shouted in unison, kill him. One even sneered and taunted, this knife of mine is already poisoned. The whole crowd surged forward to gang up on Hong Ba Gong, repeatedly hacking at him with sharp implements, slash after slash. Yet from beginning to end he showed no sign of pain or injury. They were baffled, how could he not be cut? What's more, every sword that struck Hong Ba Gong shattered into pieces. Hong Ba Gong's eyes flared red like a beast. He laughed savagely, mockingly, merely relying on that pile of shattered metal. They thought they could wound the old beggar. Then, with only a thin wooden staff, he sliced one gangster's body in two. The man only managed a single cry of pain and stunned disbelief. What? Hong Ba Gong snarled, teach those bastards to remember who destroyed their clan. He bellowed, kill. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the men began to bleed. Spurt. Hong Ba Gong seized each one by the collar and hurled them like a ball. The traitorous ringleader was killed. One after another, each man struck, collapsed, and rolled onto the floor. His attacks grew ever more brutal. The senseless slaughterer killed, blood splattering everywhere. Splurt. Each swing of the staff gradually turned into a raging whirlwind. Wherever it swept, death followed. Those bastards who preyed on the weak were struck down, killed. Any who dared attempt to flee could not escape. Gah! Frenzied, he roared out the same command again and again. Kill, kill, kill. At last, the noisy crowd began to fall into silence. Drops of foul, reeking blood dripped from the tip of the staff. Plop, plop. Having taken down half the thugs, Hong Ba Gong still pressed forward toward the rest. They were utterly terrified, their limbs trembling as they staggered backward. Don't come any closer. This isn't human. Each one stammered in horror. Save us. Hong Ba Gong's ghastly eyes lifted to glare at them, and all of them froze wide-eyed, mouths agape. Is this the living Yama King? Several others spun around in panic and fled. Run! Save yourselves! While his underlings were being beaten senseless, the boss had luckily slipped away into a corner. He hurriedly made a call to his superior. Yes, someone hijacked the goods, they want you to come here. Thank you. Such boundless grace and virtue. He waited a while, then finally saw the shadow of his rescue ship arriving. A sinister smile began to appear. Once my reinforcements arrive at the port, there's only one path for anyone who tries to stop me, death. A gunshot echoed. The demon blade sliced through the port's railing with a single strike. Song Yi Chang tried to reassure the children. Don't be afraid, little ones. I've created protective circles around you to shield you. You can safely return home now. Thanks to me, you all can rest easy. We're not afraid. Each of them looked at him with admiration. The golden light claw is really powerful. They began to realize the lesson the true masters of the underworld act in ways unlike anyone else. Meanwhile, Hong Ba Gong grabbed each thug by the neck, forcing them to confess, but every one of them squirmed and denied, I don't know where the gang leader is. He might have gone into hiding with some foreign allies. Lan Ling loaded the children onto a truck to get them out of there. Seeing the horrifying scene of bloodshed, he couldn't help but sigh, these people have committed crimes so vile that, under our homeland's laws, even being torn apart by 5 horses wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, he noticed something strange approaching, his eyes widening in surprise. Quiet. What is that? From a distance, a loud noise drew closer to the shore. It was a large ship, and there were many strangers aboard. The ship was filled with a group of tall and muscular men. This time, they were equipped with heavy artillery, which made them incredibly confident. Try the taste of heavy artillery. Song Yi-chang was shocked and horrified. It was then that he realized the purpose of these bastards. These damn beggars wanted to sell the children to the arms dealers. He felt uneasy for Hong Ba-gong. It's over, Hong gang leader is done for. Song Yi-chang couldn't stay still. He handed over the mission to Lan Ling. Brother Lan, the children are now in your hands, and as for me, I'll head to the danger zone. Lan Ling immediately accepted the order. Don't worry, even the foreign guns can call for reinforcements. On the other side, Hong Ba-gong's sharp eyes also noticed that someone had joined the fight. He stood boldly on top of the truck, undaunted, blatantly challenging them. It seemed that this beggar had underestimated these thugs. The others didn't hesitate to act. They fired several rounds of heavy artillery toward the shore. Boom! Boom! Song Yi-chang quickly rushed over, shouting loudly to warn Hong Ba-gong. Hong gang leader, be careful, those things can't be stopped. He spoke, then swiftly unleashed a move to intercept the cannon rounds flying toward him. Whoosh! Hong Ba-gong calmly cultivated his energy and summoned Hong Long to appear. Yet the bullets were still a few seconds faster. They struck his body, sending him into excruciating pain. Gunfire rattled in torrents. They even tried to finish him off with a ballistic missile. Thud! The missile slammed into the truck. A massive explosion thundered. Boom! The truck was quickly reduced to a charred, burning heap. Fortunately, Song Yi-chang had acted quickly and dragged Hong Ba-gong out. He laid him down, shook him painfully awake and called, Leader Hong. Hong Ba-gong's body was marred by severe bullet wounds, but he still forced out each word in a hoarse whisper, Kill the foreigners, you Song Yi-chang boys. Leave me here to rest and hand it to me, wait until my squad has wiped them all out, and we will immediately return to treat your wounds. Alone, he faced a huge cannon vessel, and the golden light claw was also unleashed to protect him. From beside the truck, He Xiong stood stunned at the formidable power of the golden light claw. He muttered in amazement, no wonder they dared cause trouble at my new beggar sect, so it was the famed Zhu Shang Xia. Unfortunately, I'm just an idiot, charging headfirst into the cannon's mouth. Is there any chance of surviving this? However, he didn't worry at all and calmly sat there, smoking his cigarette, watching the spectacle. Hey Xiong, I've managed to keep this precious life of mine. After some time, I'll be able to return to how things were before, he said, then chuckled happily. Ha ha! Suddenly, as he opened his eyes, a terrifying figure struck his gaze. Ha! HM? On top of the truck, right above his head, Hong Ba-gong stood up again. His body was engulfed in flames, and he shouted loudly, Hong Long, the brain is dark and disorderly. No, it can't be. You're dead, you can't stand up. This must be an illusion, it has to be an illusion. Hong Ba-gong practiced his martial arts, yelling out. 18 moves. Flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, and he unleashed the move regret of resisting the dragon. A series of enormous fire dragons appeared, full of fierce energy, ready to devour everything in their path. He Xiong's eyes were filled with fear, his face turning pale, unable to believe what he was seeing. It must be an illusion. How can such a person exist in this world? And the dragon strike, the demon dragon leaped toward him, its enormous mouth wide open. Grow! A chilling scream echoed, filled with agony. He Xiong was swallowed whole by the fire dragon, dragged into its mouth. He cried out in pain from the intense heat, begging for mercy. A Grandmaster! Grandmaster, please spare me! The dragon shot upwards, crushing the truck's roof. Boom! However, once the fury of Hong Ba-gong reached its peak, nothing could shake it. Shameless! Our gang is the largest and most prestigious in the world, our reputation fills the martial world, our power shakes the heavens, how can we allow anyone to tarnish our name? Prepare to die. Hong Ba Gong waved his hand, throwing the man straight down to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, even the ground beneath and the truck itself were smashed. Song Yi Chang stood by the truck, witnessing the fiery dragons rampaging along the shore. He couldn't help but marvel, Hong Gang leader, truly worthy of being one of the 5 supremes of the world, incredibly powerful. The noise grew louder and louder, blending together. Boom rumbled boom gru. The few surviving men scrambled, using their last ounce of strength to get up and flee. Ah! Run! Each one screamed like they'd just been given a second chance. Don't kill me, don't kill me! Save me! The fire dragons caused explosions along the shore, sending shockwaves far and wide. Boom! The men operating the cannons on the ship began shouting to each other, facing their heavy weaponry. Everyone increased their firepower. The thugs immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the shore. Die! Bang, bang, bang! Amidst the rain of bombs and bullets, it was impossible to see anything. They detected a shadow flying at light speed towards the ship's body. One of them reported, "Someone is attacking from here." Song Yi Chang leapt high and soared right into the middle of the ship. The men aboard hurriedly drew their pistols, aimed at him, and ordered, "Quick, kill him!" He held the razor-sharp trident of the demon, diving straight down. "Aha, you want to die, huh?" The trident's blade stabbed fiercely into the ship's deck. Without hesitation, he yanked the trident up, causing the floor to crack apart. In the end, the ship couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded violently. The men aboard lost their footing and fell into the river one by one. They shouted in chaos, "The ship's sinking!" One man desperately tried to grab hold of the cannon. But unexpectedly, the gun fell directly toward the ammunition box. He stared wide-eyed, screaming in despair. In an instant, the 2 halves of the ship exploded into pieces. Everything was approaching its end. Hong Ba Gong stood on the shore, watching as the burning ship sank slowly into the river. He sighed. This is truly a battle that brings comfort. What a magnificent sight! His breathing gradually became lighter, and he thought to himself, "Such a pity, the legendary roasted chicken seems to have no fortune to enjoy it." At this moment, Hong Ba Gong's strength was gradually depleting. He coughed once and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before his eyes, familiar figures suddenly appeared. Rong Rong, the little girl, must have returned to the embrace of her mother by now. And there was also Rong Er, my good disciple. His body continued to weaken, and his master would never be able to return, nor would he ever get to eat the roasted chicken his disciple made for him. Song Yi Chang hurriedly rushed towards him, the soul of the gang leader. His body vanished into thin air, leaving only the staff behind. She shakily walked over and picked it up, her voice trembling. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Song Yi Chang cried out in sorrow. "Just a moment ago, you were still able to unleash such a powerful move." At that moment, Little System appeared beside her to comfort him. It explained, although his martial arts were powerful, it was still difficult for his body to withstand such intense firepower. And that final, fatal strike he made such strength, it couldn't possibly have come from someone who was about to die. Looking at the items he left behind, she believed he had been incredibly strong. Perhaps it was his unwavering belief that had supported him. Upon hearing this, a sudden thought flashed through Song Yi Chang's mind. He exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." He immediately called for Soul Pearl, Zhong Gue, "Come here quickly." Zhong Gue appeared, looking confused, and asked, "Brother Song, is there something you need?" He hurriedly activated his power. "Quick, didn't you say Soul Pearl can communicate with the Yin and Yang realms? Help me find the soul of Hong Ba Gong." Upon hearing this, Zhong Gue immediately got to work, no problem. A wave picked up the signal from the underworld and began to spread. A fragment of a soul appeared from somewhere and flew towards them, entering the Soul Pearl. Zhang Gui reported the result to him. I've summoned Hong Ba Wang back, but unfortunately, he's not from this world. There's no way to send him through reincarnation. Song Yicheng froze. He repeatedly confirmed, you didn't get the wrong person, did you? After all, there could be quite a few wandering souls around here. A moment later, he peered into the soul pearl and saw an infant sleeping soundly. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the little child. It was none other than Hong Gang leader. Zhang Gui nodded and explained, when a soul enters the soul pearl, it returns to its original essence. Little system, curious, watched her in puzzlement. Is he really sleeping? Zhang Gui reassured them. He's just too tired, it's inevitable that he'll fall into a deep sleep for a while. If he rests in the soul pearl for some time, he might wake up, so there's no need to worry. Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng felt a wave of relief. I see. I hope one day I can bring him back to his real family. Zhang Gui revealed a truth to them. Inside the soul of the Hong Gang leader was a clear and pure vital essence. Even when he died unexpectedly, he felt no regret at all. At that, Brother Song began to cry, fearing that he had gone against the leader's wishes. After hearing this, Song Yicheng had to force himself to suppress the pain and pretend to be happy. I won't cry. I, Song Yicheng, am impervious to blades and spears. How could I cry? Who would even see me cry? Zhang Gui could rest easy for the moment, and after saying this, he prepared to leave. That's good. In any case, I must go handle some official business. Since you've all made such a huge commotion, it's up to old Zhong here to clean up and send him off to the heavens. Before leaving, Song Yicheng didn't forget to give him one last important instruction. Right, old Zhong, those undead by the riverside, you can't just let them go and reincarnate like that. Hearing this, Zhong Gui's eyes gleamed, and he broke into a wicked grin. Don't worry. Those people who behave so selflessly, if there were a cycle of reincarnation, they would surely end up wandering the path of beasts. However, on the way back, Lan Ling still had to encourage him. Brother Song, cheer up. He entrusted those over 300 children to us, and we still have to rely on them. Song Yicheng nodded. Yeah, don't worry. Even so, his face remained very gloomy. He confided. I figured it out, I know how to properly arrange things for the children. Upon hearing this, Lan Ling was quite surprised. Huh? Before she could ask further, Song Yicheng took out the wine gourd and a staff, using them to draw a mystical inscription on it. The characters slowly rose up, circling around him. He stood still, wondering. Is this the incantation of the technique? The characters began to merge with his body, and his eyes shone brightly. After a while, the system sent him a notification that his martial cultivation had leveled up to the highest rank, and he had learned the following techniques: dog beating staff technique, 9ing manual, 18 dragon subduing palms, wandering umbrella. At that moment, he realized that Hong Ba Gong's purpose was to assist him in leveling up. Song Yicheng woke up. Hong Gang leader thanked him. I will surely accept your legacy and become a person of righteousness and integrity. Lan Ling sat beside him and gently reminded him. Hey, Hong Sr. is not dead yet. Meanwhile, a suspicious car arrived at Song Yicheng's house. The car stopped in front of the door, and a strange figure walked up to the doorstep, flashing a sinister smile. Ha, finally found you. He placed something strange in front of the door and quickly fled the scene. This grand gift, it's an unopened cargo box. Hope you'll like it. At the same time, at the Dragon Tiger Mountain building, the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Group, many trucks loaded with goods were parked outside. A servant hurriedly ran to wake Zhang Qiulin. Heavenly Master is waiting for you inside. Zhang Qiulin, still groggy, followed the servant's guidance, continuously groaning. Who on earth is ruining my sweet dreams? The servant hastily reported, your master is in the large conference room waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiulin snapped awake, his eyes widening in surprise. Master, what? To his surprise, his movie theater had been transformed into a children's animation cinema. When he arrived that evening to watch a movie, he saw a familiar figure tending to the children. It was Song Yi-chang, holding a glowing ball. In an instant, he performed a light magic trick in front of the children, captivating them as they watched in awe. I also want to pray with Aladdin. From the terrifying bolts of lightning, they suddenly turned into sparkling golden strands of silk, fluttering across the sky. Swish, swish, everyone looked up and simultaneously shouted loudly. Everyone, look! The glowing threads are gently falling down. Some of the children leaned forward, trying to catch one. What is this? The whole group stared at the spectacle, so absorbed in their wonder that they were lost in their enjoyment. The cool strands of silk were incredibly soothing. Ah, each of them gasped in amazement, how magical! What was particularly special was that as soon as the threads touched them, the wounds on the children's bodies disappeared instantly. They suddenly burst out in excitement. My legs are back. I can see again. My wish has come true, this is so great. Zhang Qiulin stood outside, his eyes shining brightly like car headlights. Impressive. It was time for Song Yi-chang to leave, and he handed the responsibility over to Zhang Qiulin. These children have probably all been reported missing. From now on, you must be in charge of safely bringing them back. My good disciple. Zhang Qiulin stood dumbfounded, but he still obeyed. Mm. He stretched and let out a sigh of relief. Tonight was really tiring, I'll find somewhere to sleep for a bit. His eyes were deeply sunken, but his heart felt incredibly at ease. Finally, he had used up a divine seed of power. It had truly been a meaningful day. Before long, the second day arrived, and the children were reunited with their families. Unable to hold back their emotions, they rushed into their mother's embrace. Mom! The mother, seeing her child again, had tears welling up in her eyes as she gently patted her child's head and held them close. Let me see, are you hurt? The children completely forgot their fears. Eagerly, they began recounting the story to their mother. Last night, an incredibly powerful immortal healed all of our wounds. Zhang Qiulin, stepping forward to join the joyful reunion with the parents, saw that all the children could safely return home, and even the Heavenly Master felt deeply pleased. Yet, one child couldn't bear to abandon their hesitation. They looked at him warily, and as for Mark Freeman, the parent is definitely not him. The mother stood frozen, completely speechless. A poor Zhang Qiulin, caught off guard, felt a sudden shock. He didn't know how to clear up the misunderstanding. At that moment, Song Yi-chang, having grasped the situation, sighed in relief. Phew! He couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably when he saw the awkward situation unfold. It was indeed the right decision to assign this task to this kid. Not only did he complete the mission, but he also brought some joy in the process. Ha ha! Just then, the phone rang. Song Yi-chang opened it and discovered the contents inside. Yeah, an advertisement, and on top of that, there was a very eye-catching, dynamic, and lively video, mainly focused on emotions teaching you on sight. This was really detailed. He tried to justify himself. Xiao Xiao had been working overtime recently, surely, it wouldn't hurt to just take a quick look, right? In the end, his unintentional slip of the hand accidentally tapped the screen. Ah, I wasn't careful, it expanded. In the next moment, his eyes instinctively leaned in closer to read the top 3 rankings. Humph. Suddenly, he unintentionally saw something that shocked him so much that he threw his phone away. Damn it, this was unbelievable. He had stumbled upon a live streaming video of Xiao Xiao. She was teaching English on the live stream, with some jumbled English phrases thrown in. Below were a slew of comments praising her beauty. I can't hold back anymore, I need to launch this rocket. Someone even passionately expressed their feelings live, I will always love you, Xiao Xiao. Some people seemed to sigh in regret, I thought she was so pretty, can we skip the homework today? If only my teacher back then were like this. The increasing number of donations and support from viewers made Xiao Xiao feel a bit shy. She gently reminded, "You all study seriously and listen to the lecture, no launching rockets for me." Just now, many people had continuously sent her golden rockets, as a form of support and admiration. As soon as she finished speaking, this time, it wasn't just a rocket, but an entire golden yacht crashed into her face. On the notification screen, the user with the big gun placed the most joyfully, sending a large golden yacht. The yacht covered Xiao Xiao's face on the screen, forcing her to move to one side. And they even launched a yacht. The sender was none other than Song Yi Chang, who was on the other side of the screen, continuously topping up his account. Successful top up, successful top up, successful top up, successful top up, successful top up. 100,000 dong was being deducted continuously, as he kept competing. No one could love Xiao Xiao more than I do. In the heat of the moment, suddenly, there was a sound from outside the door as it opened automatically. Creak. Lan Ling walked in, holding a strange crate, and asked Song Yi Chang, "Did you jump out of the yard yesterday? How could you not see such a large crate placed right at the door?" He stood up, scratched his head, and tried to remember. Recently it seemed like he hadn't bought anything online, so what could it be? Before he could figure it out, Ding Ji ran over and eagerly tore apart the package, revealing a book cover inside. Song Yi Chang quickly read it and exclaimed, "The 2D experimental book, and it's the first edition set that was published." He rushed over to hug Shin Tong Hung, even faster than Ding Ji, cuddling it like a child, and there was even a brand new copy. Ding Ji was suddenly kicked aside into a corner, harshly. Song Yi Chang excitedly opened the book to start reading, realizing that this latest edition wasn't even available online. It seemed like it was about to cover the invasion of the Demon Tower. Kong Kong, my Kong Kong, Kong Kong. The story was titled Great Immortal Cultivator in the Black Realm. He flipped to the first page to catch up with the latest updates, and immediately cheered in delight. Finally, they've infiltrated the largest mysterious forbidden land of the otherworld, the Demon Tower where no one returns from. Lost in his reading, a call from Lan Ling interrupted. The ringtone blared loudly, and a duck flapped its wings. He said to Song Yi Chang, "Your phone is ringing." On the other end, a voice rang out, and it was clear something was up. "Song bro, it's me, old Zhao." He sluggishly answered the phone. "General Zhao, what's going on?" Zhao Song Xian panically reported to him, "Ling and I, something happened to her, she's gone missing inside that anomaly." Song Yi Chang jumped to his feet immediately, dropping the book in his hand. Swish! He didn't notice that something strange, like a coin, clinked out from the pages of the book. Clink! Soon after, they quickly made their way toward the research base of the anomaly. Zhao Song Xian briefly recounted the entire incident to Song Yi Chang. In the end, no one had the chance to explore inside the anomaly, which had a very stable structure. "So, you anticipated Zhao Ling's impulsive actions, but you're still furious, right?" he said. "She acted rashly. She's the team leader of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, how could she be so reckless?" His hand slammed down angrily on the table with a loud thud. Just then, a strange sound came from the screen. Even the sign hanging on the wall, which read, "Follow the example of Comrade Zhu Shangxia," an incredibly handsome and studious figure, determined to solve the problem of the anomaly, fell down. Zhao Song Xian sighed with frustration. This child was a bit hasty, but her entering the anomaly wasn't completely without some strategy. At the same time, he had some good news for Song Yi Chang. The specialized equipment to block the anomaly's disruptive energy has been successfully developed. It's simply because the materials required for its construction are extremely rare, so there is still no way to mass produce it. When opened up, a complete machine had been successfully produced, and the research project on the wormhole was a closely guarded secret within a secret. After hearing this, Song Yi Chang's expression relaxed somewhat. He promised Zhao Song Xian, "General Zhao, I understand. It was originally my invitation for Zhao Ling to initiate the wormhole research, and I will definitely take full responsibility for bringing Zhao Ling back safely. Please rest assured." He moved closer to the small, babbling pond in the room. With pleasure, Song Yi-chang tried out the first test model, putting on the gadget. To his surprise, it actually allowed him to approach the wormhole as if it were normal. He could only hope that this journey would go smoothly. After finishing the test, he didn't hesitate to dive straight into the pond. Beneath the water, there was a temporary wormhole research base. Song Yi-chang swam directly down to the deep bottom. As he descended, the pendant around his neck began activating the propeller, and a light net was released, enveloping his body. Song Yi-chang couldn't help but exclaim, "Cool." With confidence, he headed straight into the danger. From up close, he could already see that at the bottom of the pond was the legendary wormhole. Without hesitation, Song Yi-chang rushed toward it to verify, and the wormhole actively pulled him in. Song Yi-chang walked through as if he had entered another world. A mystical space unfolded before his eyes, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Stepping outside is like entering an entirely different world." Song Yi-chang swiftly ran toward the light, which resembled a gateway. He silently prayed, "Zhao Ling, you mustn't be in any danger." On the other side, there was a pristine scene, overwhelmingly peaceful. Song Yi-chang emerged from the gate on the tree trunk. The sound of his footsteps echoed on the surface of the water. Splash! He glanced around, wondering, is this the homeland of Kit? Once he reached his destination, Song Yi-chang retracted the net of light. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a figure on the water nearby. Humph! There was someone ahead, just the right opportunity to investigate. With delight, Song Yi-chang ran over to make acquaintance. "Hello." Meanwhile, Little System pondered for a moment, perhaps Cupid's homeland speaks an ancient HL nation language? Just speak normally, and the system will translate automatically. Though there are a few small issues, but the current problem isn't something that can be solved with language. The air was filled with flickering energy. As they approached, they realized that the person ahead was bathing in the lake. They instinctively slammed on the brakes. The girl screamed in shock. She was embarrassed and quickly covered herself, then scolded Song Yi-chang, You dare to spy on me?" The sound of water splashing loudly echoed. Splash! Song Yi-chang hurriedly covered his eyes, trying to explain to the girl, "It's not my fault, you turned around by yourself." However, in truth, there was no pure thought in his mind, and he even felt a bit smug. The typical scenario for the male protagonist has finally arrived for me. Sure enough, the sound of their quarrel soon reached the ears of the girl's brothers nearby. They quickly rushed over and began to attack Song Yi-chang, accusing him of being a flower thief who dared to spy on little junior sister while she bathed. Unexpectedly, 4 of her brothers gathered quickly, challenging him. The Heavenly Contention 5 elites absolutely will not tolerate this. The girl, who had been bathing, was now surrounded by 5 men and panicked even more than before. These guys, their father will interrogate Song Yi-chang. Who were these people? What were they trying to do by intruding into the sacred land of the Tianqing sect? However, each one of them was just as lecherous. As they spoke, their eyes were sneakily glancing at the girl bathing, their intentions clear. The girl saw right through their dark motives. She hurriedly splashed water to drive them away. "Damn it, Dai, Ji, San, and Wu Master, none of you are allowed to look." Song Yi-chang was caught up in their strange questions, and he stood there dumbfounded, puzzled. Tianqing is from the world of immortal cultivation, did I pick the wrong script? And now I have to avoid that young lady? Whoosh! The masters began to make judgments. Looking at the appearance of that demon, it was likely part of the same group as the demoness who fell a few days ago. Brothers, use the heavenly stem 5 elements formation. One punch should take care of him. Song Yi-chang felt as if struck by lightning. He vaguely guessed what was happening. The heavenly stem 5 elements formation. Wait, is this the world of the 2D wormhole connecting wrong again? Could it be? From what they said, it was clear that Zhao Ling had also arrived here. He scanned the surroundings more carefully and came to a conclusion. Looking closely, was that young lady really the famous female protagonist of Ta? Ah, if I'd known earlier, I should have brought my phone and taken a picture with her. But the swordsman didn't give him much time to think. They drew their swords and rushed to attack. Lustful wolf, surrender your life. Song Yicheng froze. He thought they were joking. But were they really serious? The group rushed at him, initiating the heavenly stem 5 elements formation. A man dashed forward, swinging his sword at him, but he suddenly vanished from the water's surface. His feet moved in a blur, he kicked the attacker down and the support sprang up. The man lost his momentum and, dazed, plunged straight into the lake, while Song Yicheng effortlessly slipped out of the encirclement. His comrades scrambled over in panic to help him. Careful, master. Song Yicheng settled himself on a high branch and mocked them. Ha, I stomped the formation's eye into unconsciousness, and what if the array were more powerful? Relying on chickens like you, and you still think you can beat someone who's read the entire 2D script, me? The others toppled into the river all at once, each of them crying out in alarm. What kind of deity or spirit is this person, after all? They had to admire the treacherousness of his strike. Why was his attack so fast, so precise, and so venomous? At that moment the little system floated over to him and explained in detail, I hadn't finished speaking earlier. Because this is the primordial alternate world, the fluctuating energies of lifeforms here are all judged by the system as abnormal oscillations. That's what I meant. Hearing this, Song Yicheng's expression changed by 180 degrees. They are all transdimensional people, wiping them out would grant rewards. This is no different. I can treat the 2D world as a copy to be swept clean. Meet someone, kill someone, meet a god, kill a god. His mind began to imagine a scene where he, the sovereign of the world, stood on a mountain of gold and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha. However, he had to quickly discard that dream, as it went against the morals of humanity. No, no, no. This thought is truly wicked. My dear fans would never allow me to do something so cruel and unjust. Song Yicheng left, disregarding the insignificant figures below. Once outside, he truly broadened his horizons. The surroundings were incredibly familiar to him, just like in the Song Yicheng novels. He freely gazed at everything around him. Mount Egs stood clearly before his eyes, and the Jinyao Tower was plainly visible too. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Right, it's not every day I get to come here. The most important thing, of course, is to take a stroll around the Holy Land. However, the author's inner voice suddenly surged up, slapping him awake. Slap! Wake up already! Song Yicheng snapped back to reality, clutching his face and crying. Ho, the most important thing, of course, is to find Zhao Ling. Now, I'll set off immediately. Yet, an hour later, at the Feng Lei Bridge, Song Yicheng, caught up in his own passion, forgot everything else. He was so absorbed in taking selfies that he forgot the world around him, the beautiful scene of Feng Lei Bridge in 2D. Check-in successful. He. After checking in and taking care of the memories, Song Yicheng decided to explore the surroundings. Feng Lei Bridge was indeed the most crowded place in the entire otherworld. It was so lively. In the comics, the male protagonist also frequently appeared here. He had already come up with a scenario in his mind, like in a story. What he needed to do was, when the male protagonist was being oppressed by the villain, help him, become close friends with him, use the plot to assist him in leveling up, and make him quickly become a great figure in this world. Then, taking advantage of his good friend's noble identity, he would roll out the red carpet to investigate, and he wouldn't have to worry about not finding Zhao Ling, right? After thinking that, he smugly praised himself. Ha, what a perfect plan. Just at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a thunderstorm erupted. The sound was deafening, rumbling loudly. Seeing the strange change in the sky, the people hurriedly ran away, shouting to each other. Run quickly, the thunderstorm is coming again. The thunder became louder and louder. A strange woman, seeing Song Yicheng standing frozen, frantically urged him. Young man, hurry and run, don't go any further. She anxiously pulled him, quickly trying to find somewhere to hide. This wasn't just any normal thunderstorm. Song Yi-chang still couldn't grasp the situation, his face blank and frozen in confusion. Based on his years of experience reading stories, he could predict that, HMPF, thunder seemed to be something specially created at Phong Lay Bridge. In the midst of the chaos, someone suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. Thud. The person cried out in pain, but it seemed no one cared about the fallen person, even cursing, "Stinking beggar, don't block my way." Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot toward the beggar who was still trying to get up by the roadside. Song Yi-chang, worried, rushed forward. "I'd rather die than ignore an innocent person, consider it me interfering in someone else's business." Song Yi-chang threw himself into danger without hesitation. Just in time, he managed to push the person away, and the lightning struck him instead. Song Yi-chang writhed in agony from the pain. The person who had been unexpectedly shoved looked up, and seeing Song Yi-chang struck by lightning, he was horrified. The beggar's face now revealed itself to be that of a young man. Song Yi-chang suddenly remembered something. "It seems I forgot something important." An hour later, the sky cleared and the clouds dispersed. At that moment, on Phong Lay Bridge, people gathered in groups on the road. "Hurry up and come look, someone got struck by lightning and died here." They both felt sympathy and also reproach. Exactly, when running for your life, you shouldn't try to be a hero and save others. See? He got struck by lightning. As they approached Song Yi-chang's body, they suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. "Wow, that smells like roasted meat." Seeing his lifeless body lying alone on the straw bed, they were unexpectedly moved. He really was a pitiful soul. Coming from a foreign land, and not even having anyone to collect his body. Truly tragic. The little beggar sat by his body the whole time, sobbing. "Benefactor, please wake up. If not, there are still people who can't resist the temptation, standing nearby and sniffing. Your body is charred, and the roasted meat smells so delicious." At that moment, the lifeless body suddenly moved its finger. He let out a faint groan, As soon as Song Yi-chang sat up, everyone panicked and ran off, thinking he was a ghost. "Quick, go find a priest to help. Priests don't bother with these things. What the heck is going on?" Only the little beggar stayed behind, his eyes wide with joy as he looked at him. "Benefactor, you're not dead." He hurriedly wiped away the small stream of saliva. Song Yi-chang regained his senses and looked at him with embarrassment. "Oh, the star-shaped birthmark means he's no longer doubtful." Song Yi-chang sluggishly asked the young boy, "Oh, are you Yang Chongyun?" "Who would have thought that?" Upon hearing this, the boy exclaimed, "Benefactor, how did you know? Have we been separated for so many years?" Song Yi-chang could only cry and blame himself. "It seems I've forgotten the most crucial opening scene of the immortal cultivator's great journey in another world." Yang Qingyun had absolutely no idea what he was babbling about. The entire script was supposed to be about Yang Qingyun, the male protagonist in the comic of an immortal cultivator in another world, originally a poor beggar who had nothing to eat and was always oppressed. At the age of 13, he was struck by lightning on the Phong Lay Bridge, activating the thunder spirit root within his body, and from that moment, his fate changed, stepping onto the path of immortal cultivation. That was the original story, and now, back in the present reality, everything seemed to be unfolding just like that. Swish! Yang Qingyan innocently sat beside him, comforting him. "Benefactor, why are you crying?" Song Yi-chang didn't want to get into a lengthy explanation. He just grabbed Yang Qingyan's hand and said, "Let's go, boss will take you out for a meal." In his mind, he was worried that he might accidentally rob him of his chance, but no matter what, he should at least treat him to a warm, hearty meal. Just as they were leaving, a celestial being flew over with a whoosh. You try to stop them, that young man, hold on, but it seemed that no one paid attention to the figure. Song Yi-chang was chatting away with Yang Chongyun. By the way, a few days ago, a seductive demoness escaped from the Tianqing sect, have you heard about it? Yang Chongyun spoke in perfect harmony with him, and before long, the two had turned into gossipers. I haven't heard anything. There doesn't seem to be any mention of it in the Immortal Cultivation Daily either. The celestial being had no choice but to use a method to get their attention. Whoosh, whoosh, and sure enough, a strange sound rang in their ears. Song Yi-cheng quickly glanced behind. In a flash, he pulled Yang Cheng-yun into his arms and fled. Thud. His other hand blocked the electric attack from the celestial being heading toward him. Where did the electricity come from? Song Yi-cheng stopped and looked at his hand, which was twitching. He knew his hand could discharge electricity. ZZT, ZZT. Right after, a notification system appeared, and he had acquired the thunderclap technique. From start to finish, Song Yi-cheng remained frozen like a silly cat, while yet another strange skill was added to his arsenal. The celestial being laughed heartily. Ha, no wonder you're a brat who survived a lightning strike. That's it. Song Yi-cheng seemed to recognize the figure. Another important character had entered the scene. The immortal approached and, somewhat shyly, suggested to him, I ask you, would you be willing to join my sect of the otherworld? As soon as Yang Cheng-yun saw the immortal, he exclaimed with admiration, the platinum whisk, that's Xian Su True Lord. That's right, Xian Su True Lord is the elder who oversees the immortal sect. He might know about that demoness. Xian Su True Lord furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. What demoness? I don't have time for such nonsense. It turned out that, according to the rules, he was the master of the protagonist in the Xian Su True Lord's otherworldly sect, the elder presiding over the immortal alliance of the other realm. Song Yi-cheng's face showed pride. Originally, he had planned to wait until the chaos at the Tianqing sect subsided before investigating news of Zhaoling. He hadn't wanted his identity to be exposed, which would have been troublesome. But now, things had just become much simpler. Having thought it through, he immediately bowed respectfully to the immortal and thanked him. I am deeply grateful for your support, True Lord. I am willing to follow your wishes. In his mind, he had already planned everything. With someone backing him, it would be easier to carry out his mission. He could infiltrate the immortal sect and wouldn't have to worry about not finding a significant figure. Without hesitation, Song Yi-cheng leapt up to follow Xian Su True Lord. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pang of unease, realizing that, like a gust of wind, he was slowly but surely edging into the role of the protagonist himself. Yang Qing-yun in this world was still innocent, unaware of anything, and cheerfully bade him goodbye, hoping to meet again by fate. Song Yi-cheng's conscience felt a little uneasy. Xia Yang, in the future, you must often come to this Feng Lei to be struck by lightning as much as possible. A few days later, when Song Yi-cheng joined the inner sect of another world, he had to do trivial chores like sweeping the yard all day long. Song Yi-cheng sighed in frustration. The strange sect truly lived up to its reputation as the top sect of the other world. He looked up at the large gate with the sword mounted on it and marveled. What a huge gate! Are they planning to play soccer in front of it? Thinking of this, he felt a surge of annoyance. He had accepted the sweeping job to gather information, but he had to endure for now. Be humble, be humble. Suddenly, he noticed a noisy crowd outside the gate, and a disciple had to step forward to block them. Senior brothers, a disciple has already entered and notified us, please wait patiently and don't be anxious. However, they still raised their voices, making a scene. Yeah, I think that old Xian Su is just nervous, maybe he wants us to charge in? Song Yi-cheng leaned closer, wondering how it was possible for him to run into trouble everywhere. He didn't expect these people to be so cruel. How could they push little junior brother down like that? Song Yi-cheng hurriedly ran over to help little junior brother up. The other person, feeling aggrieved, explained. Song disciple, those disciples from the Tianqing sect are trying to barge into the mountain gate. I found their antics quite amusing, so I decided to step in. Master, let me handle this. He grabbed a loudspeaker and clearly explained the rules to them, saying that anyone wanting to enter or exit must register, and they were not allowed to roam freely. I'm saying this for your benefit. The group was frightened out of their wits by his loudspeaker. The next moment, they were determined not to let Song Yi-cheng off easily. A mere disciple in the chi refining stage responsible for sweeping the floor dares to be so rude. Several underlings behind them egged them on. Boss, let him taste a lesson. Who would have thought that one of the group was the young lady who had bathed in the river the other day? As soon as she saw Song Yi-chang, she immediately recognized him. That's the shameless, thick-skinned guy. Are you from the weird sect? The boss's face darkened upon hearing this. Oof. Song Yi-chang also recognized who this young lady was in the story, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh damn, Lan Ying, are you speaking human language? If I didn't know better, I'd think you've turned into some kind of monster. The group surrounded Song Yi-chang, and the great elder of Tiancheng accused him, saying he was the rogue who had dared to peek at his little disciple while she was bathing. The people around him joined in, and it was said that he was also a demon who had fallen from the divine tree. They planned to capture him, and today, they would bring him and that female demon back to the sect for questioning. Song Yi-chang couldn't stand the noise. He used a powerful move to silence them. Wait a moment. Each of them, caught off guard, screamed out. Great Elder Tiancheng widened his eyes in surprise. He assessed Song Yi-chang's technique and concluded that this was definitely not the move of an ordinary disciple. The others began to blame each other, and indeed, it was all arranged by Xian Su. At that point, Song Yi-chang understood the full story. They had come to this strange world to find Xian Su, true lord, and demand Zhaoling. Unable to hold back, he directly asked them. Did Zhaoling come to this strange world after leaving the Tianqing sect? You mentioned a demoness, is she in this strange world too? However, Great Elder Tiancheng wanted to provoke him. In front of Great Elder Tianqing, what qualifications do you have to ask such questions? He threw a golden disc violently toward him. Whoosh! Song Yi-chang quickly dodged, but still felt the impact slightly. He had to admit that Great Elder Tiancheng was indeed much stronger than those petty dogs like the lowly ones from the Warm Spring sect. He was truly powerful. Song Yi-chang frowned and decided to stop joking around. It seems like I have to be a bit more serious. He cultivated chi, summoned a lightning ball, and shouted loudly, "Thunderclap technique." The group immediately froze in shock. Ha! Each of them was wide-mouthed. It's the thunder spirit root. The lightning quickly transformed into an angry thunderstorm, descending in bolts that struck and tossed around the arrogant individuals. They rolled their eyes back in terror, mouths agape, screaming loudly. Even Song Yi-chang was shocked by his own power. He hurriedly stopped his actions. Damn it! Looking at the mess he had caused, he felt a bit guilty, as if he had used too much force. The crackling sound of the lightning still lingered, the talismans surrounding them everywhere. By chance, it even collided with the sword, which was chained securely to the gate, causing the chains to begin snapping. The giant sword plunged straight into the ground, and in this strange dimension of sure men, the sword, after embedding itself into the earth, continued to absorb Song Yi-chang's lightning. A whirlwind began to stir, lifting up from the ground. Everyone's hair stood on end. Little junior brother praised in awe, "Master, I'm really sorry. I was a bit careless with my actions." Meanwhile, the group on the other side was in a daze, so terrifying that it seemed like they had fallen asleep. Seeing Song Yi-chang approach, the man fearfully knelt down and begged. "Don't call me master, you are my master, not my ancestor." He found it somewhat ridiculous and couldn't help but let out a forced, faint smile. Ha, the humble strategy has officially failed. On the other side, several underlings suddenly sat in a corner, shouting, "Boss, wake up!" They kept calling, "Boss." Song Yi-chang felt that something was wrong. Is something going on? I never expected Great Elder Tiancheng would actually faint. They began blaming him for everything. Those damn strange sects really go too far, using such despicable tricks to deal with us. The Great Elder lay there, gasping for breath. They seemed indignant. Bullying our boss, Xian Su, old man, is truly too much. Song Yi-chang turned a blind eye and ignored them.
Well, let me explain, it's just a misunderstanding. Also, when the senior members stormed into the strange sex mountain gate, did we actually do anything wrong that we can't even face directly?
He began to bait them into speaking out.
Is it related to that demoness? Come on, spill everything.
At that moment, Xiansu True Lord heard the commotion and flew over. He politely inquired about the illegal intruders.
Are the elders of the Tianqing sect still well?
Since they are guests of my Xiansu, let me explain everything clearly. He recounted, 3 days ago, all the disciples of the Tianqing sect caused an uproar outside the barrier of the peak of another world within the secret realm Immortal Alliance.
Song Yicheng confirmed, indeed, 3 days ago was precisely when Zhao Ming entered the cavern.
Seconds later, Xiansu True Lord narrated everything that happened that day. Those disciples insisted that a female demon had escaped from the Tianqing sect, then vanished outside the barrier. His disciples, seeing an intruder, rushed forward to chase and attack.
Don't run, demoness!
Yet she boldly barreled straight into the forbidden area of the peak of another world's sealed realm, which is off limits. This whole scene was imagined by Song Yicheng. Afterwards, those disciples went to find Xiansu True Lord to deal with it. Thus they asked me to open the barrier so they could enter and capture the person. Scene imagined by Song Yicheng. From beginning to end, he only kept puzzling over one point: why would Zhao Ling run into the sealed realm of the peak of another world? By the rules of this matter, attempting to force one's way into the barrier will certainly cause death. We must find another opportunity to get inside. Xiansu True Lord admitted, managing the barrier of the Immortal Alliance is my responsibility, so of course, I cannot act recklessly. The others began to lose their temper, rebutting his words, I couldn't care less about that messy business. You are deceitful, definitely plotting something. They forced Xiansu True Lord to confess, admit it, that seductive woman is a spy you sent to infiltrate and investigate the secrets of our Tianqing sect. Left with no choice, Xiansu True Lord could only sigh in frustration, realizing that reasoning with these three brothers was a waste of time. The others formally issued a challenge, third younger brother, it wouldn't matter if we let them go today. A few days from now, the battle for entry into the secret realm will begin. Our Tianqing disciples will surely defeat those from the other worlds and leave them in ruin. Just the thought of it made them all feel exhilarated. At that time, we can openly and justly enter the peak of another world. Another one nodded in agreement, hee, of course. Saying this, they helped the great elder of Tianqing back. Do you have faith, my good disciple? But it seemed they had forgotten Lan Ying. Her clothes had been torn after the electric shock from Song Yicheng. She trembled, desperately trying to cover her body with the few pieces of fabric that remained. Master, please stop talking. Let's just go back quickly. Before long, they all climbed into the carriage and headed back. They saw them walking back without any unnecessary movements. Song Yicheng was a bit surprised. Running that fast? Xiansu True Lord then showed his anger. You just calculated the losses, If you have the ability, don't run away. Destroying company property and urinating carelessly, not to mention wasting other people's time, you haven't compensated us yet. Song Yicheng froze in shock, then sneaked off. Luckily, they didn't come after me. On the way back, Xiansu True Lord reported some updates to him. Just now, I actually went outside the mountain gate to look for you. He had a few comments, your potential isn't bad, I've decided to accept you as my direct disciple. Song Yicheng's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly asked, does that mean I'll also be part of the competition for the entry ticket to the secret realm? Xiansu True Lord nodded in agreement. Of course, my disciple must participate to bring glory to the sect. However, he hesitated before continuing, Xiansu True Lord handed Song Yicheng a scroll and gave him a serious instruction, your thunderclap technique needs more practice. This is a rare advanced lightning cultivation technique of our sect. You need to quickly focus on training over the next 2 days. Inside, there was a long explanation. How can someone struck by lightning become exceptional? His eyes widened as he read. Oh, he felt a bit conflicted in his mind and silently prayed for Xiansu True Lord.
This Xiansu was truly extraordinary.
Unfortunately, I will have to leave here sooner or later, so I mustn't invest too much of my thoughts into me. That night, at the outer sect of the strange world, in the immortal cave of the core disciple, the sound of a waterfall rushing down could be heard beside him, but Song Yichang remained focused, meditating and circulating his energy as instructed in the scroll.
He murmured. A flock of swallows flies south. Lightning began to form on his hands, crackling faintly.
Song Yichang followed the scroll exactly as written. On one side, he drew the character N, and on the other, the character B. A flock of swallows flies south, with one side drawing the letter N. After feeling that he had gained control, Song Yichang slowly stood up and looked towards the waterfall, ready to test its power. He slowly released a large bolt of lightning toward the rapidly flowing water. The thunderclap collided violently with the churning water, creating a deafening echo. Crackle, 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 crackle. All the fish in the water were instantly roasted by his lightning.
System notification: reward for low-level interdimensional beast mission. A reward of 5,000.
The dying fish leapt onto the shore.
Song Yichang, dizzy, looked at the result. As expected, there really is a reward for the mission.
With tears welling up, he sat down and savored the fish from nature.
Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that studying really has its benefits. I like studying. The next morning, the bells from another world rang loudly. Rang, 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 rang.
This was the bell signaling the immortal alliance from another world. The battle for a ticket to the 233 RD secret realm.
The opening ceremony begins. Mark Freeman introduced himself.
I am the immortal alliance baby, the one everyone loves. As tradition goes, the top 3 disciples would finally get the chance to train in the secret realm of the peak of another world. Immortal Alliance Baby reminded all participants. The accuracy, the speed of task completion, and the condition of spiritual energy will all affect the level of your score. Everyone who arrived was stunned, admiring the breathtaking scenery of the Immortal Alliance from another world.
Wow, what an extravagant decoration! However, Lan Ying accidentally bumped into Song Yichang.
She frowned, clearly showing her disdain.
Ugh, why do I keep running into him?
Immortal Alliance Baby pointed to the V-shaped cards that were already hanging, each bearing the name of a sect, and the rankings of scores would be displayed on the battle flags of the sects, including Sherman, Tianqing, Jiatian, Sword Pavilion, and Yunlan sect. Above the judges' seats, people were enthusiastically discussing the participants in the competition. One person looked down on Xiansu True Lord, yet had sent a disciple who was merely at the qi refining stage to participate in the contest for the treasure. The old man stroked his beard and sneered at Xiansu True Lord. It seems like the sect of the strange world has truly lost its way. The people from the Tianqing sect, who were eavesdropping, burst into laughter and mocked him.
Is that so? Today will surely be the day our Tianqing sect shows its might. Ha ha.
However, Xiansu True Lord remained calm and explained. My disciple is not merely a qi refining disciple. I believe the elders of the Tianqing sect should have already realized this by now. The people from Tianqing suddenly felt uneasy upon hearing this.
They are just making excuses. It was you who provoked us that day. Someone next to them pointed down toward the arena.
Quick, look. It had started. As soon as the match began, the arena floor began to tremble.
Boom, crack, crack.
Even Song Yichang's footstep caused the stone floor to crack. Such powerful magic. In the end, the entire platform collapsed. The contestants fell freely.
Boom, the sound of screaming became chaotic.
Fortunately, Song Yichang had anticipated this. He remained focused, firmly gripping a large rock, as though endowed with supernatural powers. A moment later, the referee declared, the first round, the battle for the secret realm entry, the treasure hunt battle. It seems everyone has found their place to anchor.
Ah!
Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng eagerly took the lead. Heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, here I come.
The battleground for the contest over the secret realm entry. The first battle, the treasure hunt.
The rules for this round were quite simple: find the spiritual artifact with the highest spiritual energy within a short time. Mark Freeman reminded the players, whether you find it yourself or steal it from others, you absolutely cannot use any spiritual artifacts you already possess to supplement.
Don't forget, every action of yours is under the watchful eyes of everyone.
At this moment, from the top of the mountain, large rocks fell simultaneously, causing chaos among the people.
Damn, what is this? They looked up at the sky, astonished to see that Song Yicheng had used magic to make the rocks fall on their heads. Hee, throw it away.
As they watched him casually walk on the golden staircase suspended in mid-air, they couldn't help but admire him, wondering which great figure this was who could move with such ease.
Is there such a type of operation?
Suddenly, a familiar voice, sounding like Great Elder Tianqing, echoed.
You instruct those below to set off quickly. Song Yicheng immediately noticed from a distance, indeed, there is still a referee below.
He reminded all the participants to remember, I will only wait here for 3 watches.
The opportunity to seize the spiritual treasure will only come once. Song Yicheng was delighted to realize this.
Although the rocket-like seat seemed to have omitted quite a few details, the key points remained unchanged. Even the stones in the middle of this battlefield were identical to those in the comic.
Lan Ying and the others heard the command and were ready to set off. Great Elder, rest assured, I will definitely win.
The Great Elder seemed to place a great deal of trust in them.
There's nothing to worry about. With Romier's heavenly spirit root, my Tianqing sect will undoubtedly be at the top.
When all the disciples had left, Song Yicheng stepped forward to where he was.
Thud. As soon as the elder saw him, he frowned and reproached. Why aren't you quickly going to search for the treasure in front of me? However, Song Yicheng brazenly sat in front of the Great Elder, teasing him, and said, Hunting treasures, I should be the one standing right beside Great Elder Tianqing.
He was inwardly irritated, but forced himself to stay calm. He turned his face away and refused to pay him any attention. If you want to waste time, I have no desire to waste words on you. He truly wanted to hit him, but he held back. A senior must not lose his temper and must never be humiliated before the Tianqing sect's disciples. Yet the man's shameless persistence was not to be underestimated. He kept circling about, nagging in his ear.
Great Elder, look over here, don't you just want to hit me? Come and hit me then. Whoosh.
After a while, Great Elder Tianqing calmed down and thought it over. Perhaps this was Xian Su's scheme. He was deliberately provoking him to make him lose face before the Immortal Alliance, then seized the chance to strike at the Immortal Alliance single-handedly. His rage erupted within him, and he stood up, roaring, "This is outrageous!"
Seeing the flames of fury erupting, Song Yicheng could only marvel and exclaim, he must be pleased to have achieved his goal. Finally, he's angry. He thought there would be a scene of chaos, but to his surprise, Great Elder Tianqing sat down, turning his back to him. Song Yicheng felt disappointed. Why is he holding back again?
He then began to plan another strategy, but little did he know, today Great Elder Tianqing's patience surpassed expectations.
Was he trying to force him to use his trump card? He leaped toward the elder, swooshing. He moved closer while the elder was unaware.
The Great Elder remained completely indifferent, silent as a statue, and a sinister smile spread across Song Yicheng's face.
Suddenly, Song Yicheng shouted loudly, "Oh my! Lan Ying is being harassed by a hooligan again, how wicked! I really don't want to watch this anymore." Upon hearing this, Great Elder immediately reacted fiercely, "Who dares to bully my Ying and I?" Seizing the opportunity, Song Yicheng unleashed his thunderclap technique.
The large stone began to crack and snap. Finally, his lightning struck instantly, shattering the stone.
Boom! At that moment, even if the Great Elder wanted to turn around, it was too late. It's over, I've been tricked. Song Yicheng laughed joyfully, ha.
The large rock shattered, revealing a dazzling diamond inside. and a vortex began to swirl through the air. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the others were still busy hunting. They noticed a swirling vortex rising on the hill, and everyone gasped in shock. Such a powerful spiritual energy. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? They hadn't expected to be so late, especially when it was supposed to be an ancient treasure materializing. Who could be so fast? One of them hugged his head and sighed. I guess we've lost. Song Yicheng pulled the stone out with his bare hands. He cheered and celebrated for obtaining the ethereal essence. In the original story, the male protagonist in Today faced countless challenges but could only find a single ordinary spirit stone. Due to his inability to bear the ridicule of Great Elder Tianqing, he decided to fight him in an epic battle, and only then did the ethereal essence appear. Having acquired the treasure, Song Yicheng stood proudly. I'm faster than the male protagonist. No script can stop me. Before leaving, he threw a small bag of money at Great Elder Tianqing as a token of gratitude. Thank you, Great Elder Tianqing. On this large stone, he frantically cultivated his techniques, and even for these treasures, he managed to earn some prestige. He was even more enraged, endlessly scolding him. You cunning little brat. But he, shamelessly, grinned with pride. The Immortal Alliance announced the results. Congratulations to disciple Song Yicheng of the Abnormal Sect for being the first to find the rare treasure and achieving the highest score. Ding 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 ding. The crowd below the arena began to stir. Look, someone pointed to the sky, the flag of the Abnormal Sect is flying high. Shen Su True Lord sat leisurely, sipping tea. I knew this kid was no ordinary one. Meanwhile, the opponent, who had been jeering earlier, now sat bitter and embarrassed. A moment later, Mark Freeman announced the start of the second battle, the Battle of the Demon Beasts. The players returned to their positions to fight against different kinds of monsters. Only Song Yicheng remained calmly sitting, reading a comic to keep up with the plot. While the disciples and the fierce demon beasts were locked in intense combat, he was leisurely reading and laughing. Ha, this part is truly a masterpiece, worth revisiting. So good, so good. Until he came across a familiar scene. The male protagonist is standing on that tree, eating without speaking, secretly indulging in a silent embrace with the tree, waiting for an opportunity, enjoying without any effort. A sound echoed in his ear. Song Yicheng recognized the signal, it's finally here. He stood up, determined to win the battle against the spirit beasts. He casually grabbed the corpse of a rabbit lying by the tree. Cannot be said, the protagonist in this comic is truly exceptional. This cute rabbit I casually caught turns out to be an 8th level spirit beast. The heavenly soldier's little guardian was surprised. Song Yicheng of the Strange Sect captured an 8,000-year-old spirit beast, completing the mission of the spirit battle. A moment later, at the VNTing maze battle, Song Yicheng stepped inside and followed the book to find his way out. Finally, 3 steps to the left was the exit. He slowly walked while counting. 1, 2, 3. Unexpectedly, he easily cleared the game. Mark Freeman cheered him on. In the third round, the Battle of Formations. The first person to break the formation was the disciple of the Strange Sect, Song Yicheng. Before long, they had reached the final battle, the fight against the demons. This time, the location was a mountain village. A bat hanging upside down on a tree suddenly had a rope tighten around its neck, startling it awake. He sighed in frustration. This battle mission can be completed just by relying on strength. It's so simple that you can already predict the outcome just by looking at it. How boring. As he sat on the pile of corpses he had collected in a few minutes, Song Yicheng started having some thoughts. But it was strange, even after killing more than 200 monsters, why hadn't the big boss shown up yet? He looked up at the distant sky and pondered, could it be that the butterfly effect had caused everything to deviate from its original course? At that moment, deep in the forest, a massive creature was crawling along the ground. Rustling, rustling, rustling. To his surprise, the one who had just hunted down that terrifying monster was Lan Ying, dragging her prize back.
This last fight, no matter what, I can't lose to him. As she was heading back, strange footsteps began to echo behind Lan Ying.
Clop, 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 a bulky face appeared, and the man's filthy grin echoed as he tried to grab her. However, she had already caught sight of his shadow from the corner of her eye.
Lan Ying smiled faintly.
Not a single wasted movement, she said, pulling the tailing man forward and slamming him down. Her strong kick sent him sprawling to the ground, no different from how a man would do it. The man who had been tailing her was now recoiling in fear, his body shaking as he lay on the ground, explaining himself, "I just saw that your luggage was heavy, and I wanted to help a little." Shaking, but Lan Ying wasn't foolish enough to lose her mind. She immediately drew her whip and began lashing it fiercely against his rear, teaching him a lesson.
"You wicked monster, do you still think you can deceive me?"
The sound of the whip cracking echoed sharply against his backside. Lan Ying looked at him with disgust.
"I've already investigated everything.
You are the ringleader who caused all the trouble in this village, a vile and ugly demon.
Demon King."
The man, embarrassed but enraged, stood up and retorted, "You're quite the fierce Taoist priestess, but I didn't expect your face to be as thick as a cement wall.
Even after being whipped, you still laugh it off. I quite enjoy this, actually. It's a real thrill."
He continued to twist and wriggle in front of Lan Ying. Her disgust turned into fear as she slowly backed away, trying to avoid him.
"Pervert.
Just wait, I'll use these ropes to bind you and tame you, you're so disgusting."
The man, encouraged by her reaction, kept provoking her.
"Your Majesty, the Queen, come and tie me up." His face was like that of a pig in heat. "Come on, step on me, come on."
Lan Ying couldn't help but shudder in fear just from imagining it.
She screamed in a high-pitched voice, "It's so disgusting.
Master, uncle, Marster, help me. Anyone, come help."
The man chased after her, grabbing onto Lan Ying's hair to pull her back.
"Don't run, come back and hit me. Look, I've even tied myself up already." She accelerated, lifting her legs to flee. Whoosh!
Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him from out of nowhere.
Boom!
He was struck by the lightning, letting go in pain.
In the end, a burn mark from the electric current was left on his chest.
The pig was terrified, not daring to say a word, almost turning into roast pork.
Furious from his embarrassment, he stood up and shouted loudly, "Who was that? Who dares to ruin my plans?"
The sound of footsteps came from above the tree.
Bop bop. Song Yi Chang was holding a lightning rod in his hand, nonchalantly asking, "Not dead yet? No wonder you're the final boss of this game."
The pig started to get enraged, his mouth opened in a snarl.
Roar!
His arm muscles suddenly bulged, swelling up. The perverted pig from earlier had now turned into a wild boar, baring its teeth and claws.
"I'm not interested." Song Yi Chang also rushed forward. Both sides struggled fiercely. Song Yi Chang looked down on the strength of the wild boar.
"I never expected the so-called Demon King, renowned far and wide, to be not just a pervert, but also someone who enjoys being abused. No wonder he's the Demon King who made the male protagonist suffer so much.
This force of his is truly not trivial. Since you want to play your hand, then I'll make sure you get what you deserve." Song Yi Chang unleashed an electric orb, striking the wild boar and killing it.
The boar let out a painful scream. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lan Ying stepped in to help. She drew out a rope made from her celestial binding magic, the long cord piercing through the ground and a talisman wrapping around the wild boar's head.
In the end, its limbs were tightly bound. Whip, 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 whip. Lan Ying panted heavily. "Finally got you, you filthy demon." However, the wild boar let out a roar.
It struggled violently, snapping the ropes.
Roar! "I'll kill you all." Lan Ying was horrified. "What?" Song Yi Chang shouted, "Get out of the way."
Taking advantage of the opening, he unleashed a powerful electric current at the boar. The wild boar couldn't endure it, every stroke felt almost seared into him. The struggle came to an end. Mark Freeman announced the mission reward, a Demon King worth 20,000. Only Lan Ying sighed in deep regret. In the end, she had still lost. A small orb bounced up. Song Yicheng caught it in his hand. Sure enough, it had appeared, the supreme treasure of cultivation, the demon core of the Beast King. Yet afterward, he handed it to Lan Ying.
This thing is useless for me.
Take it. The orb was tossed toward her. She wondered why. We clearly belonged to opposing factions, and yet he even saved me, treated me so kindly. At that moment, Song Yicheng was startled, afraid she might misunderstand. In the original story, the male lead, the cultivator Yang Qingyun, had unexpectedly found romance in this very final battle. The two then fell deeply in love with each other. Only now did he recall that bloody, melodramatic plotline. He had underestimated the karmic bond between the male and female leads.
He fled in a panic, yet still didn't forget to clarify.
The demon core truly has no use for me, so please, don't misunderstand. Lan Ying thought he was shy, and she smiled knowingly.
Would the silly boy still feel embarrassed? A moment later, the match ended. Mark Freeman announced the result of the final match at the arena in front of the secret realm. Immortal Alliance Baby is eager to see the results.
Congratulations to Song Yicheng of the Otherworld Mountain and Lan Ying of the Tianqing sect for qualifying to train at the peak of another world.
Excellent, the rankings have been announced.
We wish the three of you to encounter opportunities, defy fate, and become immortal lords. Although Lan Ying came second, she could still hold her head high.
Look at me, even the third-place finisher is overjoyed. Thank you, everyone. Song Yicheng was only focused on Zhao Ling's survival.
He silently prayed, "Zhao Ling, I'm coming. After these few days in the wilderness, I wonder if you are safe." Meanwhile, at the secret realm and the peak of another world, the top three had the chance to experience this place.
Is this truly the mysterious and extraordinary peak of another world?
And the demon-suppressing pagoda, which no one had dared to enter.
Zhao Ling, where are you? Song Yicheng wondered to himself.
Next, we'll face the latest challenge from 2D. There's no script, will everything go smoothly? Beneath the peak of another world, Xiansu True Lord led the three participants and began to open the Fengshan Grand Formation. The Bagua formation diagram appeared before their eyes, causing the ground to tremble.
Crackling sounds echoed as a whirlwind blew fiercely.
The silhouette of the tower gradually came into view. A path appeared, leading directly to the tower. Xiansu True Lord gave a few words of instruction to the three of them. Although the secret realm in this strange world is full of abundant spiritual energy and countless treasures, it is also extremely dangerous.
You three carry the hopes of the elders, so I hope you will remain cautious.
His expression was serious. Remember, keep your distance from the demon-suppressing pagoda. Upon hearing this, the three of them responded in unison, "We will carefully follow True Lord's teachings." As they set off, Song Yicheng began to think.
Xiansu True Lord's words were not wrong.
According to 2Da's design, the peak of another world was one of the most dangerous places in this strange world. With this in mind, he sighed.
Finding Zhao Ling would likely be far from simple.
Sure enough, Xiansu True Lord noticed his thoughts and called out to him, "Disciple, stop for a moment."
He then asked, "Disciple, is something troubling you?"
However, Song Yicheng was not one to easily open up. He denied, "No, Zhao Ling and I have just arrived here through time travel.
This is not something people from this world should know."
Seeing him hesitate, Xiansu True Lord did not push further.
"I will not force you to speak any longer, but this time, when you entered the otherworldly peak, was it to find the owner of this object?"
Upon seeing the familiar item, just like his own, Song Yicheng was astonished.
How could this be?
Xiansu True Lord explained, "A few days ago, after the disciples of the Tianqing sect caused a disturbance, I entered the secret realm to patrol.
In the end, I found this object under the demon-suppressing pagoda."
He tossed the ring to him.
Song Yichang's eyes lit up. The demon-suppressing pagoda? Has Zhao Ling entered the demon-suppressing pagoda?
If the otherworldly peak ranks among the top 3 most dangerous secret realms of the otherworld, then the demon-suppressing pagoda at its peak is an absolute forbidden zone in the otherworld. The legend says that in order to suppress the great beast inside the tower, Xianjin, the ancestor of the otherworldly sect, even used all his cultivation to seal the tower. The creatures inside the tower are rebellious, with a demonic aura so thick it is terrifying. If Zhao Ling is really inside the tower, he suddenly bowed his head and apologized. "Sorry, Master, I cannot go into detail about this matter with you, and furthermore, I cannot avoid entering the demon-suppressing pagoda." Xian Su True Lord did not ask any more questions, he simply sighed, as though he had anticipated it. "Hayes, I originally intended to advise you to give up, but it seems that will not be possible now."
He spoke and handed him a jade token.
"I have sealed the exorcism technique I cultivated inside this token." He instructed him, "Take it.
It might help you escape danger." Song Yichang gladly accepted it. "Thank you, Master." Once everything was settled, he swiftly turned and entered the tower.
Inside the secret realm at the peak of the foreign world, he easily soared through.
However, Song Yichang felt something was wrong. This secret realm was indeed larger than it appeared at first glance, so he had to speed up.
Everything in front of him was covered in mist, and only at the peak was the demon-suppressing pagoda. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in his ears.
That sound caught Song Yichang's attention. "Humph."
He quickly turned his head, and a pale green serpent lunged at him, opening its mouth wide in a scream. However, Song Yichang showed no fear. He stood still, staring into its eyes, which caused the serpent to freeze.
Annoyed, he grabbed the serpent by its neck and gave it a beating.
In pain, it writhed, and he cursed, "Don't stand in my way." When he pulled its head off, he realized that others were also being attacked by this monster.
The serpent's body was thrown forcefully against the rocky mountain by his strike. Thud!
The others were also affected as the snake dragged them along.
Lan Yingying screamed loudly.
Song Yichang hurriedly let go, releasing the creature. He lamented, "I must have accidentally offended some of the treasure hunters." The others were also dragged down along with the serpent.
Song Yichang heartlessly ignored them and walked away.
After all, they came here to train. Yeah, increasing the difficulty a little is just for their own good.
Let's find Zhao Ling first.
Finally, he reached the top of the demon-suppressing pagoda.
Just standing outside, Song Yichang could feel the heavy evil aura.
Legend had it, anyone who attempts to enter the demon-suppressing pagoda will inevitably be tainted by this evil energy, losing themselves and becoming a demon.
No one has ever emerged alive. He noticed strange marks on the door.
Bullet holes. Zhao Ling was indeed here. Taking a risk, Song Yichang opened the door and entered to investigate. The atmosphere inside was incredibly gloomy, like hell itself.
A terrifying scream echoed, creaking loudly. He stood in the center of the room, glancing around, then charged forward.
A gust of cold wind swept past, causing Song Yichang to spin sharply, turning to face what was behind him.
He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Was the door closing by itself?
In the end, the door was slammed shut by the ghosts. Song Yichang had no choice but to step deeper inside. Under the influence of the malevolent energy, his spirit indeed grew heavy. He glanced at the eerie surroundings, the sound of wind howling by his ears, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Engrossed in the view, he didn't notice someone attacking him.
However, a hand shot out and smashed the claw before it could reach Song Yichang.
It was none other than Lan Ling. Song Yichang was deeply grateful. "Brother Lan, thank you.
I never expected to meet Lan Ling here."
He smiled and greeted him. "After being cooped up for so long, it's good to stretch a bit."
The two of them were trapped in the whirlpool of spirits within the room. A terrifying voice echoed, threatening, "Finally, someone has dared to enter the tower and offer themselves as a sacrifice to me."
Song Yichang was unafraid.
He boldly challenged, which evil demon are you? Show yourself.
A woman's voice sounded, why the rush?
Let this old woman see clearly what's in front of me first. The demoness appeared, teasing him, then though she couldn't compete with the goat meat, she added, but I smell something very fragrant.
Song Yi-chang immediately rested his feet. Can anyone tell me what this intense feeling is? What is going on?
Lan Ling was quite surprised.
What's wrong? Does Brother Song know her?
Of course, it was because Song Yi-chang had read the script beforehand. Not only did he know her, but he also felt very familiar with her. He thought to himself, but this couple might be easier to deal with. After all, there were no harmful setups to worry about.
Song Yi-chang smoothly lowered his tone. Mrs. Hong, may I ask you something? A few days ago, did any of you see a girl with green hair? Is it that I'm not evil enough, not scary enough? Why aren't they afraid at all? Grey Wolf, what are you doing out there? Don't you think you should tie her up and take her away for some interrogation? Understood, my lady. I knew it was you, always causing trouble. Do you even realize how terrifying you've been to the children? Brother Son, be careful over there. Could this be the pot falling from the sky? Song Yi-chang began to react, gradually growing more irritated and starting to cry out. He turned to ask Lan Ling's opinion. Isn't this temperature too high already? Lan Ling agreed, if it continues like this, they'll be cooked through quickly. But the ones being boiled aren't them, but the two wolves sitting in the pot. The Grey Wolf went crazy and begged, stop, please, don't boil anymore, my God, my beautiful big tail is all bare now. The Red Wolf threateningly glared at the two of them, you stop first, I'll tell you where that girl is. Seeing this, Song Yi-chang temporarily withdrew his hand, I'll give her a chance, speak. The Red Wolf sneered maliciously, she's right above, but she brought shocking news, she's already dead. Upon hearing this, Song Yi-chang hurriedly stood up, Brother Lan, let's go. The two of them soared upwards. The Red Wolf advised them to give up, adding a few more spiteful words, she was caught by the big demon above as soon as she arrived, and has long since been eaten by him. But Song Yi-chang was not moved by this. Soon, he climbed higher and shot a bolt of lightning down. In an instant, both wolves were burned to ashes. The system reported the villainous wolf duo reward task, 10,000. Lan Ling didn't expect him to take revenge in this way. She thought he would spare them. Song Yi-chang scoffed. Killing demons to level up, why wouldn't I do something so enjoyable? Immediately after, a bloody battle broke out in the demon-suppressing pagoda. Second floor, demon-suppressing pagoda. The two easily eliminated a pair of snakes, completing the 10,000 mission reward. Third floor, demon-suppressing pagoda. After a chaotic encounter with a pair of cats, they completed the 10,000 mission reward. Fourth floor, demon-suppressing pagoda. Lan Ling and Song Yi-chang worked together to defeat two wild beasts with green and red fur, completing the 10,000 mission reward. Fourth floor, demon-suppressing pagoda, crash. The two successfully soloed a pair of two-headed birds with beastly mouths, completing the 10,000 mission reward. A few hours later, before stepping onto the final floor, Lan Ling asked Song Yi-chang for his opinion. Brother Song, do you feel like there's something more sinister here, aside from these demons? He nodded in agreement. These demons clearly don't belong to this world. I suspect that, besides suppressing the demons, old ancestor Xianjin might be using this tower to conceal a huge secret. Without hesitation, he said, let's continue. No matter where Zhao Ling is, whatever secrets this tower holds, once we get in, everything will be revealed. Suddenly, a bullet flew towards them from behind. Lan Ling shouted a warning, Brother Song, be careful. Fortunately, Song Yi-chang managed to dodge it in time, leaping to the side as the bullet zipped past. A sense of unease washed over him, and he hurriedly ran in the direction of the bullet. Could it be Zhao Ling? Both of them ran all the way up to the 6th floor, the demon-suppressing pagoda. Song Yi-chang stood outside the basement, calling out, Zhao Ling, where are you? He guessed she must be somewhere inside, but why was there no response?
At that moment, a chain suddenly shot out from within.
Song Yicheng swung his staff to block it.
However, Lan Ling was ensnared by a bundle of chains, which tightly bound his arms and legs, and one of the chains sliced into his neck, causing him to cry out in pain.
Song Yicheng turned around in panic. "Brother Lan, you have to go back and help Lan Ling."
Lan Ling pointed behind him.
"Brother Song, look.
It's her, it's Zhao Ling."
Song Yicheng immediately turned around. Zhao Ling.
Zhao Ling was suspended in mid-air, bound by chains.
He rushed over to cut the chains. "I'm coming to save you."
But as Zhao Ling freed herself, she aimed a gun at him.
He froze in shock, wondering why.
Lan Ling reminded him. "Brother Song, quickly move away, she has been possessed by the demonic energy, losing herself."
Indeed, Zhao Ling really fired a shot at Song Yicheng.
He was in a dilemma, caught between two options.
No matter what, I must bring her back.
Unfortunately, a bullet grazed his face, causing him to bleed.
Song Yicheng silently speculated, is it because of my aura? The protective aura seems to have weakened considerably.
At this moment, the chains on Zhao Ling's hands were released.
Clink, clink, she was the one controlling these chains.
The chains simultaneously attacked him from all directions. Song Yicheng had to find a gap to counterattack, but the closer he got to her, the stronger the evil energy became. Clang, clang, one chain struck him directly in the face. At this point, a strange voice seemed to echo in his mind, persistently urging him, kill her, then you won't have to endure this anymore."
His eyes rolled back. At that moment, he realized, yes, it's exactly like this.
With a swish, his hand instinctively released a thunderstrike, and suddenly, Song Yicheng's subconscious awakened.
Song Yicheng hit his head. "Damn it, get out of my head, think clearly." Song Yicheng couldn't, the pressure in his chest was growing heavier by the moment. At that moment, Lan Ling shouted from below, "Brother Song, move away quickly." It was a trap. His body felt like it was going to explode. His head ached so much. He began to fall into confusion. Where am I?
Song Yicheng opened his eyes, and once again he saw the chains tightly binding Zhao Ling.
"Zhao Ling," he rushed over, "I'll save you right now."
His hands had already been corroded by dark energy.
No, this isn't right. He realized that what he was seeing wasn't real.
This was an illusion formation. Even though it was an illusion, the damage to his mind was real. If this continued, neither Zhao Ling nor he would be able to endure it. The token of Xiansu True Lord, hopefully it will work. It felt like something material was constantly being transferred into his body. He was overjoyed. It feels like my body has naturally adapted to the dark energy here. A loud voice shouted, "Who dares to use such dark arts here?"
Song Yicheng turned around and asked, "Dark arts?"
Yicheng shot forward like an arrow, furious, and warned, "Your sister is the one practicing dark arts. Release Zhao Ling immediately, you filthy monster." Suddenly, countless chains sprouted like mushrooms before thousands of eyes. He was startled and alert. The style of the demon suppressing pagoda seems inconsistent with other monsters.
The eyes narrowed, the voice boomed with suspicion, "Monster, are you calling me a monster?" He snorted coldly, unconcerned, "Isn't it obvious? With your appearance, you still refuse to admit you're a monster." The eyes widened in fury, and a loud shout echoed, "Talking nonsense! You're the one using dark arts to absorb the dark energy, you must be a dark demon. I absolutely cannot release you from here." Yicheng looked around, puzzled, the monster was truly strange. But he didn't have time to think. Suddenly, everything around him turned pitch black, and he panicked, not having time to react. This isn't good, the space is shrinking. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yicheng wielded his weapon and desperately stabbed and slashed, attacking. Too solid, it seems impossible to break the formation with sheer strength. Watching the darkness spread rapidly, he furrowed his brows, realizing that he must quickly find the formation's core.
Yi Chang began searching every corner, 360 degrees without missing any spot. The formation's core must be different from the rest. The eyes around him screamed loudly, distracting his focus.
I can't let you out, I can't let you out.
Yi Chang felt annoyed, his head buzzing, so noisy.
Where could the formation's core be? He glanced aside, suddenly smiling in a mischievous way. I always felt something was off. So that's it.
Yi Chang tilted his head and teased, "Old man, your illusion is vast and slippery." As if startled, countless eyes widened and turned to look at him. Among the chaos, one eye remained tightly shut. Yi Chang, thrilled, shouted, "Gotcha!" He fiercely lunged forward with his spear to deal with it.
If you can, don't ever blink.
Yi Chang plunged the spear straight into the eye. With a loud explosion, blinding light flooded in, and Yi Chang rejoiced.
It's done.
After a while, the light gradually softened, and he frowned vaguely.
Did I make it out?
Before him sat an old man with snowy hair, perched upon a lotus flower. That is the lotus throne, exactly like the one belonging to the Xianjun elder in the comic. Yi Chang, puzzled, speculated, so that must be the master of the demon-suppressing tower, the Xianjun elder.
He hurriedly ran over to request an audience. Xianjun elder, may I ask where this place is? How can I get out of here? By the way, my friend is also trapped in this tower, can you help me? After speaking, there was no reply.
At that moment, he noticed a light emanating from Xianjun's face.
What was shining?
Yi Chang slowly bent down to confirm, "Sorry for offending you, elder." Beneath the layer of hair covering the face was the shape of a giant eye he had seen earlier. This was that eye, which suddenly began to move, reflecting the galaxy within. At the same time, Xianjun's voice echoed, "I never expected that after bidding farewell all those years ago, we would meet again here."
Yi Chang, bewildered, asked, "Ri Yao, is he speaking to me?"
He stared intently at the eye, suddenly feeling a shock. "I see it now, this is the memory of the Xianjun elder. But this scene is clearly from the battle between He Xing and the Earth cultivators back then. So, Xianjun, he was one of the 7 cultivators who participated in that battle. Displaying the memory of the Grandmaster Xianjun during battle, he was accidentally injured and fell into a crack in time and space, traveling to this world. He suddenly discovered that this was also a world filled with abundant spiritual energy, so he both healed his wounds and established his own sect, the otherworldly sect Gate. Thus, on a summer day, when Xianjun thought his cultivation had nearly recovered and he could finally return to Earth before his transmigration, he was shocked to find that he had been tainted by the evil energy of He Xing, and his heart demon was growing stronger, becoming harder to control. He realized the power within him and the uncontrollable desire for destruction. In the end, he sealed himself within the demon-suppressing pagoda, awaiting his eventual demise.
Yi Chang fell into deep thought.
Clearly, he had come here to save Zhao Ling, but he never expected to learn such a history.
Wait a minute, if this is a real world, why does it resemble the world in the 2D comic? And also, he just called me Ri Yao, what's going on here?
His mind was racing, the engine of his thoughts smoking and sizzling, yet he couldn't grasp the truth.
So many questions. It's making my head spin. Who am I? Where am I? Where should I go now?
Suddenly, there was a rustling sound, and he began to fade away, as though drifting along with the wind.
Grandmaster Xianjun.
His body merged into the void, leaving only his eyes still affixed to his face. Yi Chang carefully observed the object on the altar.
It was the ancestor's magical artifact, the cosmic mirror.
It was the most powerful spatial artifact in this entire otherworld. In the comics, no cultivator from the otherworld would not want to possess it and seek it out, yet no one had ever found it. It turned out that both it and the ancestor, Xianjun, were sealed together within this tower. He tilted his head to examine the mirror, making a judgment.
Could it be that strange monsters have appeared here?
It was precisely because of the presence of the cosmic mirror. From within the cosmic mirror, a trace of the divine soul of Xianjin flew out, delivering a final message to prevent himself from using the cosmic mirror to return to Earth after being possessed by demons, also to avoid falling into the temptation of misusing this artifact. I have already merged with the cosmic mirror. If you, Riao, have arrived here, this treasure is yours. However, although your physical body is pure yang, you must be cautious of the demonic energy entering your body. You are a transformation stage cultivator. Have you forgotten all these things? Well, after guarding for 1,000 years, I can finally be freed from this binding and rest in peace. After speaking, the last fragment of his soul finally rested. Yi Chang, eyes wide and mouth agape, was stunned and confused. Ancestor, wait. Don't just leave after letting go. His scream, piercing and heart-wrenching, echoed through the vast space. The system automatically updated, granting a cosmic mirror. Click here for the user guide. He took a look at the mirror, his expression revealing that it was indeed a priceless treasure, and it even came with an instruction manual. The little system quickly played its role. Don't worry, the system has already helped someone like you, a slow learner, read it. This cosmic mirror was truly an incredible treasure. To add a professional touch, she even neatly wrapped the cosmic mirror and its user manual. Yi Chang, growing impatient, said, "Stop wasting time, just tell me already." According to what the ancestor Xianjin said, this cosmic mirror is a spatial artifact that can traverse through different worlds, right? The little system nodded. Theoretically, yes. She raised the mirror and examined it, but it seemed the treasure was no longer in perfect condition. Only then did Yi Chang notice it, and a pang of regret shot through him. What's wrong? It seems the cosmic mirror was originally a double-faced artifact, with bronze mirrors on both the front and back. The backside, as expected, has a defect. He sighed in disappointment. There was no point in dwelling on this now, he would just take it for the time being. Yi Chang suddenly seemed to remember something and became serious. Right, there's one thing you know better than I do. He whispered a request. Just now, Xianjin told me to be cautious of the dark energy. I have some doubts. Can you help me check it? The scene shifted outside, to the demon-suppressing pagoda. As for Xiansu, his spiritual consciousness gradually faded, and the demon-suppressing pagoda loosened its control, turning into a heap of rubble. Zhao Ling anxiously shook Yi Chang. Hiro-san, wake up. She worriedly looked at his handsome face, eyes closed in front of her. If this continues, he'll be in danger. I may have no choice but to try that method. She pouted, moving closer. Her plump lips drew nearer and nearer, while Yi Chang, in a dazed state, could not open his eyes. The scene, bathed in pink, seemed perfect, but unexpected sounds kept echoing in the background. Under the sunset, in the midst of the wreckage of a collapsed building, Zhao Ling and Song Yi Chang shared a romantic moment. Just as her lips were only a few inches away from Yi Chang's, a group of people suddenly appeared and interrupted them. Lan Ying awkwardly covered her mouth, her eyes wide in astonishment. Why are you playing such a shameless trick on him? Startled by their arrival, Zhao Ling blushed deeply, her face turning as red as a tomato. She hurried to explain, I was trying to save him. The people who appeared were Lan Ying, Xiansu True Lord, some man, and a group of cute animals. Zhao Ling was confused upon seeing this strange combination. Wait, who are these people? She asked cautiously. Stop right there, who are you? What do you want? Xiansu True Lord immediately recognized them and warned. Disciple, it seems you've managed to save your friend. Now that things have come to this, can you stop pretending to be asleep? Hearing this, Zhao Ling was very surprised and quickly turned to look at Song Yi Chang. He's awake already? He was still pretending to keep his eyes closed, thinking in his mind, I really just woke up. Then he sat up and acted in apparent pain. My head hurts so much. What did you just say? I didn't hear anything. Yi Chang immediately rushed to Zhao Ling and asked. Zhao Ling, finally, I've found you.
Are you all right? Her embarrassment showed as she cautiously responded. I'm fine. I was just a little worried earlier.
Yi Chang shot a displeased glance at the group.
Ah, as expected, the right people have shown up. Let's clarify one thing first, then I'll take you back.
He walked up to Xiansu True Lord and said, Master, you arrived just at the right moment. His master immediately showed concern. The disturbance from the demon-suppressing pagoda earlier spread across a radius of 100 miles. It alarmed many people, so I had to come quickly to ensure the safety of my disciple.
Now that I see you are safe, it's a relief.
While Zhao Ling and Lan Ying were giving each other fiery glares, wondering who she was and what her relationship with the great hero Song was, they were also trying to figure out how to attract Song Yi Chang's attention. Yi Chang, however, was like a child fascinated by strange animals.
What are these creatures? They can't be the spiritual beasts you're raising, can they?
They're too soft, too spongy. Xiansu True Lord patted the head of a bear and said, they were originally just the wild beasts around here. Fortunately, your jade token absorbed all the evil energy around, and that's why these beasts appear harmless now.
Hearing this, Yi Chang couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
No wonder Xiansu True Lord was so revered, his mental fortitude was impressive. Speaking about the jade token so calmly, as though it were no big deal, without even a hint of hesitation. Speaking of the jade token, Yi Chang then took out one and presented it to Xiansu True Lord. By the way, your jade token really helped me a lot. Xiansu True Lord took it and then asked.
That's right, disciple, did you see any magical artifact in the demon-suppressing pagoda? Yi Chang immediately understood and took out a mirror. Is this what Master is referring to?
Xiansu True Lord suddenly laughed strangely.
Yes, that's it.
Without hesitation, he grabbed the mirror. This is a treasure passed down by my otherworldly sect gate, and it was brought back by you, disciple.
Truly, this is excellent.
However, Yi Chang held onto the mirror tightly, making it impossible for Xiansu True Lord to take it.
So he asked, why aren't you letting go? Yi Chang spoke with hidden meaning, Master, why the hurry? Aren't you going to ask if I encountered anyone I shouldn't have in the tower or learned any secrets I shouldn't have? Xiansu True Lord's dissatisfaction was evident. No matter what you saw, it is already in the past.
Then, he showed his true nature. Xiansu True Lord leapt up, using his feather duster to attack Yi Chang in an attempt to seize the artifact, shouting loudly, now, the cosmic mirror belongs to me. Yi Chang was taken aback by the situation.
What?
Yet, he still held the mirror tightly, refusing to let go, despite his body being covered in wounds. Xiansu True Lord seemed very confident in his abilities.
Stop resisting.
Quickly hand over the cosmic mirror, and I will let you leave more comfortably.
Otherwise, the gates of hell will be waiting for you.
The jade token in his hand suddenly transformed, causing Yi Chang to clutch his head in agony. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, what on earth have you done to me? Lan Mingming quickly ran over to support Yi Chang, who was slumping down.
Hey, are you all right? The beasts, terrified, turned and fled. It's too scary, let's run.
Zhao Ling, in a fit of anger, raised his gun and fired directly at Xiansu True Lord, while cursing.
Despicable scoundrel. Xiansu True Lord easily deflected the bullet and continued rambling. When you were inside the tower, did you feel comfortable with this jade token?
That's because the evil energy was absorbed, allowing your body to temporarily adapt to the environment inside the tower. Now, all it takes is the slightest movement of my heart to trigger the evil energy inside your body at will. Xiansu True Lord's face had lost all trace of humanity, replaced with a twisted expression of pleasure at Yi Chang's suffering. If this drags on, the evil energy will invade your meridians.
I'm afraid you won't last through tomorrow.
At that moment, Yi Chang let out a sly smile. He stood up, completely unharmed, causing both Lan Mingming and the young man to be taken aback.
Huh, he's fine? He even sneered and said,
Thank you, Master, for explaining so clearly. Xiansu True Lord couldn't believe his eyes.
How could this be? My energy is so strong, it infiltrated the body. How could there be no reaction?
Yi Cheng shrugged, his attitude quite flippant.
Who told you I'm always like this?
He thought back to the 2D comic where True Lord Xiansu was always portrayed as a righteous figure, so he hadn't been on guard against him. As a result, Xiansu, unable to enter the demon-suppressing pagoda due to his own Lian Ti Kung Fu, had taken advantage of him to sneak into the pagoda and steal treasures for him. Yi Cheng remembered when he was inside the demon-suppressing pagoda, Shinjin, the elder, had also mentioned the corrupting energy infiltrating one's body, and back then, Yi Cheng had started to suspect something. At that time, he had asked the little system to investigate for him. After using that jade token, did I experience any strange physical symptoms? The little system immediately transformed into a doctor to examine him. That jade token caused your body to absorb a large amount of corrupt energy. However, she smiled smugly. The corrupt energy dissipated into your body like water flowing into the sea, and your body completely absorbed it. If there is a strange condition, it seems you become even stronger. This situation might be related to Ri Yao. Back to reality, Yi Cheng sighed mockingly. Only pity for my good master, his schemes are exhausted, and he is now left with nothing but emptiness. However, it is thanks to the jade token you gave me that I was able to absorb the dark energy from Zhao Ling, ensuring her safety.
Disciple will express gratitude with the thunderclap technique.
With that, he leapt towards Xiansu True Lord, as a bolt of lightning gradually formed in his hand. Xiansu True Lord was not the least bit panicked. Around him now was a surge of blood-red spiritual power. He spoke boastfully, without shame. He waved his whisk, and ghostly hands appeared, charging toward Yi Cheng. Seeing this, Yi Cheng said, "So, the true nature of the left path has finally been revealed." Xiansu True Lord paid no attention to Yi Cheng's words. He was like a madman, focused solely on gaining absolute power. So what if I walk the demonic path? I won't be like that old fool Shinjin. First, he feared wolves, then tigers, and locked himself away in that cursed place. The two colossal forces clashed on one side, the dark power of Xiansu True Lord, on the other, Yi Cheng's thunderclap mark. The two fought fiercely in mid-air, neither willing to give an inch. Meanwhile, the creatures with their tails between their legs fled. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual power erupted like a volcano. Zhao Ling immediately asked, "What is that?" The freckled boy, terrified, exclaimed, "The terrifying giant formation." Red beams of spiritual power shot up, gathering at the peak of that mountain. The formation was draining the boy's spiritual energy. He was extremely frightened, his spiritual energy was vanishing. Lan Ying quickly realized, this was a sinister formation that absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Xiansu True Lord laughed loudly with delight. "Ha, the ancient absorption formation truly is magnificent," Yi Cheng asked angrily, "what exactly have you done?" True Lord Xiansu bared his teeth in a chilling smile. "After all, we are master and disciple, letting you die with clarity wouldn't be a problem. This ancient absorption formation is the culmination of my life's work. It's a pity I've never been able to find an ancient treasure to serve as the formation's eye." Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel astonished and fearful. "Ancient treasure, are you saying he's certain?" "Yes, I've turned this world upside down, and only Shenjin's cosmic mirror can shoulder such a responsibility." Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng's resolve grew even stronger. "It's a pity, I will never hand over the cosmic mirror to you." But Xiansu True Lord looked at him with a sinister gaze. "Indeed, I was a bit slow-witted before. If you don't want to, why should I force it?" Behind him now was a brilliant red formation. If the treasure had manifested, wouldn't it be enough to let the person holding the treasure, which is you, act as the focal point of the formation? Yi Cheng was utterly confused upon hearing this. As Song Yi Cheng spoke, a blinding light emitted from his head, accompanied by the dark power of Xiansu True Lord, which also gathered around him. The light above his head continued to absorb spiritual energy, growing brighter, with lightning crackling around it. Surrounded by this immense power, Yi Cheng had no choice but to do nothing. The mirror, hidden beneath Yi Cheng's cloak, also instinctively emerged, and he endured considerable pain in the process. At this moment, within the Infinite Hero Tower, a voice echoed, "The situation isn't quite right, there's too much dark energy." Although Lan Ling was injured and had to bandage himself, he was still deeply concerned for him.
Brother Song, Brother Song. Immediately afterward, a cloud of dark energy appeared around Lan Ling. This was bad.
Sensing the danger, the snow jade elephant dragon immediately returned to its majestic true form. The dark energy then enveloped the entire Infinite Hero Tower. Where Lan Ling was, our consciousness had already linked with Brother Song. Upon seeing his condition, Xian Su True Lord was overjoyed beyond measure.
It's done! The ancient spirit sucking formation has finally succeeded.
He laughed as if he had struck it rich. All the spiritual energy of this world, all the cultivation power, will belong to me. The spiritual energy flowed from beneath the ground like a river, rushing toward him. As a result, the trees and animals all collapsed, the rivers and streams gradually dried up, and not a single leaf remained green. The city collapsed as if an earthquake had struck, with people scattering in panic, desperately trying to save their lives. The sound of screams echoed everywhere. Even the spirit beasts have fallen. Cultivators like Lan Ning Ming and the freckled boy were completely drained of strength. It hurts so much." Zhao Ling was terrified and helpless. "How did this happen?"
Master Song, I'm sorry, it's all my fault.
Xian Su True Lord, delighted, raised the whisk in his hand. "I am the master of this other world, the strongest of them all."
Ha ha. Little did he know, a strange surge of spiritual energy appeared beneath his feet. It was like a black hole, spewing dark spiritual power directly into Xian Su True Lord's body as he celebrated.
The blow left him severely injured, his face battered.
Xian Su True Lord was furious. "What?"
he screamed. "So this is Yi Cheng's counterattack, but you seem a little different now." He extended his arm toward him and said, "Come here." Xian Su True Lord was immediately pulled towards him, unable to resist, only able to scream. Yi Cheng used one hand to grip Xian Su True Lord's throat, choking him, causing him to cough incessantly. Yi Cheng's entire body seemed to emanate a dark aura, making his way of speaking sound different.
Your reckless and savage appearance really is infuriating.
Xian Su True Lord, his throat constricted, contorted his face in pain as he thought to himself.
I was wrong, I was completely wrong. It turns out I never truly understood what power is. Yi Cheng tightened his grip on the throat.
Soon after, all the spiritual energy inside Xian Su True Lord's body poured out and transferred to Yi Cheng.
So this is what they call the spirit absorption great formation? How convenient. As he absorbed the immense spiritual power, Yi Cheng's eyes lost their pupils, looking like a true villain. This feeling of overflowing power, it's been so long, miraculous. Truly miraculous.
Xian Su True Lord, drained of his energy, withered like a dry branch, no longer resembling a human form. Yet, Yi Cheng showed no mercy as he casually tossed him aside. Such a pity, this world is too small. Yi Cheng reached into the dark energy orb left behind by Xian Su True Lord. It was said to contain treasures. He pulled out a cosmic mirror, but couldn't remember what it was. As soon as the glasses were withdrawn, the source of spiritual power from the orb burst forth, cascading down to the ground. Yet the world was now in ruins, desolate and torn apart, as Yi Cheng slowly descended. Before him now were Zhao Ling, Lan Ning, and the freckled boy, but all of them lay unconscious, their fates unknown. Yi Cheng stepped closer to Zhao Ling, her eyes tightly shut, his mind clouded with confusion. Even though she was no longer conscious, when he saw the face of this girl, he could still call her name Zhao Ling. Then Yi Cheng knelt down beside her, stammering softly. It was as if Yi Cheng had only then realized the mirror in his hand, which at that very moment slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a piercing clang. He sought his reflection in it, his whole being shrouded in dark, sinister energy. And then, Yi Cheng remembered the moment of his own transformation. In an instant, despair overwhelmed him. He had destroyed this world. Cradling Zhao Ling in his arms, Yi Cheng let out a howl of anguish. He covered his face, teeth clenched tightly, as though thousands of blades were cutting through his heart, his mouth ceaselessly questioning himself.
What have I done? Suddenly, the cosmic mirror began to glow.
The blinding light forced Yi Chang to shield his eyes, and that very light gradually enveloped both him and Zhao Ling. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chang and Zhao Ling vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the cold-tiled floor and the scattered debris around them. Later, at Yanzhou City People's Hospital, Zhang Yishao walked in with a worried expression and a lunchbox in her hand.
As soon as the doctor saw her, he asked, "Young lady, are you here to visit the patient again?" Yishao inquired, "Doctor, have they woken up yet? Is there any issue with their condition?"
The doctor responded with a somewhat displeased expression, "The female officer is still in a deep coma, extremely weak both inside and out, but there's no immediate threat to her life. As for the boy, his body is strong, in the best shape I've ever seen." Upon hearing this, Yishao understood the doctor's gender and felt a little helpless. Looking through the window into the hospital room, she sighed in relief, "That's good to hear." The doctor continued, "However, I'm afraid he'll need more time to rest, because his mental state is currently very poor." Yi Chang is still lying motionless on the bed. He sighed, "Teacher Zhao, it hurts so much." With that, the doctor left. Yishao politely thanked him and opened the hospital room door to step inside. "Thank you, doctor, I'll take good care of him," she said. Yishao recalled that, a few nights ago, Yi Chang and Zhao Ling had suddenly appeared at the house he had previously rented. The landlady took his phone and called me. At that time, both of them were in very bad condition. I panicked and immediately took them to the hospital. As for Zhu Shangxia, Yi Chang never brought it up on his own. I didn't ask him either, but at that moment, I could clearly sense that he was carrying the burden alone, and how heavy it must have been. After thinking for a moment, Yishao slapped her own face, reminding herself to snap out of it and stop dwelling on those troublesome thoughts. She opened the door and entered with a gentle smile. "Yi Chang, you're awake?" She placed the lunchbox on the table and then spoke to him about Zhao Ling's condition. "The doctor said Captain Zhao's life is not in danger, so you don't need to worry too much." Yi Chang only nodded and said, "Thank you." He lowered his head and slowly got out of bed. He walked toward the window and gazed into the distance. Yi Chang, you destroyed someone else's world, then just wiped your hands and left without a second thought." Seeing him like this, Zhang Yishao couldn't help but feel worried. "Yi Chang, the doctor said you need to rest properly." However, Yi Chang had made up his mind. He had already changed into a different set of clothes and was standing by the window. "I'm sorry, Xiao, but I still have something I need to resolve." A gust of wind blew, making his cloak flutter as Yi Chang jumped out of the window, leaving Yishao staring after him with a bewildered, dazed expression. A small pair of hands kept pressing on the squares on the board, accompanied by a delighted voice. "Ha, finally, it's speeding up, the energy has exploded." Little System was overjoyed as it watched the bright, glittering board in its hands. "So this is what it feels like to be rich? Time traveling like this, it's best to come often, every day if possible." It turned out that the cultivation tower was filled with piles of treasures, gold, silver, and precious gems stacked into mountains. Little System was gleefully calculating where all these items should go, as if it were celebrating. The little spirit beasts were also quite excited. Lan Ling spoke up. The battle at the demon suppressing pagoda really yielded a lot. A huge pile of demon core equipment and charms. If they can be used in this world, they'll definitely be worth a fortune. But it seems like Brother Song doesn't care about these things at all. Little System also noticed the change in Yi Chang. Ever since he returned from the other world, the boy had always appeared to be burdened with endless worries. Lan Ling could understand his feelings. With the outcome of that other world being like it was hard not to have a lingering unease in the heart. The two of them looked out the window at the tall yellow building. Little System firmly believed that, no matter what, upgrading the system was the most important thing. Lan Ling was puzzled. "I really don't understand why he's in such a rush. Where is he trying to go?" In the building opposite, a group of people were working very hard, but perhaps due to the intense workload, a few of them were already bald. Right near the window, two men were discussing work seriously.
Submit next month's manuscript first, and then I'll tell you the secret method to grow hair. Then I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my hair this month. At that moment, Yi Cheng appeared.
Outside the window, he looked like a giant cockroach crawling on the glass, startling the two men. The bald man slowly calmed down when he recognized him as Zhu Shangxia. Yi Cheng pressed his cheek against the glass, still able to speak. "Excuse me, where is the author of 2D? The curly-haired young man stood up and opened the window, then introduced himself. "Actually, I'm the editor in charge of 2D. 5 minutes later, Yi Cheng was sitting at the table, having a conversation. The curly-haired man said, "Master Nanyu, the author of 2D, is a famous figure who follows a mystic philosophy.
I've never met him.
The manuscript is sent via email every week, and last week, Master Nan suddenly sent a letter saying that he wanted to go save the world himself. I can no longer submit manuscripts. He declared, 2D has ceased coming and going indefinitely, and since then, we've lost contact with him." Clearly, the story was reaching its climax at the demon-suppressing pagoda. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng was incredibly alarmed, slamming the book down onto the table.
Ceased coming and going indefinitely? How is that possible? I just received the latest chapter from the demon-suppressing pagoda.
He opened the book and showed it to the two men. However, they didn't see any illustrations, it was all just blank white. Yi Cheng was deeply puzzled. All the images have turned white. A moment later, he went to Zhao Ling's sick room. She was still unconscious. Zhao Ling's injuries were real, his loss of control was real, and the otherworldly realm was definitely real. Yi Cheng sat down in the waiting area, staring thoughtfully at the book in his hands. Could it be that this new chapter had been blank from the start, or had the intrusion of his presence altered the course of this otherworldly realm? The new family gathering also seemed tied to this. Lan Ying, Yang Changyan, he wondered if they were safe. He had the unsettling feeling that everything happening in this otherworld, as well as this comic, was being quietly controlled. What was waiting ahead? Was it the truth about history, or a mission that he was bound to pursue? He flipped through the blank pages and wondered, "Master Nanyu, can you tell me the answer to all of this?" Suddenly, he stopped when he saw black writing on one of the blank pages. It read, "Day 13, meeting at the Nanyu Central Square." This line astonished him, and he exclaimed the words left by Master Nanyu. He thought that perhaps the truth we've been desperately searching for is finally getting closer. Song Yi Cheng reminded him, "Zhao Ling, if you don't want to miss it, wake up quickly." In Yanzhou, beneath the ground where the subway continuously ran, two workers stood inspecting a large hole beside the railway track. It was here that they lost track of everything, and the whole team disappeared without a trace. "It's around here. They were in charge of the construction here yesterday, and we originally thought it was due to a landslide," said a worker wearing glasses, pointing at the group of people digging. His voice was weak. "But today, we've almost turned over all the earth and rocks here, and found nothing." The young workers still looked confused. 5 people, alive and well, suddenly vanishing from the mortal world. It's a bit eerie. Suddenly, another worker rushed over, panicked. "Captain, we found something. It's a camera attached to a machine that recorded the construction process." The team leader immediately took the memory card from the camera and asked, "Do you have a computer?" "Hope it still works." One of the workers quickly brought over a laptop. "It's here." After inserting the card into the laptop, the team leader and the man wearing glasses both focused intently on the screen. Fortunately, the person in charge exclaimed, "Great, it's still playing." The computer was replaying exactly what had happened. "Yes, it's those people." On the evening of the 12th, the team leader appeared quite urgent. "Quick, let's watch first." The other two also watched seriously, not wanting to miss any details. In the afternoon, everything had seemed normal. After watching for a while, the team leader, with keen eyes, noticed something unusual. "Zoom in on this spot." In the video, behind one of the workers, the earth wall slowly cracked open. "What is that?"
Immediately after, a monstrous, greenish hand emerged from the crack in the earth.
The three men who witnessed this scene were all horrified beyond measure.
It's coming out.
The worker in the video was running for his life, with the shadow of a strange creature following him through the smoke. It was an abyssal giant demon, incredibly ferocious, charging forward and grabbing the worker with its huge hand.
He could only scream. Damn, monster!
The beast lifted the man high, its legs firmly planted on the ground, while around them, the sounds of frantic running footsteps echoed. The abyssal giant demon let out a low growl, its mouth wide open, ready to devour the unfortunate worker alive. Immediately after, the scene turned gruesome with blood splattered everywhere. The workers who witnessed this through the video were horrified, screaming in fear and dropping their computers. The young man rushed off, abandoning everything, only wanting to save his life.
Run, quickly, there's a monster here, it's eating people. The worker wearing glasses trembled uncontrollably. This is bad, really bad. The team leader, though terrified, managed to remain calm and make a wise decision.
The Special Operations Unit, we need to contact them quickly. At that moment, before Song Yi-chang stood towering, modern skyscrapers. He found himself unwittingly walking toward the central square. He remembered the words written on the paper, meet at the Nanyu Central Square at 00 on the 13th. Tonight was the night Nanyu had arranged.
Suddenly, his phone rang.
A flock of ducks passed by the bridge before the alley.
Without hesitation, Yi-chang answered the call. Hello?
Xiao Xiaoyi is sitting on the subway with a bag of food. I bought some food and am on my way to your place.
Do you want anything else for me to bring along?
Upon hearing this, Yi-chang couldn't help but feel warm inside. To be cared for and worried about by Xiao Xiao, what more could he ask for? As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang with continuous beeping sounds.
Yi-chang thought to himself, it must be the signal on the train that's bad.
He then had an idea. Lately, I've been so focused on matters from another world that I've been neglecting Xiao Xiao.
Right, it's almost time.
I can just head to the train station to pick her up. However, as he approached the station, he found the place crowded with people. The security guards explained, sorry, the subway is blocked. Please leave the area as soon as possible. He recognized them, these were people from the special forces.
However, the civilians didn't seem to understand, let us in quickly. Why can't we go in?
We're going to be late for work. The men in blue uniforms tried to calm the chaotic crowd, please be quiet and cooperate with our work.
Yi-chang raised his hand and asked loudly, excuse me, what happened on the subway? What about the passengers inside? Are they okay?
Seeing him, the Special Forces members all gaped in astonishment.
A man stepped forward and firmly said, Special Task Force for case solving, everything must remain confidential.
Even if you're Zhu Shangxie, there are no exceptions. At that moment, Little System appeared and announced, host, the time traveler has been detected underground, and there's more than that.
Hearing this, he couldn't help but worry.
Xiao Xiao was still on the train. Yi-chang, in a conciliatory tone, said, you're just doing your job, so it's understandable.
Please forgive me for barging in. With that, Yi-chang leapt up, soaring over the Special Task Force agents.
They barely had time to raise their hands to stop him.
Wait!
The agents hurriedly chased after him, trying to stop him.
Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and everyone froze.
That's Zhu Shangxie, an important partner of our Special Task Force. Therefore, no interference is allowed. The agents were completely bewildered.
Why is General Zhao here in person?
Zhao Songxian stood still, watching Yi-chang's retreating figure and thought, for now, the only one who can protect Yan Zhao seems to be him. Inside the train, Yi Xiao, who was on the phone with Yi-chang, suddenly lost connection. We've lost all signal, a woman panically asked.
Did you hear anything? Suddenly, the tram shook violently as if there were an earthquake, causing everyone to lose their balance. What's happening?
The wheels screeched against the rails, producing an unbearable sound. Outside the tram, the abyssal giant demons had swarmed around the front, making the tram sway uncontrollably. One of the beastly monsters shattered the side window, sending a wave of fear through the passengers inside. A female student, looking up, noticed something continuously pounding against the roof of the tram. Above, it turned out that a beast had used its spiked hammer to smash through the ceiling. The abyssal giant demon jumped down, crushing a person underfoot. It roared fiercely, and another one appeared behind it. For the beasts, this tram was like a buffet feast of human flesh, while the humans were gripped by pure terror, pleading and crying out, "Don't eat me, please. Help!" "Yi Xiao might be the calmest of us all," she said. "Everyone, quickly head to the back carriage and lock the door." They hurriedly followed her instructions, rushing to the rear. Yi Xiao's hands trembled, but she tried to reassure herself, "It's nothing to be afraid of." Yi Chang faced situations like this every day. She took a stance, preparing to cast a spell. Yi Xiao's eyes were filled with determination. She knew she couldn't back down. Yi Xiao used her qi cultivation to face off against the cruel demon beasts. Meanwhile, at the train station, Yi Chang was running non-stop, searching for the train with no sign of slowing down. He ran desperately, hoping to save someone. There was a chance that the train had already lost control. Little System also assisted him. The system detected that the time traveler was moving very quickly, and the distance was growing farther and farther. Yi Chang began to think of the worst-case scenario. What if the person was on that very train? He shouted loudly, "Xiao Xiao!" and used all his strength to fly toward the tracks. As he soared, Yi Chang asked, "Little System, is there no way to make me faster?" Little System replied, "Let me check." After a while of searching, Little System excitedly exclaimed, "Found it." She placed a talisman on Yi Chang's forehead and explained, "This is a special item from the immortal cultivation world." The talisman gradually changed color, blending into Yi Chang's body. He complained, "Hey, where did you pull this from?" But the moment the talisman's energy revealed itself on Yi Chang's forehead, his gaze shifted toward her, and he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Right after that, he rushed off like a rocket, not caring where it was or what it was doing, as long as it was useful. Before long, Yi Chang had caught up with the subway train. He kicked the glass door open and stormed into the train car, and as soon as he landed, the scene was exactly as he had anticipated. Indeed, the front of the train was terrifying. The train had lost control, and the operator was lying in a pool of blood. Yi Chang couldn't help but feel sorrow for the train staff. He thought of using thunderclap to handle the train, thinking that the quickest way to stop it was to cut the power. With that, Yi Chang pressed thunderclap straight onto the control panel. Immediately, the train halted on the seemingly endless tracks. Yi Chang continued to kick open the door and move toward the first car. The scene before him made him freeze in horror. How could this be? It was a truly tragic sight. Bodies scattered everywhere, blood splattered across the place, the pungent smell of death hanging in the air. Yi Chang screamed out. He was filled with rage. He dashed down to the rear train compartments. Just moments later, he came face to face with the abyssal giant demons, the very beasts that had been preying on a man. The man, terrified, could only sob helplessly. Dealing with the abyssal giant demons was part of the task level. Yi Chang used his magic staff and charged into the group of beasts. Die! He thought it was over, but quickly realized something was still behind him. The abyssal giant demons had surrounded him from all sides, growling and roaring like wild animals. Despite being in the midst of the monster horde, Yi Chang showed no fear. He boldly proclaimed his readiness to offer himself up. With unwavering confidence, he swung his magic staff, even as a beast was right before him. "This is exactly what I want." Yi Chang, with a single strike from his spear, took down one of the beasts, sending it crashing to the ground. However, with one fallen, there were still many left. Frustrated, he thought, "Damn it, it's not over yet, more are closing in." Yi Chang was growing desperate. He needed to find Xiao Xiao quickly. He shouted loudly, "Get out! All of you, get out of my way!" Then came a series of impressive and powerful moves from Yi Chang, as he battled the vicious monsters. However, one of the beasts, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, lunged from behind and grabbed hold of him. The beast's bite sank deeply into Yi Chang's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. His hand immediately grabbed its head. Although Yi Chang managed to pull the beast's head away, the bite looked severe. He seized the creature's head, swung it upwards into the air, and then used it as a weapon to strike another beast. The monsters were struck violently, piling on top of one another. Since they were not completely dead, Yi Chang thrust his spear sharply into the chest of the one on top. Afterward, he raised his hand, with several sparks of lightning flickering, and shouted loudly, "Thunderclap technique." The combination of the thunderclap and the spear made the monsters experience both impalement and electric shocks. It was pure torture. When he pulled the spear out, all the beasts were dead, their consciousness completely gone. But Yi Chang didn't care about them. Once they were dealt with, he dashed off immediately. "Xiao Xiao, where are you?" After searching for a while and finding nothing, Yi Chang thought this must be the last carriage and hoped Xiao Xiao was not on this train. As he was rushing forward, he suddenly stopped. Behind a seat, there was a girl with black hair who looked remarkably like Yi Xiao. He tried calling out, "Xiao Xiao." Yi Chang hurriedly approached the girl. His face was filled with fear and guilt, and he was panting heavily from both exhaustion and anxiety. He stammered, "Weak." When he reached out to touch the girl with the black hair, she suddenly leaned forward. As her body fell to the ground, her freckled face became visible, with only her hair resembling Yi Xiao's. Seeing the lifeless body before him, Yi Chang felt even more bewildered. She's not her," he reassured himself. "Xiao Xiao, she's not the kind of girl who would let others bully her. She would stand up and fight, she wouldn't be on this train. Maybe she never even encountered the monster. Yes, that's it, it must be that way." At that moment, a beam of light from the train behind shone through, jolting Yi Chang back to his senses. As he watched the train growing ever closer, he couldn't help but worry. The train behind is coming. At this rate, it'll crash into the back of the car. In his thoughts, the two trains were now only a few meters apart. Thinking of the collision and the potential for a massive explosion, Yi Chang grew anxious, wondering if there were passengers on that train as well. With that in mind, he rushed out of his train car through the glass door, lightning crackling around him. Yi Chang charged straight toward the oncoming train, determined to do whatever it took to prevent a crash. Little System quickly reminded him. "Hey, you have a wound on you, you don't plan to block the train with your body, do you?" The car had already lost control, its speed faster than usual. However, Yi Chang had no other way to prevent the tragedy and couldn't afford to worry too much. The train, with its glaring lights, continued speeding toward them. Yet, it wasn't just Yi Chang's hand that stopped the train, there was also a beast's head in another hand. It turned out to be Lan Ling and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon coming to help him. Yi Chang couldn't help but feel moved by his brothers. So, the two men and one dragon tried their best to stop the train. Yi Chang thought, what should I do? If it continues like this, it will still crash. But if we use too much force, the train will just be affected by inertia and derail. Suddenly, a childlike figure appeared on the stone slab, with a tail and ears. Looks like it's really buried. The girl with orange hair spoke in a mischievous tone, and one could almost feel like playing along. Then, a cold breath appeared, surrounding the train, and at the same time, it separated Yi Chang, Lan Ling, and the dragon from the train. This scene made Yi Chang gape in surprise. Ice slabs appeared, blocking the train's movement. The group cheered joyfully. Finally, it stopped. Lan Ling examined the pile of ice and said, "I didn't expect the energy of this train to be so powerful." Yi Chang scratched his head, turned around, and thanked the soldier for his assistance. Snow Dragon reverted to its mini form. However, when he saw the person who had helped him, Yi Chang was even more shocked. "Is it you, Ding Ji?" She puffed her cheeks in a pout. It's not that I wanted to help you all, I just wanted to have a little fun." Lan Ling calmly explained, Brother Song still doesn't know, but Ding Ji here secretly ate the demon core you brought back from the other world. It seems like it might have allowed her to enter this world. Yi Cheng was filled with confusion. The treasure from the other world is really effective. Maybe I should bring back more next time. Song, however, came up with a sinister idea. Ha, if she eats my stuff, then she's mine. Yi Cheng broke through the ice layer and jumped into the train, telling the others, hurry up and get on too. The group ran quickly down the train, searching for any signs of survivors and Xiao Xiao. Despite the blood everywhere, it seemed the train had encountered a giant demon, though there were very few corpses. Lan Ling commented, it's too quiet. Ding Ji speculated, could it be that the monster knows how to hide and attack from the shadows? Yi Cheng rested his chin and thought. This doesn't match what I just went through. The intelligence of the giant demon is very low, so it's unlikely they would use such a tactic. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen something terrifying. The rear car is gone, there's a huge hole at the end of this train, the group quickly gathered and observed. Lan Ling, with keen eyes, spotted the traces. Brother Son, look, those are 2 broken purple tortoiseshells along with some torn fabric and a suitcase. This scene made Yi Cheng feel as if he had fallen into a pit of despair. He was truly afraid that Yi Xiao had met with some misfortune. Tortoiseshells, these are Xiao Xiao's. The little system suddenly appeared and said, an unusual energy surge has been detected about 1 km ahead, and it's growing stronger. Without hesitation, the group quickly headed in the direction pointed out by the little system. Along this same railway, 3 train cars had overturned and were precariously hanging on the cliffside. To ensure smooth rescue operations, the rescue team reminded all the victims, please remain calm, evacuate in an orderly fashion, and the special task force will ensure your safety. After inspecting the scene, a member of the rescue team reported to Jiaosong Xan, report, General Zhao, traces of the giant demon have also been found on the number 2 west route. Based on the data, these monsters are very likely to be using the subway plan to launch an invasion. Hearing this, Jiaosong Xan immediately ordered the rescue team to organize an urgent evacuation of the people in the central area, and then continue to expand the scope of the blockade. Hurry up! Upon receiving the command, the rescue team members bowed their heads and solemnly replied, yes. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded on the line. Jiaosong Xan, surprised, asked his team, what's going on? A moment later, Song Yi Cheng rushed out from inside like the wind, shouting, Xiao Xiao. Seeing that it was a human running out, the rescue team members breathed a sigh of relief and said, thankfully, it's not a giant demon. After witnessing the strength of the main character, Jiaosong Xan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, you seem to be another the boy. Soon after, Song Yi Cheng reached the location of the broken ship. As soon as he saw it, he immediately confirmed that it was the 2 broken ships. Then, he anxiously shouted, Xiao Xiao. A while later, a voice from behind responded. Yi Cheng. Hearing the familiar voice, Song Yi Cheng turned around to look at him, trembling with emotion, and said, Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao, realizing that he had found the right person, was a bit surprised. Oh, how come you're here? Song Yi Cheng immediately threw the turtle shell onto the ground with a thud, then rushed to hug Xiao Xiao tightly, his voice choked with emotion as he said, Xiao Xiao? While Xiao Xiao was still in shock and hadn't had time to respond, Song Yi Cheng spoke again, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not protecting you well. From now on, I won't let you take the subway alone anymore. Hoo hoo. After saying that, he held Xiao Xiao's hand and said, let's go, I'll take you home. But Xiao Xiao didn't want to leave just yet. She turned to Yi Cheng and said, my injury isn't serious. I can still stay and fight. Hearing her, Song Yi Cheng vehemently disagreed. He looked at her, his anger rising as he shouted, no, I absolutely can't let you be in danger again. We're leaving now. Yet Xiao Xiao still refused to give up. She gently looked at him and said, listen to me, I was always afraid that you would find out about me learning martial arts. But when it came to Kit's situation, I realized you didn't mind at all. Thank you for making me understand that there is someone who is 100% willing to accept my true self. How happy that makes me. In this world, just one person like that is enough. Song Yi Cheng naturally understood her thoughts, but the moment he imagined her facing danger, fear instantly gripped his heart, and he said, "But I'm still worried about you."
Just then, a voice suddenly rose from behind the protagonist, "Don't forget."
In his eyes, the little girlfriend had just used her strength to protect everyone on the train carriage.
Wasn't she a truly powerful hero? Why couldn't they trust her, even just a little?
When Zhao Ling returned safely, everyone on the team cheered in relief. "The captain is back, this is wonderful." Seeing that she was alive, Song Yicheng couldn't hold back his joy and cried out, "Zhao Ling!" The moment Zhao Song Xian heard that his daughter had come back, he rushed straight to her side.
Overcome with emotion, he called out loudly, "Ling and I, you've finally woken up."
He immediately hurried over, circling around her, checking her from head to toe, his words tumbling out in a rush, "Oh dear, how did you manage to get out on your own?
Does your head still hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?"
Watching her father fuss over her like that, Zhao Ling felt so embarrassed she didn't know where to hide her face. She quickly shifted the subject, saying, "Well, we should get to the main matter first. On my way here, I analyzed the latest data on the appearance of the giant demon.
These giant demons could be an unorganized, time-traveling army. We will have to face countless brutal monsters. This battle is also a time-travel interception, the most difficult one we have ever faced." Upon hearing Zhao Ling, Song Yicheng somewhat understood the issue. He clearly addressed everyone, "I understand now. In that case, let's head into battle. My comrades, the situation is urgent, each group should quickly complete their assigned tasks."
Zhao Ling led the Special Forces team responsible for evacuating the civilians in the blocked-off area. Zhang Yishao and Snowjade Elephant Dragon patrolled from above, rescuing civilians trapped in the area.
Song Yicheng's blockade team split into two groups to explore underground. As soon as they entered the tunnel, Song Yicheng's team immediately encountered a fierce beast.
However, it was quickly eliminated by one of the team members. From the remains of this monster, Lan Ling boldly speculated that the number of monsters was indeed still increasing. She wondered how things were going on Brother Song's side. On Song Yicheng's side, after traveling halfway without discovering any signs of the monsters, he felt somewhat confused and said, "These giant demons continue to increase their species, and since they are time-traveling, they must still exist. It must be somewhere in here, but where exactly?" Upon hearing this, little system next to him immediately spoke up, "The tactical glasses are connected to the Special Forces data.
Put them on and check."
After putting on the glasses, a series of red warning signals appeared all over the map. Seeing this, Song Yicheng couldn't help but feel anxious and said, "The activity traces of the giant demon have spread nearly all over the city, the situation is extremely dangerous." Upon hearing his words, the system immediately made an assumption, it's possible that the entire city's underground has already been infiltrated.
These giant demons are dispersing outward from this point. This could very well be the location where the seismic anomaly is occurring.
From the position on the map, Song Yicheng was finally able to confirm, it's about 500 meters to the right from where we are. Hearing this, the system urgently urged, "We need to move quickly. Hurry, now is not the time to focus on the subway cables." Without hesitation, Song Yicheng immediately pulled out, "Ashes fly, smoke extinguished elder." Then, the two of them quickly moved towards the underground fault to proceed.
After a while of moving, Song Yicheng froze, staring ahead.
His eyes lit up, and he shouted out,
"It's almost here."
Looking at the spatial portal before him, he was startled to realize that this was the entry point of the giant demon species. From inside the portal, a mysterious sound suddenly echoed, signaling that something dangerous was about to occur. Just moments later, a horde of monsters of various kinds charged out. The terrifying roars of the creatures reverberated throughout the space.
"Ground agrow A."
Without hesitation, Song Yicheng rushed forward to engage them. While the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, a mysterious man suddenly appeared from within a drainage pipe. He slowly made his way towards Song Yicheng. After the giant demons poured out, they swiftly surged toward the drainage pipe. Seeing this, Song Yicheng thought, the giant demons falling from the portal are using the drainage system to escape in all directions. He then dashed toward them, clearly declaring, "It's good to have found their weak point." Thunder Tyrant King Sword. After the first blow, all the giant demons were paralyzed by the lightning, their bodies convulsing in pain as they screamed out, "Row flat, flat." Seeing this, the protagonist immediately and decisively said, "Okay, one more hit." Just as he finished dealing with one group, another one immediately arrived to reinforce. Song Yi-chang gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn, another giant demon already came so quickly. Damn it, this is an army that fears neither pain nor death. Seeing the massive force charging towards him like a Mongol horde, Song Yi-chang was stunned to realize the giant demons are also using a swarm tactic. Though it was a bit difficult to deal with such a large number of enemies, with his abilities, the protagonist still confidently said, "But it's ineffective against me." Watching the growing number of monsters emerging from the portal, Song Yi-chang speculated that their current order was to quickly eliminate any obstacle like him. The monsters not only attacked individually but also used the bodies of their fallen comrades as weapons. Witnessing this scene, Song Yi-chang couldn't help but shudder and said, "No wonder they're monsters, they can even use the bodies of their own kind as weapons." After a while of continuous offensive moves, he suddenly felt that attacking like this was just too pointless. At that moment, a shocking sound suddenly came from behind the door. It shattered all spatial barriers and reverberated outward. Along with it were strange noises. As soon as Song Yi-chang heard the sound, his face instantly tightened, and he said, "This is the sound of wings flapping." A moment later, a winged army immediately surged out and began to roar. At the same time, the city's news broadcast also reported that, due to the continuous infiltration of unidentified creatures, Yanzhou City had declared a state of emergency. The latest news received from the general headquarters indicated that they would not rule out the possibility of closing off the entire Yanzhou area. Upon hearing the confidential information leak out, the old chief angrily shouted, "Which department allowed the news about the city's lockdown to leak out? Who is responsible for this mess?" The entire room fell silent after hearing his words, with no one daring to say a word. Seeing this, one of his subordinates spoke to him. "Commander, in my opinion, blocking off the city is not as effective as resolving the situation decisively. Cloud Thunder No. 3, which our army has successfully researched and developed, can completely neutralize the damage even when faced with continuously emerging new strains." Hearing this, the old commander also felt that this approach made sense. He nodded and said, "Cloud Thunder No. 3, it's worth trying." However, Zhao Song Xin disagreed and immediately stood up to refute, "I oppose this. The giant demon has already spread throughout the city, and the destructive range of Cloud Thunder No. 3 is very large, it cannot strike precisely. On the contrary, it could harm thousands of innocent lives who haven't been evacuated. Although it pains me deeply, because of the human lives at stake, the female commander still resolutely stated that the city of Yanzhou must be sacrificed. I also felt heartbroken, but if we can't guarantee complete annihilation, the monster army will soon invade other cities across our country. By then, it would be too late. We can't place the safety of the entire country, or even the world, on the shoulders of a few heroes with unclear backgrounds from your special forces." Even so, Zhao Song Xin still could not accept sacrificing innocent lives and did his best to persuade the leadership. "Commander, please give the frontline soldiers a little more time. 5 hours, within 5 hours, we will definitely find a better solution." The old commander felt extremely awkward hearing their debate. Well, but for the safety of the country, he had no choice but to say helplessly, "Send my orders, prepare to deploy Cloud Storm No. 3, and stand by outside the city, ready for orders at any moment." Immediately, the entire army set out to the outskirts of Yanzhou City. At the same time, the monsters had broken through the defense line and were preparing to surge forward. Seeing this, Song Yi-chang immediately rushed forward to block their way. Looking at the increasing number of monsters, he anxiously thought to himself, "The situation is getting worse, we can't keep hesitating." In the face of the critical situation, Song Yi-chang quickly acted and launched his move. Thunder Dragon 18 Palms. As he finished speaking, a massive beam of light shot out, knocking back a large number of monsters. A few children, standing from afar, looked at the dragon-shaped lights in the sky and excitedly shouted, "Look, sister, over there! There are dragons," he said, "but in this world, there are no dragons. That must be a new type of firework." Staring at the mysterious streaks of light in the sky, Xiao Xiao widened her eyes in stunned thought. Is that him? Are the fireworks really that powerful? As soon as the signal was received, the reinforcement team swiftly moved the helicopter to the scene. Watching the monsters fall one by one, Zhao Ling immediately pulled out the cannon, aimed directly at them, and said, "Good opportunity." Seeing this, Song Yicheng piloted the Thunder Dragon down into the underground tunnel, simultaneously eliminating the monsters. Sensing that the situation was going south, the mysterious figure quickly turned and fled amidst the chaos. Before leaving, he couldn't help but marvel, such an incredible person with unimaginable strength. It must be Ri Yao. On Song Yicheng's side, after dealing with the monsters, he wearily collapsed onto the ground, groaning. I haven't felt this exhausted in a long time. And yet, the battle still has no end in sight. On the other side of the door, they might already be gathering an unusually powerful army. Suddenly, a male voice called from behind. Hey, Zhu Shangxie, you're really impressive after all. Hearing the call, Song Yicheng was startled and turned his head to look back. He thought to himself, well, the people have already evacuated. The young man waved at him and said, My name is Nanyu. I'm here to help you. Upon hearing his name, Song Yicheng became excited and shouted, Nanyu. In his heart, he joyfully thought, there's only one Nanyu in this world, and that's the author of Tu De Nanyu. When Nanyu heard the main character call his name, he confirmed, that's right, number 13, Central Square. Thank you for keeping your promise and coming here. Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng suddenly remembered, right, I almost forgot about this. We're meeting at the Central Square on June 13th. What a coincidence, it turns out the key to this waterway is right beneath the city square. He then flew over to Nanyu and said, Master Nanyu, I have many questions I want to ask you. I still want to ask for your autograph, but please tell me first, how do you plan to help me? As soon as Nanyu finished speaking, he took out a strange pair of glasses. He looked at Song Yicheng and asked, You have one of these too, right? Upon seeing the glasses, Song Yicheng was astonished and exclaimed, Cosmic mirror. Hearing Song Yicheng, Nanyu slowly spoke, revealing his identity. My name is Nanyu. I'm an orphan, and since I was young, this strange pair of glasses has been the only companion by my side. My mind is always full of various kinds of comics, yet I have no clear idea where I come from. Most of those comics don't even belong to the world we live in. Maybe it's to relieve the discomfort and anxiety in my heart. That's why I started arranging these pictures into a comic series called Great Hero Cultivating Immortal in Another World. Or maybe it started from that moment, when I became addicted to hoping that this comic would give me some sort of answer. Even though it became very popular, it didn't ease the worry in my heart at all. Then one day, out of the blue, I noticed a person named Zhu Shangxie in the newspaper. In an instant, that night, the city suddenly emitted a streak of purple light. As the purple light flashed before my eyes, a contract in my mind was triggered. That was when I finally understood who I truly was. Why were we born? In ancient times, the Heixing demon lord invaded the earth, and the Qiyao cultivators fought desperately against him. In the end, he was sealed away. I am the heir of the Riyao cultivators, whose ability is to divine. At the same time, I discovered that the Xianjin patriarch in my dreams was actually a Tuyao cultivator. Originally, the Tu-Du world was a real world. In the inherited memories of the Riyao cultivators, on the night of the celestial star, a drop of blood was dripped into the still water at the heart's core. The divination ability in the blood dark night would allow me to gain a heavenly secret from the surface of the water. Therefore, I devoted myself and finally got the result of the divination about Qi Yao. It was only one sentence: Ri Yao appears in this world, Tu Yao seeks in another realm, and only with the cosmic mirror can they return. Ri Yao, the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms of martial cultivation, is also the strongest form of cultivation for the Qi Yao cultivators. Thus, I immediately thought of you, an unsung hero, Zhu Shangxia, who has yet to emerge. Hearing his words, Song Yicheng immediately began to suspect that he was the heir of the martial cultivation leader. It seems that He Fei did not randomly choose him as the host. Seeing that he was silent, Nanyu continued, by the way, some of the comic books at your place were also sent by me, to help you practice some knowledge about otherworldly realms.
Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng could no longer stay calm.
He stared directly at Nanyu and loudly said, "Are you saying that we are both heirs of ancient cultivators, inheriting the powers they passed down, and therefore have the mission to protect the world?
So, this meeting here today is the result of some divination you did? Do you really think anyone will believe such words?"
Nanyu, seeing his agitation, didn't know how to explain and awkwardly forced a smile, saying, It seems like it's really hard to accept." Unexpectedly, the next moment, Song Yicheng suddenly hugged him tightly, his voice filled with emotion as he said, "Of course, I choose to believe you." Once he calmed down, Song Yicheng carefully thought through the words Nanyu had said, and they completely matched his own memories.
Moreover, when in the other world, Xianjun had indeed called him Ri Yao.
Most importantly, the author of the comic book certainly couldn't be a bad person. Seeing that Song Yicheng was so engrossed in his thoughts that he had forgotten about his mission, the system, in the form of a demonic face, appeared to scare him and said, "Ahem, sorry to interrupt.
Do you both remember there's still an insect cave over there that hasn't been dealt with?"
As soon as Song Yicheng saw the face, he was so shocked he almost spat blood. He quickly responded, of course, we remember."
Ha ha, ha ha.
He looked towards the space door and pondered deeply. Just now, after killing a large number of giant demons, this insect cave has been temporarily quiet, but we still can't afford to be careless. After introducing the cosmic mirror, Nanyu delved into more details, continuing from the previous topic.
This cosmic mirror is actually just a powerful but ordinary space artifact.
Thanks to the guidance of the blood in my heart, I'll be able to control the insect cave.
Song Yicheng couldn't believe what he had just heard and immediately asked loudly, "What do you mean by controlling the insect cave?"
Nanyu, hearing this, confirmed, yes, in the philosophy of Taoism, the insect cave is actually a type of spatial rift.
Using the cosmic mirror should be able to control it.
The only problem is, I only have this heavenly mirror for now, and I still need its counterpart, the earthly mirror. At that moment, Song Yicheng finally understood the reason he was given the mirror, and he excitedly spoke to Nanyu, "So that's why Xianjun gave me the earthly mirror, we just need to merge them." With that, both of them simultaneously placed their mirrors in their hands down. The moment the two mirrors fused into one, a whooshing sound echoed, and everyone joyfully cheered, it worked. As soon as the merging was completed, Nanyu quickly used his magical powers and said, "I will immediately cast the spell to close the spatial rift." Whoosh! He raised his hand to his forehead, took some of his own blood, and dropped it onto the small mirror.
Immediately, the mirror began to glow.
A massive wave of energy was released outward. A moment later, the mirror turned toward the spatial door and shone directly at it. In the blink of an eye, the door gradually began to fade away.
Witnessing this miraculous scene, Song Yicheng couldn't help but be stunned. It's really disappearing.
After completing the task of subduing the demon, Nanyu reached out to catch the mirror and said, "Great, it's a success." Just then, he suddenly staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. Song Yicheng immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed to support him.
He anxiously asked Nanyu, "Did you accomplish something major? Are you all right?"
He then pulled out his phone and said, "Next, we just need to eliminate all the remnant giant demons, and we're done." Such good news, I need to notify the team right away.
After connecting with the other side, Song Yicheng informed everyone.
Zhu Shan called the Lan Jia team. Zhu Shan called the Lan Jia team.
I found a very skilled assistant.
Earlier, he had already dealt with the tremor, severing the attacking army of the giant demon at its core.
Nanyu, upon hearing the name of that team, felt a bit confused and said, "The Lan Jia team?"
Unexpectedly, after waiting for a while, there was still no response from the team. At this point, Song Yicheng suddenly had a bad feeling and anxiously called out again, Lan Jia team, recover quickly."
He thought to himself, what's going on? Did they run into trouble?
A moment later, a message from the team was transmitted. The Lan Ji team encountered a tremor. They're fighting. Yi Chang, there's still a lot here with me. Zhao Ling called Zhu Shang. There isn't just one tremor, not just one, the entire city is in dire straits. Hurry and come to assist.
Both of them were stunned when they heard this news and said, what? There are other tremors?
The news came so suddenly that Song Yi Chang had no time to prepare himself.
He gritted his teeth and muttered, how is this possible?
To verify the situation, he immediately soared upwards. But as soon as he reached the height, Song Yi Chang was terrified by the scene in front of him.
How did this end up like this?
Seeing that Song Yi Chang seemed unsettled, Nanyu spoke up to comfort him. Zhu Shang Xia, don't be discouraged, we will definitely find another way. Hearing this, Song Yi Chang felt it made a lot of sense, and immediately grabbed his hand, saying, no need to be formal, just call me Yi Chang.
Without saying anything further, he immediately lifted him up into the air. Nanyu, surprised at being suddenly pulled up, quickly asked, Song boss, what are you planning to do?
After flying upwards and observing, Song Yi Chang immediately realized that the giant demons seemed to be flying in the same direction. While deep in thought, Nanyu suddenly called out, Song boss, look, every Zhu Shang is holding a corpse, it looks like they're heading somewhere with them. Seeing this, Song Yi Chang immediately activated his magical power and said to Nanyu, if we follow them, we'll find out.
Teacher Nanyu, hold on tight.
Finishing his words, they quickly chased after the group of monsters that were moving off to one side. Meanwhile, the monsters, under the command of the mage, were performing some kind of ritual. As soon as he finished his incantation, the monsters immediately began making their way toward the gate. The scene shifted to the operations command building at the Peak of Peace. A soldier was patrolling the area, idly lost in thought. The meeting room on the upper floor was filled with important figures, and he too was filled with determination. We have to be careful with these soldiers and officers, if any mistakes happen, it's over for us. However, he didn't get very far before he noticed something strange.
Why was it so wet? He stamped his feet, trying to shake off the muck.
Following the trail, he muttered to himself, it's easy to reach the basement from here. But when he saw the scene at the end of the hallway, the officer was horrified.
OMG! He had to exclaim, where was all this blood coming from? Was something happening in the basement?
Although terrified, he gathered all his courage and approached the blood-soaked door to investigate. But suddenly, a loud splash echoed, and the blood was so much that it literally burst through the door. In a panic, the officer had no time to dodge the flood of blood pouring in from behind the door. At the same time, in the command center's conference room, an officer was speaking solemnly, report, sir. The officer continued updating the senior figures sitting there. Phone lay number 3 has been completed and is currently in control room 304 of the command center.
Operational permissions have been granted, he said.
But as soon as he finished speaking, terrifying wing flapping sounds echoed loudly. The old commander immediately ordered his secretary to go check what was happening. She hurriedly stepped over to see, and it seemed the sound was coming from outside the window. When she opened the curtain, her pupils widened in shock. Her expression twisted in fear as she stammered, It's
a giant demon.
Then, gathering all her strength, she described what she saw. They are heading this way, as if they intend to concentrate around the command center. The commander immediately reacted and gave the order, this command center is no longer safe, prepare to evacuate.
Everyone quickly followed the order and moved to a different location.
They followed an officer who was leading them, leaders, please follow me. A helicopter has already been prepared on the rooftop. However, as they were still running, a large crack suddenly appeared along the side of the wall. In the next moment, a huge section of the wall exploded.
Many people were thrown out and lost their lives.
The leader, seeing the urgency of the situation, quickly shouted an order, hurry up, get us out of here. Old Zhao, too stunned to react, stood frozen, only able to watch.
What is that?
Outside the hole, there was another swirling vortex continuously sucking everything into it. Those who were sucked in were immediately submerged in a strange, purple liquid. At this moment, old Zhao hesitated, almost losing all intention to leave. There were still swarms of giant demons flying toward them. A female soldier was also there, staring into the deep pool. She suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, giant demons, they're getting bigger and more numerous." From the purple water pool, after pulling those people in, the liquid bubbled and churned, and from it emerged hideous giant demons. A massive army of giant demons appeared from the water hole. Old Zhao had been observing closely and finally understood what was happening. A ball suddenly shot out from the pool of water. Then, it crazily sucked everything, like energy, into itself, and a gigantic giant demon appeared. Old Zhao now realized the truth. This was the giant demon's sacrificial ritual. The giant demon leader was using human flesh and blood as a sacrifice to summon more powerful giant demons. He envisioned the monster they had used with the 5 energy nodes surrounding the sacrificial altar, and the positions of these 5 energy nodes in the city happened to align perfectly with the 5 corners of the star. The power was rapidly gathering for the leader, causing its form to grow larger and more distinct. Old Zhao no longer had any doubts. He clenched his teeth and made a firm resolution at all costs: he must destroy this sacrificial altar. When he saw him running, the female soldier quickly called out, "General Zhao, where are you going?" He continued running as fast as he could, replying briefly, "I'm heading to activate Thunder Room number 3 to destroy this place." Turning his head back briefly, he instructed, "Everyone, leave first. I'll set up the equipment and once the timing is done, I'll join you." Just a few minutes later, inside Control Room 504, the scene was almost completely ruined, leaving old Zhao feeling bitter. He hadn't expected the control room to be so badly damaged. But there was no time to dwell on it. Old Zhao immediately focused on finding ways to get the machines operational. He pressed the buttons as much as he could, feeling a bit relieved. It was fortunate that the missile launching equipment still worked. As old Zhao quickly operated the controls, he cautiously considered, "This setup will only attack the peak of Peace Mountain, it won't affect other areas." Finally, he set the timer for 10 minutes after leaving this place, but things did not go as smoothly as expected. His heart skipped a beat when, during the process, he discovered that the timer device was no longer functional. Old Zhao looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "If I can't set the timer, I'll have to stay here and manually operate the lever to launch the missile." He forced a bitter smile and encouraged himself, even if I have to sacrifice my old life, it will be worth it." In the sky, inside a helicopter, the sound of a ringing phone echoed repeatedly. When Zhao Ling answered, old Zhao immediately spoke on the other end, "Hello, Ling and I." Zhao Ling quickly asked, "Grandfather, what happened?" He calmly explained the situation to Zhao Ling, revealing the discovery of a sacrificial altar of the giant demon at Peace Peak Command. "I suspect this altar is linked to the placement of the male insect nest in the city." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and worriedly said, "Doesn't that mean Peace Peak is very dangerous? I'll immediately mobilize the soldiers." However, on the other end, old Zhao reassured her, "Don't worry, the command has a plan. I just wanted to keep you informed." Furthermore, Zhao Ling could detect a hint of suspicion in his tone. "Grandfather, has something happened?" But old Zhao still tried to finish his last words, "You must protect yourself, don't try to appear strong, don't bury yourself in work, also think about the big picture of your life." Beep beep, he hung up right after finishing his sentence, leaving her with a sense of unease. His tone was so strange, a feeling of anxiety rising in her heart. She quickly urged the pilot, "Turn around quickly, the command center is at Peace Peak." After completing the call, old Zhao stood there for a moment, lost in thought, gazing at the scene in front of him. He then slowly placed the phone on the control desk. The scene shifted to the helicopter on the rooftop of a building. The officer was in a hurry, constantly urging the female soldier, "General Wan, please take off quickly. This is the last helicopter available." But she kept delaying, "Wait a moment, General Zhao will be up soon." The commanding officer could not wait any longer and directly yelled, "No more waiting, take off now." An officer responded, "But there are still people here." He looked at the two people still waiting, his face darkened, muttering, "There's no one left below. The ones who stayed behind had all sacrificed themselves, and we are all deeply sorrowful." After that, orders were given to abandon those people.
Don't you understand that? The pilots hurriedly responded, "Yes, we will take off right away."
As a result, the helicopter's propellers began to spin faster and faster, and those people flew off directly, leaving the officer behind in a state of panic.
They had already taken off.
Even the female General Wang turned pale, unable to believe what had just happened. Old Zhao, however, could only see the helicopter, and in his heart, he thought, "It seems they've managed to leave successfully." It was as if he had been waiting for this moment. His finger slowly pressed the red button as he murmured to himself, "It's time."
Finally, his finger pressed the fateful activation button.
From another location, a massive artillery shell was fired directly into the sky. Song Yi-chang, who was flying nearby, also saw it.
It was a missile.
He watched the warhead in panic as it headed toward the command center atop Peace Peak.
At that moment, the warhead was directly aimed at the Peacekeeping Operations Command Building.
Zhao Ling, from the helicopter, saw this from afar and screamed in horror, "No!" She even reached out in desperation, her face showing clear panic as she called out, "Grandfather!" But in an instant, the entire building exploded completely, creating a deep red flame and a thick smoke that filled the sky. The shell had directly caused the Peace Peak command to disintegrate, with an immense destructive force.
Song Yi-chang, while holding Nanyu and shielding her, couldn't stop wondering, what on earth happened to the peaceful range?
And through the thick smoke, Song Yi-chang quickly recognized the familiar wings, those of the giant demon.
However, their actions only puzzled him even more. Why are they charging recklessly into the flames like that?
Above the high clouds, through the smoke from the recent bombing, the commander's helicopter was visible.
He sat in the aircraft, constantly shaking, and shouted loudly, "Could this power be Cloud Thunder number 3? This is utter nonsense, accelerate and leave quickly."
The pilot turned and replied, "Report, Commander, we're currently at low altitude, accelerating is very dangerous, but he's gone completely insane."
The commander glared and barked, "Stop wasting time, that's your problem to solve."
But suddenly, the commander fell silent, for in his eyes, enormous figures appeared. A loud bang echoed, and the body of the helicopter was directly pierced by a monstrous, terrifying arm. The old man panicked and shouted for help, "You guys, hurry up and think of something for me." But before they could even harm any of those giant demons, one of them directly killed the pilot. Outside, more giant demons were quickly charging toward the helicopter, and frantic screams were coming from within. The helicopter was damaged and lost control, immediately plummeting down towards a nearby cliff. Zhao Ling saw this and quickly commanded the pilot of the Mark Freeman aircraft to head toward the rescue, descending to the southwest.
The helicopter, following her instructions, rapidly lowered toward the ground. She immediately dropped a rope ladder for the rescue operation.
As she jumped down from the height, Zhao Ling's only hope was that her grandfather was on that helicopter. She ran at full speed, calling out repeatedly, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa." Looking at the wreckage of the helicopter, her eyes welled up, "It's me, Ling and I.
Please, answer me."
At that moment, Song Yi-chang was already there, rescuing people.
Zhao Ling's grandfather wasn't on the helicopter.
There were a total of 6 people on board. He helped one person out and hesitated, saying, "Aside from this officer, everyone else has sacrificed."
Nanyu is helping with the arrangements for the bodies.
That person also needed to be treated quickly, otherwise, Zhao Ling would look at the corpses and the pile of ashes with some confusion. "My team member could take him," but then she decisively ran off.
"Grandfather is still at the command center, I have to find him."
Over here, the surviving officer still tried to say a few words. The monster's blood pool was much larger now. After arranging everything properly, Song Yi-chang thought to himself, "Zhao Ling is too agitated, I can't let her go act alone."
Moreover, the officer kept murmuring, "The blood of the giant monster, the blood of the giant monster." And in Nanyu's bewilderment, Song Yi-chang directly attached a talisman to his face.
This was a talisman of speed, which could temporarily increase his speed. Then he quickly ran off, saying, "Hurry up, follow me, something's wrong at the command center." Both of them used all their strength to catch up with Zhao Ling. Meanwhile, Zhao Ling was in the center of the wreckage, shouting, "Grandfather, grandfather," as the fire blazed fiercely. Watching the flames as if they were swallowing everything in their path, Zhao Ling's voice grew more and more distant in despair. In the blazing firelight, the figure of Zhao's grandfather appeared, gently speaking.
"Ling and I, don't keep that pouty face. How can you possibly get married looking like that?"
She saw the illusion and joyfully called out, "Grandfather." She cried as she desperately tried to catch the fading image.
"Do you think this appearance of yours resembles anyone? A granddaughter who can't get married? Do you think I can just stand by and do nothing? Right, you definitely won't just stand by, will you?"
In that moment of utmost danger, fortunately, a hand reached out and grabbed Zhao Ling, stopping her. Song Yicheng appeared, shouting at her face to make her snap out of it, "Don't panic, it's very dangerous inside." Seeing Song Yicheng, Zhao Ling was a little stunned, only able to say, I. Then, when her rationality returned, she collapsed in grief, overwhelmed by the heartbreaking truth. She knelt there, crying out loud, tears soaking her face. The fire continued to blaze, raging fiercely, as if flaunting its invincible power. At that moment, Song Yicheng calmed himself and thought. The giant demon was still a threat, one that made old Zhao choose to sacrifice himself in order to destroy this place. He then turned and tried to comfort her. Zhao Ling still had a long way to go, and though it was cruel, she had no choice but to pull herself together because the battle was far from over. Zhao Ling is also a sensible person. She immediately regained her composure and wiped away her tears.
Not far away, the blood lake was still bubbling constantly, signaling an ominous sign.
In the blink of an eye, the leader of the giant demon emerged from the blood lake. Its massive body and grotesque, twisted face were terrifying to the extreme, and it kept roaring incessantly. Nanyu had just arrived and widened her eyes, shouting loudly, "That giant monster seems to be the great sacrificer from the game."
Zhao Ling was instantly startled and recognized the sacrificer.
He had also mentioned before that this was the sacrificial altar of the giant demon.
Song Yicheng, upon hearing this, couldn't believe his ears. "What?"
He immediately sprang to his feet, jumping up.
Looking at the scene from above, Song Yicheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is indeed the sacrificial altar of the giant demon.
The people captured by those giant demons were the sacrificial offerings for the altar. From the blood lake, more and more extremely fierce giant demons began to form.
Song Yicheng was so shocked by the sight that he was speechless.
On top of that, the sacrificial altar was even giving rise to a powerful army of giant demons.
He tried to assess the overall situation, but the sacrificer giant demon didn't seem at ease either.
Old Zhao's sacrifice had not been in vain. The effectiveness of the missile, at the very least, had bought us some time. Suddenly, in Song Yicheng's eyes, he noticed something.
He discerned an anomaly.
Only the flame in that corner flickered dimly, with the blood aura quite faint. Looking further, he reasoned through the situation, and as he turned his gaze in that direction, he immediately understood what was happening. By chance, it was also the direction of the wormhole that Nanyu had just closed.
Finally, Song Yicheng came to a conclusion and took immediate action.
Therefore, as long as the 5 wormholes in the city were closed, this altar could be dealt with.
When Nan saw Song Yicheng return, he immediately asked, "Boss Song, did you find anything?" Song Yicheng immediately ordered, "Nanyu, please close all the wormholes right now."
But before anything could be done, Nanyu and Zhao Ling screamed out in alarm. "Boss Song, behind you, Master Song, be careful." Song Yicheng barely had time to turn around before a massive hand came crashing down directly on his head.
Even he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic.
It had been discovered, there was no time to waste.
Song Yicheng quickly commanded, "Protect Nanyu, go close all the wormholes, quickly."
As soon as the words left his mouth, the enormous hand of the giant demon slammed down on him. A loud noise erupted, sending both of the other 2 flying. Nanyu couldn't bear to watch the scene and turned back, calling out in tears, "Song boss! Zhao Lin quickly stopped him, choosing instead to trust him. She grabbed Nan Yu's hand and ran off swiftly. We also have an important battle to fight.
Nan Yu disagreed, about to protest, but couldn't.
Zhao Ling, too, couldn't help but ask, earlier, the hero song said that you could close the wormhole. What exactly does that mean?
Nan Yu replied, it's a long story. But to put it simply, I can do it.
As they climbed into the helicopter, they were fortunate enough to see that Song Yichang had skillfully dodged the attacks of the giant hand. Song Yichang watched them leave and could only pray for their safe journey, while he had to hold off the giant demon as much as possible. The priest giant demon, seeing his prey slip through his fingers, was furious. He howled wildly, his rage seeming to reach its peak. It was as if he was ordering the other giant demons to join forces and attack Song Yichang together. And so, the scene that unfolded was strange to behold, with a group of giant demons surrounding a lone, small human at the center. They kept growling, wanting to break through Song Yichang's protective barrier, but he didn't care at all, even welcoming it, the more the better.
Growl!
He was plotting something, and suddenly, sensing the right moment, he thought to himself, almost there. A tremendous force was unleashed, and Song Yichang shouted loudly, Diamond Flame burst. The yellow shield enveloped all the giant demons, causing them to scream uncontrollably, but Song Yichang only sneered.
You're not getting away. He then continued to channel his spiritual energy. Now it's my turn.
Sparks crackled in the air, and the thunderstorm turned to dust. The priest giant demon naturally witnessed everything. His eyes were bloodshot, red as blood, staring fiercely at Song Yichang. He immediately raised his hand high, trying to grab the lightning ball that was slaughtering his soldiers. But as soon as he touched it, the ball exploded, and the backlash broke his arm into pieces. He screamed in agony, his arm almost entirely out of control. And at that moment, Song Yichang's voice suddenly appeared very close to him, full of fury. Song Yichang sat on top of the priest's head, teasing, Hello, mind if I ask you something? Why does this kind of dark overlord of yours like to wear such a big hat? Then Song Yichang's face turned extremely cunning as he said, It's not because he soared up to the sky and pulled the veil off the priest family's head. You all are top-tier experts after all. Seeing the true appearance of the priest giant demon, Song Yichang burst into laughter.
Ooh, your giant demon clan doesn't seem to take it too seriously, huh?
Ha, he kept mocking, not only do you have no hair, but there's not even a head.
The priest giant demon couldn't hold back anymore.
He directly drew power from the blood lake, creating swirling water vortices to attack Song Yichang from above. At that moment, Song Yichang also sensed a disturbance.
They were starting to close in.
And in truth, everything was according to Song Yichang's plan.
Yes, exactly like this, come at me all of you. The giant demon blindly and frantically attacked Song Yichang.
And because of the density of those whirlpools, Song Yichang couldn't dodge them all and was directly hit by one. The front of his chest vanished in the surprise of the attack. This corrosive substance. This high-ranking sacrificer is more formidable than I thought. After that, Song Yichang became more cautious and no longer showed any signs of underestimating his enemy. While dodging, Song Yichang secretly calculated in his mind, realizing that if he were to continue fighting this massive guy, he needed to reduce energy consumption as much as possible. Meanwhile, down below, the priest giant demon was relentlessly attacking him with multiple twisting tornadoes interwoven together. Suddenly, the creature stopped and looked in a particular direction, seemingly startled by something. Noticing the giant demon's sudden lapse in focus, Song Yichang was also curious about why the giant had suddenly frozen. It didn't take long for him to figure it out. Indeed, after the seal was placed on the northern rift, the energy from the northern blood pool had significantly weakened. The amount of blood in the pool had decreased by a large amount, visible to the naked eye.
This change became even more pronounced as cracks began to appear in the area where the priest giant demon was standing.
The tornadoes also began to dissipate. Song Yichang muttered to himself, realizing that the energy supply to the sacrificer giant demon had also been greatly affected. Everything was proceeding as planned, which made Song Yichang extremely pleased. Well done, the seal on the rift really did have an effect. The priest giant demon wasn't lacking in intelligence. It had quickly figured out the cause of the problem and immediately began attacking the distant rifts with renewed force. Song Yi-chang saw the situation and broke into a sweat, realizing it was not good. He turned his attention to Nanyu and Zhao Ling. He noticed that the man kept pointing, and at first, Song Yi-chang thought he was summoning the giant demon to surround them. But upon closer inspection, he realized something was off. The direction of the staff had changed. To better understand the situation, Song Yi-chang decided to take some time to observe further rather than act impulsively. Eventually, Song Yi-chang figured it out. The man was attempting to set up an ambush under a certain condition. Immediately afterward, dozens of giant demon Azura flew toward the cavern's depths at the command of the priest. Naturally, the priest didn't forget that Song Yi-chang was still hovering nearby. While Song Yi-chang was desperately trying to send a signal, he called out, "Zhao Ling, Zhao Ling! Quickly get out of the eastern cavern, quickly! There's an ambush!" Unfortunately, due to a lapse in attention, Zhao Ling was struck directly from the side by the priest. The sudden blow caused Song Yi-chang's communicator to fall into the blood lake, where it was immediately corroded and destroyed by the lake's incredibly corrosive properties. At this moment, Song Yi-chang had to desperately dodge the priest's tendrils, his heart filled with worry. What should I do? I have to go help them. If we neglect this altar, the consequences are unimaginable. But he quickly regained his composure and realized something was wrong. He had almost been led astray by the giant demon. Song Yi-chang made an effort to steady himself and assess the situation. The three barriers had closed, and the energy of the blood pool had significantly weakened. The giant demon army had also gathered toward the east. At this point, delaying any further would be pointless. He made a decisive decision. Now was the perfect moment to end the battle swiftly. Moreover, the blades of the two individuals had long been hungry and hard to restrain. Then, the priest giant demon continued its relentless assault, trying to prevent Song Yi-chang from assisting the other two at the main altar. Without hesitation, Song Yi-chang unleashed his ice sealing technique, instantly freezing the last bit of the priest's remaining blood. The ice quickly spread, completely suppressing the power the priest had earlier displayed. The priest giant demon was stunned. His red-black eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been controlled so swiftly. Song Yi-chang smirked, clearly amused. Hee, surprised, are you? At that moment, two more figures appeared. Song Yi-chang shouted out to both Lan Ling and Ding Ji. "Let's go, brothers!" Song Yi-chang exclaimed excitedly. Taking advantage of the peak moment, no one is hitting the base. This is the way of a true hero. The three of them charged straight towards the priest giant demon. Take the chance, and end his life. Song Yi-chang shouted. Lan Ling, on one side, threw her iron fist at him, creating a smokescreen that threw him off balance. This distraction made him lose focus. Immediately after, she signaled the other two. Now was the time. Ding Ji, with lightning speed, soared through the air and approached from another angle. She moved with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained, all while releasing her ice powers. The priest giant demon was frozen stiff, struggling to move but only managing a few cracking sounds. Song Yi-chang flew forward, mocking him. He can't move now, can you? He then delivered a powerful punch straight to the priest giant demon's face, sending him stumbling backward. Yet, miraculously, he didn't fall to the ground. He managed to keep his footing and quickly retreated. Furious, the priest began chanting some incomprehensible words, seemingly giving orders. But unexpectedly, there was no reaction from him after reciting the incantations. He stood frozen for a moment, lost in confusion. He finally discovered that the gem on the staff had disappeared. At that moment, something flew past him with a mocking sound. "Ha, no one cares about you?" Song Yi-chang, while flying, taunted. "Do you want this more?" The other two have already taken the pearl and are joining in, not giving it to you. Song Yi-chang was calculating furiously, realizing that just disabling its power wasn't enough. He had to defeat it completely. Thinking this, he made an effort to fly in circles, hovering continuously in front of the priest.
Come catch me, fireball.
After speaking, his anger erupted like a volcano.
The priest giant demon, in his haste, roared and threw thunderous punches in every direction towards the three.
Realizing he couldn't catch up with them, the priest decided to use his strength to break the layer of ice sealing the blood lake. The moment the ice shattered, more arms of the giant demon soldiers reached out from the lake. Song Yi-chang was still holding the gem, flying erratically, thinking, draw its attention first, then slip underneath. When he saw the priest's movements, Song Yi-chang told himself it would lift its foot. And just as he predicted, the priest giant demon lifted his foot, intending to stomp on Song Yi-chang. But everything had been carefully planned by Song Yi-chang. The heavy and cumbersome body was its weakness. Being large was certainly an advantage, but being too large was not entirely advantageous. After that, Song Yi-chang tossed the large gem to Ding Ji and said, "Help me collect this large stone." Ding Ji stared at the gem, looking as if he had some plans of his own. Then came Song Yi-chang's loud command, "Brothers, take your positions.
It's time to deal the final blow to this giant."
Lan Ling and Ding Ji, following orders, immediately took their places.
Each one unleashed their ultimate move. Ding Ji once again froze the legs of the priest giant demon, making it immobile. Lan Ling then swiftly closed in and launched a direct attack.
He used his weapon to stab directly into the weakest point of the frozen section of one of the priest giant demon's legs, then delivered a powerful slash, silently thinking, as Brother Song predicted, this is the moment when the great monster is most vulnerable. And so, due to losing its balance, being struck, and the ice making its body brittle, the creature fell backward, severing one of its legs. The impact of its fall created a loud crash, and the blood in the lake splashed everywhere. Ding Ji felt disgusted and quickly used an ice leaf to shield herself.
Ugh, that's so nauseating.
Lan Ling pulled her and said, "Let's go." He knew this was the moment Song Yi-chang was delivering his final blow, so he looked up at the sky and muttered,
"Brother Song, please make sure you succeed."
From high above, a golden hand struck down directly at the priest giant demon. Song Yi-chang was diving straight down, shouting,
"Shatter into dust, great Vajra palm strike."
The priest panicked, realizing he couldn't withstand the force of the blow, and tried to run for his life, but it was too late. He was still hit by the powerful palm strike, and the impact caused a massive explosion. Such a powerful strike also drained a lot of Song Yi-chang's energy. Seeing the priest's body sinking into the bottom of the lake, Song Yi-chang murmured, "We can't summon super soldiers, he was just a big, useless fool." He quickly rejoined Lan Ling and Ding Ji.
"Alright, we need to go support Nan Yu and the others."
Lan Ling replied cheerfully. They seemed to be progressing quite smoothly. Song Yi-chang looked at the green light inside, it seemed the final anomaly had been sealed. After making a phone call, Zhao Ling also informed him,
"Hero Son, we've succeeded. The final anomaly has been sealed." Song Yi-chang replied lightly and happily,
"Zhao Ling, Nan Yu, you've worked hard. We've just finished solving the altar issue." He also informed her that after eliminating all the insect swarms, the blood pool no longer had its original energy, and the number of giant demons had also become less threatening. Zhao Ling, equally pleased, said, thanks to Nan Yu's early discovery of the giant demon's ambush, the southern insect swarm was dealt with first. She was a bit worried, but because of overusing her powers, he's very weak now. After hearing this, Song Yi-chang decided to quickly bring things to an end. "We'll come join you right away, and we still need to deal with the remaining giant demons thoroughly." In his heart, there was a hint of bitterness. He never expected this to be such a glorious battle.
"General Zhao, rest in peace.
We will not betray your sacrifice." Suddenly, the gem in Ding Ji's hand emitted a strange movement, transforming into a ghostly face. Both Song Yi-chang and Lan Ling, who were standing there, were startled.
"What's going on?"
The gem had directly transformed into a head with eyes, nose, and mouth, twisting relentlessly in Ding Ji's hands. Looking down below, everyone panicked and cried out, "The blood pool over there!" The name of the priest giant demon still hadn't fully died, he was using the little remaining soul power to struggle and try to rise up to attack them.
Song Yi-chang irritably said, "What else does he want to become, a wave or something?"
It seemed he was targeting the gem, so everyone focused on protecting Ding Ji. Hu, be careful. But Ding Ji had already planned this in advance. She looked at the cursed gem with a sly smile and then directly shoved the large gem into her mouth. This left both Song Yi-chang and Lan Ling stunned, as well as the remnants of the priest's soul.
As a result, both men anxiously asked her in rapid succession, Hu, what are you doing? Don't just shove everything into your mouth like that. Are you going to get diarrhea or something? But despite her large belly, Ding Ji confidently answered, it's fine, though her face turned a bit pale from the terrible taste. A little bit of the priest's strength completely collapsed and dissipated because the gem had already been consumed by Ding Ji. Looking at the white foam covering the lake's surface, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! This time, it was finally completely calm. As for cleaning up the aftermath, after dealing with the active strains and the grand sacrificer, the giant demon dissipated in the city like a headless snake. Fight separately. However, in the glorious battle against the giant demon, dealing with these low IQ enemies only requires cleaning up the battlefield. Most of them behave extremely mindlessly and recklessly, without any system or understanding of how to avoid danger. The soldiers only need to use guns and operate in small groups to suppress each of the squads rampaging through the city. Everything unfolded quite quickly. By the early morning of the next day, the battle finally came to an end. At this point, at the headquarters of the Special Forces, Yi Xiao and Elephant Dragon hurried out to greet Yi Chang. Song Yi Chang was overjoyed to see them, everyone was fine, and it was truly a great relief. But as they got closer, he only hugged Yi Xiao, which made Elephant Dragon feel somewhat aggrieved. It then decided to rush forward and hug both of them at once. Its eyes were teary, prompting Song Yi Chang to coax it. All right, I won't forget you. However, suddenly, it dropped both of them with a swift motion, causing Yi Xiao to cry out in pain. Song Yi Chang, displeased, scolded, Xiao Long Long, why are you so mischievous? But when he looked up, he saw Elephant Dragon's body, which had been pouting, had nearly disappeared. Over on the other side, Lan Ling and Ding Ji were also gradually vanishing, leaving everyone in shock. Song Yi Chang hurriedly ran to catch up with the two people. What's going on with you two? But they quickly vanished right before his eyes, leaving no trace behind. Song Yi Chang was utterly confused. What's happening? I wasn't unconscious this time, how could they just disappear? He immediately called out, Little System, what's going on? The system appeared immediately and reported to him, I have good news and bad news, which one would you like to hear first? Someone is calling your name outside the TZ building, Yi Chang. Zhang Yixiao, flustered, spoke to the security team who was vigilantly watching them, please, don't pay any attention. At this moment, in Yi Chang's mind, the fragments were flying up and then shattering. The little system urged him, hurry up, which one do you want to hear first, the good news or the bad news? He sighed, what's there to choose? Just tell me both, good or bad. The little system wasn't discouraged by his attitude. Alright, let's start with the good news. Recently, the energy collected has exploded. Both you, the host, and I, the system, are about to level up, and this time, it might be a joint level up. She happily patted Yi Chang's shoulder, congratulations, host, you finally reached a great level, from a top-tier expert to an unparalleled one. Yi Chang wasn't the slightest bit happy, he waved his hand, thinking to himself, level up? It's just more strength. In the world of comics, this is nothing new. There's no ripple in my heart. Then, he calmly asked, so, where's the bad news? Little System angrily tapped Yi Chang on the head, what bad news? I haven't even finished sharing the good news yet. Then, she pointed to herself, puffed out her chest, and proudly bragged, my great system. I finally leveled up. She showed off her muscles, after leveling up, I'm faster, stronger. Do you want to see it with your own eyes? Are you waiting for it?
Yi Cheng expressionlessly scoffed, no, not at all. A few purple lights suddenly streaked across her body. Yi Cheng, losing patience, raised his voice, hey, stop fooling around.
What's the bad news? Hurry up and tell me.
She suddenly lost her usual lively, energetic demeanor, and her mouth mechanically opened and closed, pronouncing each word, there's no time left, let me make it brief.
Didn't you drag it out yourself?
Since there's no upgrade, during this system update process, I need to shut down and switch to offline mode.
During this time, you and the system will be disconnected.
Don't worry, Ding Ji and the others will be fine. The silhouette of little system gradually became blurry.
Anyway, don't make things complicated. Just take a break and wait for me to restart. The screen of little system went dark. Yi Cheng, stunned, shouted in disbelief, what? It really went offline?
Zhang Yishao widened her eyes, looking at him in confusion, Yi Cheng.
What, it's offline? Is it really serious?
He awkwardly patted her back, forcing a smile, oh, it's nothing, nothing.
Just a nightmare. By the way, don't we still need to find Nanyu and Zhao Ling?
Yi Cheng brushed off his strange attitude, and successfully let out a sigh of relief. He was still in shock.
The system could go offline?
The soldier's standing guard at the hospital room door politely refused the angry man, sorry, Captain Zhao, she is currently not available to meet with guests. The man resorted to bullying, pointing at the soldier's chest, don't try that with me.
General Nyo wants to see her, it's her blessing. Tell her to get out here, now.
Yi Cheng was taken aback, frowning.
Who is this?
The door behind the soldier suddenly opened.
Zhao Ling from inside, there are injured people who need to rest. Please, do not make any noise here. He pointed at Zhao Ling, cursing so fiercely that saliva flew from his mouth, your major backer, General Zhao, is dead.
You thought you could still be arrogant for a few more days, kneeling in front of General Nyo, maybe even keeping a spot in the Special Operations Unit. Yi Cheng was displeased with him, walking up from behind and shouting, show some respect. He grabbed the man's collar and slammed him into the wall. General Zhao and Captain Zhao Ling, both heroes who fought on the front lines.
What was he? He still didn't know fear, sneering mockingly. Heroes? The entire Special Operations Unit is about to return and become subordinates to our General Nyo. You'd better be polite to me. Yi Cheng cruelly threw the man to the ground.
He looked down at him with contempt. I don't care if you're a pig general or a dog general, but if any of you dare to cause trouble for Zhao Ling, don't blame me for not being polite. He slammed the man down hard, making him scream in pain. Shamed, the man fled, still threatening, refusing to drink the wine I offer, now you'll drink the punishment wine.
You will regret this. Zhang Yishao asked with concern, Zhao Ling, are you okay?
Zhao Ling answered sadly. As soon as the news of her grandfather's sacrifice spread, other departments began to stir, each wanting a piece of the juicy melon from the Special Operations Unit. She sighed and shook her head, it's still because I'm too inexperienced. It seems that protecting the Special Operations Unit in the future won't be easy. Yi Cheng clenched his fists and said passionately, the Special Operations Unit is General Zhao's life's work.
We absolutely cannot let these vile people destroy it.
Don't worry, we'll all help you. Zhao Ling helplessly shook her head and smiled faintly. Thank you. She extended her hand in a gesture of invitation, signaling that she didn't want to discuss this further. Nanyu was still waiting for him inside. She led the two of them into the room where Nanyu was lying. As Zhao Ling opened the door, she called out, Nanyu, Master Song, they're here. Nanyu was wrapped in a blanket, lying weakly on the sofa, and weakly called, Boss Song. Yi Cheng rushed over and gave him a tight hug, my brother, you've worked hard. If you need anything, want to eat something, just say it. I'll definitely fulfill your wishes. Nanyu turned pale and coughed faintly. Cough, I'm fine. It's just that working with the cosmic mirror continuously has drained so much of my energy. A little rest, and I'll be good again. Zhang Yishao frowned and walked over to remind him, Yi Chang, be gentler.
You're as strong as an ox, but can a normal person handle that?
Yi Chang withdrew his hands and scratched his head, laughing awkwardly.
Sorry, Nanyu. I heard you had something to talk to me about.
He glanced over at the two girls. It was just that Zhang Yishao immediately clapped his hands as if remembering something.
Ah, right, Zhao Ling, come with me, let's go out for a cup of bubble tea. Zhao Ling asked in confusion, bubble tea? She happily grabbed Zhao Ling's hand and ran towards the door. Then we're going out now.
She quickly slammed the door shut, leaving the two of them some private space.
Nanyu awkwardly explained, sorry, I'm a little afraid of strangers. It's just that with you, Boss Song, maybe it's the inheritance that makes me feel this kind of closeness.
Yi Chang casually replied, it's fine, they'll understand. In his heart, Yi Chang understood that what Nanyu was trying to say was, we are just strangers who have known each other for only a few days, so it's normal for him to feel a bit cautious. He began to get to the point. Earlier, I briefly mentioned to you that your inheritance memory was awakened due to sensing He Xing's energy.
So, I've always thought.
Nanyu concluded, there must be other descendants of Qi Yao cultivators who have awakened. He furrowed his brows and asked, why do you feel that way?
In reality, if it weren't for you telling me about the identity of the Ri Yao cultivator, I wouldn't have been able to decide. Nanyu calmly explained, your situation is a bit special.
Whether by fate or destiny, He Xing chose to parasitize on you. If it weren't for Ri Yao's innate pure yang energy, you might have already been consumed by He Xing's evil force, losing your sanity. Yi Chang recalled the times when he unleashed his power, even with Ri Yao's constitution. Before every time he used a large amount of strength, He Xing had still managed to take control of his mind. It seemed that subjugating He Xing as soon as possible was the only way forward. He recounted what he had seen. It was highly likely that the inheritance of the Ri Yao cultivator within him, along with his memories, had been suppressed by He Xing. The situation of other cultivators was similar to mine. At least from the divination I did, Mu Yao must have awakened.
Yi Chang, upon hearing the name, immediately pressed for answers. Mu Yao, you've seen him, right? Where is he? Who is he? Male or female? What abilities does he have?
Nanyu furrowed his brows and shook his head. Yes, but I can't say for sure yet.
I only know that he's looking for you.
He then turned to grab the cup of water placed on the table beside his chair, dipping his finger into the surface, causing ripples. The image in this water is the divination I performed. The surface of the water forms concentric circles. Yi Chang curiously stared at the surface of the water and asked, where is this?
Nanyu also focused on the cup of water, and I wasn't sure either.
The surface of the water reflected the peaceful, sunlit forest scene, with animals living harmoniously and joyfully, and there was a person with long hair sitting against a tree.
Yi Chang asked in a doubtful voice, is that Mu Yao?
The eagle flapped its wings with a rustling sound and flew down to land on her outstretched arm. She held the small scroll that the bird had grabbed with its talons.
Let me see. She opened the scroll to take a look. Ah, so his name is Song Yi Chang.
Mu Yao smiled brightly, the sunlight shining down on her. Lan Ling King, who was hopelessly fishing, said, little system has frozen the level, we can only stay stranded on this deserted island. He was dejected, unable to go outside or contact Brother Song. Lan Ling King collapsed onto the sandy beach. How long until we can get out of here? Xiao Long Long rustled as it dug in the sand, creating a dummy figure. Erhu, feeling uncomfortable, stamped his feet and rolled around, saying, humph, that brat Song Yi Chang is probably out there living it up, enjoying himself. The three survivors sighed in unison. Yi Chang, acting later, raised his hand as if trying to touch the sky. You've imprisoned me here, and I've completely forgotten how high the sky is. He spoke with tears in his eyes, his voice filled with grievance. The fiber optic cable was bitten through by the giant demon, there's no signal, no internet.
What's the point of taking leave when I get home?
Yi Chang, wanting to climb the wall, shouted loudly, oh my god, please let me out. His mother, standing below, firmly grabbed one of his legs and pulled him down. You can do whatever you want outside, but once you're home, don't even think about sneaking away. He tried to argue and convince her. Oh, dear mother, there really aren't any more monsters outside. Please, let me go free. His mother pulled so hard that his pants started to slip down, exposing his pale bottom.
Yi Cheng whined loudly, "Can't I just go out for a bit to take a life? Is that too much to ask?"
His mother still refused to compromise. "No, I'm not bargaining with you." Half seriously, half mysteriously, his mother began to explain, "Don't you know this month is the time when the evil spirits of the continent gather once a year? They're wreaking havoc outside the village, incredibly vicious. Even the employees of the network company are too scared to show their faces." Then, with all her strength, she pulled him down, and he fell heavily to the ground.
Yi Cheng cried and pretended to be pitiful, "I don't have a father. Even my own mother doesn't love me anymore."
His mother coldly interrupted, "Stop acting.
And don't even mention that damned father of yours."
She pressed the remote, and the arched roof along the high wall was pulled shut. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape.
"When did Mom install this thing?"
The dome slowly closed, then slammed shut.
The Tong family's house was like walls of bronze and barriers of iron.
He broke into a cold sweat, horrified, exclaiming, "I'm afraid this mother of mine is no ordinary mother." Yi Cheng's mother turned and walked toward the main door of the house, leaving him only with a profound and unfathomable silhouette. He furrowed his brows, speculating, could it be that she already knows about Chi Yao the cultivator? He quickly ran after his mother. "Mom, if this concerns my origins, you don't need to hide it from me anymore." Yi Cheng put on a mysterious air and whispered to her, "I already know everything."
"To put it plainly, isn't our family the heir of Chi Yao the cultivator?"
She was startled, her eyes widening. His mother pinched his ear hard in anger. "I'll have you know, don't you dare think about going to those ridiculous places." Yi Cheng winced from the pain but still tried to explain, "No, not that Chi Yao, it's Chi Yao." Ignoring his protests, Yi Cheng's mother kept tugging his ear and dragged him into the house. "Go talk things over with Xiao Xiao quickly.
The wisest thing for me is to hold my grandchild." He was disappointed. "Sure enough, I've been overthinking. Could it really be that I'm so outstanding just because of some mutated genes?"
Yi Cheng's mother interrogated him, her face grim.
"Why didn't you bring Xiao Xiao home this time?"
she asked without paying attention. "She's busy." Upon hearing this, she was even more irritated with him.
"Then how come you have time?" Yi Cheng asked indignantly. "Mom, are you sure I'm really your biological child?"
The scene switched to the Song family manor. Zhang Yishao, holding her handbag, had arrived at the gate of the manor inside. "It's so quiet." She looked at the desolate street, void of people. "Looks like even the villagers believe in the rumors about the demon now." Zhang Yishao chuckled. "Ha, Yi Cheng definitely won't expect me to come back to find him. Lately, he's always with Xiao Ling. I hope Yi Cheng isn't jealous." At that moment, she suddenly heard a soft rustling sound behind her and quickly dodged to the side, avoiding a punch from the monster. The creature's punch hit the ground with a thud, causing the earth and stones to crack. She warily stepped back and asked, "Who's there?" It licked its lips and said, "Smells like Tang Seng's meat, this will be a feast for my Green Lion King." Yi Xiao frowned, ready to throw her handbag at it. "What's with this Tang Sung meat? Did you wander into the wrong movie set or something?" The Green Lion King disregarded everything and leaped, extending its claws, attempting to pounce on her. Both of them fell into a chaotic battle. In the end, the victory tilted in Yi Xiao's favor as she mounted the monster and raised her fist, asking, "Which kind of demon are you?" The mysterious figure, who had always worn a hat and hidden behind a tree, began to realize things were not going well. "Oh, it seems if I don't show up now, I'll be in trouble," he teased. "Xiao Xiao, my little darling, you're so naughty." Then, trying to appear cool, he revealed a hand to adjust his hat and suddenly kicked a branch, leaping out. "But don't worry. Hubby is here to save you." This time, Yi Xiao was genuinely startled. She stared open-mouthed at the person who had just embraced her.
Yi Chang.
He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. Yi Chang gazed at her with deep, tender eyes and said, "Darling, I'm sorry, I'm late." She shyly stammered,
I'm fine."
The Green Lion King continued to relentlessly chase after them.
"You dare to steal my Tang Seng meat from my master?"
Yi Chang gently landed on the rooftop with her in his arms.
"Stay here and wait for me, okay?"
Yi Xiao looked at him curiously.
"Yi Chang, why do you seem?"
Yi Chang placed a finger on her lips, signaling for silence, and looked at her mysteriously.
"Shoo, don't ask anything. Just quietly watch me perform."
After finishing his words, he threw his hat away, letting it fly with the wind. He grabbed the handle of his staff, which was a deep purple color, and jumped off the roof, raising the staff and shouting, "Monster, where do you think you can run?"
Yi Xiao felt something was off and wondered, why does Yi Chang seem so strange today? Could it be that he's eaten too much pork fat? She crouched down, watching the battle. The monster looked even stranger, it seemed so dumb and clumsy. He crouched to dodge the monster's claws.
Yi Chang smirked, confident that victory was already in his grasp. With a single blow, he sent the monster flying. The creature was hurled against the trunk of a tree. It collapsed, weakened, lying motionless on the ground.
Green Lion King, bruised and battered, struggled to get up. "This staff technique is truly impressive. Could it be that you are the great sage?"
Yi Chang sneered, "Humph, don't even compare me to that ape." Then, he raised the sharp tip of his purple staff high. "You can go die now." The monster screamed in pain. And then it vanished, turning into a cloud of white smoke. He looked at Yi Xiao gently, "My dear, you're safe now." He gently kicked the ground and jumped high. Yi Chang picked her up in his arms and affectionately said, "Darling, this poor, remote place isn't suited for our noble temperament. I'll take you to see the sky that's clear for miles." At the same time, in Song Yi Chang's house, Yi Chang was diligently digging the earth at the corner of the yard. The telegraph was down, and so was the internet. His hands quickly dug out a small tunnel, a secret passage leading directly to the village gate. He had to fix the fiber optic cables for the good of the whole village. He dug with such enthusiasm that he fancied himself a tunnel worker. Even without the system, Song Yi Chang was still the people's hero. He panted, looking down at the hole he had just dug.
Yi Chang smiled brightly.
Once the network was fixed, he could video call her and Xiao Xiao. As night fell, the tall buildings shimmered with lights. Bai Gu Jing, dressed provocatively, entered the bar, catching the attention of a group of lustful men.
Ha!
The men gaped, staring hungrily at her, while women, seeing her, were filled with envy.
Some even angrily covered their husbands' eyes. "What are you staring at? What's there to see in a face that's been ruined by plastic surgery?"
Bai Gu Jing chose a corner and sat down, holding a glass of golden wine.
She raised the glass to her lips, secretly laughing inside. "Haha, which fish will bite the hook today?" She pretended to accidentally drop her cup.
The red liquid spilled onto her thigh.
The men immediately rushed over, some holding napkins, others holding jackets, all concerned and asking, "Beauty, are you okay?"
Her face slightly flushed, she leaned on her hand, acting weak.
"Thank you, guys, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy." She cunningly made a suggestion, "Could someone take me to the room?"
The men, upon hearing this, immediately competed to escort her.
"I'll take you, don't choose him, choose me." Suddenly, someone walked up and interrupted, saying, "Get out of the way."
Yi Xiao walked beside him, anxiously asking, "Yi Chang, what's going on?" He forcefully grabbed Bai Gu Jing's hair, a sinister expression on his face, saying, "How dare you cause trouble in front of me?"
The men, feeling indignant for her, one of them spoke up, "Hey, don't you know how to cherish a lady? Let her go." Yi Chang ignored them, one hand still holding her hair, the other lifting her chin.
He decisively tore away her face mask, staring closely at the true face beneath. This was the flower and jade they saw in her. They saw the skull beneath the mask, and were terrified, scattering in all directions, shouting monster.
Run, now!
He tore off the remaining makeup, and she quickly dodged the blow. He disdainfully threw the makeup aside.
Still trying to resist?
This time, it was the turn of the admiring girls to look at Yi Chang.
So handsome, so cool.
I have to take a picture to keep and admire, I have to stream live to get fans. Yi Xiao raised his hand, trying to calm everyone down. This place isn't safe, you all should leave here quickly. Yi Chang casually waved his hand. Don't be so tense, just let them spread my heroic spirit of righteousness to the world, so everyone, including those from other worlds, can know. His cool demeanor was broadcasted across the internet by the girls who were live streaming.
Whose territory is this Earth really? The viewers eagerly commented.
The handsome hero is so cool, I'm in love, I'm in love.
What is going on here? Impressive.
He's holding a trident and jumping up to chase after the skeleton.
By Gu Jing, where are you running to?
He decisively swung the trident, slicing through the skeleton.
Sure enough, Zhu Shangxia was not like those weaklings. The women below, watching this scene, cheered excitedly. Zhu Shangxia. Zhu Shangxia.
Zhu Shangxia, I want to have your children. Yi Chang faked a satisfied thought, the effectiveness of this act isn't bad. Those silly girls are all so easily charmed by me. Zhang Yishao is no different, they're really a match made in heaven with Song Yi Chang, both equally foolish. A few days ago, at the detective bureau, the two sat facing each other, discussing seriously. A monster, hanging on a tree branch, secretly observed them through the window.
Humph, finally found him.
He raised his hand to his ear, listening carefully.
Yi Cheng instructed Mou, by the way, there's one more thing I want to tell you. The system of blockers needs an upgrade, so I won't be able to use my abilities for now. Just in time, I need to rest at home for a while.
Mou responded, then during this time, I'll help you investigate the Haixing matter.
The six-eared macaque crouched on the tree branch, sneering,
Ha, Song Yi Chang, you have such powerful strength, but you're such a simpleton, what a waste. It placed its furry hand over its face, then lowered it, smirking.
From now on, let me take on your lofty goals for you.
The six-eared macaque smugly thought, once I've made a name for myself, you can just stay in your little hometown and live a peaceful life. The girls raised their phones toward him, calling out, Zhu Shangxia, look over here. It struck a cool pose, pointing at the screen. Follow the live stream of Zhu Shangxia for more exciting scenes waiting for you.
At 20 live stream rooms, netizens went crazy commenting, is Zhu Shangxia about to start a live stream? Which account is it? I want to follow like crazy. He's so handsome I'm dying. I'm dead. It's over. My heart is about to be completely taken by him.
His livestream will definitely be amazing.
Give me the username, give me the username, give me the username.
I don't care, just let me go crazy over this man.
Support Zhu Shangxia.
Switching the scene to the Song family manor at this moment, the doors were still tightly locked.
Yi Chang's mother was leisurely sprawled on the sofa.
Father, who was playing games, suddenly saw a notification pop up about the Song family manor dance square.
She asked curiously, there's a message, is the internet fixed already?
She opened the group chat to check and saw a message sent to the Song family manor dance square 999. Even without father, the group chat was still bustling and lively.
Finally, the internet was back.
I'm bored to death.
Old man, let's meet up at the square, everyone.
Yi Cheng's mother sighed, these people again, hundreds of messages, all grown up already yet still addicted to going online. Yi Cheng's mother furrowed her brows as she saw the person in the video, who looked exactly like her son. Isn't this my son?
Let's click and check it out.
A friend in the chat group sent a video, good people get lucky, Yi Cheng is amazing, the pride of the Song family. Macaque stood on top of a monster's corpse, calling for likes and followers. Zhu Shang continued to update the highlights, and Macaque loosened his tie slightly, if you're going to be my treasure, you have to listen to me obediently. Yi Cheng's mother was so shocked that she dropped her phone on her face. Oops.
Fuming with anger, she stood up and shouted, "When did this brat learn these creepy moves?" She stormed to the door. Come out here now. Yi Cheng's mother frowned as she looked at the empty bed. Huh?
Where did he go? She shouted angrily, "This stinky brat, where is he rushing off to in such a hurry?" A black wolf leapt across the sky. The black wolf bared its fangs, swiping its claws, its dark fur adorned with red streaks on its legs and tail. The townspeople looked at it in awe. Is that the howling celestial dog? The man found it strange and turned to ask, "Have you noticed that there seem to be a lot of monsters from other realms appearing lately?" She didn't care, raising her phone to continue filming. Who cares, Zhu Shangxia has become stronger recently anyway. They looked at Chang Fatty in surprise.
Hey, Boss Chang, why are you here too?
The girl raised her phone and quickly prepared the camera.
Chang Fatty raised his hand, signaling them to stay quiet. Don't say anything, it's here.
Macaque, wearing a cool cloak, landed on the building opposite where the monster stood. Around him, there were many drones with flashlights.
Good husky. Brother, can I take you home? The monster bared its teeth and lunged at Macaque, attacking him. Its figure shot through the air, leaping over buildings.
In no time, it was right in front of Macaque. He just had to throw a few punches and kicks, and the monster was flattened.
Macaque looked into the camera, acting cool, and sent a heart. Don't worry, guys, your likes and shares are my power. The livestream viewers became obsessed with him, idolizing him wildly.
Zhu Shangxia, I love you so much, I'm dying for you.
Look at me, look at me.
Old Shangxia, go hit it.
No problem.
Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable held his phone, furrowed his brows, clenched his fist, and muttered bitterly. Damn it, he's even live streaming now, and his fan count is 3,281 times higher than mine.
No way.
I'll definitely challenge him next time to increase my fan base. The aerial battle between Macaque and the monster was getting intense.
Zhu Shangxia.
Zhu Shangxia, go hit it. Macaque crossed his arms and hovered in the air, mocking the monster.
Macaque lightly snapped his fingers. The monster froze in shock.
A howling celestial dog stretched out and ran off. The glass window of an office building suddenly shattered with a loud crash. They were startled and shouted in unison.
What's going on?
They were frightened and ran away from the howling celestial dog.
Macaque quickly chased after the monster. Can't beat me, so you go bully the weak.
You're such a dog. Macaque chuckled to himself, pleased. Ha, the best part of the script is coming up. Just as Zhu Shangxia was about to be eaten by the monster, he arrived just in time to turn danger into safety.
Macaque looked at the second dark figure, also chasing after the howling celestial dog. What is that? Yi Cheng grabbed the monster's tail.
He decisively threw the Wu Tianxian away. It was tossed so hard that it became dazed. Yi Cheng held a purple staff in both hands, with a blaze of orange flames radiating from his back. He raised the staff high and shouted, "Good dog, don't block the way. Watch my staff technique for beating dogs." He relentlessly struck the dog, so fast it seemed as if he had split into 8 versions of himself. The dog was in such agony that it could only whimper softly. Its body was covered with wounds, the pain so intense that its eyes bulged white and its tongue hung out. But Yi Cheng didn't stop there, he kept launching his attacks, using the dog beating stick to strike with the force of a mighty celestial dog. This time, it wasn't a human form he was splitting into, but the pink staff, which formed a circle that surrounded the dog. The speed was blinding, and the dog's vicious face was too disoriented to control its vision. Then, with a loud bang, a wave of pain hit it, and the dog collapsed to the ground, the impact causing the earth beneath to crumble. Yi Cheng stood where it had fallen, mocking it. The howling celestial dog, a mighty divine beast, and yet it was brought down so easily. Suddenly, Yi Cheng noticed something that made him uneasy. So it turns out there's golden fur appearing in the broken stone pit. He bent down, rummaged through the debris and stared at it intently, though his expression was far from pleased. The tuft of fur looked suspicious, not like that of the howling celestial dog. Not wanting to dwell on it, he quietly stuffed it into his pocket and decided to deal with it later. There was still one pressing issue left unsolved, and Yi Chang, fearless of both heaven and earth, boldly declared, "I just want to see what comes next." No sooner had he spoken, and sure enough, something new arrived. Zhu Shangxia chuckled lightly from above and muttered, "Faster than I thought. But they're just a bunch of ordinary humans, nothing to be afraid of." After saying this, he finally revealed himself, jumping from the high floor of the building and landing with a whoosh, while asking, "Yi Chang, are you trying to cosplay as me?" Shangxia wasn't exactly pleased with the weapon Yi Chang was holding in his hand. He bluntly said, "You came all the way here with just a clothes hanger? That's not going to cut it." To broaden Yi Chang's horizons, he took out his prized weapon to flex, saying, "At least you should have made a plastic overlord spear to match before coming." Shangxia spun the overlord spear in his hands and added, "Make sure you take a good look at this." Yi Chang looked at his own stick and felt a bit embarrassed. This was really humiliating, not even having time to bring out the overlord spear. But, to be fair, this imitation did look pretty similar. As Shangxia prepared for his performance, he had even set up drones all around to capture the moment from every angle. Dear treasure hunters watching the livestream, absolutely don't follow his example. Any fans acting like that, I really don't like it. Yi Chang, standing outside, covered his mouth and laughed silently, thinking to himself, if he ever saw the disgusting look on my face when I said that, he'd probably puke and die. The two of them stood facing each other. Yi Chang didn't want to prolong the time any further. "Stop talking so much, we'll know what's real and what's fake once we start fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chang disappeared without a trace. In an instant, Yi Chang appeared right behind Shangxia. He grabbed his neck and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'll tear off your mask and reveal who you really are." That move you made was a dangerous one. There was a crack as his joints snapped, but Shangxia wasn't worried. He even had time to compare. This feeling isn't quite what I expected." Just like that, Yi Chang kept squeezing his grip, preventing him from moving, waiting for the right moment to escape. Shangxia spun in the air, still confident in his abilities and looking down on Yi Chang's strength. Is this all he's got? How dare he claim to be the real deal? He adjusted his neck and arrogantly said, "Enough messing around, let's get serious now." Yi Chang maintained his fighting stance, not even needing to remove the mask from his face. He had even mimicked the same strength. "Damn it, just tell me straight, who the hell are you?" On the livestream, many people were watching, and a wave of comments appeared. "Such a spectacle. Is Zhu Shangxia real or fake? I hate it, who's the real one and who's the fake? The guy holding the hanger is definitely fake. How can anyone still doubt such a huge difference? It's not necessarily that. It seems quite interesting. Many people can't wait anymore and keep urging them to fight. A mountain can't have two Zhu Shang, hurry up and fight." Chang Fatty stood there, mouth agape in shock. Just looking at their faces, they were 100% identical. The viewers on the live stream were only a part of it. Many male and female students in the buildings around were peeking out from the windows. Not only that, they were also filming. These two weren't bad, were they? The person behind is fake. Even Overlord Spear doesn't have it. Right, Zhu Shangxia even knows Mark Fremen, only Chang Fatty knows who is real and who is fake. He didn't care about the commotion outside and quickly ran downstairs. "I'm a good buddy of boss, just looking at their faces isn't enough to say anything, I have to get closer, maybe then I can tell the difference." On one side, there was a dark purple force, from Shangxia, while the glaring golden light, as bright as the sun, was Yi Chang. He was trying to push his internal energy, adopting the Dragon 18 Palms stance, while Shangxia didn't need to exert too much force, simply raising his hand to the sky and generating a series of Ming palms. The two forces, each 191 tons, collided fiercely.
But it seemed that Yi Chang was still at a huge disadvantage. He couldn't believe his eyes, frowning with a question that had no answer. Why is that? A single palm strike from Shang Xie had sent him stumbling backwards. The painful fall was no different from the one just now with the vicious dog, making a loud crashing noise. He lay there, observing, gently brushing his mouth with his hand. Without energy from the system, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist for long. Besides, the background of this person was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, Chang Fatty had come down and quickly ran toward Yi Chang, worried. "Boss, are you all right?" Seeing his urgent demeanor, Yi Chang couldn't help but feel touched. "Chang Fatty, I knew it, how could my good brother be tricked by these things?" At the same time, Shang Xie also spoke, calling out to Chang Fatty. He wanted to regain the attention and refocus it on himself. "Do you think I'm so weak in your eyes?" From behind him, a golden hair strand, just like the one Yi Chang had placed in his pocket earlier, floated out. Chang Fatty stood between the two, but his eyes were still fixed on Yi Chang. "No, my boss is the strongest." Seeing Chang Fatty hesitate and not make a choice, Xiu Lin and his subordinates, standing at a distance, shouted out. "That stupid Fatty is still hesitating? Who is my master? How could he lose to that impostor?" Yi Chang also spoke up in response. "Of course, there must be a special reason for that." On the other hand, Lan Ling King had a different premonition. He coldly expressed, "I also feel that he will not lose." Xiu Lin, upon hearing this, froze, and no longer shouted or screamed. Now, all attention shifted to Lan Ling King. The women were practically swooning over him. "It's Lan Ling King! Lan Ling King! Incredible, incredible!" As a teammate, one can never be wrong in their judgment. Hurry and get rid of that imposter. Lan Wang did not expect to be caught in the trap of Shang Xie. The person who had insulted them was definitely him. Yi Chang was stunned, unable to anticipate that the situation could escalate to this point. "Ha, so that's it." It turns out this impersonator not only changed his own appearance but also managed to create these strange tricks. At this point, Shang Xie had two people on his side. Yi Chang was extremely angry. "What? You think that by bringing out a fake Lan Ling King, you can deceive everyone here?" Chang Fatty trusted him, but also had some doubts, so he made a guess to comfort himself. "Right. There's no reason for boss to suddenly become weak like this. He must have caught a cold." After careful consideration, Chang Fatty also turned the car around. It seemed that the strong were the true ones. Yi Chang reached out in desperation. Chang Fatty Lan Wang immediately launched an attack. "You vile scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." In his haste, Yi Chang could only dodge to preserve his life. He even tried to imitate Brother Lan's martial arts moves perfectly. The two were closing in. Their handsome figures were enough to make anyone swoon. Alright then, Yi Chang succeeded. Looking at Brother Lan's face, I really don't want to land a blow of treachery. From then on, Xiu Lin joined in and attacked. "You little demon, you don't even know how to use the most basic skills, yet you dare impersonate my master. Watch this." Xiu Lin summoned strands of web like threads to ensnare him. He quickly discarded Lan Wang to the side and dodged. Turning his attention to Xiu Lin, he landed a punch to his stomach. It was then that he could confirm his earlier suspicion. Sure enough, this guy was like the howling celestial dog, unable to take many hits. Countless eyes and cameras were watching him. They eagerly shouted, "Look, he's killing people, impersonating Zhu Shang Xie. Truly, a mind full of devious schemes, truly cruel." It was terrifying. All he received were criticisms. Shang Xie made a dramatic appearance, flying back and forth, while several people watched from behind the glass. "Everyone, don't panic, the real Zhu Shang Xie is on his way." To protect the people, he pointed the tip of the Overlord spear at Yi Chang. At that moment, Xiao Xiao ran over and demanded that he stop. Shang Xie didn't care because, after all, he was a fake.
He didn't know who they were, so he continued to attack him. Ducking the blow safely, Yi Cheng joyfully said, "Xiao Xiao, I knew you would recognize me." Then Xiao Xiao came closer to them. It turned out that Xiao Xiao didn't recognize him. She came up and spoke to Shang Xia with a very affectionate look.
Yi Chang, this person must not be killed.
Right now, he has your face, and if anyone says you killed someone to silence them, that wouldn't be good. It turned out this was just Xiao Xiao's plan. In truth, she knew he was a fake, and she had to avoid being exposed, buying time for him.
Yi Chang was filled with deep disappointment.
He stood watching as Shang Xia held her hand. The pain felt like lightning striking his heart.
Could it be that even Xiao Xiao was going to be replaced by that bastard? Then, Yi Chang exclaimed in astonishment, "What should I do about Xiao Xiao?"
The impostor gently patted Xiao Xiao's head and said, Xiao Xiao really knows how to think of me." He sneered, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, this foolish woman reminded me.
It's not the right time to deal with him yet.
I'll capture him and deal with him later." He tightly clenched a handful of fur in his hand. The crowd pointed fingers, some pointing their phones at Song Yi Chang, continuously cursing him. "You're nothing but a discarded dog, so embarrassing. If you're going to complain to the big brother, at least choose the right person."
Song Yi Chang angrily thought to himself, "So leaving the system makes you start to fear? Song Yi Chang, you're really pathetic."
He gritted his teeth, "How dare you let that bastard invade your life?" With a firm resolve, he jumped high and shouted loudly, "Fake, go die." As expected, I shouldn't show mercy to you. Boom boom boom, loud noises rang out around him, a beam of light shining down on Song Yi Chang. Swish swish, the fake swung a horizontal strike through the beam of light, but it didn't manage to touch his real body.
The fake cursed in frustration, "Gone already?"
Song Yi Chang suddenly vanished right before the eyes of those present. The crowd buzzed with conversation, so dazzling.
What just happened?
Xiao Xiao sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "Luckily, I was able to be somewhere else at the same time." The sunlight poured into the room, and the sound of birds chirping was loud.
Song Yi Chang opened his eyes and let out a tired sigh.
He slowly sat up, holding his head and groaning.
"Ugh, where am I?"
He looked around, confused.
The ancient times? In a panic, Song Yi Chang hurriedly stepped out of the bed, anxiously thinking to himself, "Did I time travel?"
His sudden movement quickly led to consequences for Song Yi Chang. He cried out in pain. Immediately, a Yu rushed in, speaking anxiously.
"Boss Song, you're awake?"
Song Yi Chang, his head spinning, spoke up.
"Ha?" Nan Yu appeared, hurriedly explaining. What happened to me?"
As she helped him back into bed, she continued to explain. The space shuttle exerts a great pressure on the body. If it hadn't been an emergency at that moment, I wouldn't have dared to use the cosmic mirror to transport you here.
Song Yi Chang responded.
You shouldn't have moved me back then, it made me feel like a defeated fugitive running away.
Nan Yu continued.
That's right, actually, I was with Zhang Yishao helping you.
Song Yi Chang was taken aback, quickly asking. What? What do you mean? Does she know I'm real? Nan Yu answered. Yes, let me explain. He continued, didn't you give me a phone before to make it easier to contact you?
But I don't know how to use it, and your phone couldn't make calls, so. At noon the day before, Zhang Yishao gently showed Nan Yu how to press this on the phone.
The ringtone and wallpaper are set now.
How embarrassing, I'm so out of date, I don't understand these high-tech things. Zhang Yishao continued to guide him. She said, just press here. The screen displayed the latest news.
The Zhu Shangxia demon-slaying battle was being broadcast. She said in puzzlement, why has Yi Chang been so flashy lately? He seems like a different person.
Nan Yu stepped closer and added, this is Boss Song, no, definitely not him.
Zhang Yishao exclaimed in astonishment, what? How can there be two Yi Changs?
Nanyu pointed at the screen. Yes, this is the real Yi Cheng, so it turns out I've been fooled for so long. He 266, but I don't know how to use it, and his phone couldn't make calls either. At noon the day before, Zhang Yishao gently showed Nanyu how to press this on the phone. The ringtone and wallpaper are set now. How embarrassing, I'm so out of date, I don't understand these high-tech things. Zhang Yishao continued to guide him. She said, just press here. The screen displayed the latest news. The Zhu Shangxie demon-slaying battle was being broadcast. She said in puzzlement, why has Yi Cheng been so flashy lately? He seems like a different person. Nanyu stepped closer and added, this is Boss Song, no, definitely not him. Zhang Yishao exclaimed in astonishment, what? How can there be two Yi Chengs? Nanyu pointed at the screen. Yes, this is the real Yi Cheng, so it turns out I've been fooled for so long. He thought to himself, Boss Song said his system went offline recently, could the news have been leaked? Then he spoke urgently, this is bad. We must hurry to help him. Zhang Yishao slammed the table in anger, damn it, I'll beat that damned imposter to death. Nanyu said, Miss Xiang, please calm down. Facing him head-on we might find it hard to win. He leaned in close to her ear, whispering his plan. In a little while, just pretend you don't recognize that he's an imposter, and then. He recounted the details to Song Yi Cheng. Here's the thing, I'm really sorry I didn't tell you earlier. Song Yi Cheng suddenly hugged his head, blaming himself. And here I was, wrongly blaming Xiao Xiao. What should I do now? Xiao Xiao is with that guy, I don't know if she's in any danger. Nanyu reassured him. Don't worry too much, that guy's only targeting you. Besides, Xiao Xiao has been with him for a few days now, she knows how to take care of herself. Song Yi Cheng's anger flared up, shouting. That bastard, he must have already done something with Xiao Xiao a few days ago. Nanyu, confused, asked. Wait, what do you mean by done something? Song Yi Cheng continued. Right, and do you have any leads on the true face of that imposter? Song Yi Cheng pondered over the imposter's true identity. He slipped his hand into his pocket and continued. There are a few things that seem off. He pulled out a tuft of fur. This, after I killed the howling celestial dog, I found this tuft of fur. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like dog fur. Nanyu took it and examined it while Song Yi Cheng kept talking. Also, the timing of his appearance is way too coincidental. But the system only mentioned it to you. He raised his phone. There's more, there's more. Don't you find it strange that those who have been time traveling and using fake identities to deal with things recently are so odd? The phone was displaying the news topics related to Zhu Shangxie versus Golden Horn King, Zhu Shangxie versus Howling Celestial Dog. Nanyu calculated a bit and combined it with the available information. Bai Gu Jing was eavesdropped and replicated, Howling Celestial Dog transformed into Golden Horn King, Journey to the West Monkey Fur, and opposing ancestor Cuckoo's behavior could be compared to seizing other people's homes and lands. The two of them exclaimed in unison, it's him, Six-Eared Macaque. Nanyu explained, Six-Eared Macaque has incredibly sharp hearing, and on top of that, he possesses magical abilities, able to mimic and shapeshift just like the Great Sage. He must have overheard the situation in the system and then decided to stir things up in order to plot against you. Song Yi Cheng continued, he must be using Zhu Shangxie's identity to put on an act, but that's not his ultimate goal. Nanyu agreed, this is probably more complicated than it seems. A strange light appeared from a tuft of fur. Elsewhere, a voice rang out welcoming viewers to Zhu Shangxie's livestream. Song Yi Cheng, with a fake name, spoke up, the treasures have been waiting for a long time. He arrogantly sat in his chair while speaking. The time travelers are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. I've been so preoccupied with ensuring everyone's safety that I haven't been able to sleep. He continued, fortunately, everyone has it now. The safety bracelet specially made by Zhu Shang. Listen to me, everyone must have this bracelet. Don't hesitate, add it to your cart now. The crowd erupted in comments, bye bye bye.
Warm-hearted male god. Song Yi Chang, the celebrity selling goods. Support Zhu Shangxia, bye bye bye. Support Zhu Shangxia, bye bye bye. Below the city, the streets were crowded with people, laughing and chatting, with a lively buzz filling the air. The office lady gazed at the bracelet owned by the friend beside her, admiring it, and expressed her excitement. Her friend, taking the opportunity, casually showed off, "Tada, my Zhu Shang bracelet has arrived." The girl in the shirt felt heartbroken, tears welling up inside her. It was already the third batch, and she still couldn't grab one. She could only wait another 2 days. Tomorrow, everyone will receive their items. I really am unlucky. So many people present here are wearing that bracelet. Upstairs, there is a couple talking to each other. "Darling, look, everyone loves my Zhu Shang bracelet." It turns out that the person is Shang Xie and Xiao Xiao. He took out the bracelet and was about to put it around her neck. "Do you still have any reason to refuse?" Xiao Xiao, not wanting to disappoint him, smiled and said, I really like it." As soon as she put it on, Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered something she needed to say. "By the way, Yi Chang, you still haven't explained to me what this bracelet is actually for?" He didn't explain immediately but only hinted, "Soon, you'll know for yourself." In his eyes, he never cared about anyone. Humans, foolish as they are indeed easy to deceive. People kept rushing around, everyone wearing one, as if it were a newly popular trend. At that moment, the bracelet suddenly made a noise. The girl in the pink dress quickly looked at the bracelet and asked, "The bracelet is giving a warning. Is there danger?" At that moment, many people saw something strange appear. The girl in the shirt hurriedly shouted, "A monster, a giant eagle is landing near them." For some reason, the girl in the pink dress confidently made a statement. She even hugged the collar of her shirt tightly, saying, "Don't be afraid, this bracelet can protect us." But no one trusted it, only concerned for their own lives as they rushed to escape in a panic. She raised her hand high, and the bracelet emitted a pink glow. To her surprise, it actually worked, and the others saw it too. Only then did they acknowledge its power, realizing that they had to trust the bracelet. It was like a domino effect, one after the other. Then everyone raised their arms, wearing the bracelet. Together, they worked to defeat the giant beast. Its feathers fell like leaves, and it screeched in pain. Everyone was thrilled to have taken down the monster together. The power really was miraculous and useful. Zhushang City didn't deceive us, we might actually defeat it soon. Not good, the monster was trying to escape. The giant eagle kept squawking right in Shang Xie's face. At this moment, both Shang Xie and Lan Wang were present. "A tiny little sparrow, do you really think you can escape from the eyes of a great hero?" The crowd cheered them to the skies, the blue merchant faction had appeared, and we were safe. It sounded as though they had entrusted their lives to these two. Xiao Xiao stood in a corner and suddenly realized, could this also be the function of the bracelet? She raised it high and stared intently at the bracelet to understand it. It was clearly just a regular glowing toy, yet it had managed to deceive so many people. Then, Xiao Xiao asked herself again, did he risk everything just to advertise, or was it only to sell the product? Besides, I can't stop wondering, could there be another hidden agenda? At this point, the eagle was not only in pain but also spitting out blood. It had no strength left to endure and crashed to the ground with a thud, shaking the area. The people outside kept cheering non-stop. When Zhu Shang takes action, it's always something good. When Zhu Shang takes action, it's always something good. Shang Xie, receiving the compliments, was overjoyed, but still maintained a cold demeanor. The knight's actions are always righteous. Please, everyone, don't rush. Tonight, the fourth batch of products will be launched on time, guaranteeing quality and ensuring everyone's safety. At this moment, Yi Chang was at home watching TV. Just as he was promoting his product, everyone had to have one. By this point, he could no longer hold back, and struck, causing the TV to split in two, directly cutting through Shang Xie's face. The TV split in an instant, and those watching outside couldn't believe it, their mouths agape in shock and fear.
Yi Cheng ignored everything. Furious, he set the TV down and started stomping on it. What kind of logic was that using my famed hero Zhu Shangxia to peddle fakes? Nanyu felt excruciating pain watching the scene. He seemed to collapse, dropping to his knees as he tried to pull the TV back, but he couldn't. Yi Cheng was on the verge of blowing up, a fire raging inside him. That bracelet was clearly not ordinary, he had to find a way to stop him. Then he stepped forward and helped Nanyu to his feet, speaking softly, "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. What I want is to use his own stick against him." A sinister smile spread across the face of the plotting schemer. At those words, Nanyu could not for the life of him understand what plan he had in mind. Yi Cheng didn't hesitate to explain, "Next, this will be enough." Nanyu listened with keen interest. "Ha ha. Looks like the new skill I just skimmed on WBO is finally going to come in handy." Flower Fruit Mountain had an uncle sitting in a chair, leaning back and asleep, snoring away the whole day. He slept so soundly that even when Lan Wang and Shang Xia quietly entered, he didn't notice anything: no sky, no moon, no clouds, no wind. They slid in, light and quick as the breeze. And then they had arrived at the right spot. Shang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like they'd finally shaken off those idiots. At this point, no one else was around. Shang Xia, Xiu Lan Wang, and now only he remained to take action. After thinking for a moment, he dove into the lake. It turned out he was just going to wash up and relax a little. He splashed his face with the crystal-clear spring water to wake himself up. After scrubbing his body clean, Shang Xia revealed his true form: he was a Sun Wukong. The sound of Kong Kong rang out repeatedly, and as soon as he finished bathing, someone was there to assist with his clothes. It was none other than the most majestic Great King. He embraced the female monkeys and laughed in delight. The place was now bustling with activity. He sat proudly on the highest chair. "Kong Kong Kong Kong. Long live the Great King has worked hard." At the same time, a notification appeared, showing the market share, the product growth map, and he was very pleased with this result. He was unafraid to declare, "The era that belongs to us is coming soon." Unexpectedly, amidst the fun, a monkey stumbled out, bewildered, bathing in a stream. Its eyes suddenly turned red in panic. One morning, during the monkey era, these monkeys lived just like humans, shopping, driving, except for the instinct to swing from trees. A human suddenly emerged from a trash bin, opening the lid and crawling out. Due to limited capacity, the trash bin couldn't withstand the pressure and tipped over, spilling its contents onto the ground. This startled the pair of monkeys, making them stop in their tracks and observe. It turned out that there wasn't just one, but many creatures, slimy and struggling. They were trying to scavenge leftover food from the trash to ease their hunger. When discovered, they looked up in fear with eyes full of sorrow. Unlike the monkey species, when they saw the young ones, they felt disgusted and panicked. Indeed, these are primitive beings who haven't yet evolved. Seeing this, they hurriedly informed the police. The children were so scared that they desperately pleaded, "Please let us go, Lord Monkey." The monkeys looked at the children as if they were aliens. "Really, how are they still around? Hello, I want to report this to the police." In the end, the police took them away. Still, they kept begging in desperation. "No, don't do this to us, please." It turned out that they were afraid of being infected, which is why they rushed to deal with it that way. It was considered eradicated, but hopefully, there were no contagious diseases. Such people couldn't be easily overlooked. At that moment, the loudspeaker suddenly blared, announcing. The monkeys were racing to gather in one place, following the instructions of the Great King. "There's a screen over here, hurry up." Each monkey clasped its hands and obeyed the command. The leading monkey appeared on the screen and spoke, "People, seeing you all settled and prosperous brings me great joy. The grand ceremony celebrating the era of monkeys is about to approach. This ceremony not only commemorates the founding of the era but also marks the beginning of our monkey clan's rise to the top of the world.
The monkeys cheered in joy. Long live the great king. Long live the era of monkeys.
The leader laughed with pleasure, assuming himself to be the ruler of the world. He even trampled on humans, worse than a dog, torturing and beating them until their bodies were bruised all over. Not only that, their hands and necks were shackled together. He shouted once again, loud and clear, as if to affirm, "Long live the era of monkeys."
A monkey stepped up from below and said something to him.
He suddenly froze, disrupting the fun, then took out his phone to check an urgent message on it, his expression turning very serious.
The monkeys below, seeing him so serious, dared not make any noise. Everyone fell silent, watching in amazement. He didn't seem to be reading anything in particular, yet he was so focused.
Lying back on the chair, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner, but his face was furrowed. After reading, he smirked and muttered to himself, "Do these two want to go up against me?" Post 10 facts about Zhu Shangxia, a guy who's excessively vain, spends an average of 23 hours a day looking at himself in the mirror, had 2 plastic surgeries, click to see photos before the surgeries. Lately, Ba has been eating too many bananas, causing his staff to gain a lot of fans who left comments.
Criticism is nothing to fear, it's just trash, always complaining and criticizing.
The protector of the past criticized for hiding behind a screen. If you're so skilled, then go ahead and hit, loving cats and defending the great warrior, but then turning around to refute the shared post.
How can anyone believe this? It's laughable.
He skimmed through these comments briefly before tossing his phone aside. The phone still displayed the same content, not turned off.
The second meeting with Zhu Shang came.
And so, the second day arrived. The signing event, where everyone eagerly lined up, whispering excitedly. Yi Cheng stood high above, observing the fans, thinking they could probably circle the earth twice.
Zhu Shangxia was indeed impressive.
Nanyu, following this, thought very positively, after all, with our plan, the more people, the better, which made Yi Cheng stop worrying.
Well, that makes sense.
He briefly reviewed the current situation on the web and figured it was time, the good drama could begin. In such a crowded, bustling environment, while everyone was jostling, their phones suddenly buzzed with notifications.
Do you have a message too?
It looks like a notification about a new post. Suddenly, so many supportive posts.
Could it be from the fan club?
They were all curious.
Who would go this far?
Zhu Shangxia, the post from Zhu Shangxia, the one true savior.
The 6th Digital Museum. Nanyu looked at the information and wondered. Why are all the articles praising his virtues?
This time, it was Yi Cheng who remained calm.
It seems you don't understand. He likes to stand at the top, so I'll give him a hand.
From his point of view, after all, the higher you climb, the harder you fall.
The female reporter with purple hair spoke up. Hello, dear viewers. I am currently broadcasting live from the scene of the autograph event.
Since Zhu Shangxia, the savior, appeared, his influence and fame have been growing, and he is even being called the only savior in the world by netizens. The scene at the autograph event of Zhu Shangxia today is also very lively, with some bold girls even running up to confess their love to him. Zhu Shangxia, I love you. He just smiled and briefly said 2 words.
Thank you.
So many admiring gazes, cameras, and name tags were all focused on Zhu Shangxia. Zhu Shangxia, I love you.
They laughed and spoke excitedly. Zhu Shangxia is so handsome.
While everyone was in the most excited and joyful moment, a critical voice suddenly rang out.
Do you people even understand the rules?
They immediately stopped and turned to listen.
What's happening over there?
Then these people appeared together, wearing matching clothes and with cloths tied around their foreheads. In her hand, the girl held a sign for Zhu Shangxia's international fan club. Zhu Shangxia, the savior.
The girl spoke up and asked, Did you guys post those messages? That kind of mindless flattery will ruin Zhu Shangxia's image, do you know that?
On the other side, someone objected, Don't slander us.
It's clearly your crazy fans trying to ruin his image. This is too much. Exactly.
The Earth Fan Club of Zhu Shangxie. The girl in the red scarf charged and slammed the sign into the head of the girl with pink hair.
Anti-fan.
I'll get rid of you to protect Zhu Shang. Hit her, let her smear Zhu Shang's name.
Hit me then.
You dare hit me, go ahead. And so, chaos erupted, with both sides fighting non-stop. The reporters were frozen in place, staring at the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, the autograph session for Zhu Shangxie's bracelet suddenly turned into a disaster. The rivalry between two fan clubs escalated into a violent brawl.
Shangxie frowned and asked coldly, "Is someone causing trouble?" It was unexpected that Zhu Shangxie's fans were so violent, even lifting their shoes to kick and grabbing each other by the hair, completely losing all sense of image.
Damn it, you're the ones ruining him. You're the ones hurting him, stop tarnishing his reputation. The reporter couldn't control the current situation. It seems that the level of violence from the fans is not any less than Zhu Shangxie's. Could this be the effect of the idol's influence on the fans? They keep throwing punches like this, it's surprising they don't hurt, but when it does, it's painful. On the livestream, they unexpectedly turned their backs so quickly, and negative comments kept appearing non-stop. Lately, I've also found Zhu Shangxie quite annoying, but it's because everyone pushed him down themselves, putting on a self-loving act that they didn't dare to speak about before. Now, with 233.33 fans following the idol. If there are brainless fans, then there are brainless idols too. Manhwa immediately recognized it upon watching the livestream and turned to ask Yi Chang, "This is the effect you wanted, but if it goes on like this, it's your own reputation that will be harmed. From the beginning, you had such a meticulous plan, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. This is just a temporary sacrifice, don't rush, the climax is coming soon." Both fan clubs were fighting, and even Shangxie got dragged into it, enduring all this fatigue.
Those damn antis will beat you to death.
Their punches unintentionally aimed at Shangxie, who sat there, helpless, with no reaction. The elderly couple watching the scene shook their heads. What a nuisance, every day it's news about him. The old lady sighed, these young people are blindly chasing after someone. At the same time, a blonde reporter arrived and began talking about the current issue.
Welcome to today's program.
Earlier, our directing team received a mysterious article, and it's truly hot news. It concerns the person who is currently at the peak of fame, Zhu Shangxie. The hot girl is eagerly anticipating to learn more about this news.
Really? Let's take a look at the screen.
The scene showing Shangxie Qiu Lanwan was broadcasted.
Is Lan Lingqing just a hair? That handsome guy turned into hair, can you believe it? Oh my god, I'm about to collapse, but I have to keep watching with everyone. Not only Lan Lingqing, look at your Zhu Shang. Can you see clearly now?
He is the Monkey King, the one who fought the monsters. It was all self-scripted.
Everyone's feelings have been deceived by him.
To learn more about the truth behind Zhu Shang, please stay tuned for the next segment.
Is the Monkey King's self-scripted performance the true face of Zhu Shangxie?
At the same time, the autograph session with Zhu Shang was chaotic.
Other reporters rushed to interview Shangxie. How do you explain this video? Is the Lan Lingqing really a monkey's fur turned into a star? By day, you're a human, and by night, you turn back into a monkey. How do you manage your time? Show us your true face. Shangxie awkwardly replied that the video was completely fabricated, that it was not true. Someone took off the bracelet and held it up, asking, "What is your purpose in impersonating Zhu Shangxie? Is it to sell bracelets? Can you perform magic to turn monkey fur into a human?"
The microphones kept pushing into his face, his mouth, making it impossible for him to respond. As they listened to me speak, doubts began to form about Shangxie's identity.
Are you sure you're not a fake? After all, your impersonation is so convincing. Was the real Zhu Shangxie the one who appeared before? Was that the real one? Please, answer us.
Experts have already examined the video, and they found no signs of tampering.
How do you explain that?
A barrage of questions came at him, just as Yi Chang had said, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. His brows furrowed with anger, and he couldn't contain it any longer. With a forceful push, he sent the people flying in all directions, and the microphone remained stuck in his mouth. People fell on top of each other, their bones seemingly on the verge of breaking. He's killed someone, he's killed someone. He's definitely a monster. He's gone mad, run, save yourselves. Just as they were scrambling to escape, Shang Xie spoke up.
Everyone, stay calm. If we haven't clarified whether it's a human or a monkey, it's not worth us fighting. Let's temporarily stop the battle.
The woman wearing a red cloth quickly agreed.
I agree.
Even though the reporter fell flat on his face, he still raised the microphone. Is the true face about to be revealed?
Shang Xie stood still and blew the microphone away. He rubbed his head, annoyed, and criticized them. Is this how you cold-hearted people repay me? With this cheap trick, you make everyone forget the great efforts I made in saving Earth, Zhu Shangxie? That wasn't wrong.
Zhu Shangxie deserved to be remembered, but alas. On the screen, the group of monkeys was shown hanging in a bundle, their bodies illuminated, with the red-eyed monkey standing at the center. You're nothing but a fake.
Kong 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 Kong, Great King, save us.
Shang Xie, surprised, asked urgently, who are you?
What do you want with them? Seeing his reaction, others were puzzled. My God, what is going on? Is this real?
The monkey, holding a saw, spoke gently, seems very considerate.
Don't worry, I only want to be with them.
The saw was brought dangerously close to them, causing endless screaming.
Shang Xie revealed half of his true form and commanded, stop.
The reporter quickly took a photo as evidence. I got it, this is his real face, and he's been deceiving us for so long.
This might be the first time a human is being tricked by a monkey. No, who exactly is it? How could we have known?
I've got the photo. Oh my God, do you have anything else to say? When his true identity was exposed, Shang Xie didn't even realize it. He had been so worried about his people that it ended up like this. It wasn't until the group started shouting that he reached up and touched his furry face. The monkeys were hanging, watching the saw in action, their eyes nearly popping out from fear. They were screaming so loudly that cotton balls were shoved into their mouths to silence them. But upon further thought, the little monkey had only intended to scare Shang Xie into revealing himself, without any other purpose. It dropped the saw and cradled its head in its hands. It turned out that it was Xiao Xiao in disguise. She removed her hat as soon as she was done, successfully forcing him to reveal his true face, making her espionage efforts worthwhile. She grabbed the control module, pressed the red button, and switched the monkeys from being suspended upside down to free-falling instead. After all, animals were protected by the state, and they couldn't just be toyed with.
The reporters were getting more and more crowded.
Fake, what else are you plotting?
Do you want to dominate the world? What is it that you want?
Why did you do this?
Could you explain yourself? Fraud, give me back my youth.
The young, obsessed fans cried loudly.
Fraud, give me back my youth.
Down with him, he is not worthy.
He is a monster, he wants to eat people, save me.
Shang Xie was now the target of scandal, constantly bombarded with stones, banana peels, and all sorts of thrown objects. He felt a pang of sadness. Just moments ago, they were thanking him for his kindness, and now they despised him to the point of wanting to kick him. At this point, all he could do was grin helplessly. His identity was already exposed.
He laughed maniacally.
Ha, they're all afraid of what I might do to them, so they ran off.
Crazy, the monster is going to eat people, run quickly.
The two women, who had been arguing earlier, now fled together. Shang Xie stood in front of them, hugged them tightly, and showed a creepy expression on his face.
What's wrong? You were just saying you wanted to have a little monkey for me. Are you turning on me already?
One of them screamed, "You're a fake."
I don't want to be a monkey mother.
Everything is just a case of one mountain looking down on another. Luckily, we had prepared early. With a sweep of his hand, everything around him, including the people, was sent flying away. The pink-haired girl was lucky enough to be caught by Yi Chang. "Are you okay?" Her eyes lit up. "It really is Zhu Sheng. We can't leave him like this." Yi Chang helped her to her feet, pretending not to know, and acted heroically to rescue the damsel in distress. It was already this chaotic so soon. The pink-haired girl felt guilty. "Mr. Zhu Sheng, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that we wouldn't recognize you last time." But he covered her mouth with his hand. All of his focus was now on that monkey. What does he want? That question was on everyone's mind, not just on hers. What does he want? Six-eared macaque, journey to the west, B rank mission. What? Up until now, there was no need to hide anything anymore. His entire body had grown hair, fully transforming into a monkey. "Come here, let a part of you turn into a monkey first." The monkey transformation energy was activated, and the ring on his forehead began to glow. The ordinary people, whenever faced with something unusual, immediately ran into chaos. What's going on? Run quickly. What happened? From the monkey's move, the bracelets they wore began to glow as well. They tried to take them off but couldn't. "Ah, I can't take off the bracelet, what should I do?" Ah, the sensation of switching between heartbreak and a lightning strike is really exciting. It was time for the two brothers, Yi Chang and Nanyu, to step in. Nanyu was getting ready to move. "Oomph, again?" He grabbed a golden weapon, then charged to fight Yi Chang in a one-on-one duel. The defeated subordinates even dared to bring themselves to the doorstep. Yi Chang held a spray can in his hand, aimed, and sprayed directly into his eyes. The man writhed in pain, shouting out, "My eyes, they're already here." Yi Chang continued with his next move. "I heard your hearing isn't bad either." He struck a loud object against a board, making the man unable to bear the noise. Both his eyes and his ears were in pain, both uncomfortable and intolerable. He was now like a person who needed to be sent to a mental hospital, struggling, kicking over tables and chairs, scattering them everywhere. "You disgusting, shameless, lowly person." When Yi Chang decided to use this tactic, he had already inserted two small objects into his ears to block out all sounds. "I'm not as disgusting, shameless, or lowly as you." He continued struggling until exhaustion made him lie still, obediently. It was at this moment that Yi Chang moved forward and grabbed him. "Let's go, it's time to settle the score." He stepped on his head, and suddenly, from above, a green light illuminated the two of them. "What's going on?" He raised his head and chuckled softly. "Ha, the great plan of the monkey era is complete. Now, it's too late to struggle." Yi Chang calculated, but hadn't anticipated this situation. What? Everyone around them was morphing. What's going on? "I've grown hair, this is strange." They had all turned into monkeys, making Kong sounds. Their voices and movements were exactly like monkeys. In the city, at the supermarket, the little child wearing the bracelet was also growing fur. She noticed that something was wrong with her, so she grabbed her mother's skirt and called out, "Mom, I feel so strange." The mother, in panic, touched her daughter and asked in confusion, "Ah, what's happening?" Those who wore that bracelet were no different from monkeys, causing chaos everywhere. They ran around causing trouble, knocking things over, swinging on ropes and lights, creating chaos throughout the supermarket. It turned out they were chasing the girl in a banana cosplay outfit, promoting the store. The girl, aside from running, couldn't do anything else. She could only say a few words, "Don't come here." But by now, they no longer understood human language. The mother was anxious, her face frozen in shock. Had everyone turned into monkeys? Her daughter had fully transformed, acting like a monkey, only able to say Kong. She ran after the monkeys. Desperately, she reached out, calling "my child." But in vain. She tried to chase after her daughter. This situation had spread beyond the city, and it seemed that humans only accounted for about 1%, with a few remaining visible. The mother, feeling hopeless, could no longer stand, collapsing beside the door, tears streaming down her face.
It can't be, I must be dreaming.
On the TV, the news announced, the Zhu Shang bracelet will gradually change your appearance and mind, turning you into a monkey. Around the world, many places had already experienced the monkey transformation to varying degrees.
Yes, it was time to rise.
My kind, that Shang Xia, no longer cared, singing. The era of monkeys had finally arrived. Excited about his plans, he was suddenly hit in the face with a slipper and cursed relentlessly. The era of monkeys, don't even dream about it. He was firmly strapped to the chair, even locked in place for extra security. Yi Chang repeated once more, we humans have evolved for thousands of years and climbed to the top of the food chain not to let monkeys rule. After being pelted with slippers, he finally stopped his rampage, sat still, and gave him a half-lidded glare. Yeah, his eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed, his nostrils flared in a haughty, arrogant way, very much like that person. That person was the great sage equal to heaven, famed and renowned. In the previous world, he and I were the same, our abilities equivalent, even the gods couldn't tell us apart. Yet, despite our identical appearances, he was destined for greatness, unstoppable, known as the great sage equal to heaven, while I was nothing but a counterfeit, ridiculed by the world.
It was because the Buddha patriarch said he was the real one.
Although unwilling, in the end, I could only accept the outcome of being struck down by the true great sage with a single blow. And I, who should have been lost in spirit, suddenly arrived in this world, where fate brought me face to face with him. The moment I saw him, I knew immediately this fruit, exuding a fragrant aroma, was packed with a mysterious power capable of making anyone omnipotent. After eating that fruit, we became stronger, even stronger than the great sage. I thought it was destined for me to become a hero like Zhu Shangxia in this world, but I'd had enough of pretending. The title of Zhu Shangxia is merely a stepping stone for me to carry out my grand plan, to use the energy-infused bracelet to bring forth the era of monkeys. It will be a perfect world, one of submission and praise, without doubt. And I, six-eared macaque, will be the sole hero of this world. Shangxia thought carefully, his arrogance causing others to underestimate him. In the end, he missed the opportunity for victory, but I had never been arrogant. I've always been cautious, taking each step carefully. Yi Chang stood by, helping him remove the headband in order to save the human world, but no matter what they tried, it was hard to get it off. In fact, the golden hoop was stuck on him tightly. Nanyu stood beside, observing the hoop carefully. Indeed, within it was a familiar source of energy, natural energy. As for Yi Chang, he almost went crazy trying to pull it off. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered the familiar natural energy. Could it be? He never expected that he would make such a guess, and directly say his name, Mu Yao. Imagining his appearance, he had to admit, it was somewhat unattractive. He immediately dismissed it. No, that crown on his head suddenly started to glow brilliantly. The monkeys stood crowded outside the door, making a terrible racket. Shangxia grinned, having been waiting for this moment for so long. It's here. The monkeys outside slammed the door so violently that it cracked open. Indeed, not long after, the glass shattered with a loud crash, creating a hole. Fragments scattered everywhere as they rushed in. One person was happy, two others were upset. Yi Chang once again failed to anticipate this situation. What is this? Is his reinforcement finally here? They rushed in with terrifying expressions, leaping high and targeting only Yi Chang. Seeing victory in his grasp, Shangxia was overjoyed. Children, now let them witness the power of the monkey era. From Kong, they switched to ground grow. They didn't just break down the main door, they also smashed through the side door, forcing their way in from every corner. On the other side, Yi Chang and Nanyu found themselves trapped, with no way out. They were completely surrounded. He knew very well why they were here. Was this to trap him and rescue the Monkey King? But his resolve remained firm, no chance. He lifted his foot and kicked the mirror,
which was stuck to the ceiling, only to find that his kick sent it down onto a cage containing the Monkey King inside. The monkeys standing outside were stunned, completely caught off guard, realizing the plan had failed. They clung to the iron frame, gnashing their teeth and grimacing, hanging on without letting go. Yi Chang was no longer surrounded by them as he had been earlier, but now the target had shifted. "Finally, you're using this cage," he muttered. The Monkey King was unwilling to accept being trapped like this, but could only vent his frustration with words. "I never imagined you would resort to such a lowly trick." Yi Chang didn't care about the methods he used, as long as it could save the world. Outside the door, everything had been reduced to ruins, and the man lying on his back looked dangerously vulnerable. More monkeys were still approaching, hanging from trees and waiting to strike. In the brightly lit house, a swarm of monkeys was charging in. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Yi Chang reminded Nanyu to find a place to hide. He was already armed with a folded chair. Just then, the other monkeys attacked. It seemed that if he didn't wipe them all out today, the consequences would be dire. Yi Chang remained cool as ever, swinging the chair with such force that it sent. Throwing the monkeys one by one, he struck them without mercy. "Ha, that's too much, I've been choking to death for the past while." Yi Chang hit them, and they collapsed, piling up high like a mountain. Seeing this, Nanyu immediately shouted, "Mr. Song, take it easy, don't forget their true form is human." Upon hearing this reminder, the Monkey King joined in, saying, "That's right, a great hero cannot kill people." At this moment, the Monkey King suddenly realized that Nanyu was in the same place as him. "Ah, how come you're here too?" Nanyu calmly replied, "I've always been here." At this point, still bound by chains, the Monkey King had already formulated a plan. He was someone who possessed the ability to travel through space, and this was certainly a powerful ability. If he could subdue him, it would be quite useful. When it was just the two of them, Nanyu approached and asked, "By the way, what is your relationship with Mu Yao? Why do you possess the power of Wooden Heart?" He murmured the 4 words "power of Wooden Heart," vaguely recalling their meaning. At the same time, the sound of a flute echoed from outside the house. He closed his eyes, feeling the melody flowing gracefully. They suddenly realized that this flute also possessed some sort of power. Yi Chang hurriedly ran outside to check. Seeing this, Nanyu also called out, "Mr. Song, once you deal with those troublesome monkeys, then you can run out of the house." Didn't know what he had just seen, but his expression showed a trace of surprise. Nanyu hadn't expected to squeeze herself through the crack to get outside. "Mr. Song, wait for me." Monkey King began to feel bewildered. Where had his power of traversing time and space gone? Why had everything suddenly gone so quiet? Seeing Nanyu manage to escape while Monkey King still hadn't grasped the situation, he kept calling out to him. Once outside, Nanyu finally understood why Yi Chang had been in such a hurry. It was Mu Yao. She was sitting on the rooftop opposite, playing the flute. Mu Yao's flute could control them. The monkeys, unbelievably, had all fallen into a deep sleep right there. Yi Chang went straight to the point. "You must be Mu Yao, aren't you?" She stopped playing and looked at him. Then she stood up, lifted the flute and pointed it to the side, forming a green circle. To their surprise, plants immediately grew thick and lush. She created a staircase of her own, using it as a step to come down and meet him. Their eyes were opened wide. It was too powerful. As she neared the ground, Mu Yao spoke, "Ri Yao, Moonwine, it's been a long time." Yi Chang's face lit up with joy. "So it really is you." Nanyu silently pondered. Mu Yao's power must be the control of flora and fauna. Then could this whole incident also be connected to him? Is Mu Yao an enemy or an ally? I'm afraid it's still too early to judge. Yi Chang immediately asked with curiosity, "Bro, your ability is to control monkeys, right? Or could it be that you're not a bro, but a sister?" Mu Yao didn't respond to his question but instead brought up a different matter. Let's go show me that greedy monkey first." Yi Chang's mood seemed to drop, but he still followed her request. "Alright, let's go, it's over there." The 3 of them moved forward together, but they were immediately taken aback and widened their eyes in shock. The Monkey King had, in an instant, vanished.
The six-eared macaque had transformed into a mole and burrowed underground to escape. He muttered to himself, "Fool, I know how to shapeshift. What's the point of being locked in a cage? I'll just turn around, I'll turn around." As he dug, he plotted. He had originally intended to use a counter-strategy to deal with Song Yi-chang, and conveniently take over the H-clan to seize the guest bird's nest. But now, a flute player had appeared, making things more complicated than expected. I'll dig, I'll dig, I'll dig." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and stopped in his tracks. Ah! The six-eared macaque, now holding his head, screamed in agony, "No, no, the disturbance in the children's behavior is caused by the sound of the flute. It's absolutely forbidden to listen to it." He forced himself to continue digging deeper to escape, unaware that his tail had been tightly bound by an invisible rope. His mind whispered to himself, "If I move a little further away, he won't be able to do anything to me anymore." After a while, in a place quite far off, the six-eared macaque had escaped the danger zone and slinked away to celebrate. Now, it's safe. He transformed back into his original monkey form and smugly sneered, "Humph, as long as I create enough followers, even if there are more of them, they still won't be able to do anything." Suddenly, a high-pitched laugh came from behind the monkey. "Ha, your optimism really moves others." He was shocked and exclaimed, "What? Mu Yao, I didn't expect you to be here." The figure smiled and teased. "Stealing my wooden heartfruit and using it for evil deeds, you're no obedient monkey, are you?" Countless roots appeared from the ground, winding tightly around the six-eared macaque. He struggled and feigned ignorance, denying the accusation. "What wooden heartfruit? I don't know what you're talking about." The monkey thought to himself, "I have to transform. He won't be able to catch me." Before he could do anything, the roots had already wrapped around him, tightening and causing him to spit blood. How can it be tighter? Transforming is useless. Yi-chang, from behind, desperately intervened. "Wait, he can't die yet. The people he turned into monkeys can't remain monkeys forever. Maybe he has a way to recover." Mu Yao smiled and replied, "What's wrong with being a monkey?" Then he glared and raised the flute, saying, "After all, what's the difference between humans and monkeys?" The group immediately crushed the monkey, much to Yi-chang's shock. "He's dead." Then, among the roots, the wooden heartfruit appeared and floated up. Mu Yao gently extended his hand to catch it. Yi-chang stepped forward and asked, "Where is the six-eared macaque? Did you really kill him?" Mu Yao continued to smile and answered, "Returned to the earth, transformed into the essence that nourishes new life. Clearly, this is a beautiful thing." Yi-chang, still confused, asked again, "But what about those people?" Mu Yao explained, "They were never prepared to become nourishment for anything. Now they must be dreaming of eating bananas. Humans are driven by desire, truly unfortunate." Yi-chang, enraged, grabbed his collar and shouted, "Stop spouting nonsense. This whole thing isn't some conspiracy of yours, is it?" Nanyu, who was standing beside them, added, "Yes, their friends and family will surely mourn them." Mu Yao chuckled, "Ha, you two really understand the greater principles, pitying all sentient beings, just like Shi Yao. The wooden heartfruit thrives by itself." Yi-chang clenched his fists and threw a punch at him. "Human!" Immediately, the tree roots wrapped tightly around him, restraining him. Mu Yao spoke gently, "Ri-Yao, calm down, don't be hasty." Then, a large carnivorous plant sprouted behind him, charging toward Yi-chang in a moment of surprise. "What is that?" Nanyu shouted in panic. "Mr. Song," he thought anxiously, "the system's time travel block hasn't activated yet, Song Yi-chang's powers are still sealed." With that thought, he placed his hand on his chest, preparing for battle, fearing he might not be a match for Mu Yao. Mu Yao gently reassured, don't worry, little Ri-Yao. Yi-chang is currently trapped inside the carnivorous plant's belly, loudly cursing. Mu Yao, you bastard, let me out, it's too dark in here." Mu Yao held up the golden hoop of the six-eared macaque and continued, "I'm not like Ri-Yao, who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual inside the carnivorous plant. And immediately, a loud explosion rang out as Yi Cheng broke free. He had regained his strength and was now holding a spear, signaling a challenge to Mu Yao. Cold-blooded madman, I warn you, release everyone back to their original forms now, or we'll have to fight. The little system had also been upgraded. With the set of armor on his body, Kuai-shi said, isn't the system amazing after leveling up? Nanyu was overjoyed upon seeing this. That's great. Zhu Shanxie's majestic presence is back. Suddenly, a little monkey on Mu Yao's shoulder squeaked. He furrowed his brows and said to it, Look, the crazy demon violence is coming again. It also frowned, and he placed the golden circlet back on the little monkey's head, reassuring it, but don't be scared. Suddenly, the little system exclaimed, having detected a time traveler. Yi Cheng was stunned, then turned to look at Mu Yao and asked, The six-eared macaque isn't dead? Mu Yao rubbed the little monkey's head and explained, This little monkey is so cute, how could I bring myself to kill it? I only extracted the energy from the wooden heartfruit inside it, and took a little more to stop it from causing trouble. Yi Cheng covered his face with his hand and sighed, So we've all been played with? Right? The little system also sighed in response, I think so too. Nanyu thought for a moment and then asked, So that's how it is. Mu Yao, if you can extract the energy from the six-eared macaque. Well, I guess it's possible to draw energy from those people who turned into monkeys and return them to normal, right? Mu Yao crossed her arms and mocked. If it makes me happy, maybe it really can be done. Both Yi Cheng and the little system were angry, and they rushed over to threaten Mu Yao. Are you happy now? Yi Cheng pointed the tip of his spear directly at Mu Yao's throat and shouted loudly, Mu Yao, aren't you going to change those people back from monkeys? He sighed in resignation, I'm scared of you now. Immediately, Mu Yao played a tune on her flute, causing a sapling to grow rapidly and bloom into a flower, which then blossomed along with the wooden heartfruit. Yi Cheng immediately said, The energy of the wooden heartfruit has started. The wooden heartfruit began to absorb all the residual energy of the six-eared macaque. As soon as the energy was absorbed, everyone who had been turned into monkeys returned to their original forms. They woke up and stared at each other in confusion. Why am I here? It hurts so much, what happened? Nanyu, seeing this, was overjoyed. They've all turned back. The energy of the wooden heartfruit is truly powerful. Once the process was complete, the flower began to close, drawing the wooden heartfruit back inside. Nanyu happily rushed over, Thank you so much. Mu Yao gently replied, Just call me Muin. He then turned to Yi Cheng and said, Ri Yao, the problem with the little monkey has been dealt with, now it's time for us to talk. Yi Cheng thought for a moment and raised his hand to signal for a pause. Wait a moment, I have something urgent. At the level of promotion, Song Yi Cheng recognized the Haiwu Wireless Hero Tower. At this moment, inside the system space, Yi Cheng stood in front of the tower, murmuring, The system didn't easily level up this much, and the new functionalities haven't even been fully processed yet. He turned to ask Little System, I don't see any changes here. The level up you're talking about, could it be your golden holy garment set? Little System responded, Do you want to take a look first, then we can talk further? Yi Cheng followed the suggestion, approaching the door to open it, but suddenly, Little System stopped him by grabbing his hand. Wait a moment, before entering, ask your heart. He was confused. Little System explained further, the original design of the system's time travel block was based on the host's will, the room owner's wishes. Therefore, after leveling up, the appearance that the system presents will directly reflect the heart of the host. Yi Cheng immediately understood, so that's how it is. But I hope the new system can help me control the energy of Hei Xing. He opened the door and stepped inside, astonished. It has really been formed. The Tower of Infinite Heroes. Inside the tower was an expansive space filled with countless floating portals. He moved closer to the beam of light ahead and then asked, What is this? The moment he touched it, a strange formation appeared under his feet, leaving him stunned.
This is a bizarre formation. Could it be the Qiyao star formation used back then to seal Heixing? 7 figures instantly appeared at the 7 corners of the formation. He observed for a moment and then asked again, there are 3 people in Qiyao I don't know yet, which is why they appear as projections. But what is the meaning of this grand formation? Little System shook its head and replied, I don't know. The system merely recreates your thoughts. However, this star formation has a very convenient function. Yi Chang, overjoyed, responded, could it be that I can? Both of them spoke in unison, you can freely use its functions and summon them anytime. He sighed and said, it seems I was overthinking. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Yao suddenly appeared in front of him. How do you summon them? Do you need to chant a spell? He sighed. I thought I had finally found teammates, only to realize they were just after our energy. Yi Cheng scratched his face, confused. Oh, just like Brother Lon thought, it appeared automatically. Nan Yu quickly showed up behind him. Ah, this is where Mu Yao spoke while approaching. But fortunately, I can say everything I want to say. Yi Cheng immediately stopped him, you're getting too close. He placed his hand on Yi Cheng's shoulder and seriously suggested, this time, you can't refuse me. Mu Yao began recounting, the border of Nation H has a vast forest that stretches nearly 1,000 miles. The ancient tundra domain, when viewed from the outside, seems like any other primeval forest. However, the moment you step into the ancient tundra domain, you'll undoubtedly feel an eerie strangeness that sends chills down your spine. Apart from the towering green trees, there are no other living beings in the ancient tundra domain. Not to mention wild beasts or birds flying, even snakes, scorpions, and insects on the ground avoid this forest. Over time, people around it gradually forgot its original name, only calling it the Purple Domain, the Land of Death. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang was immediately terrified and exclaimed, you traveled thousands of miles just to tell me a story? Mu Yao happily responded, of course not. Nan Yu, understanding something, then said, could it be that the ancient tundra domain is? Mu Yao continued, yes, it is the sealed land of Heixing. After inheriting, one immediately felt the change in the seal of the ancient tundra domain. Yi Cheng thought to himself, it was precisely due to the change in the Heixing seal that brought us together again. Perhaps the frequent appearance of the insect-like creatures was also related to this. He then asked, so, what do you want me to do? Mu Yao made a suggestion, of course, follow me and personally go to the Purple Domain for an exploration. Outside the system's space, one of the wings gradually appeared. Lan Ling and the others had returned, they were finally back. It was time to stretch and move. Ding Ji looked around, confused, huh? Why does the scenery seem strange? Lan Ling sighed, it's been so long, I even feel uncomfortable. The elephant dragon also stretched out, lazily yawning. Ding Ji transformed back into her human form and swiftly entered the tower. She cheerfully said, I have to go see what Song Yi Chang is hiding in here. Suddenly, she exclaimed, ah! Lan Ling asked in confusion, Ding Ji, what's wrong? The group quickly gathered and were stunned when they saw the scene inside. Yi Chang grimaced as he looked at the pile of sweets that appeared above his head and then asked, something that needs to be prepared in advance? As they were about to leave, Nan Yu added, could it be food? What special function? Mu Yao hesitated before explaining. The special function of these is. He then chuckled, finishing his sentence and adding more motivation, which gave me a tremendous boost of energy. Yi Chang, frustrated, turned to say, Nan Yu, we should just leave him alone and go by ourselves. You must know the location of the seal. Nan Yu scratched his head and replied, sorry, I don't know. It seems that for safety reasons, the entire responsibility of guarding the altar has been entrusted to Mu Yao from the start. Mu Yao, feeling delighted, spoke up, let's go. Eat first, then we can work. Lan Ling, who was behind them, interrupted, wait a minute. If Brother Song can't leave, why are we leaving without waiting for me? Mu Yao happily agreed and made a note, all right. Yi Chang, seeing this, turned to greet him, oh, you're back? Lan Ling replied, yes. Ding Ji exclaimed, wow.
After Mu Yao finished writing, he tossed the paper over to Lan Ling and said, the address is written here.
Let's go quickly.
Lan Ling took it and swiftly mounted his elephant dragon, leaving as ordered. Yi Chang, observing this, thought to himself, Brother Lan must really be bored. Ding Ji, looking up at the stack of cakes, became excited, hee hee.
Eat your fill before working, I can't agree any further. He sighed to himself, alright, enough. Looking at Mu Yao, it seemed like eating to his satisfaction was probably easy.
A moment later, Yi Chang grimaced and thought to himself, I take back what I said. At this moment, Mu Yao and Ding Ji were happily enjoying their sweets. Ha, delicious, 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 he said, let's finish this place and then go buy some milk tea. Yi Chang, carrying a bunch of food bags, grumbled in frustration, this is already the 29th shop.
These two basically can't eat enough.
Nanyu comforted him, come on, we're all too familiar with Mu Yao's habits by now.
Then he leaned over and whispered, but what do you think about going to the ancient tundra domain?
Lowering his voice, Yi Chang responded seriously, I have a strong feeling that by uncovering the secrets behind the Heixing seal, we can get to the truth of the time traveler.
So, going to the ancient tundra domain is unavoidable.
Nanyu agreed, alright, but Heixing inside you can't let anyone else know about.
It's best if you don't even tell Mu Yao.
While the two were whispering, Mu Yao quietly observed them, when suddenly a voice interrupted.
Hey, handsome, how much sugar is in your milk tea?
Hearing the vendor's voice, Mu Yao quickly turned to respond.
50% sugar. Thank you.
At this moment, Lan Ling, riding the elephant dragon, was advancing deeper into the ancient tundra domain while simultaneously observing the surroundings and thinking to himself.
This is the legendary purple domain.
The closer I get to the center, not even a blade of grass can survive. After landing on the ground and walking for a while, Lan Ling looked at the instructions on a piece of paper and became confused.
This way?
Lan Ling stared at it for a while, then suddenly remembered.
Oh, the ink hadn't dried back then.
Suddenly, a sound from behind made Lan Ling alert someone was there. He immediately moved to a different location and thought to himself.
Better be cautious.
The stranger behind him called out in confusion.
Wait a moment. After running a considerable distance, Lan Ling stopped, observed, and sighed. Finally, I shook them off.
He continued moving deeper and muttered to himself.
The purple domain really is so inhospitable that even insects can't survive here.
At this moment, the forest exhibited strange signs, which Lan Ling failed to notice. After walking for a long time, he became angry and shouted. How is this possible? This is a place I've never set foot in before. Clearly, I was retracing my steps just now. Suddenly, the elephant dragon detected a spatial crack and let out a loud warning roar. Lan Ling was startled.
There are so many spatial rifts.
He kept avoiding the cracks, but in the end, he couldn't escape and fell into one.
This is bad.
Suddenly, a hand reached out and pulled him back, leaving Lan Ling stunned.
Who are you? Mu Yao, holding the peacefully sleeping Ding Ji on her shoulder, sighed. Oh, I still want to eat.
Unable to resist the whining of Mu Yao and Ding Ji, after a hearty meal, Song Yi Chang led them to the amusement park. Everyone around them was focused on him, curious.
Is he a star? He's so handsome. Yi Chang, who was following behind, carrying bags along with Nanyu, whispered, Hey, Nanyu. How about using your ability to predict and find the location of the ancient tundra domain? Let's ditch these kids and go straight there. Nanyu hesitated and replied, Huh? This might be a bit difficult. Suddenly, Yi Chang noticed an ominous sign. Brother Lan is in trouble. Seeing Yi Chang putting his arm around him, Nanyu asked in confusion, Song boss, what's wrong? Slap.
Yi Chang then grabbed both Mu Yao and Ding Ji and urgently said, Move quickly.
Mu Yao, still confused, asked, Ritsu, what are you doing?
He shouted loudly, I know the location of the ancient tundra domain.
we need to go there immediately. Everyone looked up in amazement as they soared into the sky. Look at the sky, what is that? They're flying up. A while later, they had arrived at the ancient tundra domain. Mu Yao and Nan Yu were hurriedly chasing after Yi Chang and shouting out to him. Ri Yao stopped, unable to move forward any longer. The dead zone was not something to recklessly enter. Yi Chang glanced around, then pondered. The dead zone was indeed strange. Even though the trees were withered and dry, they still twisted as if alive. If his instincts were correct, Brother Lan had lost contact somewhere nearby. Mu Yao, frustrated, summoned the roots of a tree to hold him back and shouted, "Right now, the dead zone is filled with dark mist and time-space rifts. Any spot could cause you to die in a mangled state." Yi Chang, upon hearing this, exclaimed worriedly, "What are you talking about? Isn't Brother Lan mostly okay?" He immediately used his spear to sever the roots holding him, then charged deeper inside. The slash caused Mu Yao's hand to tear and bleed, and he yelped, "Ouch!" Mu Yao thought to himself, I clearly sent Hua Young Master to provide backup, so what exactly went wrong? Nan Yu anxiously shouted, "Brother Song, be careful." Mu Yao added, "Serves him right, he's walked right into the most violent time-space storm." Yi Chang was braving the rifts of time and space alone when, unexpectedly, one of them snapped a tree branch, catching him off guard. "What? It's over." Nan Yu rushed over urgently to assist. But just as the boss was about to pull into the rift, Mu Yao quickly pulled Yi Chang away. Nan Yu chased after them and shouted, "Hurry up, let's retreat to a safe area first." Mu Yao immediately ran ahead to lead the way, "Follow me." Yi Chang had no choice but to follow. Once they reached a safe zone, Yi Chang suddenly threw Mu Yao against a tree. He held his wound and spoke, "Ri Yao, it's not right to treat your life-saving benefactor so rudely." Yi Chang glared at him and retorted, "Tell me the truth. Clearly you knew how dangerous the ancient tundra domain is, so why did you push Brother Lan into a death trap? What is your real intention?" Mu Yao thought to himself, it wasn't easy to get out of the village, and before he could enjoy anything, he had to go back. But it seemed like he had gone too far this time. After a moment's thought, he said, "But the path I showed him clearly didn't lead through the death zone." Yi Chang shouted, "You definitely didn't give him the right directions. And what's the deal with this death zone?" Mu Yao turned to look behind him and explained, "Actually, the death zone has always been expanding over time. As it expands, the time storm also creates secret time rifts within the area. Coupled with the deathly black mist, the dangers are unpredictable." Yi Chang immediately asked, "Why did it take until now to think about involving me in the investigation?" He continued, "It was only a few months ago that Mu Yao asked me to look into it, and that's when I discovered the existence of the seal in the dead zone. Furthermore, I found a pattern. Every year during the period of lower intelligence, the time-space storms in the dead zone stop for a few days, and it is only then that we can infiltrate to investigate." Both Yi Chang and Nan Yu suddenly understood. So, it wasn't that he had been wasting time with us on a whim. He then yelled, "Why didn't you say this sooner?" Mu Yao responded playfully, "I was afraid that if I told you everything, you wouldn't take me out for good food anymore." Yi Chang began to think, if what Mu Yao says is true, then Brother Lan's disappearance in the air might be related to that rift in time and space. Does that mean we just have to wait? Suddenly, Nan Yu, who was behind them, pointed at something and exclaimed, "Everyone, look! There's a strange seal here. This can't be some sort of secret entrance, can it?" Mu Yao couldn't help but admire, as expected of someone with divination skills, "You're really sharp, unlike some people." Yi Chang stepped forward and asked, "Secret entrance?" Suddenly, he remembered and slapped his hand to the back of his neck, accidentally touching the seal on the tree, and shouted out loud, "No, that's not right. You almost got led astray there. The matter from earlier is still unresolved. Better come clean if you want any mercy." Looking at the glowing collar, which seemed to be activated, he awkwardly said, "Huh? This? Oh." The roots beneath their feet suddenly expanded, creating a deep entrance. Both of them fell down, stunned. "Why is it so dark?" They fell for quite a while,
but Mu Yao quickly jumped after them, and eventually, they all landed on the ground. Suddenly, Yi Chang yelled, "Ah, there's a ghost climbing on my shoulder, and it's covering my eyes." Nanyu screamed as well, "Don't turn around. I just touched something disgusting." Mu Yao opened a glowing leaf and smiled, saying, "Heh, you two have seen so much in life, yet you're still so pure and lovable. It's truly rare." At this moment, Nanyu was sitting on Yi Chang's shoulder, covering his eyes with his hand. He immediately removed it and gave a sheepish laugh. "It's a misunderstanding." "It was all just a misunderstanding," he said, chuckling. Yi Chang opened his eyes, looking around, and asked, "Wait, where is this place?" Mu Yao introduced, "Right ahead is my home." The three of them boarded a wooden boat that carried them forward with the sound of a melodious flute. Shortly after, at the entrance of a cave, Mu Yao spoke up, "We've arrived." Yi Chang looked at the small village and the surrounding white, mournful scenery and couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to believe that such a place exists outside the dead zone. The locals greeted them warmly as soon as they saw them. "Hello, Alliance Leader Lord, you're back." He laughed and added, "Ha, isn't this the legendary Peach Blossom Garden?" Mu Yao was surprised and asked, "How did you know?" "My home is called Peach Blossom Village." Yi Chang replied nonchalantly, "I still remember the 8th grade literature lessons clearly." "You didn't know this? Haven't you moved up a grade yet?" Hit right in the heart, Mu Yao responded sadly, "You got me there. I grew up in a village. I didn't have the chance to study in the city school, so feel free to laugh." Nanyu quickly comforted her, Don't cry." Yi Chang awkwardly called out, "I didn't mean it like that." Nanyu asked again, "Denial?" Yi Chang replied in a long tone, "It's not that I meant it." Suddenly, a voice was heard, "Muin Zi, you're back?" Mu Yao quickly jumped onto the shore and excitedly called out, "Village chief." The two of them looked around in confusion, wondering, where's the village chief? The village chief kicked their legs, causing them to fall over. The person bent down, smiled lightly, and said, "Who's this? Friends that the child of Mu brought here? Such polite children, even performing rituals, my dear wife is going to love this to death." Yi Chang gritted his teeth and responded, "Ha, greetings, senior." In his heart, he thought to himself, "This little wife of mine is really not simple, where does she get such strength from?" She continued teasing, using her foot to step on his head and then said, all right, no need to kneel like that." Yi Chang tried to resist, but she pressed him forcefully to the ground. Ouch, thud. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this little brat is pretty tough." He cursed under his breath, "Annoying old madam." Mu Yao gently held up a gift with both hands and spoke, "Village chief, these are durian cakes I brought from the city for you. They're really delicious." She stomped hard on Yi Chang's head, then jumped over to grab the gift, turning around to return to her chair. As she ate, she said, "Muin Zi is truly filial. By the way, I received news yesterday from Hua Young Master, saying he met your handsome friend with purple hair." Yi Chang, standing next to her, raised his hand, listening intently, "Huh? Handsome friend with purple hair?" She then added, "But unfortunately, right after that, they lost track of him. It really worried me." Mu Yao explained, "It's very likely that my subordinate, Hua Young Master, and your brother Lan got lost in a rift in time. No one knows what's going on in the time rift of Peach Blossom Village, because those who have wandered into it have never come out." Then he reassured, "But don't worry, Hua Young Master is very capable. He's the only one who ever successfully jumped across living things in the dead zone, the hope of the whole village, the miraculous young man, Hua Young Master." Yi Chang frowned and replied, "Hearing you say that, I'm even more worried, you know? A few hours ago, in the ancient tundra domain, just as Lan Ling was pulled back by a hand, he suddenly shouted, 'Be careful, there's a rift behind you too.' His heart was anxious, thinking to himself, 'No, it's too late, the rift has pierced through him, he's going to die.' He quickly pulled the stranger into the time rift to avoid danger. Both of them appeared in the air before falling to an unfamiliar place. Lan Ling covered his face, looking around while muttering, 'An ancient road, ancient clothes, where is this
Please don't tell me I've jumped again.
Then he looked at the person who had pulled him to safety and thought, so it's a young martial artist. I dragged him into this mess when he was trying to save me. He immediately called out to him, "Little brother, wake up quickly.
Do you have any idea what's going on?" Hua young master woke up and, in panic, leapt away.
Lan Ling gestured for calm and explained.
Little brother, don't be afraid, I mean no harm. I just want to ask if you know what's going on right now.
He then clasped his hands in gratitude. Also, I would like to thank the chivalrous hero for saving Lin Jun earlier. Hua young master stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head. Suddenly, he reached behind and drew his azure great sword.
Lan Ling immediately spoke up.
Little brother, don't act rashly.
Lan Ling continued.
Little brother, calm down for a moment. It turned out the azure greatsword was just a writing slate. He immediately felt embarrassed and corrected himself.
I misunderstood you.
Seeing Hua young master start to write on the slate, Lan Ling thought to himself.
Could it be that he can't speak?
The young man lifted the slate and bowed his head in apology. I originally came from Lord Mu's clan to assist you, but at that time, I couldn't reach you, so things turned out this way.
I sincerely apologize. Lan Ling understood. So Mu Yao sent you to help me.
I was so worried at the time, I kept feeling like I was being watched. Suddenly, a group of Imperial guards marched forward, loudly proclaiming, summon the soldiers by Imperial command.
Nan Ding stepped forward.
One of the guards punched a child off the street and shouted,
Get out of the way.
Lan Ling muttered in displeasure.
These people don't even look like soldiers.
He stood in the way, and the two soldiers approached, shouting insults.
Are you deaf? Where's Nan Ding from your family? Come out now.
As he spoke, the soldier walked right through him as though he wasn't even there.
How can you treat women and children like this?
He held onto the old woman in the house and yelled. Old woman, if you don't hand over your son, I'll.
Lan Ling stood frozen, trying again with another soldier and muttering to himself, is this an illusion? The soldiers dragged an old man out, laughing. Old man still hasn't died yet.
If you don't have a son, just leave. The old woman cried and pleaded. Please spare him. The grandson grabbed his legs and shouted.
Let go of him.
The soldier kicked the boy aside, and seeing this, Hua young master rushed forward in panic, exclaiming, Please spare him. Lan Ling immediately turned to explain. Little brother, it won't work.
This is an illusion.
Hua young master was stunned as the soldier's body passed through him. Suddenly, the ground shook, and water gushed up, causing both of them to fall. Lan Ling looked at him falling and lying on the ground, then anxiously asked, Little brother, are you all right? Suddenly, he saw giant drops of water falling, so he looked up in astonishment. He glanced at Hua young master, then thought to himself, could this illusion be a manifestation of little brother's mind? Is this his soulmate? Why is she crying so heartbrokenly like that? The giant woman stopped crying and used a pair of scissors to cut off her long hair. Instantly, the surroundings shifted again. Lan Ling observed and said, the illusion has changed. At this moment, both of them had a bird's-eye view of the miniature battlefield. He was stunned and exclaimed, this is such chaos, farmers fighting against armored soldiers like this, it's leading the troops straight to their doom. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face among the soldiers and turned to ask Hua young master, is this little General Yuan Yu? He looked at him, silently turned his face away, and blamed himself. I misspoke, as a soldier, I have no right to refuse battle. The scene continued to shift. A massive factory was continuously transporting weapons on a conveyor belt. Lan Ling looked around and muttered, such a strange place, so many weapons, where are they planning to take them? He felt himself about to fall, so he jumped up with Hua young master to get a better view. So that's it. These weapons were supposed to be sent to the battlefield to kill enemies, but instead, they are being destroyed here, turned into a heap of scrap metal.
What's going on?
Then, he looked upwards and pointed at a stranger in the sky.
Who is that?
The figure's voice echoed, "It's been several thousand years, I'm almost home." Upon hearing that, Hua Young Marster immediately drew his sword and charged forward to attack.
Calamity-causing enchantress, go to hell.
Lan Ling immediately understood. It seemed that she was the mastermind behind the defeat. The calamity-causing enchantress turned to block the blow, then grabbed Hua Young Master by the neck, sneering, "Humph, you want to kill me?
A mere lowly officer is so confident?"
He spat in his face, then cursed, "You rely on your power to build a nation, collecting metal weapons for this cursed formation, harming the country and its people.
You want to kill me, but why do you need confidence?"
He muttered, "Heaven and earth great formation converging, killing you to make a small contribution."
So be it.
Seeing Hua Young Master being thrown into the furnace by the calamity-causing enchantress, Lan Ling hurriedly rushed over in concern.
"Little brother."
The demon master rejoiced when seeing the crack that had appeared. "It worked, we've indeed created a passage." Lan Ling exclaimed in surprise, "A tear in the spacetime continuum." After Hua Young Master fell into the spacetime crack, the surrounding space immediately shifted. Lan Ling supported him and walked through the forest, silently thinking to himself, they still hadn't escaped, it was just another illusion.
Hua Young Master suddenly coughed.
Lan Ling carefully set him down on a nearby rock and thought to himself, though it was an illusion, the heat from the furnace still had some impact on the human body. He looked at him trembling, groaning with worry, his expression full of pain, unsure if there were any burns inside. He immediately helped him remove his clothes and then, unexpectedly, suggested soaking in water, hoping it might offer some relief.
Lan Ling noticed the bandage wrapped around his chest and wondered, his chest is so high, and yet it's wrapped up? Could he have another injury? If there's another wound, he can't soak in water, can he? Or should I just wipe him down instead?
While he was tearing a piece of cloth to dress the wound, a book fell out from Hua Young Master's shirt. He picked it up and began reading the Toon Rating Journal. After reading for a while, Lan Ling suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the formation from Brother Song's Infinite Tower?" A strange, intricate drawing.
How could there be a formation diagram in a Toon Rating Journal?
Moreover, the paper material is clearly from modern times, so the owner of this book can't possibly be this little brother.
Lin Junluo couldn't help but be amazed.
Not only was there the formation, but also many other strange things. The journal contained detailed notes on how to unlock mechanisms and paths of the ancient tomb from the Lost Era, as well as quite a bit of information related to the Purple Domain.
There might even be a way to escape the illusion. Hua Young Master's vague voice caught Lin Junluo's attention.
He quickly set the book aside and rushed over to assess the situation. For a moment, he forgot, realizing that taking care of little brother was more urgent, and decided to wait until he regained consciousness to ask. He swiftly helped Hua Young Master up, and had to wipe his back clean as well. But a gap in the bandages appeared, causing Lin Junluo to be startled.
Hua Young Master was still mumbling, "Let go of my father, can't you see the suffering of the people? You are not qualified to be the national tutor."
Even after seeing this, he hadn't realized that the boy could speak, though his voice was rather delicate. But in the military camp, men who were fragile and frail like that were often ridiculed. Over time, perhaps he had stopped speaking because of this? Suddenly, he fell silent, feeling a kinship with this boy who had been judged by his appearance, much like himself. Lin Junluo realized he had been greatly mistaken. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief, noticing that Hua Young Master's condition appeared more stable. He then picked up the book next to him, wanting to read a little more.
Hua Young Master's clothes had also been adjusted.
He sat calmly beside him, reading the book.
The notebook first mentioned the ancient tundra domain in the summer of the previous year.
It was dated June 2019.
Today, having been reminded by an expert, the next goal was the ancient tundra domain. Once this task was completed, it would be time to make a clean escape.
He immediately flipped through the book, the map that the owner of the notebook had just gone through and redrawn. The sage's guidance was vague, even though it came at a crucial moment. This sage spoke directly, almost like a fortune teller. Suddenly, a page caught his attention. Ha! A record, perhaps about the fire seal, even the mechanism inside the seal is written here. Flipping to the next page, there was nothing written, just a note about the fire seal, the rest was all blank. Suddenly, the book was jerked out of his hands.
Hua young master had woken up.
She tightly gripped her robe, her face darkened, leaving him feeling flustered.
Little brother, you're awake?
She asked directly.
Do you already know everything?
Lin Junluo answered straightforwardly, yes. He had thought that, because of the time rift, he had crossed over into this world just like her. He even had a reason for not speaking, thinking that, although it wasn't intentional, she must have already figured it out.
But she asked something else.
His confirmation caused her to snort in annoyance. She had clearly undone his robe, yet he still maintained an air of righteousness. Then, she thought, but earlier, in a state of hallucination, he was the one who saved her. Seeing Hua young master's expression, Lin Junluo felt as if struck by the arrow of love.
What's wrong with me? He thought. Why do I feel so weak-hearted? He pretended to empathize. Little brother, don't worry, actually, I am in the same situation as you. He added, I will definitely not tell anyone your secret. She wasn't sure if she understood what he meant, same situation as me? He was also a woman disguised as a man, yet he imagined Lin Junluo as a woman. If he misunderstood once, she misunderstood 10 times. She had vaguely seen that figure but still couldn't guess who it was. It made sense though, with such an outstanding face, I should have recognized it earlier. She really admired his figure, even as a woman disguised as a man, his aura was far superior to hers. Lin Junluo suddenly changed the subject. Ahem, your body is fine, there's no issue. We should think of a way to get out of this illusion. He pointed at the notebook in Hua young master's hand. Could that notebook help us? Hua young master was honest. Actually, this is a notebook I found when I first arrived here, but there's nothing inside related to the illusion. Just as Lin Junluo had predicted, the notebook was filled with her strict notes, detailing the center of the dead zone and how to enter the seal. Peach Blossom Village, where Wooden Wine teaches. Wooden Wine pointed to the board with round square characters. At the beginning, Xiao cultivators, in order to prevent the seal from being compromised, had arranged many traps and trials on the Qiao star formation. Many people also sat quietly, listening to the teachings. The purpose of this action was to investigate the truth behind the loosening of the seal. Mu Yao also selectively chose teaching materials. Based on the long-term records of the Peach Blossom Village headquarters and the description of the only person who had experienced it, Hua young master, the Alliance had attempted to compile it into a strategy guide. The staff in Mu Yao's hand also transformed into a pointing finger to indicate to everyone. The strategy guide had been distributed to everyone. Please turn to page 404, Mu Yao announced. At noon tomorrow, the time-space storm on the purple domain will stop for about 3 days, and 90% of the time-space rifts will disappear. This is the best opportunity for us to travel from the purple domain to the sealed land. The document in Song Yi Chang's hand was thick and cumbersome, and he struggled to read it. Ha ha ha.
Meanwhile, Mu Yao's lecture continued. Of course, the dangers of the purple domain always exist. We must find a way to avoid the dense fog in the area. Suddenly, she paused, noticing Song Yi Chang.
Great Hero Song, is there something you don't understand?
Only now did she notice that there were people in her class who were well into their middle ages. Song Yi Chung unconsciously read a sentence from the book.
Nation H Loose Cultivators Alliance.
After those words, a series of conferences appeared before the Nation H Loose Cultivators Alliance for the 2333rd time. The Conference of the Elders of the Nation H Loose Cultivators Alliance for the 233,333 time. The Conference of the Elders for the 233,333 time.
Song Yi Chang couldn't close his mouth.
Nanyu looked at him sympathetically. It seemed that the name of the alliance had truly shocked Song Boss. Suddenly, he had another thought. Nation H Loose Cultivators Alliance, that name sounds so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere, but I just can't remember where.
Mu Yao seemed to have heard his thoughts. Didn't I mention this before? Peach Blossom Village is the headquarters of Hua Ming. Both of them had indeed never heard of it. Shaking his head, an image of a group of powerful individuals who were deeply revered by the disciples appeared in their minds. To outsiders, Hua Ming seemed like just a scattered martial arts organization, but in reality, it was founded by the Qi Yao cultivators to protect the seal of Hei Xing. It was an organization full of mission. Mu Yao spoke solemnly. Of course, only the core elders know the secrets of the sealed land. Upon hearing this, Song Yi Cheng fell into deep thought. The Qi Yao cultivators must have arranged everything, it's just that being chosen by Hei Xing was something I never anticipated. He suddenly became resolute. If the plan for the sealed land exploration is clear now, quickly lay out the details. Just go ahead with it. Regarding this matter, Mu Yao seemed to find it a bit difficult to speak. Of course, it needs to be said. However, his words were interrupted halfway, and it became clear that they had fallen into a time-space rift. This situation truly mirrored the scene where the two of them were projected onto a large screen discussing how to deal with Hua Young Master and Lin Jun Luo falling into the time-space rift. Mu Yao seemed reluctant to linger on the rift, hoping they could return as soon as possible. Let's pray for them together. These words ignited Yi Cheng's anger. Pray? What a bunch of fools. Even Nanyu followed suit. The group genuinely began to pray. Their prayers mixed with the flames of Yi Cheng's fury, making him even more enraged. He stormed over to scold Mu Yao. Pray my foot. Isn't there any other way to deal with this? The door to the lecture hall suddenly swung open, and a panicked voice echoed through the room. This is bad. A villager has run in with urgent news. It's not good, elders. The water in the creek by Daohua has turned black. The cave from which the water flows has also been covered in black. Even the fish, after drinking just a little, lie motionless by the shore. And as for the purple domain, its expansion has suddenly accelerated. Everyone was completely astonished. Mu Yao was worried that if this continued, the Peach Blossom Garden would be taken over. The village chief was quick on his feet, immediately giving the order, quick, go inform everyone to prepare for evacuation. Song Yi Cheng said nothing and ran straight toward the area contaminated by the blackness. By the time Mu Yao realized, it was too late to stop him. He shouldn't have touched those black bones. Suddenly, the black bones seemed to have a mind of their own and surged forward. Mu Yao sensed something was wrong, and it was too late. He was finished. Nanyu could only exclaim, Song Boss, the villagers around here are even faster, they're all running away. The black bones clashed together like the claws of a large beast and immediately coiled around Song Yi Cheng. The mist engulfed him. The black mist wrapped around him, swallowing him whole. Inside the mass of bones, Song Yi Cheng could only curl up. The bones surged and flew through the air. Moments ago, they had seen his figure, but now, only a column of black bones covered a corner, while the villagers scattered, running in panic to escape. It was at this moment that Mu Yao spoke, everyone, fall back. He unleashed his power. The branches from several orbs he released shot forward. Nanyu, standing next to him, shouted, has anyone experienced something like this before? How can we save Song Boss? Mu Yao didn't know how to respond, and just as she was about to say something, the village chief slowly stepped forward. From what I can see, there's no need to save him. Both of them were puzzled by the village chief's words. Ha! Truly a person with keen eyes. Take another look, isn't that young brat enjoying himself? So both of them were left staring at Song Yi Cheng. Not only had the black bones reduced in number, but they were also being absorbed into his body. Whoosh, whoosh. Nanyu, with her sharp eyes, noticed that he was inhaling the black bones. Mu Yao was also shocked. The black bones had indeed decreased.
The bones had turned into nothing more than a faint mist in the sky. The village chief was beaming with excitement. Good, good, good. With someone like this human vacuum cleaner, we don't have to worry when we head to the purple domain tomorrow.
Mu Yao smiled in relief at this point. So, this was the power of Qi Yao's ultimate technique?
Song Yicheng had absorbed all the black bones and landed on the ground. The situation made him recall a familiar sight. It was just like when the otherworldly energy would avoid others, but for him, it was a great tonic. Was the reason for this
him? Nan Yu hurried over to check on him. Song boss, are you alright? Song Yicheng reassured her with a cheerful tone. I'm fine. He looked at the crowd of people not far away and wondered, huh? Is there something worth celebrating now?
The people were joyfully dancing because the issue had been resolved smoothly.
Ha, this is great, we're safe now. Nan Yu could only smile awkwardly.
Ha, they must be celebrating because you're safe and sound. Then the group began to slowly head back. If the purple domain didn't have the rift in spacetime and the deathly black mist, it wouldn't be much different from an ordinary forest. They all felt fortunate. Thank goodness that person is here, this is really great. A swirl of black bones formed in the forest, and Song Yicheng felt excited. Hee hee, I'm used to the black mist entering my body now, and I even feel an incredible pleasure. He unleashed his power, with the black bones as his source, and even managed to convert them into his own strength.
Suddenly, he sensed something. Ha! Where did that system come from?
He brushed off a few black bones surrounding him, his eyes fixed firmly on the distance.
Can you feel it too? He asked confidently. Yes, it's about 500 meters in the 10 o'clock direction.
They looked at the forest, where the trees had shed all their leaves, leaving only the trunks behind. Song Yicheng hurriedly ran towards it, while the black bones continued to surround him. I have to go check, you all stay here and wait for me. Hearing that, Mu Yao and the village chief simultaneously ordered everyone to stop. The people at the front still heard the command, but those behind, who were too focused, suddenly crashed into each other when they stopped abruptly, accidentally stepping on my foot. They piled on top of each other, tilting to one side.
Why did we stop all of a sudden? They shouted.
Mu Yao found it troublesome.
Village chief, don't you think we brought too many people? The people behind continued to complain, what's going on?
The village chief frowned and poked the person behind him. He quickly denied Mu Yao's words, no, not too many at all. Once we enter the sealed land, it won't be just the dark mist we have to deal with.
Nan Yu was confused. But what is Song Boss doing?
In the time-space illusion, the two of them trudged through the hot desert.
They sighed. How long have we been trapped in this illusion? Hua Young Master was exhausted, barely able to keep his balance. Could it really be that we're going to die here?
Lin Junluo still had a bit of strength left, quickly supporting her.
No.
With that thought, the heat around them grew more intense, and Lin Junluo's veins were visibly bulging from the pressure. This illusion was not dangerous, the real danger lay in the wavering will, which would eventually dissipate. Suddenly, Hua Young Master noticed, Lin Jun, look. A tree standing alone in the desert. That tree looks so familiar. Lin Junluo quickly recalled, so that's it.
The tree that was next to the rift that day is exactly like this one.
Hua Young Master also realized, when we fell into the spacetime rift, that tree was right beside us. At that moment, Lin Junluo seemed to gain a burst of energy.
He grabbed Hua Young Master's hand and walked towards the tree.
The exit is right by it, he said. It's just that she is still misunderstanding. She calls me brother, but in her heart, I'm actually sister.
Lam's sister is not only beautiful but also strong. Why is she hiding the truth of her identity?
As they approached the tree, his feet were already touching the exit. However, both of them were suddenly sucked into a hole in the air, and they found themselves back in the forest playing the leaf-throwing game. They had successfully escaped the illusion and returned, but they lost momentum, only managing to land on their backs. Lin Junluo looked at the surrounding scene and, sure enough, they had returned to this place. Both of them were momentarily stunned and hadn't had time to stand up when, whoosh! At that moment, Song Yichang was still searching. He could clearly sense that they were nearby. The system had detected two people over there. Song Yichang joyfully ran towards Brother Lan. However, he froze when he saw the two of them sitting together, and suddenly, he was stunned. "Oh, I think I mistook someone," he quietly called out to Lin Jun. Lin Junluo's face lit up with immense joy upon seeing him. "Brother Song," the two greeted each other with the most brotherly hug possible. "That's great." But in Hua Young Master's eyes, it was different. Could this person be? She suddenly blushed. Is he the husband of Sister Lan? Lin Junluo eagerly introduced him. "Brother Song, this is the person Hua Meng sent to assist me." Song Yichang enthusiastically greeted him. "You're Hua Young Master, right? I've already met your leader, and I've heard stories about you." He quickly added, "Lin Jun and she seem to have a good relationship, huh? This mission should be easier now." A profile of Hua Young Master appeared. Hua Mulan, task level E, legendary figure of the dimension. It turned out that Hua Young Master, as described by the villagers, was indeed Hua Mulan in person. Suddenly, he noticed. Wait, Brother Lan and she are on such good terms, he must have known about her true identity as a woman disguised as a man, right? Another misunderstanding began to arise. Brother Lan is usually cold and distant. It's very rare for him to be close to others like that, let alone girls. This is truly unusual. He looked confused. Could there be something going on between these two? Lin Junluo pulled his hand away from Hua Young Master and spoke up. "Ha, Brother Song, are you preparing to head toward the sealed land?" Song Yichang did not deny it. "Yes, Mu Yao and his people are over there as well." A few villagers ran up. "You're all right." "Thank goodness, Hua Young Master." They were even more excited to see Hua Young Master. "It's Hua Young Master. We've found him. What a stroke of luck, this is great." Nanyu was delighted. Now they could safely head into the sealed land. Hua Young Master gently lifted the village chief onto his back. "Granny, we must leave quickly." Lin Junluo, not realizing he was falling for someone, felt embarrassed as he looked at Hua Young Master. Suddenly, his thoughts misled him, pulling him back. "What's wrong with me? He's just a kid, and he's a guy, too." Song Yichang announced, "All the brothers are gathered, let's head to the sealing chamber." The deeper they went, the darker and colder the forest became. They followed Song Yichang along the path. The black bones continued to radiate from his body. Clearly, they had reached the center of the purple domain, yet the dark aura seemed to grow weaker. He realized that the path had already been marked out in advance. He ran to the rock ledge ahead, looking down at the sharp peaks below, numerous and varied in size. "Is this the sealed land?" Mu Yao was also quite surprised. "It should have been sealed, why is it exposed so much?" Hua Young Master added to it. "At first, I was unexpectedly brought to the interior of this mountain. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from below the ledge, creating a cloud of black smoke. Black drops of water began to fall around. Song Yichang quickly sensed that something was wrong. A large cloud covered the sky, and raindrops fell from it, creating thick black smoke everywhere. Everyone had realized that the rain was black. The rain continued to fall without stopping. Song Yichang turned and ordered, "You all retreat, this rain is dark aura." But the rain only fell on him, and everyone stood frozen, not moving. At that moment, his mind didn't catch up. Why are you all standing there like that? Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, shining on Mu Yao, Nanyu, and Song Yichang. As the light struck them, it was as if they were all on the verge of vanishing. The village chief immediately explained, The Great Seal Formation has taken them away.
Sealed land only accepts the heirs of Qi Yao.
Hua Young Master, taking advantage of the fact that Song Yicheng only disappeared halfway, gave her book.
Take this with you, it might help you.
Everyone spoke in unison. Muin Zi, come back in 3 days.
We all wish you good luck, strong leader, stay safe, be careful, we'll be waiting for you, and we hope you return safely.
The three of them vanished before everyone's eyes. The space was incredibly quiet, almost eerily so. The three appeared in that space, the moonlight so bright it illuminated the entire area. Beneath their feet was water that reached up to their ankles, and it seemed that only the three of them were there.
Was this the inner part of Sealed Land?
They were momentarily stunned and didn't understand what was happening.
Water kept splashing up around them.
Stepping forward, he suddenly remembered the book that Hua Young Master had given them. That's right, the Tomb Raider's journal. He opened it and saw that the owner of the journal had been here before. Looking at the contents, he made his own deductions.
No wonder she said the journal might be helpful.
The other two suddenly rushed toward him.
Nanyu was acting a little too dramatically.
Song boss, where did you get this book?
Song Yicheng didn't understand.
Huh?
Is he worried?
Xiao Yu asked, her face full of confusion.
Xiao Yu, why are you reacting like this?
But he still handed the notebook to Nanyu. Song Yicheng said, from what I can gather by flipping through the notebook, it seems to be a record by a Tomb Raider about the thunderous passage of Sealed Land.
Nanyu fell silent, thinking deeply.
Song Yicheng also had a few words of praise. Truly, as expected of an expert in exploration, every page is full of survival tactics.
Mu Yao disagreed slightly, saying, that's not quite right.
Sealed Land clearly only allows the Qi Yao heirs to enter.
Could this person also be?
Song Yicheng quickly presented evidence. No, take a look ahead. This person was able to enter thanks to guidance from a master. As for the identity of this master, there are drawings in the notebook resembling the mountains that everyone saw on the 7th of April, which were pointed out by the master to penetrate the secret realm. Nanyu seemed to recall something, then said, I know someone.
The name was spoken, Jin Yao.
Both of them were startled.
Jin Yao? Nanyu didn't deny it, only replied, right.
As far as I know, he and Tu Yao were both pulled into the time rift during that great battle. Song Yicheng recalled Lin Jun Luo's words. Brother Song, in the illusion, there is someone called Jin Guoshi. This Jin Guoshi has been continuously experimenting with creating rifts in spacetime, likely trying to return to Earth.
So, linking this with Nanyu's words, is Jin Yao actually Jin Guoshi? According to what Nanyu said, Jin Yao is in another world, so how could he communicate with the Tomb Raider on Earth?
Nanyu further explained, unlike Tu Yao, Jin Yao is a cultivator with a relatively deep obsession, so it wouldn't be strange if he managed to find a way back.
Mu Yao also started to piece things together.
From what he said, it seemed that the Tomb Raider, the spacetime rifts, and the expansion of the purple domain were all caused by Jin Yao.
Nanyu wasn't entirely sure, it was just a guess. Song Yicheng took the notebook from Nanyu.
There was no point in dwelling on this right now. They should head to the sealing center as quickly as possible. Mu Yu suddenly hugged him.
I didn't notice earlier, but don't you all feel uncomfortable? This place must have some dark energy, right?
He turned to another page.
If the notebook wasn't wrong, this person was nearby. Seal of water.
As soon as the words were finished, a loud noise suddenly sounded, followed by another one, and then all of a sudden, it became silent, halting immediately.
Mu Yao sensed that something was wrong and quickly reminded, we can't stay here for long. We need to find a way to escape. What exactly is written here? Song Yicheng read it but couldn't understand much. It seemed to say something about how to conceal oneself and leave.
The book was full of strange images, and it read, Feng Ke concealed himself, guiding the breath into his dantian. The white tiger's tail met the sword's light, while the azure dragon's head touched the waters.
Mu Yao was confused and said, why does it require hiding to the point that even he could read it?
I know all these characters, but when put together, I can't understand what it means.
Song Yi-chang appeared to be in danger. I've seen this symbol in a movie, it looks like a divination symbol for feng shui.
Then, he shifted the responsibility to the other person. Nan Yu will definitely understand. Nan Yu also looked serious and said, the divination relies heavily on the alignment of time and place, and the conclusions from back then likely don't apply anymore. Moreover, the methods in this book exploit fleeting opportunities and roundabout strategies, so if we follow them, it will be very difficult to adjust the seal state.
Song Yi-chang seemed doubtful. Are you sure you're not just too lazy to recalculate from the beginning?
Then he stuffed the notebook back into his shirt.
Stop it, stop it.
He also decided that if he couldn't rely on his cultivation, he would rely on his real strength. With that, he summoned a purple sword, which seemed to have originally been a spear, but it had been damaged.
My overlord spear. Mu Yao fell silent. Is this the colossal spear of Ri Yao?
Little System also added, the overlord spear was damaged by the time-space tear in the purple domain, but Little System has reassured, no need to worry. With the system here, there's no fear of being without a weapon. A glowing quadrilateral shape appeared on her body, from which a golden spear extended.
He widened his eyes in surprise.
Song Yi-chang immediately grabbed the spear and thrust it into the sky. Suddenly, the point where it was thrust began to bleed red. Out of nowhere, the water around them started to surge, creating a giant wave that seemed ready to crash down on the three of them. Be careful, be careful. Song Yi-chang created a protective shield around them. The water crashed down heavily, but they noticed a strange sound. That sound didn't seem to come from the water hitting the shield.
It sounded more like someone was vomiting.
A creature resembling a fish but with arms, its face covered in countless eyes and a mouth that constantly expelled water. The three of them had successfully jumped to a place where the water couldn't reach.
Are you all okay? Its sound startled everyone.
The fish quickly crawled toward them, seemingly furious. While everyone was still stunned, Nan Yu realized that it wasn't just simple anger, this was a sealed beast. One of its arms turned into a floating stream of water, completely consumed by dark energy. Then, that stream of water transformed into an axe made of water and immediately struck down hard on the three of them.
The force of the water axe made their leg bindings feel heavy. Is this really made of water? Some droplets detached from the axe and began transforming again.
The water droplets surrounded them and immediately turned into darts, all flying toward the gaps in their protective barrier. The water darts whizzed through the air, and then, suddenly, they changed from liquid to solid.
The ice darts sped up even faster. Mu Yao tried to use his plant-based abilities to block the darts.
However, there were too many, and he was cut in a few places.
Crackling crack crack, his plant shield couldn't withstand it anymore.
It shattered, leaving him at a disadvantage, and the darts took the opportunity to pierce through. Song Yi-chang saw this and his heart burned with anxiety, pounding like a drum. Suddenly, ice began to form beneath his feet, crackling, and sharp ice peaks emerged everywhere.
Song Yi-chang was worried. Mu Yao, Nan Yu.
He suggested trying the traditional function of the heaven and earth mirror to test it out.
The ice rose, creating a loud noise in unison.
Nan Yu couldn't launch an attack, and he was also struggling to dodge the flying darts. No, inside this sealed room, spatial skills couldn't be used.
The ice kept surrounding all three of them.
Meanwhile, the fish suddenly swished its tail. It leapt high, over a vast area, leaving only one place densely covered with ice spikes. Looking at the ice spikes, Song Yi-chang suddenly realized. That's right, this monster is tainted with dark energy. The ice continued to grow, and the sound of cracking echoed. He suddenly burst into laughter.
What luck, it's just right for me to tame it.
Saying that, he reached out and touched a block of ice. Crack! The fish immediately sensed it.
Song Yi-chang quickly absorbed the dark energy.
The icebergs, with no support, immediately exploded due to force, and the other icebergs followed suit, bursting as well.
Before long, everything was gone.
Song Yi-chang, however, was infused with more power. Nanyu rejoiced, as the dark energy within the ice had been absorbed.
Muya praised, his dark physique is really helpful, isn't it?
The fish let out an angry cry, thrashing around. It was unwilling to concede and immediately swung both of its axe-like hands down to attack. Song Yi-chang, of course, did not rush.
You're on your last legs and still want to struggle?
He summoned dark energy around him. The fish's hands were blown up as soon as they made contact. Then, he picked up the shards of ice and formed a gentle whirlwind with the dark energy. In the end, he absorbed all the dark energy from it. The fish fell straight down to the ground. The other two, seeing the fish's sudden action, simultaneously shouted, "Song boss, be careful." The fish did nothing, only letting out a few soft cries before closing its eyes, as if accepting its fate. They cheered in excitement. It really has surrendered. Song Yi-chang spoke, "Don't rush, it's almost over." He placed his hand on the fish, and the dark energy was slowly absorbed with a faint buzzing sound. The more the dark energy was absorbed, the dimmer its gloomy color became. Buzzing. It seemed the dark energy within him was too much. A few black marks appeared on his face, startling him. The fish also began to change. A long lock of hair revealed itself, and a beautiful woman appeared, graceful and silent, sitting in one place. Song Yi-chang was somewhat surprised, so this was her true form. It was Shui Yao. As soon as she saw him, she smiled lightly. "Ri Yao, you've broken my seal." He suddenly blushed. "Oh, so you're Shui Yao?" Nanyu came closer to take a better look. "Shui Yao," Muya praised. "Such a beautiful girl." She extended her delicate white hand and placed it on his face. "I'm so happy you still remember me." She then clarified, "But I'm not Shui Yao. I'm just a divine consciousness left by Shui Yao to maintain the seal here." It was unclear whether Song Yi-chang heard her, but his face had turned even redder. Her other hand touched his chest, and suddenly, water started to flow. A stream of cold tears fell onto him. Song Yi-chang seemed to merge with the flow of water. It feels truly magical, smooth, warm, yet vast beyond comparison. It's as if my entire body, naked, is drifting in the quiet sea in the afternoon, not hiding anything at all. Shui Yao is somewhat mysterious, truly miraculous. The inherent energy in his body and Ri Yao's chi energy can blend together and coexist. He looked at the flowing water surrounding him, and then, as if asking out of politeness, "Shui Yao's sister, surely you haven't done anything harmful to Xiao Ri, right?" She reassured him, "Don't worry, that won't harm him. I would like to ask you a few questions first. Do you know the purpose behind Shi Yao's arrangements when he successively placed the seals here?" Song Yi-chang instinctively repeated, "Successively placed." While he was still submerged in the flowing water, gently trickling. Now he realized, could it be that in addition to sealing He Xing, there was another purpose? She turned and began to walk away. Of course, the seal of He Xing was the most important, but beyond that, there was another goal. The sound of water still echoed around them. Her face suddenly became serious. "It's to help Qi Yao control things together." Then, she spoke in a cryptic manner, "After all, the ability to enchant and confuse the heart is another matter. Who can predict that the heart will never change?" Nanyu truly didn't understand what this statement meant. Shui Yao blew a breeze down. "Ri Yao, take this." The breeze surrounded both Song Yi-chang and the flowing water. The water around him condensed into his hands, transforming into a water orb. Within the water orb, a small blue fish silently swam. Song Yi-chang mischievously poked the water orb. "What is this?" She explained as she conjured a small puff of smoke. "This is my treasure, the reading companion." As the smoke thickened, Shui Yao's image became more blurred. "As for its function, you will naturally understand in the future." The voice from the smoke echoed, and in the end, both the person and the smoke disappeared. Mu Yao was left stunned. "Little sister is gone." Nanyu was also quite surprised. These divine consciousnesses existed to maintain the seal and had no ability to unleash the powers of ancient cultivators.
Song Yichang continued to mutter Shui Yao's words, "Will I understand when the time comes?"
Immediately, the water orb flew into his mind. His eyes widened as if he could see the 7 luminary star formation in the sea of consciousness within Song Yichang, with a giant wave continuously crashing in. The water sphere floated in midair above a battlefield, spinning continuously as if about to transform. Swish, 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 swish. Then the sphere split apart, and the fish inside was revealed. Outside, the mountains had begun to shift. An illusion appeared, as if trying to merge all the mountains together. The sound of the wind grew louder and louder. Whoosh. They arrived at a staircase where boulders kept crashing down in pieces. Mu Yao formed a moving house and carefully descended the steps.
Song Yichang praised, "Muin, this ability of yours is truly convenient."
The legs of the house kept making clattering noises.
Mu Yao pretended to scold, "Can you all afford to be so leisurely?"
Looking at the situation before them, Song Yichang couldn't help but worry, "I doubt we'll stay leisurely for long." The seals descend layer by layer, and we're not far from another seal. Suddenly, the footsteps of the house merged with another voice.
Mu Yao abruptly sensed it. "HM?"
Such a familiar aura.
Song Yichang, not hearing clearly, asked again, "What did you say?"
The surrounding vines suddenly stirred, not concealing themselves but instead producing a clear sound. Even the sound that the house emitted was suppressed. Suddenly, a vine reached down from above, piercing straight into the house. Song Yichang barely had time to pull Nanyu out of there before the vine took control, carefully stepping back. The vine was now tightly wrapped around the house, with each vine even poking through the transparent walls, sneaking inside.
He asked Nanyu, "Did you see Mu Yao earlier?"
Nanyu hadn't had the time to observe, so he just shook his head, "No." Nanyu then became anxious. This place must be sealed by Mu Yao. He's. Upon hearing this, Song Yichang furrowed his brows.
The attack earlier didn't seem violent, and Mu Yao's life wasn't in danger.
Then he heard a repetitive sound. The sound was coming from beneath their feet. It was from small wooden bodies, each topped with a glowing light.
Is this Mu Ji's seal? Suddenly, they leapt onto the two of them. Could these annoying things be Mu Ji's sealing creatures? The wooden bodies kept jumping on them, and Song Yichang kept shouting loudly, "You annoying things, what do you want?" But they didn't want to harm them, they could only say one word.
Nanyu realized that they seemed to want to take them somewhere. So, they followed the wooden figures, but he remained alert to his surroundings.
Where exactly is Mu Yao?
They were led to a large door, rich with the essence of foliage. Nanyu remarked that it looked quite similar to the grand hall of the Seal of Water.
Song Yichang noticed, "The door is open."
The door creaked open, and they were surprised by what they saw inside.
What is that?
It was a tree that seemed to grow upside down, from the ground upwards, but what caught their attention were the numerous human-shaped figures hanging from its branches like decorations.
Song Yichang, with his keen eyes, spotted Mu Yao.
All the figures on the tree looked the same, and indeed, it was Mu Yao, though her hair had turned white.
Nanyu stared, stunned. This really looks like some kind of sacrificial offering. Song Yichang swiftly leaped up. "You!" He rushed toward one of the figures on the tree, Mu Yao. He used his spear to cut the cord that was holding Mu Yao. But he was too late to catch Mu Yao.
Mu Yao plunged down and immediately crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces, and the wooden bodies quickly rushed towards the fragments.
He widened his eyes in astonishment. That wasn't Mu Yao, it was just a fake corpse.
Then, in a frenzy, he rushed to cut down all the vines hanging the people.
Something was wrong, none of this was real.
At this moment, he panicked.
Where exactly was Mu Yao hidden?
Nanyu watched as each person fell, and he suddenly became suspicious. The seal of Mu Ji was so strange, taking Mu Yao but not actively attacking.
What was the purpose behind it?
Then he noticed that the dark leaves on the tree had suddenly turned green.
The dark aura around the tree was weakening, and suddenly, the image of Mu Yao appeared faintly before his eyes. Cautiously, Nan Yu was taken aback. Mu Yao! He joyfully called out to Song Yi Chang. Song boss, this is Mu Yao. Mu Yao has returned. Upon hearing the call, Song Yi Chang immediately stopped. Really? This Mu Yao felt suddenly light. Ri Yao, come down here. He even explained. I got Gu Mu Yao's consent earlier. Let's hurry to the next seal. Song Yi Chang was delighted. Oh, okay. But he wasn't so easily fooled. No, wait, is this really Mu Yao? Mu Yao urged continuously, hurry up and leave this place. Song Yi Chang was, of course, on high alert. Could that bastard have received the approval of the ancient cultivator and stayed so quiet? That was highly suspicious. At this moment, Mu Yao's true face was revealed. Finally, they could leave this hellish place. Suddenly, he heard something and turned around. Song Yi Chang grabbed his spear and decisively struck hard into the back of Mu Yao. A few more moves, and it should be fine, right? The fake gritted his teeth in fury. The thorny vine struck back, slamming into Song Yi Chang. Swish, 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 the fake laughed mockingly. Careful there, looks like I used too much force. My bad. His attack made Song Yi Chang realize it. Indeed, he wasn't Mu Yao. Mu Yao's body was much softer than this one. He immediately severed the vines with his spear. I should be the one apologizing, Song Yi Chang said. I didn't even put in my full strength earlier, but now, it's time we show our true selves. Come on, tell the truth. Where have you really hidden Mu Yao? The fake's face twisted in anger, bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes, filled with hatred. But then his expression changed, and he said, actually, I am the real Mu Yao. Upon hearing this, Nan Yu realized that the consciousness of Mu Yao was also sealed in Mu Ji, just like Shui Yao earlier. This fake name praised. Pretty quick reaction. He spoke while his eyes kept looking up. So, how about it? Isn't Gu Mu Yao much stronger than that bastard? Isn't this a 2-in-1 deal for me to join? Song Yi Chang took notice. What's he looking at? He glanced over as well. Isn't it your duty to guard this place? He quickly figured it out. Judging by his gaze, Mu Yao was indeed still up in the tree. He immediately leapt up the tree to find Mu Yao. Before leaving, he reminded Xiao Yu not to let him escape. I'll go find Mu Yao first. Nan Yu was surprised. Ha? Me? Seeing Nan Yu's weakness, the fake Mu Yao immediately threatened. Xiao Ri Yao, don't be as foolish as Ri Yao, not knowing what's good for you. But he was warm and welcoming. How about you cooperate with me and head to the central seal to split the Heixing? Sounds good, right? Nan Yu saw through his scheme. No wonder he circled around to steal Mu Yao's body, talked so much, yet took no delay in acting. Nan Yu pretended to agree. Alright, he glanced at the door, let's talk as we go. Don't mind that original guy. He also pretended to flatter and said, being sealed and confined in this vast hall, like this for so many years, it really has been tough. It must have been tough for you. You took Xiao Mu Yao's body and want us to help release you from the seal's mental imprisonment. I understand. Mu Yao can't wait any longer, so let's go. That Ri Yao isn't easy to deal with. He urged, come on, follow me. Nan Yu quickly understood. But Nan Yu grabbed his shoulder and then said something full of implication. Mu Yao, after all these years, you still haven't changed, have you? Such a vile heart, it's written all over your face. Mu Yao was momentarily confused. What do you mean by that? Nan Yu pushed him hard, and he staggered and fell. In front of the door, several talismans were stuck to the ground. Ri Yao, whom he had seen earlier, had noticed the talismans, but it was already too late. It was over, the mental seal had been triggered.
The talismans activated their function. Crackling, a bolt of lightning struck him hard, sending him flying out of Muyao's body. He struggled in the air, and before disappearing, he cursed, "I won't spare you." Nanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Too bad, if you want to be a villain, you can't let it show so easily. In the end, he sneered. Song Yicheng suddenly took note of him and asked with concern, "Nanyu, are you okay?" Nanyu immediately sulked. "Ha, earlier you pushed me away, but I don't see you this worried." Song Yicheng was momentarily confused. "Ha? What are you talking about?" Nanyu stopped blaming him and looked at Muyao lying outside the door. "It's nothing, that imposter fell at the door, triggered the mental barrier, and was reduced to nothing." Song Yicheng praised him. "Well done." Nanyu became unhappy again. "Ha? You're being too casual about this, aren't you?" He turned to look. "Don't you want to know how the disappearance of Gu Muyao's consciousness will affect things?" Seeing that Song Yicheng had found a hole in a tree. "Ha? What's that?" He was overjoyed. Finally found it. He's inside. Muyao was lying in a large sack in the cave, hugging someone. He lay there silently, not moving. Hn immediately jumped in. "Muyao, wake up." But as soon as he touched the sack, his hand immediately recoiled. Nanyu below stopped him. "Don't touch him. Gu Muyao brought him here to use him as an energy source for the seal. If you pull him out directly, the seal will collapse." Seeing Muyao like this made him unwilling, but Muyao didn't have the ancient power. With his energy being drained like this, he wouldn't be able to resist for much longer. Nanyu had no other choice. "Perhaps we should go to the central seal first, deal with the Heixing issue, then come back." But he is insistent. "No, I can't leave him here alone." The wooden beings were once again holding something in their hands. They quickly carried Muyao, who was lying at the door, up onto a tree. They lifted Muyao up there. Song Yicheng recognized the fragments from earlier. Then, they placed those fragments on Muyao's body. But what do they want to do? Everything was silent, only the synchronized voices of the wooden beings echoed. The Muji group diligently picked up each white fragment and placed it on Muyao's body. These white fragments still carried the aura of Muyao. Song Yicheng didn't fully understand, but seeing how gentle the Muji were, he thought, "They don't seem to have any ill intentions, let's just watch for now." The Muji group, while picking up the fragments, kept chanting. Just a short while later, along with the chanting, Muyao's entire body was covered in the white fragments. Nanyu let out an exclamation, realizing what was happening. So this is to prevent Muyao's body from being harmed. The Muji appeared to be celebrating, exchanging congratulations among themselves. Song Yicheng smiled and said, "This time, Muyao's soul and spirit can finally return to its place." At this moment, a Muji suddenly pointed in a hurry at a direction to its companions. Some Muji were attempting to fill in the gaps on Muyao's body. When Muyao's body was completely sealed, Song Yicheng suddenly realized that the body and soul were absorbing each other. Small plant sprouts began to grow on Muyao's body. Just a few moments later, his body transformed into a blooming flower. The energy that had been sealed started to emit a brilliant golden light. It began to swirl into Muyao's body, which had been completely covered, and they began to merge with each other. It didn't take long before the energy had fully merged with the body. Once it was done, the Muji began to act. They slowly carried Muyao's body out of the hollow tree, constantly making sounds as they moved. Song Yicheng blankly asked Nanyu, "Is it okay now?" Nanyu nodded, it seemed so. Muyao's body had already been brought outside. Song Yicheng then approached and called out, "Muyao, can you hear me?" There was no response. The white layer on the outside made a cracking sound, and then it completely shattered, revealing Muyao's body, but his eyes remained tightly shut, and there was no movement at all. Song Yicheng, looking worried, said, "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" Nanyu guessed that perhaps it would take some time for the soul and body to merge. As they were speaking, a loud crashing sound came from above.
Song Yi-chang, startled, looked up. What is that?
The ground beneath them began to collapse.
The Muji group, quick as lightning, screamed while dragging Mu Yao's body away.
Song Yi-chang, holding Nanyu's waist, started jumping.
We have to get out of here quickly.
Just as they jumped, the seal completely collapsed. The shattered pieces flew out, scattering rapidly through the air.
About 5 minutes later, everything became quiet.
All that remained was a cloud of white smoke, which began to dissipate. Song Yi-chang coughed repeatedly, while Nanyu looked around and said, once Mu Yao's divine energy shield was separated, the Muji seal really did collapse. His face suddenly turned serious as he continued, this is not a good omen, we need to speed up. Both of them immediately turned toward the exit, seeing the Muji group rushing outside.
Song Yi-chang yelled after them, Mu Yao? Those little brats!
As he spoke, he dashed in the direction the Muji group had gone.
Nanyu had a puzzled expression on his face and said, why did the result of the divination turn out this way?
Song Yi-chang ran after the group of Muji, feeling more and more that something was wrong. After running for a while, he suddenly stopped in shock. In front of him appeared a series of doors of various shapes.
He shouted, what kind of seal is this? With so many doors, which one did Mu Yao go through?
His eyes scanned all the doors, stopping when he noticed the faint shadow of a Muji stuck at one of them.
The creature was struggling, trying to get inside. Song Yi-chang stepped forward, grinning as he said, trying to take the crooked path, huh? Caught you now.
He moved closer and pushed on the door. To his surprise, the door was able to rotate in 2 different directions. As he pushed on the right side, the left side simultaneously pushed outward.
Song Yi-chang lost his balance and was thrown into the door, while Mu Yao was pushed out the opposite way.
Song Yi-chang fell to the ground with a loud thud, painfully. Behind him, another Muji fell and hit him hard on the head, nearly knocking him out. Meanwhile, outside, Mu Yao was pushed out along with the group of Muji, and the 2 of them were separated. At that moment, it seemed that Mu Yao had regained consciousness. He sat up and rubbed his head.
Nanyu, who had been following behind, caught up and called out loudly, Mu Yao, why are you alone?
Where's Song Boss? Mu Yao rubbed her head, her face confused as she replied, I'm not sure either.
Everything happened so suddenly. Was there an earthquake just now?
At that moment, the door suddenly made a loud banging noise.
Song Yi-chang's voice echoed from inside, shouting, Mu Yao, are you guys out there? Quickly help me open the door, I can't get out once I'm inside. Nanyu moved closer and called out, Song Boss, we are outside. If you push the door, we'll get in.
After finishing his sentence, he pushed the door. It creaked loudly, followed by a faint light shining through. Nanyu, Mu Yao, and the rest of Muji entered, but there was no one inside.
Nanyu called out loudly, Song Boss. Mu Yao responded, he's not here.
They looked around the room, and suddenly Mu Yao pointed in one direction and said, there's something on the stone tablet.
In that area, the 2 of them noticed some tools.
They didn't rush to take the tools immediately but first checked the inscription on the back of the stone tablet. It read, Seal of Earth, Road of Fortuity, a long and arduous path, a path of desperate haste. This could possibly be a fated path. In another space, Song Yi-chang was also reading a stone tablet.
Is this the trial of the Seal of Earth?
Using the faint light from the Muji, he read. The dull, endless road, the rushed and hopeless path, or the road of deadlock, life and death are all destined. After reading for a while, he sighed in frustration.
What's all this mess? Not even one person to discuss with after 2 days?
Suddenly, he exclaimed, recalling something.
Isn't the 7 luminary star formation in the Infinite Tower supposed to summon teammates? Can't I just call Nanyu and the others over?
Suddenly, a line appeared in his mind. The path he had chosen could only be explored with his own feet, and not only could he not make contact, but this line also appeared in his mind. Song Yi-chang slammed his hand against the wall in frustration, shouting, "What the hell is this? Does the seal of earth also have to encourage the spirit?" His hand trembled at that moment, a bit of fear creeping in, but then he reassured himself. It's just walking alone in the dark, right? So what? Who's afraid of who? Suddenly, the piece of wall he had accidentally hit earlier crumbled, startling Song Yi-chang. The wall began to melt into a liquid? What's going on? Song Yi-chang wondered in confusion. A moment later, the ground below him grabbed his legs tightly. At this moment, the ground was no different from a swamp, preventing Song Yi-chang from pulling his feet out. The whole room began to rustle and then swirl violently, causing Song Yi-chang's body to be buried. Song Yi-chang screamed loudly. A large green creature was tightly coiling around his body. He turned pale with fear and wondered, "What is that? So slippery." The green creature lashed its tail, then broke free from the mud. It tightly wrapped around Song Yi-chang and opened its tooth-filled mouth, charging toward him. Song Yi-chang screamed at the top of his lungs, "Who arranged those pulling tentacles?" At the same time, in another doorway, Nan Yu and Mu Yao were following the directions. They were now moving straight ahead, using their hands to find their way forward. After reading the inscription, they took out their tools, using those same tools to clear the path. The Muji group was shouting while moving dirt aside. Nanyu stood by, watching Mu Yao use a shovel to dig and said, "Tu Yao clearly wants to dig the way forward with his own hands." Mu Yao huffed coldly and replied, "Who told us we have bad luck?" The inscription said there are many types of paths. After a while of struggling to dig, Wooden Wine turned to Nanyu and said, "Xiao Yu, it's your turn now." Nanyu reluctantly replied, "But Mu Yao, you've only been digging for 2 minutes." Mu Yao's face darkened, and he didn't say anything further. The whole group, including Mu Ji, shot a glare at Nanyu. Nanyu, though unwilling, still had to grab the shovel and continue digging. He sighed, "I don't even know how Boss Song chose this path." He took Mu Yao's place and began digging again. At Song Yi-chang's side, the whole room was filled with a loud commotion. He held his weapon in one hand, fighting off the monster while trying to break free from its restraints. He shouted, "Stay away from me." Then, he swung his weapon down forcefully. The monster's tail was severed, and he managed to free himself. Sweating and panting, he muttered, "Damn, that was close." He had barely caught his breath when the tension returned. The monster, now in 2 pieces, was still alive and attacked again. Song Yi-chang jumped, his hand preparing to unleash a powerful force. "Let's see how you handle this," he shouted. "Chief Annihilator." The immense force immediately choked the monster, making it screech in pain. Even the thick, muddy ground began to dissolve. The monster was struck down and vanished. The room was cleared of dirt, leaving only a deep hole in the ground. Song Yi-chang narrowed his eyes and said, "No matter how big it is, it's just a bug." Without hesitation, he headed towards the nearby tunnel, wondering if he should go this way. Muji quickly ran up behind him, and the two of them entered the pitch-black tunnel, which had no light whatsoever. After walking for a while, Song Yi-chang slowed his pace. Ahead, the path split into 2 directions. Song Yi-chang sighed and said, "Now there's another fork in the road. Looks like it's time to use that strategy." He gestured between the 2 paths, beginning to assess them with a military strategist's mindset. He finally pointed to the right path, confirming that it was the one to take. As he was about to step forward, something pulled his foot back. Muji was persistently pointing at the left path, shouting in urgency. Song Yi-chang picked it up and said, "I won't forget your fat little self." Not understanding its intentions, he continued towards the right path, ignoring Muji's frantic struggles. He even spoke to it, "Don't worry, come with me." The main character is always lucky and cheerful. 5 minutes later, Song Yi-chang collapsed, shouting loudly, "I was wrong, I'm sorry." Ahead, they encountered a swarm of enormous mutated cockroaches. Song Yi-chang ran back, constantly pleading, "I've caused trouble, please spare me." After running for a while, he successfully shook off the group of small tough guys. Song Yi-chang breathed a sigh of relief. It was really too scary, one hit and he'd probably be smashed to pieces. He ran a bit further, but again helplessly shouted.
Another split? And 3 more directions.
The group of small tough guys was running after him, their footsteps heavy and fast, causing Song Yi-chang to panic. If he took the wrong path again this time, it'd be over, but there was no time to think anymore. The small tough guys were closing in like a gust of wind. By the time they reached the intersection, Song Yi-chang had already disappeared. The little tough guys started discussing in detail. A decisive sentence was made, and the 3 small tough guys each took a different path. Song Yi-chang secretly smiled to himself, his trembling hands gripping tightly to the ceiling. After seeing the little tough guys run into those paths, he jumped down. He dusted his hands off and said, "Well, at least I've temporarily escaped once, but which path should I take next?" Muji patted him on the shoulder, pointing ahead and shouting.
Song Yi-chang glanced over and asked, "Do you have a plan?"
Looking in the direction Muji pointed, Song Yi-chang, full of doubt, asked,
"This way? But there's no road here." Muji jumped down from Song Yi-chang's shoulder with a thud, constantly calling out. It used its tiny hands to repeatedly strike the wall. Its gaze was resolute and determined. Its little arms began to sprout a series of small branches, embedding deeply into the wall. Song Yi-chang laughed, "So you've grown up, huh?" The wall was punctured by Muji. With a loud crash, a new path opened up. Muji called out with a self-satisfied expression. Song Yi-chang couldn't help but praise, "So there really was a way? Little fatty, are you a genius?" Muji called out again, signaling Song Yi-chang to follow its lead. At this point, Song Yi-chang trailed behind Muji, not daring to comment. The path they were on was illuminated by small glowing orbs. Song Yi-chang asked curiously, "What's that glowing thing on the wall?" He leaned in, grabbed one to check, and it shattered with a crack. It was a piece of black glass. Song Yi-chang looked around in shock, exclaiming, "Could it be that this entire place is made of black glass?" Muji called out once more. It led the way, frowning, clearly displeased. It quickly ran toward the end of the path. Song Yi-chang looked at its expression in surprise. What was it thinking? Was I just looked down on by a little sprout? He stepped behind, loudly scolding Muji, "Dare to look down on me again? Clearly, your little seedling has no sense of right and wrong." Suddenly, his steps faltered, and his eyes widened. He gazed at the glittering objects in front of him and exclaimed, "Is this a museum? No wonder it's being looked down upon." At this moment, Muji approached and climbed up a pile of gold next to a sword. It kept pointing at the sword, calling out. Song Yi-chang stepped closer, but his gaze turned to the wall behind them, marveling, "How amazing, a place that never sees sunlight can still have flowers blooming." He was admiring a certain plant on the wall, which clearly made Muji feel frustrated and annoyed for being ignored. Song Yi-chang, curious, reached for a flower to pluck, but Muji was quick, picking it before him. It looked at him with delight, smiling and calling out. Muji held the flower in its hand, beginning to pluck a few petals off, revealing a stamen inside that resembled some kind of fruit. Muji put it in its mouth, chewing with evident enjoyment. Song Yi-chang watched it, then quickly plucked a few flowers himself. He was amused as he followed Muji's lead and plucked a few flower petals. He shoved all the flowers into his mouth, chewing them at once. A moment later, his face froze, as though he had just ingested poison. He clutched his head and spat out, shouting, "I'm screwed." At that moment, tiny purple dust particles flew from the top of Song Yi-chang's head. His muscles suddenly swelled up unnaturally, tearing his clothes. Song Yi-chang screamed, his body changing with each passing second. His shirt was shredded, revealing a chiseled 8-pack. Muji, with a small stone on her forehead, stared at him in astonishment. She covered her face and exclaimed, it's over, he ate too many flowers, he's about to explode." Boom! Song Yi-chang stomped on the ground, causing a large dent to form. Not only did his body transform, but his hair also grew unnaturally long.
Muji stared at him, dumbfounded. At this point, Song Yi-chang was not only taller but also seemed to exert pressure with his overwhelming physical stature.
Muji exhaled deeply and muttered, "It didn't explode after all? What are you saying?" Suddenly, Song Yi-chang raised an eyebrow and asked Muji. Muji stopped screaming and began responding normally.
"I said earlier, you eating that green jade flower is a top-tier, unbeatable treasure.
It can completely enhance your body."
Song Yi-chang used one hand to lift Muji up, glaring at it before asking, "So what do you mean when you say I'm about to explode?" Muji explained, "This green jade flower is a complete tonic, and ordinary people definitely cannot consume it.
Exploding and dying is a common occurrence."
Song Yi-chang looked at his reflection in the dark stone beside him and guessed, "So I, Song Yi-chang, am the one Muji stole the words from," starting to flatter. A distinguished figure with a rare physique, extraordinary talent, and could not possibly explode, instead growing larger and stronger. Song Yi-chang reached out and picked a few more green jade flowers from the wall. Muji's voice rang out, "Though the strengthening effect of the green jade flower on the body was not permanent, the benefits of a large quantity of flowers were only temporary."
Song Yi-chang nodded thoughtfully, "I see." Suddenly remembering something, he hesitated and said, "Huh? Wait a minute, something seems off with you." He furrowed his brows as he examined Muji and asked, "How come you can suddenly talk?" Muji replied with some helplessness, "I've always been able to talk, it's just that before your evolution, you couldn't understand our language." Song Yi-chang recalled the expression of boredom on Momo's face, the helplessness when trying to find the way. He furrowed his brow and said, "You looked down on me earlier, so why are you bringing me to such a fine place now?" Muji forced a smile and thought to himself, "I'm not going to tell him that I actually wanted to come here myself." He began to flatter with a soft tone, "Actually, I've noticed your exceptional status for quite some time." Suddenly, Muji felt something, and hurriedly said, "My lord, we need to leave here quickly. Treasures are always guarded by something, and if we steal its treasure, we will definitely encounter misfortune." No sooner had he finished speaking than a monster appeared on the wall next to them, charging toward them. It looked like a scorpion, with large, dark purple pincers. Muji cried out in fear, "It's here, I didn't mean to jinx us." Clearly, the scorpion was the guardian of this treasure and had rushed out. Song Yi-chang didn't say a word, but kicked at the scorpion. Before his foot could land, the scorpion turned around and scurried away. However, Song Yi-chang didn't allow it to escape, and with a swift kick, he sent it to its end. He sneered, "Such a tiny, harmful insect. Crushing it is so convenient." Muji stood up on Song Yi's shoulder and asked, "My lord, where do we go next?" He pointed to a road and answered, "Of course, I'm going by instinct." He didn't care whether it was a proper road or not, he just charged ahead. With just one strong step, his whole body shot forward like the wind. After eating that type of flower, Song Yi-chang ran tirelessly, and even a wall couldn't stop him. He simply broke through it and kept going. On the other side, Nanyu and Mu Yao's group were still diligently digging. Nanyu was busy, digging while reciting poetry. "May I ask, where is the shore?" Mu Yao sat by, cheering him on. "Xiao Yu, keep going." It had been a long time, yet the two of them had barely dug a little. What no one expected was that the distance between their gate and Song Yi-chang's was only a few meters. As Song Yi-chang sped through the underground paths, their routes didn't overlap. He dashed through one road after another, not knowing how long he had been running, not caring about where the roads led, he just kept sprinting. While running, he casually killed a few bugs, even used insecticide to poison and kill them. He even encountered a few creatures resembling humans, but they were weak, falling easily under his hand. Reaching a closed-off space, he struck the ceiling with a stone, followed by a punch, instantly opening up a new path. Was the road of fortuity cleared? As soon as he stepped in, he asked himself, "Is this the seal of earth? Did Xianjun Old Master open the water for me? No, this is just his consciousness, so he probably doesn't know me. But the Grand Hall of Tu Yao has quite a unique style." A strange space with a series of doors appeared before him.
Mushi stared for a moment and then said worriedly, "No, sir, there's a dangerous aura here."
Song Yi-chang glanced at him and asked, "Didn't you say it was fine earlier?"
"You found it perfectly, and even got the treasure." Mushi waved his hand in response, "But even with the treasure here, we can't get close."
From another corner, the sudden sound of an animal's howl echoed. Song Yi-chang glanced over and asked, "What's that sound?" He directly moved toward the source of the noise, then thought, "A treasure that shouldn't be touched?"
At first, he only saw one, but then large ants started crawling out one by one.
In just half a second, they had surrounded Song Yi-chang completely.
He panicked and shouted, "Oh my god, where did all these ants come from?" Looking at the swarm of ants and the structure around him, Song Yi-chang suddenly thought, could this be? The ants kept crawling out, their heads large and their pincers sharp. Looking closely at the swarm, Song Yi-chang was somewhat terrified and exclaimed, "Scorpion ants, this isn't the seal of earth, this is clearly the seal of insects." The weapon was immediately summoned, and he used it to sweep through the ants. After a few moves, the ants began to swarm together. There were too many of them, and Song Yi-chang couldn't react in time. One quick ant bit him hard on the thigh. When the pain hit, he realized he had been bitten. He kicked them away angrily, saying, "You're forcing me to kill." The ants didn't retreat, and in fact, they became more aggressive, even growing in size.
Song Yi-chang was horrified. Why had they suddenly gotten bigger?
Mushi, standing beside him, also startled Song Yi-chang. Mushi said, "They haven't grown larger. You've shrunk. These ants are venomous, and the effect of your enlargement has worn off."
Song Yi-chang panicked and yelled, just as the ants attacked him.
He had been too careless, he hadn't expected these ants to be venomous.
Being surrounded by these enormous pests wasn't going to work. Then something clicked in his mind, and he suddenly shouted, "That's right, use that move, little Banzi, stay close to me." Song Yi-chang took an attacking stance, muttering to himself the Taoist chant. With a loud thud, his body lunged forward, one hand tightly gripping Muji, while the other swung downward in a striking motion, aimed at the ants. With a smug expression, Song Yi-chang said, "No way you can grab the cup. When you face ants, you strike. It's shallow and insipid, the fourth harvest of the demon's umbrella." After a few quick moves, he looked at the remaining ants and chuckled, "I bet you now realize how powerful I am, huh? Too scared to come near anymore, right?" Song Yi-chang grabbed Muji's hand and ran away. Over on this side, Muji shouted, "Wait." Standing in a corner, Song Yi-chang sneered and pointed at the ants, saying, Just look at them." He even stuck his tongue out in mockery, Nah, how could your little poison pose a threat to me?" Muji didn't look at the ants but instead glanced behind him. He slapped Song Yi-chang hard on the shoulder, panic in his voice as he exclaimed, "It's coming, it's here." Song Yi-chang turned around, his face immediately falling into a grimace. Seeing the giant, horrifying creature before him, he stuttered, "Iho, what is this monstrous thing?" He looked at Muji, who seemed to recognize it as a plant, before turning back to Song Yi-chang, awaiting judgment. Muji directly grabbed Song Yi-chang and shouted, "Don't eat me, I'm just an old piece of wood, there's no nutrition here." It tried to pull Song Yi-chang away, but found that he was frozen, refusing to move. He stared at the terrifying Iho and said, "I keep feeling like you resemble someone I know." Muji trembled in fear and yelled, "Oh my god, can you not choose your conversation partners like this? With someone like him, can you even speak up?" Both of them glared at Muji, and it quickly waved its hand, saying, "Sorry to bother you too, go ahead." The Iho of this group of ants began to grow larger, its body rising high, preparing to attack. Just as it stomped down, Song Yi-chang quickly dodged, leaping to approach the enemy from behind. From this angle, a faint white object could be seen inside. Song Yi-chang squinted and looked closely, then realized there was something inside its abdomen. It seemed that the Iho had sensed Song Yi-chang had spotted it. It immediately opened its mouth wide and shot out a stream of greenish slime. Song Yi-chang swiftly dodged and narrowly avoided it. Whatever the slime hit, it immediately corroded. Song Yi-chang couldn't help but praise, as expected of an Iho, its venom is not ordinary.
At that moment, it was his turn to counterattack. A jump combined with a thrust aimed directly at Iho's abdomen. What was unexpected was that Song Yi-chang was repelled by Iho's tough skin.
Song Yi-chang shouted, "Why is it so hard?"
Iho didn't stop, continuously releasing poison.
Song Yi-chang dodged while thinking of how to counterattack.
Iho didn't seem vulnerable, but unfortunately, his weak point was too obvious.
Suddenly, he laughed and began taunting the enemy. Come on, shoot me."
He dodged left and right, avoiding every shot, while casually teasing.
How disgusting.
On this side, Muji stood frozen, exclaiming, "Chang brother, what are you doing?"
Song Yi-chang called out, "Look closely."
The poison got closer, and he knew the moment had arrived. It was now or never.
How terrifying.
He taunted Iho while dodging the poison. The trajectory of the poison flew exactly where Song Yi-chang wanted it. He blinked, stepped back, and the poison landed directly on Iho's abdomen.
It seemed Iho had realized the plan, but he couldn't do anything to stop it.
The poison hit, hissing as it corroded. Song Yi-chang rushed forward with his weapon in hand, aiming precisely at the area where the poison had corroded.
He struck down.
This time, the successful attack caused Iho to let out a chilling, agonizing scream.
Song Yi-chang withdrew his weapon, and the mucus inside Iho's stomach sprayed out.
Muji, terrified, quickly dodged the mucus that was splashing out from that direction. Her sharp eyes noticed something falling.
It was a white object, resembling a cocoon.
Inside it, a human body was wrapped in a strange form. In a panic, Muji called out to Song Yi-chang, "Something's falling out over there." Meanwhile, the Iho had collapsed, motionless and unresponsive. The human cocoon suddenly erupted in a burst of green light. Standing beside Muji, Song Yi-chang whispered, "Someone is about to jump out." As expected, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from within the green light.
A few seconds later, a face became clearer.
Song Yi-chang stared at the face, his voice filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Tu Yao." At that moment, the ground and rocks around them began to collapse, and a large gate appeared before them. The person called Tu Yao stretched out with obvious enjoyment and said, "It's been so long since I've felt this refreshed."
Song Yi-chang looked at the person, thinking to himself, "Is he really Tu Yao? How is it possible that he looks so young?" Then he cautiously asked Tu Yao Xianjin, "Don't you remember me?" Tu Yao looked at Song Yi-chang, furrowed his brows, and asked, "Could your aura be that of Riyao?"
But then he immediately denied, "No, it's not Riyao, it was originally the air.
Riyao has indeed perished in battle."
Suddenly, Muji, who was beside them, spoke up, "Time in the Feng and Chi Di is frozen, and the consciousness of Chi Yao cultivators within the seal doesn't age, so of course, they won't have any memories after leaving their original body."
Tu Yao stepped closer to Song Yi-chang and said humorously, "You're still young, have you met my original body before? Seems like I've been living quite well."
Song Yi-chang scratched his head and replied, "Actually, when I met you in a different world, you had already been dead for a long time, but you were really impressive. You founded the largest Xiuqian sect in that world, and you were the ancestral master whom thousands revered."
Tu Yao shook his head and said, Not really.
To have survived Xinjin in that great battle was already fortunate enough." Then Tu Yao gestured, "Let's talk about your matters first. You helped me escape danger, of course I'll lend you a hand." Song Yi-chang said, "Actually, I'm here to investigate the truth behind the activation of the seal and to resolve the issue of the purple domain's expansion."
Tu Yao thought for a moment and then replied,
"The truth behind this is that this great formation was created by Qi Yao and Seven Star Sky working together before the final battle with He Xing. The energy that powers the great formation comes from Qi Yao's divine consciousness and the resonance of Seven Star Sky. Unless something unexpected happens, the sealing power of this great formation can last for 10,000 years. But 2 years ago, on that day, the seal had an uninvited guest."
Song Yi-chang was astonished and asked, "The uninvited guest from 2 years ago, could it be the owner of this notebook?"
He took out a notebook from his pocket and pointed to it.
Tu Yao took the notebook and immediately confirmed, "It's him." "The Tomb Raider, how did this end up in your hands?"
Song Yi-chang replied, "It's a long story, but first, tell me what happened that day." Tu Yao began recounting. That day, 2 years ago, was a day when the 7 stars-linked pearls, which occur once in 10,000 years, appeared. The 7 stars-linked pearls caused the sealing power to weaken, and our Qi Yao divine consciousness seemed to fall into a deep sleep. That person took advantage of this moment and broke in, though I don't know what method he used to avoid the dangerous traps of the seal. I could feel his presence, but I was unable to stop him. The strange thing is, from that day on, he must have tampered with the center of the seal. Song Yi listened while thinking to himself. The timing and method in which that person appeared was too suspicious, and moreover, could it really be that, as Nanyu said, this person was connected to Jin Yao? He immediately asked Tu Yao, "Is it Jin Yao? He seems to be like you, falling into a time-space rift during the Great War and entering another world, constantly trying to find a way back." Tu Yao scratched his head, trying to recall Jin Yao. Given his childish nature, it wouldn't be surprising if he did something like that, but how could he have possibly done it? Song Yi-chang's face darkened as he couldn't find anything useful. He shifted his focus, then patted Tu Yao on the shoulder and said, "Right, tell me about your treasure, the heaven and earth mirror." Tu Yao skeptically asked, "I've been meaning to ask, shouldn't you be going to the investigation center? Why haven't you left yet?" Song Yi-chang threw his arm around him and smiled, "I forgot to tell you, I'm still waiting for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" Tu Yao asked. Song Yi-chang pointed to the dozens of doors, saying, "Tell me first, are all the normal exit doors of the Road of Fortuity over there?" At this moment, Nanyu was lamenting and digging the path. "Oh my gosh, how far do I have to dig before I reach the end of the road?" Mu Yao, tired, said, "The village head always tells me to exercise more, but I never listen." Nanyu, with fatigued eyes, replied, "My body type just doesn't allow me to become a muscular man." Suddenly, a strong tremor shook their heads. Mu Yao, startled, exclaimed, "Could it be an earthquake?" Nanyu followed with a shout, "We must have dug wrong according to the construction standards, it's about to collapse, right?" The ground beneath them suddenly caved in rapidly. Something resembling a human finger pierced through the earth and rose up, a massive hand appearing between Nanyu and Mu Yao, trapping them inside. Both of them screamed in fear, "What's happening now?" The hand suddenly lifted them high into the air. The familiar voice and face of Song Yi-chang echoed, "My old friend, I finally dug you two out." Mu Yao, shocked, cried out, "Xiao Ri, how did you end up like this?" After safely setting them down on the ground, Mu Yao laughed and said, "It looks like your Road of Fortuity really does have some true destiny, huh?" Song Yi-chang chuckled and slowly shrank in size. Mu Yao, curious, asked, "Where did you get this incredible strength, able to grow, shrink, and look so handsome?" Song Yi-chang replied, "There's no ability to overturn the heavens like that. It's the effect of this red pill." He spoke while laughing, pointing at Tu Yao. Tu Yao is too enthusiastic, he insisted on giving me a gift for our first meeting. A few minutes earlier, Song Yi-chang had whispered, "Tu Yao, my brother, don't your sect have a lot of treasures? You seem to come from a wealthy family." "Honestly, I'm not a greedy person, but grinding out copies is really exhausting." After being persuaded by Song Yi-chang for a while, Tu Yao couldn't bear it and said, all right, these are for you. This is vitality flower, much more effective than the vitality herb you ate earlier." Thinking back to that scene, Tu Yao's heart ached, and all he could do was sigh. Tu Yao furrowed his brows and called out, "If everyone is ready, don't delay any longer, go quickly." The fire and metal elements in Qi Yao were the most warlike, and with the two major seals ahead, the challenges would definitely be much harder. Song Yi-chang, full of confidence, rushed ahead, "Leave it to us." Nanyu struggled to keep up, truly exhausted and unable to run anymore. Mu Yao followed behind as well, hurriedly calling out, "Wait for me." Tu Yao watched them leave, their figures gradually disappearing. He muttered to himself, "The way the transmission works is vastly different from my main body, yet he hasn't changed even a little." The group of Song Yi-chang departed. On the way, Song Yi-chang reminded, "By the way, the effect of that blue crystal flower is only temporary. If you want to use it, you need to be careful." He paused.
Ha! Where is everyone?
The two people behind him were nowhere to be seen.
A moment later, Nan Yu and Mu Yao came panting toward them. I can't go on, I can't run anymore.
Nan Yu looked ahead, speaking in a tired voice, everyone, look, there's no way forward. Ahead of them was a dead end, with a stream of molten lava blocking their path.
Everyone exclaimed in shock, that's lava. The molten lava was emitting an enormous amount of heat.
Muji panicked, shouting, it's so hot, we're going to be burned alive.
Mu Yao worriedly said, the Seal of Fire challenge, could it be that it's trying to trap us in this lava?
Nan Yu spoke up, no, that doesn't seem right.
Maybe it's not that. Could it be that the collapse of the Seal of Earth is causing this? After observing for a moment, Song Yichang said doubtfully, why are there signs of life within the lava?
At the same time, Muji shouted, it's appearing, something is appearing. In the middle of the molten lava, something with shimmering golden scales emerged. A Jinshi serpent rose up from the lava. At the same time, a firebird swooped down to attack.
Song Yichang, filled with doubt, asked, why are the Jinyao and the firebird fighting like this?
The two creatures fought fiercely, their roars echoing. Nan Yu let out a deep sigh and said, it seems that outside the ceiling area, the restrictions are no longer effective.
Mu Yao was trying to figure out the connection between the fire gene. Why would Hua Yao and Jin Yao be fighting each other?
The two creatures' battle caused the surroundings to tremble. Suddenly, Mushi spoke up, if they're fighting, we might be able to slip through.
He signaled to the other Muji. Prepare for me.
The Muji gathered around their leader.
One curious Muji asked, is the large one the boss?
The others responded, of course, yes, now get out of this damned place.
Hey, what are you all doing?
Song Yichang shouted as he saw the Muji charging towards the magma. They yelled out and rushed forward, while several smaller Muji were knocked back by the flying debris from the battle. The larger Muji didn't stop, using its branches to block the rushing flow of molten rock. Suddenly, Jin Yao stopped attacking and began to head in a different direction. Jinshi also gave up the fight and ran after it. Both were heading towards Song Yichang's group.
Mu Yao said in fear, it's over, we become completely aligned with the enemy now.
Jinshi snorted, and one head suddenly turned into dozens. The Jinya simultaneously blew out a searing flame, you all step back. Song Yichang shouted at the two of them, while he rushed forward. He swung down, directly attacking Jin Yao's body. Jin Yao's head was struck open, but slowly began to heal. Behind them, Song Yichang shouted, this firebird can't be harmed without a physical attack. Be careful behind you. When Song Yichang turned around, he saw that Mu Yao had managed to restrain the Jinshi that was about to attack him, but unfortunately, one of its heads lunged forward and bit into Song Yichang's arm. A moment of carelessness gave Jin Yao the chance to blow fire at him.
Mu Yao desperately pulled Jinshi back, get away.
The high temperature surrounding them made Song Yichang recall Shui Yao's words, and as for the effect of Lang Shengzhou, he would know when the time came.
He realized it then.
He nearly forgot that water can counter fire. He closed his eyes, silently calling for Lang Shengzhou to appear, thanking Shui Yao in his heart. As soon as he called, Lang Shengzhou appeared.
Song Yichang pointed at Jin Yao and gave an order.
Instantly, a surge of water rushed towards Jin Yao, extinguishing the flames and surrounding it.
The stream extinguished Jin Mia's flame, the firebird instantly became an ice bird. Your turn.
Song Yichang clutched the Jinshi that had been biting his shoulder. He yanked it away to reveal the large bite mark Jinshi had left. Several heads lunged forward in succession. Song Yichang used both hands to slam the snake heads down onto the ground one after another. The Jinshi heads were struck so hard they looked as if their brains might be smashed out. Nan Yu and Mu Yao sighed for Jinshi's fate. It had been fine one moment and now was suffering an excessively violent brain injury. After a while, Song Yi bundled Jinshi into a lump.
His delighted, clownish laugh rang out again.
At the same time, where Jin Yao had been frozen and was quietly thawing, a figure wreathed in flames appeared and asked, Stinky brat, where did you steal Lang Shengzhou from?
Song Yichang frowned and replied irritably, stole? Obviously Shui Yao gave it to me. The questioner was Hua Yao. He asked in surprise, you met Shui Yao? He suddenly grew angry, his fist cocked toward Song Yichang as he spat. You call yourself worthy of being Shui Yao's sister? And you even stole Lang Sheng Zhou from her. I'll beat to death the dog spying on your family. Song Yichang angrily hurled Jinshi toward Hua Yao and shouted, have some decency, look properly, I am Ri Yao, and you're the spying dog. Jinshi draped himself over Hua Yao's neck, stunned, and said, huh? You're Ri Yao? There's also Ri Yao and Mu Yao? Nan Yu and Mu Yao simultaneously slapped their foreheads inside, saying, this guy has finally come to his senses. 5 minutes later, everything was cleared up by Hua Yao. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing it all. He became more understanding and said, if you help me regain my clarity, I will, of course, lend a hand. Suddenly, he snapped sharply, raising his voice, but I advise you not to fall for Shui, little sister, or else. Before he could finish his sentence, his words were cut off by a sharp pain. At some point, Jinshi had bitten into his lower body, making him widen his eyes in shock. Song Yichang, opposite him, awkwardly said, sorry, I did it by mistake. At that moment, Nan Yu had a new idea and said to Hua Yao, brother, how about you quickly use your fire energy to wake up Jin Yao? Hua Yao, holding back the pain, looked down at Jinshi and said, that's right. Hua Yao grabbed Jinshi's head, shouted out, and a surge of power and flame shot straight into Jinshi's body. Song Yichang, astonished, nodded and said, now that's a warrior. Dare to burn down there yourself. Mu Yao pointed at Jinshi and said, look over there, Jinshi is transforming. At that moment, Jinshi lay flat on the ground, looking no different from a piece of dough. Then, the shape changed, transforming into a complete human figure. Jin Yao did not expect it to take the form of a young boy. Hua Yao spoke first, Jin Yao, you're awake. Looking at Jin Yao, Song Yichang was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, no way. Is this little brat really Jin Yao? He has nothing to do with Jin, the national master, that Hua young master mentioned. Mu Yao, on the other hand, approached and teased, how old are you, little buddy? This small face looks stiff, but it's soft when touched. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Jin Nia's cheek. Jin Nia glared and cursed at Mu Yao, showing no restraint. A moment later, he even pointed a weapon at Mu Yao's face, threatening him. Jin Yao's temper was indeed hot, making Mu Yao flinch slightly and hesitate. Just as Jin Yao was about to teach Mu Yao a lesson, a strong hand blocked his forehead. It turned out that Song Yichang couldn't stand by any longer and stepped in. He really disliked Jin Yao. Furrowing his brows, Song Yichang snorted and said in a voice full of restrained anger, your original self went to another world, recklessly causing rifts in time and space, adding more trouble to the seal. I haven't even blamed you for that yet, and now you're throwing a tantrum? Jin Yao was momentarily startled and asked again. Did I really do that? Everyone fell silent, but their expressions implicitly acknowledged what Song Yichang had said. However, Jin Yao quickly tried to justify herself. There must be a reason for the situation. If you don't let me go, don't blame me for being rude. At that moment, Hua Yao came up from behind and reminded her, Xiao Jin, this person is Ri Yao. Right now, we're helpless in front of him. Jin Yao refused to believe it and denied it outright. He's not Ri Yao, I absolutely refuse to acknowledge that. My elder brother, Ri Yao, is graceful and knowledgeable, the most respectable and trustworthy person in the world, in stark contrast to this random dog who I don't even know where he came from. Song Yichang, insulted by the comparison to a dog, immediately got angry and yelled back. What did you say? You're the stinking stray cat in the mud. Mu Yao, unable to stand it anymore, spoke up. Both Xiao Ri and Ri biting a child is really not a good idea. Song Yichang shouted loudly. Who bit him? Jin Yao screamed at the same time. Who's the child? It wasn't until Nan Yu spoke that they finally calmed down a little. He said, if Jin Yao and Hua Yao have both completed their spirit transformation, then let's continue on. Let's get to the main business. Huayao exclaimed in surprise. What? You all want to continue deeper into the sealed area? Jin Yao also couldn't believe in their ability and said, That's too reckless. The seal is already so damaged, and you think you can handle Heixing inside with just the few of you?
Song Yichang answered with determination, Of course, we are determined to make it work.
He furrowed his brow mysteriously and said, If the spiritual barrier isn't effective, maybe you should just grab Jin Ye and then say, Why don't you all come along too? Jin Yao struggled and shouted, Put me down. Mu Yao, standing to the side, provocatively teased, Do they really think they can do it? What if they end up fighting halfway and disappear like bubbles?
This tactic immediately triggered the competitive spirit of Jin Yao and Huayao.
They both spoke at the same time, Dare to underestimate us? In the end, they successfully joined the group.
At that moment, Nanyu muttered to himself, I should start taking action now.
They continued further.
Song Yichang walked behind Nanyu, observing his expression, and thought to himself, next should be the Seal of Moon. A while later, they arrived at an incredibly clean and quiet space. Unable to contain themselves, they exclaimed, The Riyao Hall is so peaceful.
Huayao glanced around and then spoke up, Something's not right. Why can't I sense Riyao's divine consciousness at all? Song Yichang lightly patted Nanyu's shoulder and asked, Nanyu, do you know what's going on? Nanyu didn't respond but only said, You all stay here. With that, he walked straight ahead. Huayao, feeling puzzled, asked, What is he trying to do?
Nanyu touched the top of his head, and a crescent-shaped seal appeared.
The group behind them stared blankly. Look, the seal is expanding and revealing a path leading to another space. Song Yichang, a little worried, called out, Nanyu.
Just as Nanyu was about to step into the space, he paused for a moment, smiled, and said, We'll meet again.
With that, he vanished into the space, and the door behind him closed, taking both him and the path with it in the blink of an eye. Mu Yao, looking confused, said, Where did he go? Why didn't he say anything before leaving?
At that moment, a cracking sound echoed from the Riyao temple, and the entire hall began to collapse rapidly.
Huayao anxiously shouted, We don't have time to worry about him anymore. The Seal of Moon is about to collapse.
The next moment, the entire floor collapsed, revealing a large, deep hole with no visible bottom. According to the rules, the Sun Seal should be below.
Song Yichang thought to himself, Am I about to meet the most trustworthy person in Sun Seal?
The group followed Song Yichang as they slowly descended into the depths of the earth.
Mu Yao uncertainly said, It's too quiet. Could it be that Riyao's divine sense isn't detecting anything here? Huayao immediately dismissed this idea, That's impossible.
When Riyao first designed this grand formation, Sun Seal was the main stronghold, ultimately trapping Heixing.
If Riyao's divine sense wasn't here, the seal wouldn't exist. Song Yichang added, That's right. I heard Tu Yao mention that 2 years ago, the Seven Stars Link formation appeared, and Shi Yao's divine sense temporarily weakened. Jin Yao nodded in confirmation, Yes, that's right.
Someone somehow managed to sneak in. At that time, we were all fast asleep.
Upon hearing this, Song Yichang realized that it wasn't Jin Yao. The mastermind behind the grave robbing was indeed someone else.
Suddenly, there was a cracking sound right beside them. Looking up, they realized they were surrounded by dark pillars.
Song Yichang shouted, Everyone, be careful. No sooner had he spoken than the dark pillars began falling like rain. Song Yichang fell down, his face contorted in pain.
The remaining members were panicking, scrambling to avoid the black pillars. The power was too strong, and it easily shattered Song Yichang's golden defense. The situation below was still unclear, and he had no choice but to save them first.
However, for some unknown reason, the spear he summoned immediately vanished, and he couldn't use it.
Song Yichang realized in confusion that it was Heixing. These black pillars all had Heixing's aura. It was them who had caused his system's energy to lose control. Grinding his teeth, he forced himself to stay calm and think of a solution. He couldn't panic, even without the system, he could rely on himself. The black pillars fell, piling on top of each other. Song Yicheng took advantage of the situation and jumped onto the pile of black pillars. When he looked up, he was startled by what he saw in front of him. A creature with dark purple scales, resembling the black pillars. It was a dragon. The dragon roared loudly, revealing its fierce nature. Song Yicheng gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, it's just a one-on-one fight with a great dragon. Who's afraid of who?" The dragon roared again, causing everything to shake. It opened its massive jaws and snapped at him. In an instant, Song Yicheng's figure disappeared. The others looked on in shock and disbelief. Jin Yao shouted, "I can't see Xiao Riri anywhere." Hua Yao anxiously said, "Ri Yao can't have been eaten, can she?" Jin Yao angrily cursed, "This damn sealed beast has gone rogue, it doesn't even recognize its own master." Hua Yao smirked and asked, "Oh, weren't you the one who didn't recognize Ri Yao earlier?" Jin Yao grumbled, "Ha, you shouldn't focus on such trivial details." At that moment, Mu Yao attacked with vines, only to be struck a few times by the dragon's tail, letting out a painful cry. Jin Yao shook his head and said, "Trying to save someone from the dragon's jaws, but with just him, it's impossible." The dragon is getting more and more ferocious, using its tail to lash out repeatedly at the group. Jin Yao then shouted, "Fire strategy combination, with me." At that, Jin Yao's and the fire strategy combination's weapons and flames struck the dragon simultaneously. Both aimed directly at its tail, successfully embedding into its flesh, continuing to exert force. Jin Mia and Hua Yao shouted in unison, their combined strength helping the weapons sink deeper into the dragon's tail, despite its frantic attempts to shake them off. The dragon glared at the group, its painful roars echoing loudly. Hua Yao shouted a signal towards Mu Yao. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yao quickly shot out a vine, grabbing the dragon's upper jaw, keeping its mouth wide open. Mu Yao shouted loudly into the dragon's throat. Xiao Riri didn't respond, and Mu Yao realized that he wasn't there. Looking deeper, all she saw was the dragon's throat, which appeared as a vast, hazy space. Song Yicheng was probably somewhere inside the dragon's body, sighing, preparing to fight the great dragon, only to be swallowed by it. Doesn't the protagonist deserve any dignity? Wanting to try and probe a little, a beam of light suddenly appeared behind him. When Song Yicheng turned around, he saw a special air seal in the shape of a sphere. The aura was all too familiar, and Song Yicheng slowly approached the sphere. Suddenly, a pair of legs emerged from within the sphere, followed by the silhouette of a man. Song Yicheng clearly felt unfamiliar with this person. He furrowed his brows and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The black figure reprimanded him in a deep voice, "How can you not recognize me after using my power? How heartless you are." The name Heixing flashed in Song Yicheng's mind, and he cursed inwardly, "I haven't even met Ri Yao yet, and this bastard has already shown up." Heixing stepped forward, smirking and saying in a cold tone, "Why act like we're strangers? We've been one and the same for a long time. It's just that I'm stronger than you." Heixing blinked and, with a swift motion, thrust his hand straight into Song Yicheng's chest. In an instant, he was caught off guard, blood spurted out from his chest and mouth, turning bright red. Heixing quickly withdrew his hand, sneering as he said, "It's about time you stopped resisting in vain. Let me take over as the master." As he spoke, Heixing extended his hand towards Song Yicheng as if trying to merge with him. Song Yicheng leaped up, dodging Heixing's claws. He ran behind Heixing, slapping his chest and shouting, "Over here, you vile creature, stop hiding." Heixing growled, and just as he was about to turn and attack, he was tripped by a leg sweep from Song Yicheng, causing him to fall. The wound on his chest had nearly disappeared without a trace. Song Yicheng looked imposing. Raising an eyebrow, he said to Heixing, "The greatest light creates the darkest shadow, but the shadow will always remain just a shadow. My true self has accepted your existence. Isn't it better to behave obediently?" Heixing lifted his head, smirking, and responded, "If I didn't force you, you wouldn't even have understood half of what I'm saying." He sat on the ground, the black aura around him spreading outward. It seemed like snakes, wrapping around Song Yicheng. The eerie voice of Heixing echoed, "From this moment on, you must fully accept your new self." Song Yichang struggled to peel away the patches of darkness from his body. However, He Xing's invasion was too swift, and Song Yichang's cry was choked in his throat.
Hey, what are you doing?
After his shout, He Xing's voice rang out.
Give up, accept all of my power, and you can become strong. Humph, what is this nonsense about blocking the time-space? You surely don't actually think of yourself as a hero, do you? Have you come to terms with it?
Everything you've done along the way was just to satisfy your own desire to become strong. Song Yichang refused to accept it, shouting, "No, I didn't enjoy it, I did it because." His voice faltered.
He Xing coldly pressed, "For what? For others? Or, just like I said, for your own desires?"
What He Xing said made Song Yichang doubt himself. Who was he really? Zhu Shangxia, Song Yichang, or? While questioning himself, the sphere in front of him began to glow unusually.
Song Yichang froze. What was that? It was so bright. Was that the light of Ri Yao? Outside, the dragon was surrounded by the other three. Essentially, the dragon was at a disadvantage, but Jin Yao seemed quite dissatisfied, saying, "Why should I only be responsible for the dragon's head while you two get to be so impressive?"
Mu Yao, with her massive body, tightly gripped one side of the dragon and replied, "Xiao Ri only gave me 2 pieces of the blue flower essence. It's too wasteful to give it to a short, small one like you."
Hua Yao, from the side, yelled, "You two, stop talking. What should we do next? Do we need to kill it?" Mu Yao responded, "No.
Xiao Ri is still inside its belly, we can't act now." Jin Yao, worried, said, "You don't even know how much longer the flower life essence lasts. We have to take this chance to kill it."
Hua Yao, make your move. Mu Yao tried to stop them. Wait a moment. Nan, you will definitely come to the rescue.
Hua Yao shook her head, her hands pounding down repeatedly, replying that they couldn't wait any longer. At that moment, Mu Yao's body suddenly shrank. Hua Yao, sharing the same fate, both fell off the dragon's body. The two, with unwilling faces, screamed, "Ah! The flower life essence has expired."
Oh no, does it really have to be now? Jin Yao, struggling to hold the chain in his hand, said, "I told you, didn't I? 2 useless fools."
The dragon, no longer under control, began to counterattack. Its bloodshot eyes glared fiercely in all directions. Jin Yao, terrified, shouted, "We're doomed, something big is about to happen."
Suddenly, the dragon's body started to fade away.
A golden light orb appeared, floating in the air.
Jin Yao, shielding his eyes from the brightness, said, "The aura of Ri Yao is indeed the aura of Brother Ri Yao."
Hua Yao focused intently on the orb and added, "That brat is also inside." Mu Yao followed up, "Xiao Ri, he's really still alive, but it looks like he's in bad shape. Right now, Song Yichang is being entangled by those wires." He Xing whispered harshly into Song Yichang's ear, "Give up, stop struggling."
Song Yichang responded with a soft laugh. "Don't pretend. Surrounded by Ri Yao's power of purification, the one who should give up is you."
As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming presence emanated from Song Yichang, making He Xing panic.
"How do you know about Ri Yao's power of purification?" Song Yichang's voice was steady, filled with authority. "Because I am Ri Yao. Amidst the chaos, I inherited the entirety of Ri Yao's legacy." So what?
He Xing suddenly became intrigued, tightening his grip on Song Yichang even more. Every time he pulled harder, Song Yichang's muscles tensed under the pressure. Watching his captive struggle, He Xing said with amusement, "Why choose such a difficult path?
We have the whole world together, isn't it the most beautiful thing?" Song Yichang responded with disdain. "I have it, but I understand it's not meant to be swallowed whole. Moreover, I'm not like you, with an insatiable greed."
He Xing growled angrily, "Stubborn and foolish, then there was nothing left but this." With a soft thud, He Xing tightened his entire body.
In an instant, Song Yichang was torn into pieces of flesh. Song Yichang!
Mu Yao screamed in horror. Seeing Mu Yao about to act, Jin Yao immediately stopped her.
Don't be impulsive, Ri Yao's body is powerful.
Moreover, Hui Yao looked up and suddenly smiled, saying, "It seems this situation is accelerating the process of him merging with Ri Yao's energy." Inside the sphere, pieces of Song Yichang's flesh seemed to sprout roots, each piece connecting and fusing together. As Song Yichang's body became more complete, He Xing screamed, "Impossible, impossible!" At the same time, the aura around Song Yichang radiated, crushing He Xing terribly. He Xing's wailing gradually faded until it stopped, and Song Yichang's body returned to its original form, without a single scratch. Following that, a series of positive phenomena filled the air. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the warm sunlight bathed the budding sprouts below. The aura of Song Yichang seemed to bring life to the entire area. Before long, the dense forest was once again covered in a refreshing shade of green. The villagers, who were with the village chief, hugged each other in joy and cheered.
The problem has been solved, the purple domain has revived, we don't need to move anymore.
The village chief, tapping his cane, approached Hua Mulan and asked, "Xiao Hua, what is the young master thinking?" Hua Mulan gazed into the distance and replied, "I wonder if they are safe.
What's the situation inside now?"
Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky, shooting across. This sight caught everyone's attention, and the village chief sighed, saying, "The storm hasn't calmed, and another one is already coming." The streak of light headed straight towards Song Yichang's group.
"So it's Nanyu," someone said with a grin. "Song boss, shouldn't I be calling you Ri Yao now?" In his identity as Ri Yao, Song Yichang responded, "Finally, you're back."
"Nanyu," Mu Yao interrupted, his tone irritable.
"Hey, why are you two so calm about this? Nanyu, where did you run off to? Do you know how dangerous it was earlier? Ri Yao, speak up. What was the real purpose behind all the schemes you were pulling along the way?"
Mu Yao's question made Nanyu lower his head, his face darkening.
Ri Yao also spoke up, urging, "Ri Yao, speak up. What was your plan behind all the scheming along the way?"
Nanyu suddenly burst out laughing. "Huh, so you have inherited Ri Yao's traits, your brain is indeed much sharper now." He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with deep resentment as he said, "Since you already know everything, I won't beat around the bush anymore."
"I want to wait." Mu Yao interrupted, "I suppose I understand now. Nanyu, are you hiding to betray us?"
"If you're really a great traitor, then you have the responsibility to explain the whole story."
"If not, even if the others have no objections, I still won't agree." Nanyu hissed through clenched teeth, "Do I have such a responsibility? This is exhausting."
Mu Yao and the two brothers stood by, waiting for an explanation. But Nanyu still said nothing.
"Ha ha." Ri Yao stepped forward, covering Nanyu's mouth, and laughed again. "Xiaoyu, if you're trying to switch roles, don't force it, this face doesn't suit you. Let me explain what happened back then.
In the final battle that year, Xi Yao and our team fought with everything we had, but we still suffered a devastating defeat. We saw our teammates either perish in battle or fall into the rift in spacetime. I, as the leader of Qi Yao, ultimately lacked the ability to thoroughly eliminate He Xing. I could only suppress him while heading toward death, preparing for the grand sealing formation of the ancient tundra domain." Upon hearing this, Nanyu raised an eyebrow and snickered, "Humph, Ri Yao, you're such a forgetful person."
Ri Yao replied, "I haven't forgotten.
Due to the special nature of my magic, I didn't engage directly in the battle but stayed behind to complete the sealing formation."
Nanyu frowned and added, "Right, you all said I wasn't good at combat tactics, didn't let me join the battle, and told me to ensure the grand formation would not fail."
Hua Yao, with a doubtful expression, exclaimed, "Could it be that in the end, you still?"
Nanyu chuckled coldly and replied, "Ha, that's right.
My weakness in battle would only add trouble, so even though I was unwilling deep down, I still followed your decision, dedicating all my effort to the grand formation.
On the contrary, what lies ahead is a mountain that will forever prevent me from moving forward. Ri Yao, you could imprison me alive within this eternal sealing cage. Time stopped from that point, for it was a restriction I personally designed.
My steps in that sunless place weren't for 5 years, 10 years, but for 1,000 years.
Some of you have already reincarnated. Some people in other worlds are excited and happy, but what about me? I have become a prisoner forgotten by the entire world.
If I hadn't suddenly remembered the heaven and earth mirror from back then, lost on the battlefield, if I didn't read omens every day and calculate the events of 2 years ago in Chiao, I would probably remain trapped here forever, forever becoming something I don't even know, something no one remembers, no one cares about, alive but like a dead person. The more he spoke, the crazier Nanyu became. Muyao silently thought, Gu Muyao is just a consciousness that could not endure the loneliness and wanted to escape.
How much more so for Ri Yao, a living person? Jin Yao nodded after hearing this, so that's how it is.
Ri Yao leaned against the half-moon-shaped heaven and earth mirror, making contact with the grave robbers who were willing to take risks. Huayao added, at 7 stars linked pearls, the grave robbers took advantage of the weakening seal and caused further destruction, while Ri Yao seized the opportunity to escape. Ri Yao had remained silent until now, not saying a word.
Nanyu stepped forward and said, why has Lord Ri Yao fallen silent?
Surely, you are not ashamed, are you? Suddenly, Ri Yao embraced Nanyu tightly, speaking with emotion, I'm sorry, it's all because of my mistake that you had to endure suffering, but I have never forgotten you.
Nanyu's eyes streamed with muddy brown tears. He cried as he spoke, Ri Yao, big brother, the one who should apologize is me. It was I who hired people to dig up the tomb and destroy the seal, which allowed He Xing to escape. Once the seal's energy weakened, it led to the distortion of beings, and the time traveler causing chaos everywhere. It's all my fault.
I even used the excuse of searching for you with every trick in the book, to get close to you and bring you back to this place full of dangers. At that point, his hands suddenly clenched so tightly that veins bulged. But I absolutely have no regrets, and I will never forgive you.
Nanyu swung his fist toward Ri Yao. Ri Yao used one hand to block the punch and continued to try to persuade Nanyu.
You've carefully made your way here, surely not just to take my life, right?
Hurry up and hand over the He Xing black core to me. Nanyu sneered coldly in response. Ri Yao, holding the He Xing stone, sighed deeply and said, as expected of Ri Yao, even this little toy, just freshly made, was part of your plan. Nanyu looked at the He Xing stone, grinned savagely, and said, little toy? Who are you fooling?
This is the black crystal core, purified through the power of purification by Ri Yao, washed with the most stable and powerful energy source in the world.
Absorbing the dark node.
I am the strongest person in this world now, no longer the weak and powerless scholar who gets bullied. Ruji casually sipped his wine, his tone reflecting that of a frail scholar.
Everyone knows how crucial and dangerous this item is. How could I possibly give it to you?
Nanyu Tuesday took something from his possession and began to warn in a low voice, it's normal if you refuse now. After all, I can't defeat you, and forcibly taking it isn't practical.
But I believe that you won't even be able to find my offer once it's gone.
As he finished speaking, he tossed the item into the air.
Huayao watched it fly up and, curious, asked, what is that thing in the sky?
Muyao's voice trembled as he replied, a wormhole has opened, releasing a series of black cocoons.
Familiar faces of family and friends appear here, crying out, where are we, Nanyu? What's going on? Is my son in danger? Xian Kuei, if you're capable, open the door.
Ri Yao saw her relatives shouting in panic, Mother, Xiao Xiao.
Muyao looked at Nanyu's indifferent expression and, in fury, demanded, was it you who disappeared earlier to create these cursed cocoons?
Ri Yao, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed toward the figure of Xiao Xiao, but she passed through him as if he were air. This is not a wormhole, it's just a projection of space, Ri Yao said as he looked toward Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid, I'll save you right away. Xiao Xiao stammered, pointing ahead, calling out, Mom.
Ri Yao was startled, realizing that the space they were in was rapidly shrinking. He shouted, Mom, but my mom is busy struggling with the shrinking space, she can't respond.
Ri Yao thought to himself that the only option left was to reach into heaven and earth. Noticing Ri Yao's intentions, Nanyu sneered and said, don't say I didn't warn you.
If you touch the cosmic mirror now, be careful, the unstable space could take their lives in the blink of an eye. Ri Yao hesitated, unsure. He feared that Nanyu was just trying to scare him, but how could he risk their lives? Taking advantage of this moment, Nanyu proposed in exchange, "Give me the black core, and I'll let them reunite with you, in mutual love and harmony." As Ri Yao reached for the black stone, Nanyu nodded approvingly, saying, "That's the right choice." Just as he was about to take it, Ri Yao's hand suddenly tightened around the stone. Nanyu frowned, his expression showing impatience. Ri Yao gritted his teeth, grabbing Nanyu by the neck. In a tense voice, Ri Yao threatened, "Let them go now, or I will." Nanyu sneered, "You keep forcing people into extremities. Don't forget that when the seal was expanded back then, when the gap opened and He Xing escaped, I was the first one with the opportunity to harness He Xing's energy. However, at that time, He Xing's energy was too violent, and I wasn't strong enough in my physical cultivation to absorb it. But after you purified it, the energy of the black core is no longer the same as before. Not only does it suit me the best, but for He Xing, you, the one who received the inheritance of sun and moon, are no longer suitable for it to inhabit. The energy of the black core has no choice but to choose me." As soon as she finished speaking, Nanyu's entire body merged with the dark aura of the black stone, and a surge of explosive energy radiated outward.
"What's happening?" Hua Yao asked in panic.
Ri Yao explained, "Ri Yao, he is voluntarily merging with the black stone." The energy from the black stone was immense, and the area around them was about to be blasted away. The sky, which had just cleared, was once again engulfed by a thick column of black smoke. Along with this, nearby mountains were cracking under the pressure. The valley tore open, and the ground split into deep fissures.
Nanyu's powerful aura surged out from these cracks.
Her body soared into the air, transforming in the process. Her nails grew long, and her legs emanated a dark, oppressive energy. The eyes, the face, were shrouded in a pitch-black aura of killing intent. Nanyu no longer bore the image of a gentle scholar. At this moment, he looked like a demon. He gave a cold, harsh laugh and said, "This power finally belongs to me."
A wild and savage laughter, ha, echoed all around.
Everyone trapped inside the cocoons was being crushed by the oppressive force. They groaned in pain. "It's killing me."
Ri Yao shouted at Nanyu, "Release them."
Nanyu glanced at Ri Yao with only half an eye, smirking. He clenched his hand, gathering a surge of energy into his palm, and stared straight at Ri Yao.
He said, "I'll make you regret ever looking down on me."
Regret it to death. All the cocoons, as if responding to his words, shattered completely.
Ri Yao froze, his eyes filled with loss and shock.
Nanyu relished that expression, bursting into loud laughter. "Huh, now they're all dead."
"Don't you just want to kill me right now?" "Nanyu!" Ri Yao roared, his whole body igniting with fury.
The two of them lunged at each other simultaneously.
Ri Yao shouted, "Nanyu, I will never forgive you."
"Then go to hell." Nanyu fought as he curved his lips into a smile.
Mu Yao still tried desperately to save them, crying out to Nanyu, "Ri Yao, get a hold of yourself. Don't let He Xing control you."
Nanyu snorted and immediately struck with a palm. Mu Yao was knocked down, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, when Nanyu's second strike descended, Mu Yao was caught by Hua Yao, who transformed into a bird to catch her.
Mu Yao let out a sigh, looking at her teammates. "Was that you, Hua Yao?"
Hua Yao replied, "It's too dangerous here. You all need to leave quickly."
Mu Yao protested, "No, how can we let Ri Yao fight alone?"
Jin Yao sighed and spoke the truth, "Our strength is far too lacking. Staying here would only cause more trouble.
If we get injured, it would just distract Ri Yao." Mu Yao suddenly remembered Hua Mulan's group and the village chief. Something was wrong, they might be in danger as well.
As the ravine was about to collapse, they flew away on Hua Yao's back. The moment they escaped, the entire mountain crumbled down, shocking the villagers. The explosion was terrifying. "They're dead, the seal has broken." The village chief pointed to the sky and called everyone over, "Look, that's Mu Yao."
Mu Yao was waving at them. Mu Yao landed and asked, "Village chief, Granny, are you all okay?"
The village chief was overjoyed and answered, Muin Zi, it's such a relief that you're alright.
Everyone was anxiously asking, Leader, what exactly happened? Hua Mulan also asked urgently. Leader, clearly Purple Domain was revived just now, how could it explode again? And are they being fertilized? Mu Yao, with a serious expression, reminded them.
This is a long story, and also, quickly evacuate everyone from here.
Jin Yao stood on the back and asked, Mu Yao, you are in charge of protecting these people, we have to go carry out our mission. Mu Yao asked, but what about you all? Jin Yao interrupted, the Great Ceiling Formation has been destroyed.
Perhaps we won't last much longer either.
Hua Yao added, why not use our remaining strength to assist Ri Yao a little? Hua Yao, Jin Yao. Mu Yao called after them, but they had already flown off. Go.
Jin Yao barely had time to say those two words before flying straight away.
On the other side, Ri Yao and Nanyu were fighting fiercely, from the ground to the sky.
Thanks to the assistance of Hei Xing Stone, Nanyu had grown significantly stronger. One of his strikes could send Ri Yao flying, unable to defend herself.
Ri Yao was hit so hard she coughed violently.
She exhaled deeply, her mind in turmoil, still unable to contact Little System. Indeed, while receiving the Ri Yao inheritance, it was completely expelled together with Hei Xing, and even the mind space shattered. Brother Lan, Ding Ji, and the others. At this moment, the opposing faction, led by Nanyu, charged forward like a demon.
Ri Yao, finally I am stronger than you. Die! He shouted into the air.
Ri Yao stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sneered in disdain.
TCH, it's just that I'm not yet used to controlling Ri Yao's power. Ri Yao?
The voices of Hua Yao and Jin Mia rang out nearby.
We're here to help you. Nanyu sneered. Just struggling before you die. With a burst, Ri Yao's aura surged dramatically. The life spear appeared, and his body was no longer clad in just a simple robe. The feathered cloak billowed, and with the spear in hand, Ri Yao's strength was far beyond before. Indeed, having a weapon made everything easier. He lunged straight at Nanyu. The first strike sent Nanyu's jaw askew. Nanyu tried to counter with his fastest speed but missed. How could he be like this? I clearly am the strongest. Let go. Nanyu turned around to see Ri Yao swinging the spear toward him. After several consecutive strikes, Nanyu was drained, panting heavily. Half of his face had already turned into Hei Xing's. It spoke, Ri Yao, your body simply cannot unleash my power. Leave now, and once I have fully recovered, taking revenge will not be too late. Nanyu refused to accept this, shouting, stop talking nonsense, give me more power. Hei Xing was not blindly reckless. It knew that this madman's body had long been on the verge of collapse, sustained only by a tiny thread of hatred that allowed him to resist for thousands of years. This wouldn't do, if it continued like this, it would die along with him. Hei Xing began urging the exchange, kid, quickly hand over your body and soul to me. I'll help you take revenge. Nanyu barked, shut up. I have lived until now because of the grudge with Ri Yao. If I don't kill him with my own hands, my life will have no meaning. Seeing Nanyu's internal struggle, Ri Yao realized that Nanyu's consciousness was about to be swallowed by Hei Xing and could not afford to stand by any longer. Ri Yao directly used the Great Sun Spear to bury it, launching a powerful strike. A thunderous explosion echoed, and the villagers shouted, everyone, be careful. Is it over? Hei Xing's body was sent flying out of Nanyu's form. It stumbled to its feet, grumbling angrily, blaming that useless fool. To let me fall into a situation like this. Song Yi Chang, if you truly intend to hunt me down and annihilate me, then let this world die with me. Don't you dare dream it. Ri Yao shouted back, slashing blow after blow. Hei Xing, you can't stop me, let's die together. Boom! A suppressive explosion detonated, a colossal surge of energy burst forth, wrenching pain through Hei Xing's entire body. No sooner had the blast died away than the thump of helicopter rotors sounded.
It was approaching the scene of the explosion. Up here were Zhao Ling and those familiar faces. She stood stunned at the blast. What on earth caused that explosion to reshape the terrain of this whole area like that? Chang Fatty asked, anxious. Haven't received any word from the boss yet? It must have been that Nanyu. He trapped us in a dark energy formation, said he needed us to help with a small matter, but then used us to threaten the boss. Only afterward nobody knows why the dark energy formation suddenly dispelled, and we were able to escape. It turned out that after breaking free from Nanyu, they were rescued by the helicopter and taken away. Chang Fatty turned to reassure the girl beside him, Xiao Xiao, don't worry. The boss no longer needs to trouble himself, he will surely win. Zhao Ling thought to himself, Nanyu has most likely acquired He Xing's abilities. It will be difficult to win this battle. The radio in Zhao Ling's hand crackled with a voice calling, this is Team A7, this is Team 407, responding to your call. Zhao Ling anxiously asked, have you found Song Yichang? The voice on the other end replied, the target is still being searched for, but we've found other survivors. These people are from the group led by Mu Yao and the village chief, and they are being assisted by the rescue team. Zhao Ling and the others descended from the helicopter, scanning the area. Mu Yao? Did he participate in the fight? Seeing Zhao Ling's group safe, Mu Yao breathed a sigh of relief, they're all fine. In the end, Nanyu still has some kindness in him. Mu Yao responded to Zhao Ling, no, we were only observing the battle from a distance. When the explosion happened, I barely managed to use vine ropes to protect my team. Then we were blown away by the strong wind, and everyone lost consciousness. Right now, don't even talk about Riao's whereabouts, none of us can recall what happened during the fight. The scene fell silent, and everyone couldn't help but worry about Song Yichang. His mother quietly murmured, that boy is a little toughy, he won't die from something like this. And don't be fooled by how he looks. In fact, being overly greedy for life, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Chang Fatty nodded and echoed, right, what's there to be afraid of? The boss won't lose to that shameless scoundrel. Xiao Xiao lightly squinted and said, Mei-chan, I also trust Yi Chang. Zhao Ling stepped onto the helicopter, her voice resolute, then let's hurry up and continue the search. Mu Yao looked up at the darkened sky, her heart heavy. He Xing had ultimately seemed to want to destroy the whole world, but thankfully, he hadn't been able to carry it out. Perhaps Ri Yao had done something about it. On Ri Yao's side, he had lost consciousness after the explosion. It wasn't clear how long it had been, but slowly, he began to regain consciousness. His eyes opened, and everything around him was pitch black. He wondered where he was. His mind buzzed for a moment before remembering. That's right, he had been fighting with Ri Yao, only to be completely consumed by He Xing, who had intended to self-destruct and destroy the world. Then, he had captured him, using all his strength to restrain He Xing's powers from outside, and after that, his memory was a blur. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere, Song Yichang, you indirectly led He Xing to self-destruct, bearing the sin of the world's destruction. A sin that cannot be atoned for. Quickly choose an animal to reincarnate into. Song Yichang, in Riao's form, was shoved and fell to the ground. Ha! So I've really died, and even been turned into an animal. But thinking about it carefully, keeping pets is trendy these days. Maybe my luck will be good, and life might even be more comfortable than being human. Suddenly he froze. Wait a second. Why does this place feel a little familiar? He decided to walk around in the direction of that mysterious voice to investigate. Right now, the only reincarnation options are as a dog or a pig, but I find you rather pitiful. If you're willing to hand over a treasure to try once, perhaps there's a chance to change your fate. As the voice faded, Song Yichang immediately located its source, a small fox. He lifted the creature straight up. Startled, the fox let out a sharp cry, then hurriedly explained, No, it wasn't my fault, they were the ones insisting on betting. Right nearby, the familiar sound of the system rang out, who told you to mess up the script? Now no one knows who's going to win anymore. Lan Ling, sitting next to him, replied, but judging by Brother Song's expression, he'll probably choose to reincarnate as a dog anyway, he's used to that by now. Seeing them, Song Yi-chang's heart leapt with joy. You're all safe, thank goodness. As expected, the system said nothing more. It merely raised its hand high, and a radiance spread, illuminating the entire space. Once everything was settled, she finally spoke, that's right, this is your internal mind space. Previously, you took in the Ri Yao inheritance too abruptly, and many of the data were wiped out along with the dark energy. It took me quite a bit of time to get the system to accept the Ri Yao energy within your body. After the transformation was completed, it was realized that the battle had already ended. But fortunately, the system still allowed Song Yi-chang to observe. Now, after the explosion, the outside world had not been destroyed, He Xing had disappeared, and everything seemed to have been successfully resolved. Song Yi-chang was slightly dazed and asked, wait, did I neutralize part of the explosion's force? Then, after I lost consciousness, did you bring me here to avoid the blast's effects? The system replied, no. When I went outside, you were in some unknown space, and that's when I brought you back. Right, and there's also this. She took out the heaven and earth mirror and handed it to Song Yi-chang. He thought for a moment, then said, it must be Ri Yao's. No, maybe it was the instinct to survive that triggered the heaven and earth mirror to save me. Through the external screen, they saw someone approaching. It was Zhao Ling's helicopter, Song Yi-chang's mother, Xiao Tiu. Upon seeing them, Song Yi-chang joyfully exclaimed. Zhao Ling, Xiao Xiao, and their mother were fine. Outside the warehouse, the group was moving forward. This was the last area within the blast radius of the explosion. Zhao Ling signaled to the helicopter team, instructing the rescue team to continue searching underground. Even if they had to dig 3 feet down, they had to pull him out. The rescue team received the order. Yes. Zhao Ling was holding the radio, preparing to report back to headquarters and inform Team Sullivan. Ha! Someone noticed something and cut in ahead, spotting a moving target, a tiny figure below, desperately waving their hand. It's none other than Song Yi. Keep going, I'm here. As soon as the helicopter lowered its ladder, Xiao Xiao couldn't hold back and slid down. She rushed to embrace the man, repeatedly calling, Yi-chang. Song Yi-chang's mother came down, pinching his cheek and scolding loudly, does this have anything to do with that Taoist monk or whatever? And just like that, the whole world returned to its original peace. Song Yi-chang returned, lying flat on the couch. His mother had to keep calling out with a sharp tone, come eat, you little brat. All you do all day is play with your phone. He was scrolling through the news when no further updates appeared. It seemed that He Xing had finally resolved the issue. Following the massive explosion, no additional wormholes had been discovered internationally. However, the fate of the remaining wormholes was still uncertain, and a visit to the investigation department was necessary later. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his mind, hurry to mind space, something has happened. Song Yi-chang sighed wearily, I can't even get a moment's rest. Upon entering mind space, he saw that a formation had already been set up. The system pointed at it and said, Shi Yao showed some abnormal behavior earlier, the positions of Hua Yao and Shui Yao have shifted slightly. There's a chance that a new companion is coming. Song Yi-chang sneered coldly, whether they're a friend or foe, a trip will make it clear. With the spear in his hand and his mother's furious voice echoing behind him, Song Yi-chang strode forward, are you blocking the transmigration departure?